that the sun disappears under the
No,
horizon,
it wasn't
and
fucking
not it
baffled.
shrinks
Dude,
into the sky.
now you're starting to piss me off. I'm actually trying to help you, right? Which is the reason why I posted the image, right? We see the sun do a lot of things. The reason why we see the sun doing a lot of things, like being bigger on the horizon as opposed to when it's noontime, 90 degrees above our head, and sometimes when it appears to reduce in angular size as it goes away, is because of the atmosphere that we're looking through. Right? That's called atmospheric magnification. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, the moisture content of the atmosphere we're looking through, this will act like a lens, which can make the sun look bigger on the horizon. If the atmosphere is different with what's in it, as in there's not a lot of moisture, as you'd expect to see over a desert where it's dry, then the sun will reduce in angular size into a tiny pinprick before it reaches the horizon. So it's all to do with the atmosphere that we look through. Remember, we're looking at something, a light source, through the atmosphere. And due to the atmospheric content, the sun will do different things.
Yeah, and just on the veracity of what you're going to be shown here, listen, you need to understand that you're probably going to hear about things and see things in this chat that you haven't been shown previously. And that we're not telling you just to believe whatever we tell you or show you. I mean, obviously, we're not sitting about making fake sun gifs of a shrinking sun, but that's just a door for you to explore and pursue if you want to. But yeah, this observation is made. There's many examples of it, but yeah, it's not widely known about maybe. But that doesn't mean it's not true. So
I
you just
mean,
need to
to be
follow the thread of
clear,
what we're saying.
I mean, to be clear, the GIF that you posted isn't the sun disappearing underneath the horizon. It's literally just dramatically shrinking as it, I don't know, I guess, I assume, moves away from the Earth.
Correct.
What is
Moves
happening?
away from the
What is
Well,
happening?
well, to be clear, wait.
Hold on.
What?
Listen, you're saying what you're seeing. The sun appears to be moving away through the sky.
in the GIF that he fucking posted. But I've never seen this occur here in North America, or I've never heard, and I've also never heard of this occurring like anywhere else on the planet. So why would this be an isolated event in Africa?
We just posted
another
imaging for you.
There's
And
another
you
GIF.
don't get anything.
It's about the humidity, the water in the air. You need water in the air for magnification.
He's just confused about the one location. I already posted another GIF.
Alright, it's alright, guys, calm down. He's American, he hasn't got a passport, he's never been anywhere else.
Okay, I guess.
Well, no, just think
I've
about
also never heard of this occurring in Africa, and this is the first time I've been here.
I know, it's upsetting. But just
I'm
think
not
about this. Well, stop acting like it then.
I'm not even upset. I'm not even raising my voice, dude. You're like pissing me off because you keep interrupting me and shit, and I can't even get a thought out, dude.
You don't have many thoughts. You just have coping strategies.
Okay.
You've just been introduced to something that you're not aware of. Okay, that's not a threat to you. You can just go and look into it.
I didn't say.
You don't have to say it. You're acting like it. And it's okay. We see it all the time. But we're not your enemy.
Okay.
We're just here discussing Earth. Right. So did you understand the Eratosthenes point? Do you still think he measured the curve?
Wait, to be clear, I couldn't even get to the point where where he measured the curve, right? You stopped me at, he made an observation with these wells, and then you went on about this bullshit about I forgot what the exact term was, but the angle at which the rays of the Earth, the divergence of the what?
So you do still think he measured curvature of the surface?
I believe he was able to calculate. He was able to calculate the circumference of the Earth based off the distances between these two cities, and I think it was another point.
But you understand he had an assumption of a ball in that calculation.
I think having an assumption is fine, but
well, no,
further,
I
think he also.
We're looking for the measurement that confirms the assumption.
He literally. I'm pretty sure he did come out with a measurement of the circumference of the Earth, and it was pretty close.
No, a calculation. Close based on what confirmation? What measurement?
What was it close to?
Maybe
The
you could look
circumference
up.
of the Earth.
Maybe you could look up the equation that he used.
It had a
Already given it
radius of 3,000 camels.
When you've got 360 degrees baked into the calculation, don't be surprised when you get a circle at the end of it.
Yeah, you said it's pretty close to the actual, so what measurement was the actual based on?
Wait, the actual measurement that we have is the one that we have today.
What's that? Who did that?
I don't know.
Who
I
measured
assume
that?
some like math nerds at NASA did it.
Well, why are you assuming it? If you just Googled it, and the first thing they told you about was a guy who didn't measure it and only assumed it.
Okay, fine. I presume that it was some math nerds at NASA did it. Is that better?
Well, not for us. Maybe for you, if you want to base your entire worldview on an assumption. Is that what you want to do?
The whole globe is an assumption.
Bingo.
That's what we're figuring out. A lot of assumptions required in proving the globe. Namely, that it's a globe. It's easy to prove the Earth's a globe if you just assume it's a globe from the beginning. For no real reason.
I could use the same mathematics that Aristophanes used and change my kitchen into a circumference value just based on some shadows under a light source or not under a light source. Does that mean?
So, what are you guys' presumptions on the shape of the Earth?
Well, we're trying to steer clear of assumptions. That's the point. We're just going on what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested. We're trying to not bake in assumptions because that's what got us into this mess in the first place with the globe. So we're just looking at what can be proven. That's what we're interested in.
I'm sure you'll ask again in other ways too. But yeah, that's the truth.
Oh my god! Every single one, you have the same attitude. Oh man.
Oh, yeah. I know, it's you. It's all good.
Yeah, it's everyone else except you, you know. It's not your attitude that is the problem, it's our attitude that's the problem.
Well, you gave it away, I'm 5. I mean, you might not like that, but you just exposed that you believe your understanding of the Earth should be based on assumption. You say, well, what do you guys assume about it? We're not making assumptions.
The presumptions that I'm making are based off observations, just like you guys' presumptions are.
You only observe a flat motionless Earth, but you assume it's actually a ball that's spinning because of images you've been shown, stories you've been told. Yeah, you only observe a flat horizon.
How do you know what's in my head, dude? What are you talking about?
Listen.
That NASA found
The globe story is that we all experience a flat, motionless Earth, but that's just because it's such a big ball. That's the globe story. They're telling you experience a flat, motionless Earth.
You said what?
The globe story.
This is rough.
Yeah, it is. It's rough.
Well, I'm asking to clarify because this mic isn't the best quality. It's like I'm kind of hard at hearing sometimes.
You just said earlier that you assumed
Blame it
that
on
NASA
the mic.
found the circumference.
You said what?
When we asked, what did Aristophanes, what was it compared to? And it said it was pretty accurate. You said, I assume that NASA or somebody has confirmed the circumference. You assumed.
I have no reason to believe that they would lie about.
Well, you're assuming. You're assuming that they would lie. We're not assuming.
I mean,
you just
said
kind of what you're doing, though. No, I'm not assuming. I know there's things I won't know. But you can look at the world around you and look at the measurements, and you can see that they're lying.
Wait, why are you presuming that they're lying then?
No,
I'm not
no,
presuming that
no.
they're lying. I know they're lying because I could see the evidence.
No, but see, that's the reversal. That's
Wait,
a
but
messy
how
thing.
did
If they make a positive claim,
reversal?
they
What
have
the
to require, they have
oh my
to
fucking
furnish proof for that. Could you
Calm
stop? Could
down.
you stop spiraling under your breath, please, for 5 seconds?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, this
If
is
they make a
actually
positive
amazing.
claim, if they make a positive claim, that requires evidencing, proving, right? Asking for that proof is not assuming anything. It's asking for the proof of the claim, i.e., the Earth is a curved ball spinning in a vacuum. That's a claim, whether you like it or not.
Wait, I put all my cards on the table. A lot of what I'm saying is based off of my presumptions. I don't know why you've come to based off of my observations. But
Well,
like,
you don't have any
it
observations
seems
on
as
the
though. Wait, it seems. Wait,
You don't have any
it seems as
observations
though
of
you.
curvature.
Okay, when I mean observations, it's also like things that I've known given other people's observations, and I presume that
you don't know
NASA's
what-
observations.
You don't know what
Well, to be
horizon.
clear, they have the resources. Oh my goodness, they have the
My
resources.
friend, hey, listen,
Oh my
my
goodness.
friend,
So
my
we
friend saw Bigfoot.
I can't finish.
My friend
like,
saw
sentence.
Bigfoot, so now Bigfoot exists.
Do I have to like turn down like 10 people in here, dude?
Try to block me, see what happens.
You just have to pull
I
your
guess
You just have to pull your panties off your ass. I think that would go.
Why would you presume that they know more just because they're at the head of some organization instead of us or thousands of other flowers? Why? Because
well,
they were given that position of
NASA.
power.
Oh my. Well, I assume because NASA has billions of dollars of funding, and I imagine that the government wouldn't fund them billions of dollars if it was all to just like spread this conspiracy about the Earth being.
You know, that's that's billions of reasons to have this lie, and many other reasons. You're believing them because they have money and funding. If you believe people just because they have money and funding, then
good luck.
You don't have any critical thinking skills.
Why the hell? Why the hell would our government just throw a bunch of money at NASA to spread this?
Why would Daddy government lie?
Oh my goodness!
That's okay. The Roman
Wait. To be
Catholic
clear,
shut up. The Roman Catholic religion is one of the oldest and most wealthiest religions in the world.
what is going on?
By your standards, because they've got lots of money, then God is real.
I think it's amazing that this guy has Neil deGrasse Tyson as his profile pic.
Yeah, he's our favorite flat
Thank
earther.
you. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's the best preacher for the heliocentric model because he contradicts so many other globe heads.
I actually watched one of his videos today. He was explaining how an asteroid was detected in 2008, but a tsunami hit, so it didn't make the news.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that say about the asteroid?
Right,
More
we're not going
stories.
We're not going off into the stories. So to summarize, your belief in the globe is based on an assumption that the government is showing you real images and videos of the globe. That's basically what you've said to us.
I mean, that's not all that I've said. I mean, I understand that the government has like done like. I understand that the government lies, but they don't just like. They wouldn't do so for no reason.
Yeah, they wouldn't
like,
lie
wait! You gotta explain to me
Why would they
be
lie?
the utility.
So you know they're lying.
The reason. Oh my goodness!
Why
what
would
would
they
be
lie?
the utility? What would be the utility in this big
What in the
conspiracy that the Earth is globe shaped?
We would tell you what like.
Why would they lie?
I'm fine.
Like, what is like the positive utility derived from believing the Earth is globe shaped?
Hold on. Do you agree with the phrase "knowledge is power"?
I mean, it's an aphorism, I guess.
Hey, listen to the song I paused for you.
Do you agree with it? Hold on, Claire. Do you agree? Knowledge is power.
Sure.
Why is knowledge power?
I'll say because, the more knowledge that you've obtained and the more you've read up on subjects, generally your ability to move out the world is, I guess, like a much better. You're like, considering that educated people on average have higher income and thus have more autonomy in regards to like moving about the world.
It would give them an advantage.
So in that sense, and there's also, I guess, like the philosophical, I guess, belief that like being more knowledgeable on topics makes you I guess much more of a fully rounded individual of some sort.
Right. So if some group
the
of
opposite
people were
view.
interested, so if some group of people were interested in having power, they might think that it's in their interest to have knowledge that most others do not.
Okay.
So if that group of people had knowledge about the Earth, reality, that you do not, they would have an advantage over you, would they not?
I mean, what power would you derive from knowing that the Earth is actually flat?
Well, you just explained why knowledge is power.
Wait. I said it was like an aphorism, but it's also
You said
pretty
you went into
vague.
great length. You went into some length about how knowledge is power.
Okay. I don't know what exactly what power can be extracted by knowing that the Earth is actually flat and not spherical. And that I don't know what the benefit would be to hide that from the general population.
It's okay that you don't understand why the government lied. You already said that you do know.
No, wait. I know the government lies. I know the government has reason to lie about certain subjects. I just don't know why the government would lie about this specific thing. That's what I don't understand. Why would the government need to lie about the shape of the...
If a group of people can control your worldview, your entire worldview, where you think you are, how you think you got here, where you think you're going, that is great power. And if you don't understand that, then you might not be mature enough for this conversation.
Okay, Dad. I guess I'm not a big enough kid. I need to
daddy
up my britches in order to. Okay,
bro, relax. I have sent you a music video. Watch that music video and then come back, man.
What is this fucking music video you keep talking about?
Yeah, it's called "Why Would They Lie?" Because you're not the first person that has cognitive dissonance and asks why would they lie. That's where they all end up.
I'm not even talking about cognitive.
Listen. Everyone that experienced cognitive dissonance when presented with new information they haven't been listened to or seen yet, they end up like you. You're the I don't know.
Okay.
Got muted.
Thank you.
Yeah, because like I don't know. I'm still not just like understanding why this is like something that's like so important for like
to help.
No, to be clear, we're not just talking about the U.S. government. We're talking about basically the like every single like world government is colluding and like telling and like spreading and like proliferating this information about the shape of the Earth. I don't know why the fuck that this is the one thing that every single nation and like institution in the world agrees to. I don't know what benefit that they would get.
This is the only
you're wrong, bro. They agree to everything.
Is there any
Do you
type
think
of
that this is the only
Okay.
thing that they're sorry?
Is there any? Sorry, I do apologise. Is there anything that supersedes borders? For example, is there things that people agree upon that supersedes borders? Religion, for example, does that supersede borders? So you find Muslims in every country,
but like interpretations of religion is also something that
I'm
like.
just asking you a question. I haven't even got to the end of it yet. So religion supersedes borders. Oh, fuck me, child. So do religions supersede borders? Yes or no?
I rejected economy.
Okay, maybe you won't last long in this conversation, and you said you don't get it. I'm going to try and help you.
Well, I don't think it's a simple yes or no.
Do religions supersede borders? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess a religion can exist in two different countries at once, but I understand that there's different interpretations with regard to each religion.
God. Answer is
also
question. Okay? Does the United States have Christianity, and does Canada have it?
Yes.
Okay, there. Yes is the answer. Thank you.
Right. So don't
wait,
think
but that doesn't.
Okay, I'm trying to fuck.
Can I elaborate on my answer? Will I be allowed to elaborate on my answer?
He's trying to make a point. He was just asking you a question to get to the point he was making.
If he's just gonna ask that as a rhetorical fucking question, then what is the point of me even engaging?
Holy crap! Jeez.
Take a deep breath.
I'm frustrated because it seems like
It wasn't a
people
debate
have
sort of
no idea
question.
how
It
to
was
even like
more.
have a conversation or like have any debate beyond like.
Chill, bro.
Dude, it's a yes or no question for crying out loud. It's not that
I
difficult.
don't believe it can be properly framed as a yes or no question. It's
Really?
dishonest to frame that question as just yes or no.
It's okay. Let's put it like this. And the American government only controls the American landscape, right? 50 odd states. But they don't control India or China, right? But you will have Christians in India and China and America, won't you? Religion supersedes borders and boundaries, correct?
Well, I think the world's just more complicated than that.
It is a little
I'll
bit.
just like
Well,
leave it
this
at
is why
that.
I'm trying to be simple for you.
Why? Well,
Right.
that's the thing. You're talking
Okay.
about something like religion. I don't think religion is simple. I really don't think something that encompasses like 3/4 of the world
It's a
population
simple
can be simple.
question.
It's okay.
Well, if you're gonna frame the world in a simple question, I think you're gonna miss all the nuance that exists.
There.
Why are you baiting me?
Because I'm trying to calm you down. So let's put it like this.
I don't need you to calm me down, bro. You're not my mommy. You're not my fucking.
The world is
I think it's weird that like you always like take this like you and like every single other person had take this weird like condescending like tone at me.
Yeah, you're kind of asking for.
Okay.
You're not able to have a conversation. Like you won't let the thing just move on.
I mean, it should have moved on about 3 minutes ago.
Like,
So
I didn't even plan to spend more than
being as you
like 30
can't
minutes
answer
in here.
that question,
Like,
maybe you can answer this question. How did the Earth get here?
You're asking me how the Earth got here?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
How did it get here? What's its creation story?
It like, I mean, oh well, that actually slipped my mind. I believe it was a process relating to like asteroids and shit. Oh, I'll have to confirm.
Okay, so how did the solar system get here? How did the galaxy get here? How did the universe get here? How was everything created, mate?
Oh, I'll have to look into it. I'll get back to you about that.
Does the Big Bang ring any bells for you?
I mean, I guess if we're going as simple as how everything came to existence, I guess I generally like listen more into the Big Bang Theory. I don't like understand much about it, but I can look more into it.
I don't need a very diverse understanding of it, mate. We've been given a few ideas of how everything was created, right? So the universe sprang into existence, and the Earth eventually ended up orbiting the Sun because of a creation story. Now, if the Earth was flat and stationary and space isn't what you're told, the same question would apply. How did the Earth get here? One of the main reasons why I would suggest that they lie is to give a new creation story. A creation story that would be devoid of any intelligence. The Big Bang Theory, you can argue all day if an intelligent, creative entity put that into effect. But within the Big Bang story, we are told that nature created itself. Rocks and matter came first, then over lots and lots of time, consciousness developed after biological life forms. This is the story of creation, the story of the creation of the heliocentric ball that you think that you live upon. And within that creation story, they've given you a few answers. You know where you are, you know how you got here, and you know what your purpose is. Not that you have one, because you're an infinitesimal spot on a very small speck of dust in a never-expanding universe, which doesn't really amount to much. Kind of cold and lonely, right? But you
How
can
long
do
will
what you
this
want.
soliloquy go on for?
I'll tell you what, it will stop fucking now. You wanted an answer to the question, mate, and I was going to try and give you an honest one. If you don't
in
want an
terms of
answer,
how
no,
we got
fuck
here, I
off.
guess there are like theories. I believe there's also the theory of infinite regress, which is like I'm pretty sure that's more philosophy than that is like.
Yeah. But if the Earth isn't a ball and the Earth is flat and stationary, you've still got two choices. It's called the ontological primitive. It's a dichotomy. You've got two choices when answering this question. It's either nature springs into existence and it, like I said, creates itself, or intelligent source creates everything. For example, you can't have a watch without a watchmaker, can you? You can't have a building without a builder, and you can't have a painting without a painter. You can't have you can't have a creation without a creator. So if you want to ask why they would lie, well, they've given us the ability to believe in the new creation story, devoid of God, if you will. So this is why I brought up religion, because religion expands beyond boundaries and borders, right? So it might not necessarily be a government that's lying to you. It might be a perpetuating religion that's lying to you, that want to control your perception of the deeper questions of life, and maybe remove you from any association with God, or make up your own God if you want to. Look at the world that we live in, this very new age environment where you could literally be God yourself, right? But yeah, I would suggest that they've given us a new creation story, because they've moved the very creation from beneath your feet and turned it into something else, something of their making that they can control. You wanted to know. I told you you wouldn't like it.
I just like stopped paying attention after like 30 seconds, bro, because you like kind of went on a little.
You listen to the
spiel.
whole thing and you got nothing to say about it. That's the fact.
He's done.
No, it's fine. It's not a problem. If he's going to turn around and say, I stopped listening after 30 seconds, and he can stay on fucking mute, and the only thing he can do now is listen. That's all you can do now.
Good.
Should we move on to somebody else?
Yeah, move on. Someone who might be wanting to actually listen.
I'm sorry that for these TikTok brain kids, that answers don't come in, 15-second bursts, and you can scroll your screen and on to something else. You're asking a fucking deep question, so you might have to pay attention for longer than 60 seconds to get an answer.
It's always the same. Fight, 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 fight. Well, what difference does it make anyway?
How intellectually bankrupt do you have to be to ask a question and then not listen to the fucking answer? God, these people make me just so angry.
It's
Who's
just
these people?
By the
When the
way,
brains
I
are
hope I'm not one of
fried.
those people.
by the way, announced today on MSNBC, stocks, or CNBC or whatever. TikTok users of TikTok are up 200% for now getting their news.
Wow. That's scary.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. What is it?
It sounds like crap data to me.
And people are pissed off at Elon Musk. He did something on Twitter. Poor Tesla. Their stock went down again. But they suck anyway.
I wonder if the whole discussion will actually have changed anything with that guy.
Yeah, he fucking had a meltdown. He's not going to be able to sleep.
No, dude. I mean, did that sound like we were talking to like a real person? I mean, it really sounded like we're talking to like an AI bot or like a demon. Like that guy couldn't be like a real full actual human being.
I'm pretty sure that guy just gets around in Discord. That's just my 2 cents. But
Now he's
we can hope.
probably somewhere down with his LGBT friends and crying about how stupid we are.
Hey, good to see you, Clay Under Seal. I hope you're well.
Yeah,
I
so
hope
he's
you're well too, man. Woman.
I think some people
My
just
God.
they can't even possibly think about any alternative to than the globe. So they just shut everything down.
It's just sad. It's so sad. I mean, think about it, these apps are not really long around, you know, and when they have attention span like this, what will be the attention span in 5 years?
My sister is babysitting, and she said that most of the kids that she babysits, their parents say, "Oh, just give them the iPad," and they have unlimited iPad time, and
That's
they're just on TikTok the whole time.
bad.
Yeah.
Just glitchy frying the brains. Frying the brains.
Yeah, no, the youngest was a 1.5-year-old kid, and she said no limited time. My sister said, "Is there like a limited screen time?" And she was like, "Nope."
I think the saddest thing I've seen so far is a kid in deep sleep, like sleeping on and literally her hand, while she's dreaming, her hand is just, you know, scrolling, moving as if she's scrolling in her dream. I think that's the most like sickening thing I've seen in a long time. Kid scrolls in dream. Let me see if I can find it.
Almost as sickening as Druish pedophiles running our government, of course.
Who said that?
I don't know.
Me?
Well, I would not. You know, the thing is, I wouldn't use the term itself to take away the, you know, the real, to take it away from the real ones, because there are also real Jews, you know, not only fake Jews.
I said Druze.
Oh, Druze. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Druish pedophiles.
Ah, okay. I gotcha. Okay.
What'd you get?
Nothing.
Huh?
I have no clue what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, those guys really like beds. It's sickening. They should go learn in Taco Bell. They will learn Taco Bell forever.
Okay. Ah, man, what a world. What a time to live in. It's so dystopian. But we all should ask ourselves this question: what is the reason why the Most High, who has made us, right, or whatever you believe, the Creator who has made you? I hope you believe that you're at least made by someone. Why did He has put you in this time of age? That's the real question.
Read Revelation.
What?
Read Revelation, the last book. The last book of the Bible.
Me?
No, I mean in general.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
like, it's one reply to your rhetorical question.
Yeah, me and you talked about that for a while, remember? That was a good day. That was a great day.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I personally, I really read the Bible way too less. Like, I'm such a lazy dude, you know. I'm so lazy when it comes to reading. And I'm honest about it, you know. It should be my daily bread, and I don't read it enough. That's very, very bad.
Make sure you pray at least every day.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I mean, I talk almost constantly with the Creator in my head.
I think there is a religion channel in this server.
Yeah, I don't go in there. I've
Yeah,
listened
there is.
once. I've listened once to these channels, and the people are just full of pride.
I guess that went over your heads.
Oh, I got it.
No, I don't think it did.
Well, right now it's very quiet. Maybe someone can fill it with something.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the next shill or TikToker or whatever to come in.
Let me add him.
Yeah, they're just Show HQ's just like deciding who to send in next. But right now they're all in therapy, so you know. I just gotta talk to you assholes. No, I'm just joking.
We need therapy now.
Do we do? What? I mean, this this kind of is our therapy. My therapy is like exercising Glober demons. But yeah, that guy was special.
They're not demons, just people who have been deceived.
Dude, they act like possessed. Like, I mean, just the way they all like fall back on like the same behaviors, like the weird high pitched voice, and then like the spiraling, just like regurgitating the same nonsense. It's literally like they're possessed by demons.
Well, yeah, a mixture, I would say. Maybe it's also like just a cognitive phenomena, right? Like a feeling of being like put into a corner. It's too much pressure. You have never been challenged so much, right? If your brain is only digesting TikTok every day, then
yeah, this is what happens when you just remove all confrontation from society. You just have everyone in these like safe bubble Zoom rooms. Like, yeah, these kids are screwed when they're in the real world.
Dude, imagine them, experiencing war or something, or experiencing. Just imagine these people. These people experiencing electricity timeout for 2 weeks. These are the first people who will kill each other over a loaf of bread in a supermarket that I've broken into.
This just shows how good they are brainwashing, because the minute that you have to ask somebody, like they know it, and then they realize they don't know why they know it, they start freaking out. Really good brainwashing.
Yep.
I mean, I'm kind of rooting for that they would like start fighting each other for like loaves of bread, because like I'm not even sure they'd leave their house even if there was like an electrical shutdown, like a famine. Like, I'm not sure they'd have the courage to go outside.
What would happen to these people scrolling through TikTok every day if they don't have internet and TikTok for 2 weeks, man?
I think they would just lie in their bed and like die. That's what I think would happen.
You really think that? They go
I
insane,
really do.
man.
I mean, I really wish it wasn't the case. But, like, I don't even think these people have a survival instinct.
Well, something similar is probably going to happen, where electricity just fails, and essentially they gonna make it like people themselves attacking each other. So at the end, the government can't be blamed.
Solar flare.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do the alien invasion thing for a while, but I think that psyop has kind of died down. Like the blue beam stuff.
Well, yeah, it got a lot of attention, unfortunately, right?
Yeah, but I think it kind of petered out. I mean, I think they were trying to test the waters to see if people would bite, but sort of the Zoomers kind of ironically adopted it as like a meme, so I don't think it really quite like seized the zeitgeist like they thought it might. If people had run with it, they would have definitely gone with the blue beam stuff.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, who knows?
But I think the simulation thing definitely we'll see down the road. Like, they're gonna start showing that.
Well, the only thing to fully control these people, like the final step, is just I mean, they're already scrolling for TikTok every day. Just give them a virtual reality glasses and.
Oh no, the Google Glass. Oh god, the GG. GG.
Yeah, just give them that, man, and they can have like multiple TikTok feeds running at the same time, while in the background there's maybe a movie playing, and while they can, I don't know, even play a game or something.
No, I'm Neuralink too.
Yeah, and then they can automatically also connect it to the Neuralink device. Dude,
They
people
started
are
getting
lost.
human trials for that. The Neuralink.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're looking for some, unless I was misinformed.
Know that. Ben Truth. Oh, this guy, I remember.
Yeah, they're open for trials. I think. Is that a legit site? Called Neuralink.com.
Do they have measured Earth curvature DLC with a Google S? I'm kind of obsessed with finding measure Earth curvature now, so I'm considering getting this just to see measure Earth curvature. Prime. Precise robotically implanted interface. Ugh. Yeah. That's a cringe acronym. I don't like it. How many shekels do you get for doing this?
I don't know. You gotta like email them or something.
I mean, can I request 666 shekels exactly? I'm going to email him. Is there an email address?
Yeah, at the bottom. I
Okay,
think
I
so.
got this. Yeah, I got this.
Yeah, it's info@neuralink.com
All right.
or something.
Yeah, I will only accept 666 shekels in
You're like
silver.
some kind of cringe redditor or something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm like more of a cringe 4chaner, or I used to be.
Oh my fucking god, that's even worse.
I know, man. I know.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But Reddit's like fucking like heterosexual.
Oh my god.
Are you a cringe redditor?
Not as cringe as you.
Because like cringe redditors usually people who say cringe redditors are cringe redditors.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I stay
Yeah.
away from that shit.
Let's try out a new joke next time. The shekels
What
thing is
joke?
like
Oy vey.
God. Yeah, okay. You can just keep your cringe all to yourself then.
All right, Shiksa.
Are you not amused, our listeners?
Someone's triggered.
No, because I mean, like, what kind of weird ass person is sitting here like
Oy vey, don't insult my religion.
says the same. You're Christian. It's in your bio. Says the same joke
Oy
3
vey.
times after nobody laughed.
Jesus
the
was a
first time.
Hebrew. Oy vey.
Oh my god, this is awful. Did you mute him?
Pardon, what?
Oh, I thought you muted him, Jedi.
Oh, right, yeah, no.
If somebody else did.
Maybe.
Well, somebody had
Maybe.
to have. Certainly wasn't me.
Really? You haven't got sneaky mod powers?
No, I don't think so, no. Oh, still in the chat saying oy vey. Really laughed the first 10 times, so 11 shouldn't hurt, I guess.
Have we got anybody new in the chat? Let's have a scroll up and down, see who I can find. Ethergress is here. What's up, Ethergress? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Yandy, it's flat. Turquoise Dragons in the house. What's up, Turquoise, man? Hope you're good. Timbo Slice has joined us. The Honourable Slowmo. Hope you're doing well, gentlemen. We've got Teal and Sydney in the house. Hope you're doing well, ladies. Subdued and Sleepy Joe says Who and Resolve. Red Mike and Quad. Plum Bob and Penelope. Owlishness and Morvis. Yasu, Mr. Wagner and Crisp. Flat Plains Drifter and myself. Dustpan, Doctor, followed by Dr. Breathe. Donkey Kong's in the house, which is the only name that I don't think I recognise. Despite everything, it's also known as Sasha. Dags is in the house. Our Resonant Brain Scrambler is Crip. Clay Under Seal, Britnat, Band Truth. There you go, Band Truth's here, brilliant. Apophon is in the house, and Triple D, Dan, is in the house as well. So there's a few names that I don't recognise. If you guys want to ask questions or defend the heliocentric model, then please feel free to do so. There's a lot of flat earthers in here, so I'm sure you'll get a lot of people willing to answer your questions if you've got any questions. Best I can do. Donkey Kong is also known as Jesus is Lord. That's awesome. Yeah, it was a fast roll call, Red Mike. I decided to speed through that one. Clay Under Seal took about half an hour to do a roll call the other day, so I decided to be fast.
What?
What? It took you about half an hour.
You have to get when you need him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Half an hour for what? I don't understand what you're saying.
You remember the roll call you did the other day?
To Velcro?
Roll call.
You know, reading off everybody's names.
Yeah, what happened?
Oh. Yeah. That was like 3 days ago, right?
Yeah.
About 3 days, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I think it's time for bed. I think you did good, buddy.
Should go to bed,
Yeah, I think it's time for you to go to bed.
Smartest Person has just joined us as well. What's up, Smartest Person Alive? Hope you're doing well. You're very quiet there, mate, by the way.
That's because I'm on the floor.
Well, get up then.
I'm looking for this peanut M&M that I dropped.
Okay, well, let us know when you find it.
How is his mic quality still better than AI's? I don't get it.
See if there's any curb when you find that peanut M&M.
I did find it, and the M&M itself is...
We're never gonna know what the M&M is.
He won't say that it has an edge to it. One solid edge all the way around it.
An M&M? Usually they're round. Well, oblong.
Yeah. It has one surface all the way around it.
I think you guys might be onto something. I just poured water on it, and it fell right off.
M&M?
Huh.
Usually I eat my M&Ms. I don't usually pour water on them, but
This one fell
I
on
mean,
the
you do
ground.
you, I guess.
Actually lose color if you put water on them.
Well, now it lost everything because I ate it.
That's nice. Can you eat 2 more?
Why are you still on the floor then?
No, I got back up.
I was going to say, it's probably gone over the 3-second rule by now, mate.
No, I default on the floor because I do jujitsu.
Did you beat yourself up? What's going on?
Yeah.
Cool. Are you able to get close to your microphone now? Because it still sounds like you're whispering.
Is this better?
That's much better.
It was kind of better further away. Am I the only one who thinks that?
Funny.
Can we take a vote?
7-1. Yep.
Get your jujitsu warmed up and give us some globe proof.
Well, I
Yeah, but
can't
don't
because
jiu-jitsu too hard.
every time I slam someone on the ground, it's always flat.
Okay.
It didn't land. I don't know. Try another one.
Do you have another joke?
No.
Are you the smartest person alive?
Unfortunately.
That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
Do you live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, flying through never expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets?
No, because that would mean that I believe the spinning modern science that is NASA.
Wait, modern science is spinning?
Yes.
Oh. That
It's
sounds
spinning
smart.
out of control.
Oh, metaphorically, okay, gotcha.
I think we got a live one here.
I agree.
No, keep talking, smartest person alive. Or smartest man, smartest person. Where are you?
I'm a person.
How can I be
Oh.
the second smartest
Oh.
person alive?
He's a quote person. Never mind.
No, but keep talking. You sound like you have potential.
How can I be the second smartest person alive?
Sleepy, I have a lot of potential. The only problem where we like misalign is our belief system.
Cool.
Is there a way of you explaining me how I can be the second smartest person alive?
Yeah, just know as much as me, but like a little less.
How do you know as much as you know?
Because I just do.
Do you have any proof for that?
Yes, I know more than you.
Okay.
It checks out for me.
What's,
I don't know.
What's the radius of the Earth? Say it now. Say it now. What's the radius of the Earth?
I have no idea.
Ah.
You know why? Because you would have the same answer, because I never measured it.
Yeah, shit. Sorry, I made the question was wrong. You got me there. I'll be honest. I should have said what is the radius according to the heliocentric model. Yeah, you got me, man. You're truly the smartest person alive. You got me, man.
So does he take your place now?
Well, I've never been the smartest person. I don't even want to.
I mean, are you new here? Smartest person alive, or?
No, I'm very well established.
Ah, okay. Did you have a previous account / username?
Yeah, it's just my whole idea is that I would probably be one of your strongest allies if it weren't for one thing we all disagree on. Like
Which
I disagree
is
with the belief in God.
I think we have people here who don't believe in God, so.
Oh well,
it's
then I
fine.
believe in everything else you think. Yeah.
I think you get along. I think even in this room we have several atheists / agnostics. I mean, I think flat Earth is not necessarily tied to belief in the Creator, even though, in my personal opinion, it is. But yeah,
I'm just 100% anti-NASA. That's for damn sure.
damn straight. Those guys suck. Oh man, I never thought I'd miss that guy's voice. Why would they lie? Is he gone like forever? We get him back here. What was his name? Holy shit! I've been here too long. I'm like can't remember like an hour ago. think that's my cue to leave.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
So quiet.
Shh.
I was just about to plug my phone and like dip out and come back in. I thought something happened. I couldn't hear nobody. It was quiet.
Yeah, something did
We're all
happen.
talking. What happened?
You left.
Oh. I thought maybe
You left
somebody
and
had
you were
proven
gone.
something.
No.
What? Oh.
That one dude
Okay.
left. And you left.
And that was it. Party over.
Yeah. Nothing else happened.
Fair enough.
It was nice hearing you discuss Eratosthenes for the 700th time. Eratosthenes, sorry.
You sure it's 700th? I think it's closer to 2000. I
Not
guess
even
you haven't
closer.
been around for every single one of them, so I'll let you off.
No, I haven't. No.
But I appreciate you saying it was nice. Maybe if we just heard Eratosthenes one more time. Amazing to me.
Eratosthenes.
Whoever the fucking Greek guy is. I don't even know if he ever existed.
I mean, that is.
I'm pretty sure they
really...
can't confirm his birth, so yeah, I'm with you.
Well, yeah, they can't really confirm anything, especially from that time. I mean, then there's that whole thing about reading about that experiment in the Library of Alexandria, and the fact that, like, I don't think there are any other, like, information on him anywhere else.
No.
They do that, man, and they make like one photo or one fake statue or something. It's ridiculous, but I don't know. I think that most mountains are like melted red brick buildings of Babylon, so like I don't even see anything the same anymore. And I live in the mountains now, so I'm just like, oh, I see it everywhere. Great. So yeah, there's other things, but yeah, the Flutter thing is always the king. Well, that's the easiest. That should be the easiest.
Did he do anything else besides that experiment?
I don't know. They say he was. They give a list of the things that he was supposed to be. So mathematician, astronomer, scientist, and whatever that fucking meant back in those days. Alchemist, probably.
Alchemist. Yeah, he was an alchemist, all right. What was the name?
Whose words didn't change their meaning so much in recent decades, but I'm sure it meant something different. I don't know. But yeah, that was a popular one. Alchemist.
Well, I don't think there's anybody left to piss off in the server then. It's just us in here. No globe earthers. I think our work here is done, unless Triple Dan wants to say something.
You've beaten them all. You've beaten the game, and now we have to start over.
Oh,
Just
really?
start over in a different server.
Oh dear. There is a politics and religion server that there's a Flat Earth channel on as well. Some of the guys go over there from time to time.
Oh, which one is that? I don't think I'm in it.
I'll see if I can
It's not
find.
a great server. Truth be told. I don't think there's even anybody over here right now.
You don't think there are anybody who are here right now? What?
Over there, I meant. I don't think anybody is in that channel right now, as far as I can see.
Okay.
No, there's a couple of people actually.
I posted the link in the side chat if anybody wants to check it out.
Well, I wish you guys a good night. See you later.
See you later, Clayman. Speak to you soon.
Bye bye.
Thanks, Clay.
Good night.
You hear the Globers getting angry before about the container argument?
I hear Glover's getting angry about everything, mate.
They're trying to push their claims on us.
No, The fucking cheek of it, dude. I'm getting kind of sick and tired of that crap.
Yep.
It's like when they say, you're flat earth model. What? I didn't give you a model. Timbo, did you give him a model? Heretic, did you give him a model? I don't think anyone's giving you a model, mate.
They're just mad their model doesn't work.
Has Peter been banned from this server? I see he's spending a little bit of time on 24/7 at the moment.
Yeah, you banned him, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that was me, yeah. Yeah.
He was getting shellacked yesterday by QE. It was quite funny.
Oh no, did I miss it? Shit.
Yeah, just when you left, QE jumped in.
That's because we're the same person. We can't be seen in the same place at the same time. What were they talking about? What was going down?
Entropy, science.
He got absolutely wrecked, didn't he? I can tell.
He did.
The
In the end, he goes, maybe I'm a flat earther.
Did QE lose his shit with him?
Well, not really. You know, he was doing the usual insults, but maybe because I'm kind of used to him. But it was a fairly decent conversation.
Fair enough.
Maybe
Yeah.
someone else who's not used to QE might have a different opinion, but
Kind of sad I missed it, actually. That could have been some good entertainment.
Well, maybe you should just ban more people then.
they'll go to 24/7.
Yeah.
Do you want me to ban you?
I mean, I'm sure somebody will.
Poor
I'm sure.
Alice.
I'm sure. Someone will come back and ban me. You know, it happens.
Happens
Often.
on the regular. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're here talking to us now.
I know. Me too.
Well, you're lucky Mimas isn't around because he was the original person who banned you.
Yeah, he banned me like 3 times. I actually saw him or talked to him the other day.
Who, Mimas?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there the other day in 24/7.
Oh. Wish I knew. I
Yeah, he
haven't
was
seen him for ages.
Yeah, he was like, I finally finalized my divorce. And I was like, congrats.
Yeah, it was good to see him. He seems to be doing well. I haven't seen him since, though, but he said he'd be around more often on late in the week, weekends, that type of thing. But I haven't seen him come back since. But I could have just missed him.
I don't remember how long ago it was. I can't remember if it was like last week
year and a half.
or 2 weeks ago.
Oh, sorry.
No. Well, actually, I was surprised he was in there. That's why I actually kind of hopped in and talked to him because I saw him in there.
And he didn't ban you.
No, he didn't. I mean, we kind of came to an agreement at the. I messaged him at one point. I'm most certainly not above, talking to people.
What? So now he's finalised his divorce. You want to get in there, do you?
That's what I was thinking.
Ew, no. No thanks.
We know
I'm
you're
good.
below.
Below what?
Well, you said you were above.
Oh, haha. What I meant was I'm not. Wait.
Yeah, he said
I
you're
can
not
talk
above.
things out. I can talk things out with people and not. I don't hold grudges.
What's that? I'm trying to remember that song. She only comes when she's on top.
Oh shit!
Oh my god. Oh.
Sorry.
I see
Yeah,
Elliot has jumped. Shut up, our listeners. I see Elliot has jumped into the chat. What's up, Elliot? How you doing, my friend? Have you come here for any particular reason? Do you want to have a conversation about something? Do you want to laugh at the flat earthers? Is that why you're here?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, maybe he's just come to listen. That's fine, fair enough. If you want to ask any questions, Elliot, you can unmute your mic. I'm sure you can. Sorry, our listeners, I didn't mean to be rude.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Elliot
But
Ness.
it's fine.
Yeah, it's just how I roll.
Yeah, it's the Britishness in you.
Britishness.
Yep. Condescending and patronising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
It
think
was-
I'm English because of the same thing, because I'm condescending and patronizing.
Did you guys invent sarcasm?
Yes, we did. That's another thing we invented. You can thank me later. Yeah.
Thank you now.
Okay.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah.
I mean, British humor is dry humor. It's the entirety
the
of
best.
it. It is, actually, it is. I've never liked slapstick humor or like gross out humor. Dry humor's always been the funniest to me.
The
Have
C
you
word
seen
gets
Little
passed
Britain?
around a lot.
Have you seen Little Britain now, listeners?
I haven't.
I would
I
recommend
think I've
going to
seen
watch
clips from
that.
it though. Okay. I'll have to figure out where to watch it.
I don't know. The last time I watched it, I've got the DVDs. It's been a while.
Oh, are you going to send those to me?
Yeah, I got the box. I got the box set. I'm not getting rid of them. Don't know where to fucking play them, but maybe that's what NASA did. They got a box set of all the telemetry data, and they got nowhere to play them.
That's what it is, mate. That's what it is.
On VHS.
It's on Betamax.
Betamax.
Does anybody remember what that is?
I remember Betamax.
Yeah.
It was like a competition between them and VHS, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Do you
Why
remember
that Blu-ray never took off either?
It's pretty much the same kind of thing, yeah. Do you remember Betamax, our listeners?
I never had one, but I know what it is.
Do you know
Wait,
what do you know what a cassette is?
Yes, of course I know what a cassette is. I had a cassette player.
Remember they used to
I
have singles?
Yeah.
Singles.
I used to have the entire Harry Potter series pretty much on tape, book on tape, cassette.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
What? The music or something?
No, like the
Audiobook.
audiobook.
Oh. Well, you can't read.
No, I couldn't. Especially not when I was sleeping.
Can you hear when you're sleeping?
Yes.
That's
I would
weird.
hope you could hear when you're sleeping. I mean, do you normally go deaf while you sleep?
No, I can't hear
I do. I can't hear myself snore.
Oh, I've actually woken myself up because I've been snoring. That's weird.
I get someone else waking me up.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You're
mate.
snoring. No, I'm not. Yes, you
Did any of
fucking
you
are.
guys? Did any of you guys have a rotary phone?
Yeah.
Gordon Bennett. That's a throwback.
Remember when the push buttons came out and we thought it was like a modern phone?
My mom had a pink one.
I remember hating all those numbers that had fucking like nines in them. Was it 9 or 1? Ones. You got to go all the way down, and then you try and spin it back faster so you can do the number.
Yeah, it's 9, which is the longest number. So in the UK, you had the emergency numbers 999, and it took a fucking age to work.
It's 000 here.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. There you go. I've learned something today.
It was 111, I think, in New Zealand.
Okay.
Bro.
Conquer Strike. Yeah. Yeah, he's Conquer Strike. Keeps trying to jump in. Play stream. Left.
Play his stream.
We're not interested in your childish video games, mate. We're here to talk
no,
about
that's
the
not what
important
he-
stuff.
No, that's not what he wants you to be interested in. Not video games.
Well, I'm not interested in whatever you're interested in, mate.
Give it a minute. Let's not be too harsh. Right, guys, I might have to bounce. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I seem to be sleeping at a regular pattern at the moment. So I might see if I can.
Good on you, man.
Yeah.
Night. Crazy. Night.
All right.
See you,
You take
dude.
care. Guys. Speak to you soon.
Yeah.
You guys can take over because I've got to get back. I'm at school today, so.
You're at school. Are you a teacher?
It's for old people. Nah, I'm doing some more trade qualifications for.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have anything to add.
I'll be listening.
Bye.
Ciao.
meditation meeting or is Discord broken? Um, really is a meditation room. Shh. Spastics are sleeping. Carefully.
Hey, yo, what's the deal, yo? Hey, you know Delios?
Yeah, what's going on?
That's what I just asked, and nobody answered.
Well, I just answered.
Oh, are you talking to me? I thought you just walked in because I heard a ding ding. My bad.
No, I
guess-
just I hit the deafen button after I talk.
Oh man, okay, cool. Yo, I'm just walking home. You know, just want to see if anybody wants to have a conversation about the Earth and how flat it is. You know. You know, sometimes it's good to talk about it.
Well,
Oh man, the wind is killing it.
What do you
Hold
think
on.
the Earth is?
Buddy, do you know who I am?
No.
Oh, buddy, oh God, man. Can somebody explain to this guy who I am? Because I don't want to do it. Okay. Look at my icon, man. Do you know what this is?
No, I don't.
Oh, so you must be a Glober then.
Oh no, if you're no.
You're not a Glober, are you sure?
Oh yeah, very sure.
Okay, then how do you not know what my symbol is on my thing there?
Because I didn't look at your thing.
Oh, take a look at it. Tell me what it is. If you're a flat earther, you know exactly what this is.
Now, Vlad, a lot of people don't know what that is, buddy.
What do you mean? Now, most people know what this is, especially if they know the Earth is flat, man.
I have no
It's
idea
the end
what
of it
that
all.
is. It's flat.
You don't know what this is?
No.
You don't know what the flower of life is, man? Come on,
No.
guy. How do you not know this? Like the stars
A lot of things
above,
I don't know.
the stars above draw out fucking fractals. They draw the flower of life. You know, sacred geometry. You know.
Oh yeah, I don't look into that stuff too much.
Well, why not? Because like that's like the basis of all of it, man.
What makes the geometry sacred?
What do you mean? What makes it sacred?
You said sacred geometry. What makes it sacred?
Yeah. Well, the fact that it's like those, what do you call it, the platonic solids you find everywhere.
Platonic solids you find everywhere?
Well, yeah, okay, so the division of cells, the fractal patterns, the life that grows, you know, when the embryo starts dividing the cells and the pattern that it fucking grows in.
So two?
Right?
So the number,
The
you mean the number two?
The Fibonacci sequence, it's not just a binary number, bro. The 2 becomes the 4, becomes the 8, becomes the 16. Yeah, but it's just
that would be binary. That's multiplication. Good job. Nicely done.
It's all relative. It's all related, my guy. Right?
Yeah,
If you don't understand, it's all relative.
Sacred. But what makes it sacred?
Okay, look at my flower, right? Look at the flower. Do you see the cube? Do you see the cube? Look at the flower that is on my icon. Do you see the cube within the cube?
What makes it sacred?
Do you see the cube within the cube, my guy? That's the question.
Sure. What makes it sacred?
Do you see it? Well, that's the fourth dimension, the house of God.
What makes it sacred?
The fourth dimension, the house of God. That's the fucking answer. And if God ain't sacred to you,
dimension?
Where do you think he is?
I don't think there is a God.
Oh, well, there you go. Then you're fucking retarded. That's the fucking answer here. You're fucking retarded. Any more questions?
It's pretty hard.
That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. I don't explain fucking reality to idiots, okay?
So math is sacred?
100%.
How is it sacred?
Well, I'm not explaining reality to fucking idiots.
Yeah, I didn't think you would answer that one.
Yeah, it's actually the pattern of creation.
I gave you fucking the answer. God, you stupid. The fingerprint of God, you stupid motherfucker.
So wait, does that mean you can go back to the first and actually get back to like a 1 unit of time because God's multiplied it off? So basically, you're a Big Bang believer. So you believe in the Big Bang since that's a single point of time that expanded. Nicely done.
Yeah, you realize the Big Bang is not in contradiction with believing in God, right?
Exactly. So he believes in the Big Bang, the beginning of the universe. The universe is the center point. Yes. Well done. That's like actually like you're on it. This is great. Or did he not say that?
Why do
That
you
would be like
reject
the sacred.
God?
That would be like the sacred geometry.
Why do you reject God?
Why do I reject God? Induction.
How so?
Oh, it's very obvious. Everything made up about God was made by man. Kind of very obvious that it's a fictional story, like all other humans love telling stories. It's kind of obvious that they're all fictional stories.
No, you have to realize that the universe is fractal in nature. God exists in the mind of man. Man exists in the
Right.
eye of God.
Nope, can't do both of those. Got to do one or the other.
No, it's a eternal recurrence. It's a loop.
No. So if it's a loop, then God relies on man.
All right, yeah, I'm done. Atheists are fucking retards.
You just said God relied on man. I'm also stunned that people that say they're only going to believe in a flat earth believe in a Bible or a God that they can't see and have no evidence of. That is amazing to me. I got to tell you, I'm really trying to figure out how you square that circle.
But did you see his icon?
Oh, I did see the. Oh, there you go. What was I thinking? the icon proves it.
Whether you're an asshole? Maybe.
So if water seeks its level, how are tides working on a flat earth?
How do they work on a ball?
Oh, because the moon is pulling them along, and basically there's a water flowing around the various
I didn't
channels
ask
that
you why.
land masses make.
I didn't say
I
why.
just told you how. That's actually, I'm explaining how.
You're telling me why.
No, I'm explaining how. Basically, the moon is pulling the water along, and it's going through the channels that are created by land masses, which create effectively tides. That's why they're actually different
You haven't
size
studied.
tides.
You haven't studied the tides, have you?
Yes.
I doubt it highly.
Okay.
You do know that tides are different everywhere, right? In some places they're within miles of each other and they have different levels. So they're not
Did you
like
just
perfectly
did you hear what I told you, or did you miss that? When you asked me how they worked, did you hear what I said, or were you ignoring me because you thought I was saying something else? Would you care to explain? Would you care to restate what I said? Or is that a no? You just know
about
what
what you
people
said.
normally answer and you go that. So what did I say?
What?
What did I answer when
What?
you asked me how tides work? What did I answer when you asked me how tide works?
I wasn't listening.
Well, then why didn't you ask me a question that you were going to answer? You were going to listen to my answer. That seems
Do you
dishonest.
know how
Is that
this
just a
works?
standard dishonest thing? Yeah, is that just a standard dishonest thing? You ask questions, I answer them, and you ignore it? Is that what you're doing? That seems really rude.
It's really weird that you bring an old debunked claim into the room, though. To be honest,
What
moons,
debunked claim? I just asked you
the
about
moon
tides.
pulling on the water is an old retarded claim, bro. Yeah, it's retarded.
No.
It's been falsified, bro. Yeah, you can say no all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that it's been falsified.
no.
Right. All right. You
You
have a
said
good
I
night.
can say it all I want. You said I can have it all I want. No.
You have a good night, bro. You're a waste of
You
time,
told me I
bro.
could say
I know, but you're a waste of time, bro. You have a good night.
Yeah. I have a question. So I got it on the tail end of this. Do you I'm genuinely curious about this moon thing?
What about it?
Do you have any evidence of this?
Yeah, see, what happened was we used to be stupid and we used to believe when they said that the moon there's gravity and it's pulling and all the nonsense that we've been indoctrinated with. But then they actually put these devices in the water, and then they were able to they could measure the change in elevation of the water, the rise and the lowering, and they realized there's something called tidal nodes where it completely negates the bullshit theory that the moon is pulling on the ocean water. And then there's more observations to where people started realizing that the tides would come in and go out even during times that the moon wasn't directly over it or whatever as predicted. So it's an old fucking story. So what they ended up doing was they changed it. They said, "Oh wait, well, the sun pulls on it too now when it goes over the sky. So when it's pulling on one side of the ball spherical Earth, then that means it's pulling the water on the other side too. That's why it's lower on one side and then higher on the other." But then that got debunked because an observation showed that that's not true at all. There's times where the water doesn't do that during those specific times. So it's not according to the bullshit story that we were told as kids. And dumbasses like Rabscuttle comes in here and says, yup, yup, yup. It's fucking old and retarded now, bro. But that's why we don't even want to deal with knuckleheads like that, because they spit facts in their head that they believe, but they're lies, and they spin them as facts. But now we know the truth. And there you go, man. Go look into it, and I hope you find your way.
Yeah, you're right. Because I just searched up because I was curious on if the kind of report had changed, and yeah, now they're saying the sun has an effect. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, they're
and
fucking
that's just not
retarded.
when
They had to change it because they realized that the lie wasn't strong enough anymore, and people saw through it. And like I said, they put devices out there, measuring devices, and they're like, "Oh wait, why is there no tide right here? Hold on, the sun's over us, the moon's over us, but this isn't rising or fall." Dude, they're full with bullshit, bro. I mean, come on. I'll mute myself. I'm getting
on a flat model. What would cause the tides?
For the water to be rising and lowering like that. I mean, it's a dynamic system, bro. I mean, I think that there's waters of the deep and there's swells and there must be a fluctuation of it somehow, some way, because it comes in and it comes out, right? There's got to be something going on when this whole basin of water of which we live in, somehow, some way, there's a system that's creating the motion, the currents. There's got to be a reason for it. Obviously, the designer of it, whoever created this place, is obviously brighter than us. And I think anybody that understands fluid dynamics and all that stuff, like the science of liquid and the way it works, and there's got to be some sensible thing, right? Like you would think. There's got to be some reason why. Why would it be coming in and out? I mean, is there a breathing going on? Is there this like natural motion of, water going into the deep way underground, like, under the ocean floor? Is it going down in and coming back up as it's leveling off like a buoyant system? I don't know, bro. I don't know what's down there. No one knows, but it's retarded to just believe the moon has gravity and it pulls on it. There's this 13-mile high bulge and all that bullshit, bro.
Well, they say it's mass. And what is mass?
I'm sorry, I didn't. I was replying to a text message I got. Are you talking to me? You're saying what is mass to me? I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying they say it's the mass of the moon and the mass of the sun, but
Oh yeah.
but nobody knows really what mass is. Well, mass is a concept. It's not. It's matter and inertia, so which cancels itself out. So it's all stupid.
At the end of the day, but you have people like certain people that they're still holding on to the old arguments that don't even hold weight anymore. Some are still stuck. He got muted and left, which is probably good for the room, and himself as well, because he's been told the truth for years now, and he still is spewing dumb shit like that constantly. So there's no point. So some people are here just to try to keep the Globers in the bucket. You ever seen like crabs when one's trying to get out and then they just pull it back down? A lot of Globers are like that. They come into these rooms, servers, and they look for Globers there's too much truth going out. They try to pull down the Globers.
Sacrifice themselves into the gear of heliocentrism.
Right. Crazy. And they do it, I mean, I don't know. They do it for whatever reason.
I think it's an unknowing spiritual condition. They don't know they have a spiritual condition going on. Because I've had a spiritual condition going on where I was a little messed up in the past, and they don't know it. I didn't know it at the time, and I think that's what it is. And they're just bought into this whole idea of what they perceive reality as.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's written, they're given a strong delusion. There's a reason for it. His purpose, not ours. And I think that's why I like when mods just silence idiots and just shut them up real quick when they come out with their lies and falsehoods, and they're just trying to perpetuate the lie, and whether they believe in it truly or not, I don't know, but it's just they just got to be shut down, because there's an awakening right now during these times, and a lot of people are coming to the truth, and that's it was promised that there was going to be this enlightening, if you will, moment, and as the truth is going out, it's spreading, it's growing, more people are coming to realize, wait, they're lying to us, NASA's lying, and no one's, planet's 25 trillion miles away, all that bullshit. It's it's finally, it's spreading, and people are a part of it, and that's a beautiful thing. We're going to get to a time where I'm sure it's going to get even better and better and stronger, more and more evidence. Technology is getting better. Think about like we're zooming in on stuff 20 miles away. They couldn't do that back in the 1400s, like, or maybe they could. I don't know. I wasn't there, but apparently they couldn't though, because I don't know. Technology is only going to get better.
The problem is, though, there's a lot of. When I first came into Flat Earth in 2018, I was like a mental patient, and I was running and gunning and making outrageous claims. And we're going to run into that with people that are new to it, like the guy that says, the Fibonacci sequence is sacred geometry guy. There's lots of people that are just running and gunning. Their mind has just been, devastated by this truth. And I think we got to work with kid gloves with people like that. Because like I never would talk when I first came into Flat Earth. I still never talk on these Discord channels. But when I first came in, I was running, gunning, and stupid stuff. Ice wall, firmament, all sorts of stuff that I couldn't back up with claims. I was making claims that I couldn't back up.
Right.
And I think a lot of people don't understand when they make a claim, they have to back it up. Saying math is God and stuff is running and gunning, in my opinion.
Right.
When it hits the schools, because eventually it will hit the schools, you're going to have a whole society of people that have no idea how any of this works. And they're just going to be like the guy who says the Fibonacci sequence is God, And that's going to be a weird time right there.
Well, what's interesting is when you start looking into like the books that were written in the 1800s, the scientists that came out way back then, even saying if you believe the Earth is a globe, then you're foolish. And then they're like, here's why, and they had all these, when you look into it, instead of just listening to these idiot globers that are like listening to YouTubers telling you that the flat Earth is a new thing that just came out in 2012 or whatever they want to fucking say. Like, you realize that this is an old thing. I have for the intro for my YouTube, when I would do the interviews on the Asylum server, there's like a 25-minute video I have of nothing but just like slide after slide of books and newspaper clippings since the 1800s up to I think 1960, and it's just all like flat Earth this, flat Earth that. Like, it's been around a long time, and even in academia, it was being like they were taught about it back then. It's just that I guess in the past 100 years, like, because of the advancement of technology, and even like in the past 60 years now, with NASA, being a huge, a huge part of our modern day society, like that just pushed flat Earth so far away, like out of sight, out of mind type thing. But the whole revamp of it, I think, in our time now, I think it's come back stronger, because now we have technology that we can use to now prove like that this isn't what we've been told it is. So it's almost like the technology is a double-edged sword for them. They used it to fool everybody, but also it's being used to disprove them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My grandmother was taught flat Earth in Colorado public schools back in probably the 20s, I think, 20s or 30s. So it's not even that old, the whole heliocentric situation.
Yeah. If you look at like even Bibles from the early like 1900s, they all of them had that, a flat Earth, a square Earth in a bowl type looking map for the world. It's really interesting with the 4 angels on the corner. Like I guess whoever made it during that time, they were literally just illustrating exactly what the scriptures said. How he drew the circle on the face of the deep, and then how there's the 4 corners, and it's interesting that the way they drew it. But I don't know why. I don't know. How did the spherical Earth heliocentric model get so powerful? But that's the power of propaganda and media.
Yeah, I'm not even a firmament guy. I kind of think it could just be a different medium, like the air and the ocean, because the whole firmament thing goes along with the idea that space is a vacuum. So I don't think space is a vacuum. I mean, it could be a container. I don't know, but I can't make that claim because I don't know what it is.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're a believer, I mean, all we were told, maybe in the Book of Enoch, it's better understood or better documented, should I say? But like, pretty much, it's just a tent. It's something that's been spread out like a tent, where all the stars, the wandering stars, and the sun and moon have been placed in it.
Yeah,
So,
a separation of mediums.
Right. Yeah, but I don't think. See, here's the difference, though. I wouldn't conclude that has to represent a vacuum like the way they say it is. I think that whole vacuum thing is ridiculous on multiple reasons why, obviously, but I think we need to just focus more on what can we, not necessarily prove, because again, you can't go up there to test it. But what can we strike down, though?
I thought of something interesting today. So Neil deGrasse says the Earth is pear-shaped, right? But every other planet in the universe allegedly is sphere-shaped. So are we the only pear-shaped planet? Are we special?
Yeah, right. I mean, even in their own paradigm, it's it's folly. So
All right, I'm going back on mute where I should be. Peace out, man.
I mean, no one's talking anyways, but yeah, maybe someone else wants to jump in.
No, you're good. It was I was enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, me too. It was hilarious.
Oh, okay. We got a glower if you want to talk to Exonaut.
Exonaut. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
What does your name imply, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it's not a real name. Obviously, it sort of invokes similarity to an astronaut. But in my imagination, it's more of an explorer in a universe of ideas, right? Call it that.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know if it meant like what ExxonMobil is, the gas, the fuel company, the gas company. the petrol company, I guess. You know,
I
Exxon.
know about the company, yeah. Yeah. But I think it's 2 X's for ExxonMobil. So
I thought you meant
first time
like
I
a.
heard that association though. It's interesting. Maybe I should have kept that in mind.
Yeah, when I saw it, I thought of Exxon Mobil, and then I thought you're trying to like combine like a like a petrol company and an astronaut. I'm like space
Yeah.
expert. I don't know. My mind went off. I was thinking something else, I guess. Exxon not. I don't know. Good stuff. So you believe the world's a globe, huh? Still?
Well, you know, of course. But I was just found it very interesting, the conversation you guys were having, and you guys trying to figure out like, yeah, can we infer anything? I mean, yeah, we can't do any experiments, so we can't truly know anything. But then, can we maybe infer something? Well, you know, not really. Let's look into the Bible. What is it? You said documented, right? Great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's even stuff in there, you know, like Enoch was pretty specific about like the paths that the moon and the sun are on and how they're the same size and the quadrants that there are on during part of the season or you know part of the year. Like he goes into detail with that, but like I don't know, like I can't go up there and inspect it and measure it, you know, like just all at the end of the day it's just a whole lot of theorizing. But it's easy to use like, you know, your logic and critical thinking to realize how it can't be what they say it is, or it isn't what they say it is, proven by their own, you know, systems that they have applied. So I don't know.
But I mean, it's kind of also interesting how you guys have such a wide berth of theories, and the same toolkit doesn't allow you to sort of narrow in on some kind of, you know, more grounded model, you know. Stuff you talk about, it diverges pretty wildly. I assume you agree, right? Some of the ideas you have.
I get what you're saying. And for the most part, I think that it's for those that have been drawn out of the falsehood, it's easy to look back in and then see the lie. But you know, they say like, you know, you have to think outside the box because when you're in it, you don't see it. You don't get it. So you have to be outside of the falsehood to even recognize it as being a falsehood. Like it's really easy to see the lies in the heliocentric model now, but it's hard for people that are still in it to. The truth is shown in your eyes and you hear it in your ears, but you still cannot grasp or even accept that what you're being told is the truth because it's contradicting what you find to be true, and that falsehood you find it to be true. So it's hard to like break through to people. It has to come from within, man. I don't know, it's weird.
It's a very deep psychological thing, you know. It's very difficult to change people's beliefs, especially if they're invested, right? You have things like the, you know, sunk cost fallacy, different biases, confirmation selection bias, and so on. You know, it all comes together, you know. Doesn't matter what side we're talking about, you know. It's everybody suffers from it, and it's always good to invest effort to mitigate those biases.
Yeah, like it's easy to me to be like, yeah, okay, you say it's curving, we're not seeing a curve. Oh, and you said it was curving, but now we can zoom in and now it's not curving. Things like that is like, that's optical. I get it. There's like, you know, all these variables and stuff, but because it raises a red flag. Let's put it that way. Once you're caught lying as well, like why would they have to fake a lot of the stuff if it's a spherical Earth? Why are they lying at NASA? Why are they lying on the ISS if it's truly up there they're doing what they're truly saying they're doing? Why have they been caught lying? And they lost credibility, and it makes it easier then to see, oh, you're just a liar. Like, I mean, you do that with coworker, right? Like a coworker says, hey, you ask him, hey, did you grab my lunch out of the fridge? He's like, no, and then someone's like, hey, I saw him do it. So now that dude, no matter what you ask him, going further, you know him to be a liar, and it's just you lose all credibility. And NASA is one of those places. So no matter what they say, and Globers are like, oh no, NASA says we're gonna go to the moon now, 2025. It's like, dude, they're still lying to you, bro.
Have you
But
made
they
any
didn't call
progress
lying
in those
about.
motivations beyond, knowledge being power?
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, you brought up a very important question. Why is NASA doing it? Have you made any progress on that area? I mean, last time I talked to a flat earther about it, they were just like, well, obviously knowledge is power, and I agree to some extent, but that certainly doesn't give enough justification for this specific type of manipulation, which is, a very inventive and not that, I mean, how is it useful, really?
Well, I mean, my personal opinion on that, I don't think it matters, to be honest, but I'll share it with you. I do believe that it's a sense of control, and the powers that be control us to our confines, that we are within and we can't go outside of. So it makes sense that they would cap off beyond what we can travel to make it an end, because they don't want you going further than that, and you got to just stay in your place. Who's to say that there's not other places like this way outside beyond that ice wall that does exist? And it would make sense that then they pay somebody a lot of money and just say you're just acting. You're just gonna pretend. You're gonna lie. You're gonna say you're here. Say you're doing that. Say you're floating in this space station right now. Meanwhile, they're hooking you up to a harness, and there has to be some form of agreement between those people, saying, "All right, cool, yeah, I love it. You know what? They probably were disappointed personally because they grew up believing it to be true." But it's kind of like when you learn about Santa Claus to be fake and false, and then one day you got to play with Santa Claus, maybe. But you kept the lie from that kid, right? You're like, I'm not going to tell that kid I'm fake. I'm enjoying this. I don't know. There's a lot to it. I'm all over the place right now. It's because I'm tired.
Do you think
I
there's
have a question about that.
any sort of personal danger that you're exposing yourself to, being that, you guys are obviously going against a huge machinery and a huge conspiracy for sure, with very powerful people, well, the most powerful people, all the powerful people against you, and they've invested a lot in this not being public, right? I'm sure we can agree on that. Certainly would put you guys in a lot of danger, right?
Well, any business that's able to draw billions of dollars from taxpayers, the pool of money that the government can collect every year, and then one way or another, allocate it to go here or there. Well, any business that is able to pull that much money from the taxpayers, I feel like it's in their best interest to keep it going, to keep the line going as much as they can and best they can, because it's much bigger than them, though. I think also it's much bigger than just we're gonna pull money from them to build spaceships or whatever. Really, I think it's a way for them to pull money and then go into these black projects that we don't even know that's going on. They're pulling that money from that and saying they're using for it, but it could be that's all speculation. Obviously, we should probably say that for Sunday. But just real quick, somebody was asking a question. I wanted you to jump in twice already, and I feel bad. So can you please ask your question, because I feel bad for speaking when you kept trying to jump in.
Okay, Bobby. So the biggest thing I've had is, how hasn't there been a whistleblower? For every big conspiracy thing that's big, somebody eventually blows the whistle. You had Snowden with the CIA and NSA. Even the Santa example he gave, there's always the spoil sport who's telling kids, the slightly older kids, Santa's not real, Santa's not real. Why isn't there somebody with the flat earth?
Well, there has been a couple astronauts that have come out. I think they're Russian though, so that might not count. There was that one guy famously. He said it's not what they're saying it is. I forgot his name. I'm sure somebody in here knows it or could probably post it in the chat. But I mean, I guess I could try to look for it, but it was just this. It's a couple Russian astronauts have come out and said it's all a lie. They're like that. I guess you would consider them whistleblowers, but I don't know. It is a good question though. Like, why aren't
I mean,
more
how many would
people
it take?
right? If one person coming out saying it's fake and no one listened, well, what's the point then? If everyone's so brainwashed to it, well, I mean,
Usually, whistleblowers come out with evidence, like Snowden snuck out that flash drive out of the NSA and put all the documents up. So it'd be like a scientist or something that had the evidence that would share that.
well, here's what's funny.
What evidence would they need?
Well, here's what's funny about that. Like, they are their own evidence. Them tripping up on wires on the live feed is their own evidence that it's fake. So they are literally like telling on themselves during like a live stream, and like, I mean, come on, just because they work for NASA doesn't mean they're like the smartest people that aren't going to make mistakes. Like, they are still humans at the end of the day. And so like when they're like, doing a flip and like falling over, or like, CGI is messing up, it's a computer glitch, like, they are their worst enemy at this point. They're telling on themselves. What the difference is that when somebody sees that, does it go in one eye and that's it? It does nothing. Like, you don't question it. You don't like, you're like, wait, hold on, why are they tripping on a wire that's not supposed to be there? Like,
Do you have any of that like, footage on hand?
What was that?
Do you have any of that footage on hand?
Dude, yeah, there's somebody made a like an hour-long YouTube of all the mistakes and all the mishaps and the things that are proving that they are not doing what they're saying they're doing. I mean, I don't know if anyone also has that. I could dig for that too, probably later. I don't know. But it's been
I
shared
have
in
a
these Discord
short
servers
video,
multiple times.
like a short video of things put together.
It's not an hour, but it's like an 8-minute long one I found.
Oh yeah, well yeah, check it out for 8 minutes. I mean, I don't know. There's a couple that are my favorite though. Like, there's a new one too now. The Chinese fucked up too. Oh, that's another thing too. There's other agencies that are they're worse than our American. At least I guess because maybe we have the movie studio down better. But they're messing up like water not floating out of the cup and stuff like that, and they're like legit not good on the harness. They need more practice or something. I don't know, because when they try to do those same things, all bad. There's a recent one where 2 astronauts on cue just floated up and got pulled up. Dude, that obviously they're on a harness. Like, you cannot fake that. But it is what it is.
I saw one where it was Russia and they were outside fixing something on a spacecraft, and then all of a sudden their hand became see-through. You could see the stars behind their hand.
Yeah, they got a lot of like glitches like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the one. Look at this one. They're like on cue. They both get lifted up. It's stuff like this that makes you think like, come on, dude. Now they're laughing about it. They're just rubbing it on our face. Why? Because look at, they're like, bye. Like, ready, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we leave. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here, bro.
And the bubbles.
Yeah, the bubbles in space and astronauts drowning. Oh yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, it's because come on, dude. Their damage control is spot on though. I'll give you that. They got a really good like PR fucking team. But I mean,
wait, you think that it's a hoist? Wouldn't it be like easier for them to do it on a parabola flight? You know what those are?
Well, yeah. I actually, now that you can create these weightless environments on the ground in a studio, I think it's easier for them just to do it on the ground. Like, why would they have to go in the plane? Old school way they did that. Yeah. What was that?
How do you do that on the ground?
Well, they have these weightless like zero gravity like vacuum things. Like it's I think it's JPL. No, is it JPL? I forgot who it was, but they have it
anti-gravity
built.
chambers.
Yeah, it's like an anti-gravity chamber. Yeah, built on the ground. Like
Where the
it's
fuck did you get that from? I'm sorry, buddy, but that's like not the case. They have vacuum.
yeah.
Huge
Look,
vacuum
it's up by.
chambers. They
I think it's
do,
by
but not.
JPL. Here, let me find it for you, since you don't believe me. Hey, I wouldn't believe me either, bro. Look into stuff.
I mean, I know
Maybe
there's
I'll find it.
places on the ground that have like a huge elevator type thing that then goes
Yeah,
up before,
yeah.
but that's mostly for like static experiments. It's not large
Shut
enough to
up.
host people, and it doesn't go for long enough. You
No,
have to
no.
drop quite a ways down.
No, but what I'm saying though is because they already have that built, right? And they, like you're saying, they do experiments and stuff. Like it makes sense that secretly they could have one built like a studio, so that way they can do these scenes and stuff, but in that type of environment.
I mean, yeah, if it's a studio and you have a shaft that's like kilometers deep, right? During a parabola flight, during those 30 seconds, you fall quite a bit of distance. You'd have to cover at least that much distance in a shaft or something, with the entire studio being in free fall, for that to be the case, right? And then it needs to break again too, which, you know, that's not easy. You need a lot of like room to decelerate.
I think we're comparing like two different things though. Like I know what you mean, because like in those they're just a big shaft, and like they can drop something to create a zero gravity, kind of like what they do in a plane. But I'm saying like an actual building to where they don't have to do it that way. It's 2023. You don't think they've learned how to float water with sound? You don't think they can, like they're not that advanced? Like
I
they're
don't
doing
think they
shit right
can,
now
no.
that we're not gonna find out till 20 years later.
I wouldn't just assume that they have like anti-gravity chambers. No.
So like
I think
years
that's
ago, maybe like in the 80s and 90s, when they were saying that they're in space on the space shuttle, and remember the man walking on the moon with the arm? Remember that old school? I don't know how old you are, but this is what I grew up to. But they're way more advanced than then, and there's video of like all of them like falling like to one side, because I guess something must have happened in that plane, because they were doing it that way before. So maybe that's why they stopped it, because I don't know. Does anyone have that video on hand? Have you ever? First of all, have you ever seen that video where all of them get slammed up against the wall?
I've definitely not.
You haven't seen it? Oh yeah, it's a pretty interesting video. I'll try to find it. I think I have it saved here. I might not on this phone, but people have it though in this community, and they post it every now and then. But it's pretty much. Oh, here it is, right here. Oh wait, I think this might just be the screenshot of it. Oh, it might be the GIF. Here, I'll post both of them just in case. But you'll see that they fall. They get slammed hard. Boom. Imagine that in a space station. You see it? Come on, man. Like, they're lying to us, bro. Something happened. I don't know. Maybe someone turned off the anti-gravity switch. I don't know, bro. But the truth's out there. You just gotta look for it, man.
I mean, it would happen if they accelerated, so if they like burned in some direction. But yeah, so
Yeah,
that happens
I
on
don't
like
know.
maneuvers, right? If they evade asteroids or space debris, well, asteroids not so common, but space debris, and they need to.
Dude, they're not doing
test the
evasive
station.
maneuvers.
What?
I don't know what he said. He said they're not doing maneuvers. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not doing evasive
I mean, that's certainly the
maneuvers.
claim. Well, I mean, you know, you gotta at least give the reasoning that the globers are giving. Then you can say why it's unreasonable, but that's certainly, you know, the claim with the
So there's
ISS.
a.
The ISS does that regularly.
So you're saying that there's someone piloting it and controlling it? It's not just
I mean,
not in
yeah,
orbit.
it's a spacecraft which has propulsion, Some of the propulsion is through the capsules that dock with it. Some of it is the ISS has its own propulsion system, I think, at least for attitude control. So yeah, there you go. Can be controlled from the ground. Can be piloted probably on board. I don't know.
You know if astronauts have to sign NDAs?
Okay, and
Well, does anyone know if they have to?
oh, you were asking.
Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't
Do they
matter.
have to
What did you
sign
ask? I'm sorry.
non-disclosure agreements? Do astronauts have to sign them?
Who
Who
cares?
cares? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you're gonna base your argument on the idea that, you know, they are legally bound not to reveal the global conspiracy, I would say that that is not a very strong motivation if they don't have, you know, other monetary or intrinsic incentives.
Yeah, actors have to sign them too, so they don't, give away the plot to the public and writers, and so who cares?
What's Earth
The,
looking like nowadays?
the ISS is not even in space. That's like one of the things they got you confused by.
Right.
It's 200 miles up. It's like a little over 200 miles up. That's not outer space. It's not even close to where they say outer space would start.
I mean, you know, as far as I know, NASA uses the 100-kilometer line to define space, right? And the ISS is 4 times higher, which would put it into space. I don't think anybody's claiming it's deep space or far away from Earth. It's called low Earth orbit.
Yeah, atmosphere, not space.
No, not atmosphere. That's
Yeah,
at least that's not the
atmosphere.
claim.
The thermosphere. They call it inside the thermosphere, which is atmosphere.
Well, right, yeah, sure. The
You guys got a
not,
good
not
model?
space.
extends
What's going
pretty
on?
far.
What's going
But,
on according to
you
you guys?
It's not a lot of it.
Not space.
They actually are, you know, a little bit in atmosphere, and they experience
What's a
drag
flat
as
Earth?
well as a consequence,
How
which
does the
is
flat Earth
also why
work?
they need the propulsion systems to keep the orbit.
I think it's interesting how it's up in the thermosphere when the thermosphere can get over 4,000 Fahrenheit. What is it made out of?
But the Earth's thermosphere? Maybe
The
if there's a
thermosphere.
aurora or something, but it's not a lot of it, right?
You guys have a good model, right?
Which
Like,
means, you know,
what's
there's not
going
a lot
on?
of
How does
heat transfer.
it work?
Thank you.
You know, it's interesting too. Like, imagine having to work in that environment. Imagine you having to work in an oven. Like, that's
Yeah,
just crazy.
but there's just not a lot of air, which means, you know, it just the temperature in this case is just the speed, the average speed of the particles. You know, it's proportional to that, and that is very high. But there's not a lot of particles, so you don't experience a lot of heating when you're there.
So how do they get the temperature 4,000? Where do they pull that from?
I was just gonna say that. You read my mind. I'm like, yeah. So there's no particles that carry the heat. Then that means you would not even be able to measure that heat if there's no particles to measure.
No, there are
Exactly.
particles to measure, just not a lot of them, not enough
So
for you to
if there's
experience
enough that it
heating.
makes it 4,000, then the ISS should not be up there because there isn't something that can withstand that heat.
Right.
I mean,
So
this
like,
is
if
something
you
you can try yourselves, right? This is
think of it
something you
this
can
way,
do an experiment of. Make a little
think of it.
box, vacuum chamber, right? You put a heater in
You know,
there.
the ISS is not in a vacuum chamber, right? It's in the thermosphere. That's not the
Yeah,
vacuum chamber.
in a vacuum chamber, you can lower the pressure to
Oh,
the
I mean,
extent
it's
that
not
they
in the vacuum of
experience
space.
there,
That's what I
and then
meant.
you
Sorry,
can,
I misheard you.
yeah, vacuum is a relative term. There's different types of vacuum. Vacuum can have different, you know, densities of particles. It's not the
They
same
could
as
take the
an absolute
temperature. They
vacuum,
say it's
which arguably
4,000
doesn't even exist.
Fahrenheit.
Yes. Well, it seems like 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit or more. Yeah, sure. That seems about right. Yeah.
No, but do
Yeah,
you
it's a bit
realize
hotter.
though? But do you realize though, to take the temperature, like, okay, let's think of it logically. Okay, if you have a little thermometer, okay, and you put it in your body, right? Like, the thermometer in your mouth, and you close your mouth, it's going to get a reading because there's a temperature all around it. Okay, so that is a measured temperature. You can't say that, oh, they don't experience that because there's so few molecules, but then that means they wouldn't have been able to capture that 4,000 degree temperature, because if there was so few molecules, it wouldn't be able to take that reading.
Yeah, if you approach it with a regular ass thermometer, right? Which I assume.
No,
is not
I
what
mean,
you
but I'm not saying that they took a freaking CVS thermometer up there, but I'm saying though, to get a reading of temperature, you would have to. You can't say, oh, there's like a few molecules, and so they're not going to be affected by
I mean,
the
come on,
temperature
man. This is
recorded.
an experiment that you can actually do at home, right? You can build we'll call it a pressure chamber. You lower the pressure, and you put a thermometer in there. You control the temperature, say from the outside or something, and then you read the temperature on the inside, and you can compare. The problem, however, with spaces is, well, I mean, even not just space, even if you're out in the open, you lose a lot of heat to the sky. If it's overcast, you may have noticed it's warmer. We can all agree there's a lot of heat going away when there's no cloud covering, because space, whatever, or the firmament, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a cold thing. It has a low temperature.
You know what's really interesting? Yeah, and a lot of Globers do this, by the way. You literally proved our point when you said, let's take a chamber and let's measure the temperature inside. That's literally what we say, that this is an enclosed system,
but
which
I was
even
coming to
allows us to have this, for you to even measure a temperature, it has to be enclosed. That's why, guess what? Here's another logical, word for you here, or sentence here. That's why when you take your own temperature, that's why your mom told you close your mouth, because if your mouth's open, then she can't get a reading of how hot you are inside. You have to be closed to get that reading. You can't put a vacuum of space next to a system that is not closed, I guess, in
Are you
your world.
confusing two of your own arguments? The whole pressure chamber, like that's relating to pressure, not necessarily temperature, no? Like
No.
you can measure the temperature of an open system.
No. But that temperature only exists because it's enclosed for it to even exist, to be that temperature. Because if you took, like I said, just simply as your body, if you kept your mouth open while taking your temperature, that thermometer is not going to get a reading on how much your temperature is inside. Would you agree? Yes or no?
No. Like if you put your thermometer on your tongue and you wait a while, it's going to get very close to the temperature of your body, but it's not going to get quite there because part of it is radiating away heat into the surrounding space, right? So in that sense, I do agree, right? If you want to take an accurate measurement of that, you want the temperature probe to be enclosed by that. But if what you're measuring is the temperature of the air, then it's perfectly fine. Just
but hold on though. No, but even still, see, this is what you guys are. It goes right over your head. Okay, let's say we're gonna take the temperature of the air in a room. Okay, what's the first thing you're gonna do? You're gonna make sure that no cold air or hot air is coming in, right? So like you want to get like weatherproof, your doors and your windows, and you want to seal it. You make sure there's no holes anywhere. The vents are closed. I don't know, whatever you got to do.
When you want to do better measurements,
but
right?
the point though, but
it's
the point though is the temperature that you're reading would have been enclosed for it to even be a reading to begin with. You can't
no, you can also have a room that's open, right? Constantly exchanging air with the outside. And you can still measure a temperature. The temperature you're measuring will just be a mix of the temperature outside, and potentially if your building is at a different temperature still, then that might still influence the air temperature, right? And you might
but now the air, but the air that you're measuring, you're able to measure it because it's an enclosed system, and it's not escaping out of an open system.
That's just untrue.
I mean, dude, like, what do you do when you
You're
measure
using a
the
false
temperature
dichotomy here.
outside?
You can't measure a temperature when you're going from a closed to an open space, but you can measure the temperature if the space is constantly open. The issue just arises when you have a temperature gradient, but no gradient, then you're fine. Like, leave the window open for a while, then the temperature will stabilize.
And to have a gradient, it also has to be a container to create that gradient.
Bro, you're
Yep.
just like mixing up two of your own arguments, and it just doesn't
No,
work. as well
no,
together.
he's been
I mean, it doesn't work
consistent.
in either case.
You need a container to have a gradient. And also, you didn't answer the first question with how does it not melt? The ISS, it's made of titanium and aluminum.
No, I did
Titanium
say
melts
that.
at 3,000 Fahrenheit.
Remember the
It
temperature?
can't melt
temperature
because the
probe?
radiative heat's not high enough.
It's giving off 4,000 degree Fahrenheit. The melting point is 3,000 degree Fahrenheit.
The sun doesn't radiate
particles from the atmosphere
4,000 degrees
striking-
per.
How does it
meter.
not radiate
It does.
4,000 degrees if they were able to take the temperature of 4,000 degrees?
The temperature of that is not because of.
If you point hold on, no. If you point an infrared thermometer at a fire and it gives a temperature, does your infrared thermometer melt?
You're not in the fire. They're in the place that they're taking the temperature of. They're in the thermosphere.
Apparently.
The thermosphere doesn't have enough stuff to transfer the heat.
Yes, it does, because they could take the temperature of the thermosphere.
Yeah, it's like you get caught in your own paradigm. You get caught, and it's a lot of damage control going on right now. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that they can measure it means that it could be felt. It could be, the steel, the titanium alloy, the gold, the copper, whatever is on that ISS 200 miles up that you guys believe is there and doing this, whatever that it's going through, it's going to get that heat if that's where they're at, if that's what that even is. I don't know. I can't verify that.
They're not.
Again,
Okay,
you're
here's the
missing the
problem.
Do you not
point.
understand your example with the fire? Your example with the fire was saying, I'm gonna find out the temperature of this fire from this distance, and then I'm gonna send something that has a melting point lower than what the fire's temperature is, and it's gonna survive in there. That's what you're saying.
Right. That's exactly what he said. Like, just not in those words, but that's exactly what he said.
I honestly, I thought you were talking about something different. That's
Everybody
why
knows this.
Oh, okay. No, that's understandable.
You all have an oven. You all have an oven, a stove at home, right? It's a very different thing whether you put your hand into boiling water that's only 100 degrees centigrade, or whether you put your hand above the stove after you open your oven and it's at 200 degrees Celsius, right? You don't burn yourself in the same way. The difference is, even though the temperature of the air coming out is much, much higher than that of the boiling water is able to transfer that thermal energy to your hand. The problem
But you are sending that.
it's very hot, but it doesn't transfer as much heat. And at the same time, as you're gaining heat from the atmosphere, you're radiating way more heat into space away from you, losing it, than you're acquiring from that atmosphere.
You're misunderstanding. They're not standing on top of the boiling pot of water. They're in the boiling pot of water. They're in the oven. The oven isn't open. Like,
Can I talk for a second? Because I can put this one to rest. All right. So you agree that temperature is their measure, like in general, is the kinetic energy within the individual atoms or molecules, correct? You would come to that conclusion?
are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. What'd you say?
So temperature is at its core the measure of the basically the kinetic energy in a molecular atom, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're in the thermosphere. There's not a lot there. It's a very thin atmosphere in the thermosphere. So what they do is they have a probe and they measure the wavelength of the emission of the infrared radiation that comes off of that little bit of air that's in there. They can measure the wavelength and determine the temperature from that. But it's so thin that it can't actually it can't transfer its heat to the object. But it's not, measuring it by heat transfer. It's measuring it by wavelength.
That's what you guys.
I
That's
also
your
don't
damage
think that's
control right
true.
there.
It's not
That's
damage control. Black body
That's
radiation is real. I'm sorry. You can
no,
code.
that's not. No, dude. Because what you're doing is you're bringing up an explanation for them to make it make sense. So, for instance,
That's how
once
all
upon
of
a time,
science works.
no. But hold on. But no. I mean, that's retarded, bro. Look at. Here's the thing. When they tell you that if you go up 5 miles into the sky, it gets very cold, okay? And then you go up, okay? And then if you're standing on the outside of the plane, you frost starts to build up on your face, and then you're like, holy fuck, it's freezing right here. You can't be like, well, actually, it's not freezing. It's fucking, we just found a wavelength and we measured it. No, bro, that's the fucking temperature it is. It's really cold in some places and it's really hot in some places. For whatever reason, that's what they've told us. Now, the damage control, when they're saying, oh, we're putting up the ISS right here in the thermosphere, and then somebody finally was like, wait, how the fuck are you having gold and copper and metal in this? You told us it's 4,000 degrees. Then all of a sudden, well, actually, it's the atoms are so, the molecules are so spread apart, they're not going to feel it. That's damage control. They fucking realize how they fucked
No,
up, most
you're
likely,
just
and they fucked up.
conflating temperature with heat. Your
Okay,
argument's
whether
completely
it's
wrong.
heat, hold on, whether it's heat or whether it's cold, it's still
No, cold's not real. Cold doesn't exist. Okay.
Oh, all right, got it. All right. So when you're freezing your ass off, just tell little Johnny, don't worry, you don't need a blanket. Cold doesn't exist, buddy.
No, cold doesn't exist. It's just the lack of heat. Like there's not a distinct like
okay,
cold
yeah.
energy.
Cold
correlated
is.
to temperature, isn't it?
Oh my god, bro! Did you just say that with a straight face? Okay, so when there is heat, that means there's heat added, right? Like, okay, so it's not an absence of cold, right? There's heat added.
And then cold is when you subtract heat, right? Yeah.
Okay. Thus, but it's measured. So when you subtract heat, you're freezing, right?
Yep.
So why then is it freezing at a particular height, but then beyond that height, it gets very, very hot, but not the type of temperature you're thinking about?
Answer that question.
Okay, so
You actually want-
okay, you are conflating temperature and heat. Heat is the capacity to transfer temperature between objects. Temperature is the measure of the absolute kinetic energy in those molecules. Okay, so something can have a high temperature but low heat because it's not dense enough to transfer
It's just more.
No,
You
it's
keep
also
saying
not
that, and
accurate.
you keep convincing you've convinced yourself that they are able to go through an oven of 4,000 degrees and not melt and be perfectly fine, and it's just another fucking Tuesday. Like that's what you've convinced yourself.
Well, I mean, you can look at the evidence, or you can come up with this cope that everything's a conspiracy for some reason you can't actually name.
There's no actual evidence for it. It cannot be done. It's just what they say.
Yeah.
And it's an excuse they came up with when people started questioning why doesn't the ISS melt up there?
Right. Another
Really,
thing
again,
too, I
all you
want to
need
bring
to
up.
try this is an oven and stove. If you have some kind of object, if you put it into hot air, the air can be much hotter than the boiling water, and it'll still take more time to heat up that object. So the rate of transfer of heat is much slower with air than water.
Okay.
If you take a pressure chamber and you reduce the pressure, you will find out that transfer of heat is proportionally smaller the less air there is. I assume we can
how
still
long has
agree on that.
hold on. How long has the ISS been up in the thermosphere? How long? 30 years now? 15 years? 20 years?
Sure.
Okay, so you're saying
It's radiating faster than it can absorb it.
Because there's an
I'm saying
additional.
that.
There's three forms
Goodness,
of
you guys
heat
are believing science fiction. There's no proof for it, and you guys are just babbling whatever you're reading that doesn't have any evidence to back it up.
There's no proof for radiant
There's
heat.
three ways that heat moves between things. One is radiation, and that's what we've not discussed. We've discussed convection, right, or conduction in this case. Pretty much the same for what we're talking about, which is the direct contact of the atmosphere with the ISS. But the important part that
actually
you're
have a
skipping is the radiation. When
yeah.
you're in an oven, everything around you in your sky, in your sphere, around you, is at that temperature, those 200 degrees, say, in your oven. And so you're going to get all of that infrared radiation, and your own temperature will rise based on that as well. If you're in space, around you, you can radiate away, and there's no incoming or very little incoming infrared radiation.
Dude,
So
they're
you're actually
living in it.
losing
Where
a
how
lot
are
of
they
heat.
radiating it away? How are they radiating it away if they're
Black
living
body
in it?
radiation.
For
Black body
20
radiation.
years, they're circling in it. Okay,
Black
hold on.
body radiation.
Anything that has any temperature radiates infrared. That's why thermal
Okay.
cameras work.
Right.
And that is
Okay, so
heat energy lost.
look. It's obvious that you guys are just going to continue believing the lie. That's fine. You believe that there's a spaceship that's in the thermosphere of 4,000 degrees, and it doesn't. Don't worry though, they don't get burned. It's all good. It's all,
We refuse to actually listen to any kind of argument. You just say it's all a lie.
Right. That's
based
fine.
on
That's
the
fine.
fact that it's
But
all a lie.
here's another question though.
Just leave their dream alone.
It's not a lie because they said it's true. That's what you're saying.
Right. But here's
No,
another
I'm saying
question I
you can
have for you.
observe it. You can, take a thermal
another-
camera and point it at something. It'll give you the accurate temperature.
Here's another question I have for you guys though. Since you guys believe in it, I'm gonna throw this curveball at you guys, and let's see if you could hit it out the park. I'm very, very curious. Okay, you believe that there's a temperature that goes from the ground as it goes up in its gradient and is getting colder and colder and colder and colder. Then all of a sudden, it gets really hot, up to 4,000 degrees. We already talked about that. But beyond that, all of a
What's
sudden,
up, YouTube? My big balls are sweaty.
but all of a sudden, it's now getting cooler, and then it gets freezing to these temperatures that are way below what we've ever experienced here on Earth. How does that? Why is there that in your paradigm? Why is there a layer of heat and then between the cold and then the freezing cold? How does that work in your paradigm?
If I explain this to you, are you going to tell me that I've been brainwashed by the establishment directly?
I want to hear
Would you
your
send your
answer.
dog into space, yes or no? You wouldn't.
What? All right, hold on. So I'm going to respond to this. Okay. You start going up and it gets colder for a while, right? And it changes a bit because of the weather, and then you get up and it stays cold. Then you hit the thermosphere and it warms up, right? We agree on that?
In your paradigm, that's what it is. I don't
Okay.
believe in that, but I'll go along with you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and it's a gradient, as you know. Like if we're following like the round Earth model, it's a gradient. So you have stuff in the atmosphere, CO2, oxygen, nitrogen, all that. It blocks, ozone especially, blocks that infrared radiation, the charged particles that come from the sun. Once you get high enough where it's thinner, same reason why you don't have that energy transfer, when those few molecules in the upper atmosphere are hit with that radiation and particles, they heat up drastically.
It's really fascinating.
You're just giving.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And so, but as they start, all that energy gets absorbed to a certain point. All of a sudden, there's none left to give, and it's cold.
Okay. So with your logic, and this is why I asked you the question. Now, with your logic, okay, using your logic, so the deep space freezing crazy temperatures are the absence of heat, right? You said that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the sun rays somehow go between the thermosphere and the sun. The sun rays, you believe in photons probably, right? Like that's how you get down. Okay, those photons, are they carrying heat? Yes or no?
They carry energy, yes.
Okay, so but for some reason they turn off once they leave the sun. They don't carry the energy. There's no registered heat yet until they hit the particles that are in the sky. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, because all heat is the interaction between particles, so it has to hit something to have heat energy.
To have
or
that
to
reaction,
transfer
right?
it. Yeah.
Right. That's okay. So like you can't compare the sun to like standing next to a bonfire, right? Because a bonfire, you can feel that heat when you're standing next to it, right? There's no cold place between you and a bonfire, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, so with that being said, now the sun, these photon particles that you believe exist are carrying the energy, then they hit the atmosphere. Now, the edge of our atmosphere has the least amount of particles, right?
Yes.
Okay, then why we're just thinking logically here. Here's the paradigm. Here's the fucking trick right here that they got you trick fucked.
Are you done?
You believe that the most outer part of our ball Earth that we're on has the least amount, yet they are the highest in temperature. And then right below that, for some reason, there's way more particles, but somehow you would think it would get hotter because now there's more to react with, but somehow magically they actually cool down. And that is a very, very retarded lie.
Hey, no, hold on. Shh, everybody
Not the
shut the
photons
fuck up.
doing
All right.
that. Though.
But we believe it. Or well,
It's not the photons though.
Are you done?
The
So now,
logos are not
please.
claiming it's the
It's not
photons.
their fault. People are dumb, bro.
That's true.
Okay.
So what's your answer? Go ahead.
So, okay. Temperature, again, all right, I'm going to have to reiterate this, is the measure of the energy in the individual particle. Okay? Not the average. The temperature in an individual particle is the amount of energy in an individual particle is its temperature. Do you agree with that?
Are you done?
That we already talked about that. Go ahead. I'm just
Do you
waiting for
agree
your
with that? Just say yes.
Can we be done? Or
temperature is what the reading on the particle, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
okay.
ahead. The energy hitting the
Okay.
particle. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the photon hits that particle and it heats it up because of that reaction. Okay, so we can measure that, hey, this individual particle.
Oh.
Oh,
We're
me
done.
too. Come on.
We're done with this topic.
Sucker.
You're done with
We're
the
done.
heat fuck?
All right,
So Alpha Veritas, I'd like to know what it is that you believe in, sir.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch topics right now. We're gonna go to anybody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe is gonna have to present their evidence. We're gonna go one by one, and the first person up right now will be whatever the guy's name is, Reborn. We'll start with you, and then we'll go one by one, and you guys will give me the best evidence that you have, and we'll start from there. Start from the top down. I don't know what your name is, Reborn. Go ahead.
What do you mean by evidence? Like, do you want sources? Do you want it?
All right. So let's see. You're not ready. I'll go next to Imaru. Imaru, are you flat Earth, globe Earth? I don't know what you are.
I'm a sensible human being, so I'm a globe earther.
Okay. So do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Your lack of evidence and lack of...
Okay, you don't have any evidence. Now let's go to Angel. Angel, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a
Self-muting.
globe? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Self-muting.
No? Okay. Going down the list. Destiny's #1 fan. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I do actually.
Excellent. Please present your evidence.
So if you look at the 1989 movie War Games, it's like a really cool movie. It's about like Jake Gyllenhaal, like as.
All right. Let's see who else is next. We're going down the list. Anybody else in here? Roadkill, I think we already talked to you. Star Sailor, are you there?
Yep.
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I'm kind of skeptical of anything that I can't prove myself, so no, I don't.
Hey, sounds good to me.
I have an idea.
We're all the way at the bottom. Let me see. I don't think there's anybody else that popped in. Did I miss anybody?
I mean, I have a question, I guess. It could be
Do you
evidence.
have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, the shadows cast by the lunar eclipse is one such example.
Okay, so and I'm only doing this mute so that we can gain control. All right. So go ahead and give your best evidence, and it doesn't matter what it is. Lay it out to us and unfold, unpack, and give us the best evidence that you got. I'm going to give you the floor so that you can tell us. Go ahead.
I'll try and posit what evidence I can find in a simple little photo here. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Got to find it in my there it is. So there in the side chat, so your stream can see that. There isn't actually evidence to suggest that there is a flat Earth, a donut Earth, etc., because we don't see that when we cast a shadow on, for example, the moon during a lunar eclipse, right? As illustrated here in the side chat. So if sunlight's passing by a specific sector,
I need evidence that the Earth is a globe, not a meme from the internet. Evidence that the Earth is a globe. Let's reset, refocus, try again. Let's take it from the top. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? I don't like memes from the internet. I need you to present something from academia that's worth any value. Do you have any information you can present? Go ahead.
Academia.
Yeah, that's quite literally from academia.
No, it's not. This is a meme from the internet. Try again. I'm going to allow you to do at least one more time, and then I'm going to move on. Go ahead.
Would you like the source that I grabbed it from?
No, I want you to present some information from anywhere that you can tell me backs up the information that somebody has either measured the curvature of the Earth, rotation, axial rotation, or the cosmic vacuum, or the as colloquially known as the vacuum of space. Anything to substantiate the claim. Please present any evidence and no memes, please.
Again, that's actually not a meme. I'm going to die on this.
I don't want to talk about this prior information you just submitted. I want to go to anything to substantiate the claim that for at least 500 to 1,000 years, people have known that the Earth is a globe. So let's start fresh. Let's start there. Let's substantiate the claim. Let's not play footsies under the table. I don't like that. Let's go for what's really good, right?
I mean, no. I mean, we've known this since the 5th century, as my quote there suggests.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, we know that the Earth is in fact a sphere because of the way it casts a shadow upon that of the moon during a lunar eclipse. How do you combat
but
that?
we're begging the question. We're begging the question.
Pretty cool.
You know what begging the question is?
Please elucidate me.
It means that the argument that you're actually presenting forward, that you're saying to substantiate the claim, already is baked in, that you're assuming that the Earth is a globe by what you're seeing on the moon. So you're just saying that I think the Earth is a globe because I think there's a shadow being cast by the Earth. I don't know if there's a shadow being cast by the Earth or not. I'm just saying that what it looks like to me is that from the idea that people are saying that the Earth is a globe and it's in the vacuum of space, that the possibility is there. But I don't know that it's true. So it's possible that it's not. So you're begging the question.
So when we see what is obviously a spheroid projected from
what it is, neither do you, Angel. You don't know what it is.
At least.
It doesn't matter. How do you know for 100% that it is the Earth?
How do you know for 100% that you actually exist?
Answer my question. How do you know 100% that it is the Earth?
Because there's a shadow cast directly from the sun onto the moon.
Yeah? So how do you know it's a shadow being cast?
What else could it be?
I don't know.
You'd have to present something else that it could potentially be.
Yeah, but you're saying that with all certainty, you know that that's the case. With all certainty.
Yes, because it does happen pretty routinely.
Who cares
it happens on a schedule,
cyclical?
And so
who cares? Who cares if it's
sense,
cyclical in nature? You haven't produced the evidence that you know it's the Earth. You have not done that.
But again, is there an alternative?
Well,
that's the important question.
You have not substantiated that it is the Earth. That's important. That's what's important right now. You haven't substantiated.
What other object could it be? That's the question.
You have not
you can absolutely
that it
prove
is the Earth.
something.
You have not substantiated that it's.
I was still
it's
speaking.
An assumption.
So,
it's an assumption.
You can still
it doesn't
prove
matter. It's an
something.
assumption. It's an
assumption.
assumption.
No, you can prove something by canceling out potential.
You're not canceling anything out. You're assuming that it is the Earth. I don't like assumptions. You need to tell me how you know and verified that it is the Earth's shadow? How did you verify that it's the Earth's shadow? Go.
Because it happens cyclically.
You didn't verify it, so it doesn't matter if it's a cycle. You didn't know if it's the Earth causing that shadow or not. How did you verify it's the Earth causing the shadow?
Because there's quite literally no other option.
No, it's not no other option. You're going to have to substantiate the claim that it is the Earth, not that there's no other option. You can't say well, there could be something else that you didn't account for. So how do you know it's the Earth? I want to know how you know it's the Earth. How did you verify that?
So how do you reconcile this with the movie?
You're going to get muted. Don't interrupt. How did you verify that?
The size of the object being casted is concurrent with that of the size of the Earth when
you don't
projected
even know
at
the
said
size
distance.
of what's the size of the Earth? What's the
That
size?
That is what the science.
What is the size? Pay attention of the Earth. Go.
I'm sorry, but I'm not here to be in.
What is the size of the Earth? You can kick rocks and I'll go to the next person. You don't matter in this equation. You can leave if you want to. Anytime you're muted, you can leave. I only need you to answer the question. What is the size of the Earth? And if you don't want to, that's fine with me. What's the size of the Earth?
Are your 12 viewers begging that?
What is the size of the Earth?
About as so the size of the Earth is about as large as your mother's ass.
Okay, and that's all you have?
Yeah, that's the proof in itself.
Thank you for not participating in this discussion any longer. But this is what we get.
Your 12 viewers, I'm sure, got a laugh.
No,
Wait,
it doesn't matter.
A real question here. I have a real question.
You didn't produce any information, and from that point forward, you're disqualified. You're no longer able to hold any argument because that's the best you got for evidence.
If he says
so, off you go.
The Earth's shadow, then how do you explain?
All right, on to the person who keeps talking while I was talking. Star Sailor, I asked you the question and you said, "Well, I don't want to. I'm just sitting back, you know." Now you want to say something. Okay, so now I need you to substantiate how the Earth is a globe, sir.
I don't believe it's a globe.
Well, then why were you coming in here saying something about the shadow of the Earth?
I just want to know what he thinks. Like, if he thinks that
we're not trying to listen to about what he thinks. We're trying to figure out how we can. You need to stop. When I'm speaking, I'm going to give you the permission to speak. I'm only going to do this once. Okay, I'm not going to do this many, many times. How do we know that the Earth is a globe and that shadow that's being cast is exactly the Earth's shadow? Please validate that for me. How can we do this?
I have an answer for you.
Go ahead. No. You're an automatic fucking mute. Nobody wants to talk to you. You can kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. You want to be next? Go ahead and chime in and say, why did you mute him? Say it again. I dare you. All right. So back to Star Sailor. Go ahead and produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, please.
I don't have any because I don't.
Then why are you wanting to know what other people are talking about?
Because I don't think
I'm the one that's questioning these people, not you. You're in a position of just to listen, right? Just sit there and listen. That's all you got to do. It's a pretty easy job. Right?
I'm just trying to bring up a better question.
No, you're really not. You're just trying to stir the pot. And you don't need to. Because you're a listener, not a contributor right now. Got it?
Why not both?
Okay. Well, you haven't. I'm asking questions and you're not producing any information. You say, I don't know what it is. Therefore, it's awesome for you to sit back and listen to a couple of sessions from people having a back and forth. And you don't need to like jump in and say anything about what I'm talking to them about. Now, if you have a question all by yourself, that's fine. But if these other guys I'm talking to them, you don't need to jump in and ask anything about what they're saying. I'm talking to those guys. All right, back up again to, let's see, in the chat. Can you call on me next? Sure can. Reborn, you're back up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just had to take a second to get everything together, kind of. So how do you reconcile? No, I'm good now. How do you reconcile the fact that the higher you go, the farther you can see? if it was flat, you would be able to see. You would be able to see your maximum visual distance, but that's not the case. The higher you go, the more you can see.
No, you're. There's a lot of things that you. It sounds like you maybe have looked into this for just like 5 minutes, but you have not really dove into like how optics work. Do you know about angular resolution? Let me just ask that first of all, Reborn. Yes or no? Be honest.
No, I do not. Honestly.
Okay. Well, one thing I would refer to you before we go any farther in any discussion, please go and look up. This isn't a flat Earth or globe Earth information. This is just angular resolution. There's a wiki on it. Tons of information there, much more than I can cover right now with you. And I think it's better instead of me telling you, for you to go look at the information, angular resolution. Start there, and then we'll work on what's next after that. But there's a lot of information. It's like way too much for me to cover in like a conversation. So I would rather you just go and consume that information as much as you possibly can. And then we'll have some discussions about it, and then we'll go to the next topic after that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, I wouldn't say quick, but
I'm not trying to argue with you at all.
I know. But what I want to do is I want to make sure you're informed about topics. I don't like to get into discussions with people who do not know anything. That irritates me. That means to me that the person just wants to win an argument and they're not in it for truth. So if you take the time, and we're not going anywhere. Flat Earth is not going anywhere. We're going to be here. So only thing you got to do is concern yourself with going and consuming that information, coming back, and we'll discuss it. All right. So that's what I'll say. Go ahead. Put yourself on mute or whatever. It doesn't matter. But I'll leave you off of red mute because yeah, for sure.
I'm not here to like just try to win arguments. I'll engage with people to see what they can do to counter it, because that's how I learn.
Got it. Fair enough. I'm fair. Just if you're coming in here to just win an argument, you're gonna sit on that red mute for a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and resume everybody back, whoever was muted.
Would you like to provide evidence for how eclipses work?
No, we're not going to go into that. This call, this VC, this channel is run by the team. You don't have a say in on what questions are asked. We ask you the questions. You answer the questions or not, it's up to you. But we're running the show. Okay? As long as you know that you're in our call.
So you can ask explicitly hedged questions towards your end, right?
You can, but if we deny to answer them, then that's all there is to it. I mean, we're not going to engage in frivolous conversations of derivative topics about some fucking heat from the thermosphere. We're not going to do that. That's redundant. We don't need to tell you about what you think is going on in your globe.
Tell us how it's
because you don't even know what's going on in your globe. Number one. And I don't want to have a conversation with somebody who knows fuck all of what they're talking about. It irritates me. Yes, somebody keeps talking. What'd you have to say? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Tell us how the Earth is flat.
I don't need to tell you how the Earth is flat. The Earth is observably flat. It's measurably flat, and it's practically used as flat. So I don't need to say anything to you. You need to go and make your observations. Go and do your tests. So the Earth is displaying itself to you as a flat and stationary plane. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't have topography. However, the Earth is displaying itself as non-convex. So it's not curving.
Okay, so
the 8 inches per mile squared is nowhere to be found.
Let's assume that you're right and it's flat. So let's assume that you're right and it's flat. How's this?
No, we don't have to assume. It is flat.
How is this significant?
It's significant because if you don't listen, for the people in here who says, what does it matter to me? I go to work tomorrow. If you don't find truth relevant to your life, then off you go.
Man, shut
right?
the fuck up.
I'm sorry, but you guys, this is the truth. If you don't like it, then don't be here. It's easy for you just naysayers and shut the fuck up. Then fucking leave. Why are you here? Fucking don't waste nobody's time. Go
Well, I
play
mean,
around in
I
another
asked plenty
channel.
of questions.
Not
Like, for
talking to you,
example,
Angel. I'm talking to the guy who just chimed in. So
That doesn't
if you
answer the
want to
question,
find another conversation, go to another fucking call. Don't need you here.
Man, you're yapping.
I don't give a fuck what I'm doing. You don't like it? There's the fucking door.
so
Anyway,
how in
back
the
to-
in the flat Earth model
Man, who
does it
pissed in
make
your
sense
frosted
for the
flakes?
sun to be
Go
up in
fuck, dude.
Antarctica for 24 hours in a day during certain portions of the year? How does that
That's
make
fine.
sense in
If
your
the
model?
sun
Hey, that's
does
a
what
good
it
one.
does, it has no relation to the ground having any convexity. It doesn't mean that the sun does something in the sky, the ground's automatically curving. Whatever the sun does in the sky, that's fine. It's not attached to the ground. So it doesn't matter about what the sun is doing or the stars or the moon. If you don't see any curvature on the ground measurable, then it doesn't really matter what the sun's doing. So you and everybody else try to fit some kind of model or idea of what the earth is. That's where you're going wrong. The earth displays itself to you and me and everybody as just what it is. Now, I'm sorry that that doesn't jive with your idea of, your worldview, but that's just the way it is. It doesn't need to explain itself to you. It just needs to display itself to you as what it is. There's
You're
no
not telling
explanation. Like,
people how
it
this is
doesn't need to be a
significant, like-
sphere or some disc or some shit. It just needs to be what it is.
Like if my two
Plain and
balls
simple.
were flat, it wouldn't matter to their function, like
Two balls were flat. What is that? What are you saying?
I'm just saying, like, how does it change anything if it's flat or round to you?
If once again, Star Sailor, and I'll say this to you again, and for the rest of the people who it doesn't matter, if truth doesn't matter to you, then you can see yourself out of this chat, and
matters
we'll
to
have a
me.
conversation.
I want to know how it matters
listen, if
to
it
you.
matters to you, then you'll be here. You'll ask some relevant questions, and you'll have some conversations, and whatever springs from that, it'll be good. But because you say, well, what does it matter to me? Then I don't need to tell you. If truth doesn't matter to you, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how much truth should matter to you because you probably don't give a shit. Which to me, I don't care. I sleep like a fucking baby every night. I don't
I'm
need
saying, like,
to
if I was
fucking
a
wait
pilot,
until
like, this would
you
be pretty
learn that the
irrelevant
earth is flat or
information,
not. It doesn't matter to me. So if you want to be here,
I'm not,
learn
then
what the
what?
truth is. If not, there's a door. I mean, if you say, well, I put on my pants one leg at a time, good for you. Good for you. So if you don't think that this matters, off you go. Right?
I didn't say it didn't matter, by the way,
Well, then if it does, why are you asking the question?
because maybe I'm wondering how other people are thinking.
Wondering. You don't need to wonder anymore. People are in here, either the truth matters to them or it does not. Simple. Right? Hello?
Yeah, but it only
Okay,
gives
then.
you it gives you more questions than answers to say that it's
So
flat.
then try to figure it out. Ask some more relevant questions. So what? So does that bug you because you have more questions now than answers? Hello? Why do you go silent when I talk to you?
Because you're not giving me like a answer. You're just asking more questions.
Yeah, so if you don't have the right answers, why is that going to bug you? Like you can't know everything. And just because people don't know everything doesn't mean that they're incompetent or they just because they don't agree that the sun is a ball of burning gas or plasma or this nuclear fusion happening on the surface of the sun doesn't mean they don't know what the sun is. Okay, just because the narrative says one thing to you and now you don't know what it is, like that doesn't mean you all of a sudden just become someone who doesn't know. Like anything. And if that bugs you, then that's something you got to deal with.
Well,
Heck,
okay,
if
so you're
if you really
upset
like
with the
the Earth
idea
being
that
a
people don't know
if you-
anything,
Say?
but you're upset at the fact that when people come in here and don't know anything, it's an infuriating conversation for you because it basically ends up in a mass education segment. But when I ask for what you believe in and what you know, I don't get any answers
You got
either.
it wrong. You got it wrong. No, you got it wrong. I don't like
He
it when people
believes the
come in
Earth is
here
flat,
thinking that I'm
but he's not a
talking right now,
philosopher.
Star Sailor. Can you hear me speaking? Can you hear me speaking, first of all? I need to know that from you. Confirmation. Do you hear me speaking?
Yep.
Okay. Then please don't speak when I'm speaking.
Yeah, my
Wait
bad,
till
I
I'm
know you're
done,
alpha,
and then
bro.
you can go. If not, I'll just put you on a red mute, which will be a lot faster and easier for me. Don't want to do that because you're an adult. I think you should just be able to have self-control. All right. So back to Angel's Playground. You got it wrong. No. I dislike the fact that people, when they say they know something, that whatever, right? It could be the globe Earth or, they found curvature. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Whatever it is they say that they know, they start talking about it very topical. They don't know any in-depth information. And then I have to correct them on all the information that they're talking about. That's what I get infuriated about. But if they
Okay,
say
so
they
what
don't
do you know about
that's
flat
different.
Earth then?
I keep telling you guys over and over again. I don't know if you guys have wax in your ears or it's you're just not paying attention. I don't know what it is. But the comprehension's like as fucking it's about as much as a goldfish. You guys can't sit still and listen. I've been saying this. I said it while you were here, by the way. I said the Earth measures flat. It's practically used as flat, and it's observed as flat. So all the things that we can start by saying the Earth displaying itself like is what we already see. So you can go from any point of having to deal with the Earth in that way. And I'm telling you, you can go any which way you want. You can
But
go
can you
for
prove that it
measurement. You
is
can
flat?
go for yes.
In totality?
No, okay, so totality to you would mean the entire Earth because the conception that you have in your mind is a fucking ball. So that
No,
ball
no, just
that
in
you have-
general. Can you prove
Well,
that if
in
you go to,
general-
for example,
in
Asia?
general, I'm trying to tell you something, man. In general, people don't know what the whole entire Earth is in its entirety. So that right there is your that's where you're going wrong. Where you start to think that we can get to a place where we know the entire Earth, and you can't do that because nobody knows the entire Earth. It's not possible.
Why is that?
Then tell me how people
Why?
have discovered every inch of this Earth, even though on a globe Earth, people are still finding fucking islands and shit that they haven't discovered before.
Yeah, we go there. We go there and then we map its location. That's how we've discovered the entirety of the Earth.
No, you did not. They did not discover the entirety of the Earth, even as a globe.
You can quite literally go from India to the Americas in one of two directions. They both work.
You know
One
what
just
I
takes
think?
longer.
Honestly, I think that you guys have this really cartoon depiction of the Earth being a globe, and that people have already surveyed the entire Earth as a globe. I think that's what's detrimental to your mind and your thinking. Your way of thinking, it's detrimental because you think that every inch of this Earth has been discovered because it's a ball and we know all of it
I don't
because we
think
got
that,
fucking
but-
satellites. I think so because you're saying that we can know every inch of it and you don't know that. That's
Well,
something
no,
you
I'm
can't
not
know.
saying that we've discovered every inch, but every inch that we have discovered has been mapped out vigorously over the years.
Well,
I mean, cartography was a
I can
rife
agree.
in
I
the
can agree
15th
with it.
century.
I can agree with the fact that people say that the places they've been have already been known to exist. Like all this, that's pretty common for anyone to understand that. But for the places that haven't been, like you can't say that there's some islands out there that that we don't know about that we've like already mapped or because you don't know this shit that's unknown. And for me, it's easy for me to tell you. Like, how is that possible on a globe that has thousands of satellites surrounding the globe that map it out every single day that still there's fucking hidden islands in some locations? How do you guys account for that? Like with all this technology, the advent of the technology of satellites and shit, you'd be able to fucking LiDAR the whole Earth and get a fucking precise information about like every contour and convex, part of the Earth. And now that's important, right? Because you guys have like this all-knowing fucking technology, and yet there's still new shit that keeps popping up that doesn't make any fucking sense. How is
Like
that
what?
possible? Like new islands
new
that are discovered,
species,
new
new
lands. Like
everything, yeah.
fucking, how is that possible on a globe that should be already mapped out to the nth degree?
Well, nobody's been everywhere, but that, like for example, we know. Do you know that
beside the
they're
point,
in
though.
the South Pacific? In the South Pacific, for example, did you know that down towards New Zealand, or I should say to the east of New Zealand, slightly north, is the Pitcairn Islands? Like I didn't fucking know that. I'm looking at Globe Earth right now. There's an island called Henderson Island that has literally
That's
no
not what I'm
humans
talking
on it.
about. I'm talking about every single unaccounted for piece of land. There's no way that not, and that's because you have fucking satellites surrounding the entire Earth as a globe. like mapping and fucking you would agree with that's what's happening. Yet even that, they still don't have all the information about every single piece of land that's ever been discussed. Like they don't have all of it. So what are we dealing with? We're dealing with some missing information, and new shit pops up, and then we're just saying, "Whoa, we didn't know that, but we just discovered it the other day." And it's like, no, you didn't really, because then if you had as much technology fucking surveying the entire Earth, you would have already given us a depiction of precise. I'm talking about orientation. I'm talking about landmass sizes. Everything would have had its fucking like connecting pieces. Like we don't have that. So with the Earth as a globe, you know that you don't even have continent sizes correctly. You don't even have the fucking coastlines. Look, man, you don't know what you don't know right now. And you guys come headfirst in these arguments like you know what the fuck you're talking about. And then we have to hand you your fucking ass because you don't know what you're saying. You're obviously thinking that you're correct. But when you start to dig into the information, you're like, well, shit, you could be right that there's some missing information here. Like, I was just saying that because I went to the best of my ability telling you that I knew what I knew. But that's the thing. It's never good enough. There's always some information you didn't account for. And we're always
there's always land masses that we can find, or at least until we've literally surveyed.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Every single thing.
There should not be any land masses unaccounted for. Everything should.
There really isn't. By far
every jot and tittle of this fucking Earth's land masses everything should be precisely accounted for, because we have satellites roaming the stratosphere that are going to be taking fucking images of the Earth all the time, constantly, and we should know everything of the Earth. Everything
we pretty much do.
Out, everything.
Is there anything that's missing? Like I said, that you would ideally like to see?
Okay, so that's
grafted by satellites.
This is the part where I'm telling you. This is the part where I'm telling you that you don't know. This is something that you don't know, right? The missing information. Then you get to the place where you hear like, well, how did these new islands get found? Like, where the fuck did they come from? And then you're just like, well, we should have the technology to have already known this fucking 10 years ago. Because how long have the satellites been surveying?
I'm arguing that we do.
Allegedly. I'm arguing that you don't know that we don't. Fucking islands been popping up on the coast of Japan.
Huge,
say again?
I could say something.
It's huge.
You know what? Whatever your name is, dude, Star Sailor, I think's your name. You're really soft, bro. You got to sound off like you got a pair, because you can't hear anything when you're talking. You're mumbling.
It's huge.
What is? Yeah?
The Earth.
Oh, that's fucking deep, dude. The fucking Earth is huge. Wow. Yeah. Just read all about it, right? Like what?
Wait,
the fuck?
so I think you're misunderstanding. Like when you invoke the idea that Japan just found a bunch of new islands. I think you're missing that they didn't actually survey the oceans properly so as to determine where in exactly their territorial borders they had control of said regions.
That's not the case.
Because I literally found an article suggestive of this.
I know, but that's still not the case, though.
It's not that they didn't know the islands were there.
What I'm telling you is things that need to be accounted for are not, and they're not just like some clerical error. Like, oops, we forgot the fucking carry the one. Like, no, it's not. You don't understand. The information you're receiving via these agencies are just kind of like it's all just information coming at you that you have to trust because of it. Like, why would they lie? And all this other shit. So you're just a consumer of information.
It's
whenever you
they kind of are though.
Why would you? I guess the question is, why would you doubt their legitimacy? That's the important part. Why would you doubt the legitimacy of the claims?
Listen, like, I'm not even talking about the fact that they think the Earth's a globe. I'm talking about the information produced from these guys, right? So whatever it is that they're saying, I'm taking you guys off script here from Flat Earth and Globe Earth. I'm talking about just presenting information about whatever it is that they're surveying. It doesn't matter what it is. But whatever they're telling you, how can you verify or falsify that information that they're giving you? You cannot, is what I'm saying. Logistically, you can't go and say, okay, you did this. Let me go and fucking do this. Let me check what you've done.
Well, again, what reason would I have to doubt them is the question.
Well,
I feel like it's a larger lie to try and make
than
it
is
is
to
just
it's
accept
not a lie.
as
But
truth.
let's just say for the sake of them actually doing what they do, that they didn't cover all their bases. They didn't do due diligence, or they forgot something. A human error, right? You can't say they're perfect. But if that was the case, you're trusting the information they're giving you being as well, I don't know, like the best of that they got or whatever, but you're banking on it. It's like your 100% for their information is their fucking like 80% or 70%. They're saying like, well, fuck, we did the best we could, but shit, there's obviously, technical errors. There's fucking, we didn't cover this area. And then you're over here on this other side, right? You're just hearing the information that they're talking about. And you're saying, no, these guys, they know, they've surveyed 100%. We know all this. And so you're speaking out your ass over here on Discord. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, they don't even know the information they submitted was all the way correct. But they have to publish it like it's all taken care of. But
well, I mean,
meanwhile,
that
you're
is true
using
to
it
a
like,
certain extent. But
It
like,
is
for
true all
example,
the
I've
time.
gotten to see through an electric microscope, like something that's utilizing the actual wavelengths in the UV spectrum, or we'll just refer to the magnetic spectrum, right? The electromagnetic spectrum. I've gotten to see through a telescope that's capable of absorbing all sorts of different EMF signals, and in which case it shows that there is very evidently objects out there that do emit light. For example, in a 360 degree radius or a 360 degree circumference. Apologies for the incorrect language there. Like it's a thing. I've gotten to detect via my buddy went and bought a $3,000 fucking telescope, and in which case we were able to detect things like EMF bursts. It's amazing. It's fucking it's awe-inducing.
You're seeing,
but
yeah,
where do
you're
those
seeing
come
things-
from in your model?
Here's the thing, that you're seeing something happen, and what you're seeing is what you're accounting for is something that the technology is seeing at a different wavelength, let's say, than your eyeball can see, and it's making it visible to you. Is that correct?
Yeah. I can't
right,
see most EMF signals.
Nobody can. None of us, like, we're not. There's only certain
We're not
visible
geared
light
to
we
do
can
that.
see with the eyes, right? So with that, other technology helps us see different wavelengths of light and such. We can see other things.
Yeah,
that's fine. But even that will still stand out to be like, that's not that somebody's got their fucking mic on, some Eon Servo or whatever you're backfeeding. But if you trust that information as that technology is given to you, what if that information is not complete in and of itself, but it's like the idea behind the technology, right? Like what they're saying it is could be something other than, like, there might be another variable to it. Yet you're banking on what it is by what you've just said right now. You're making it sound like you already know that this is the case, and you're making a strong argument for it. But how do you know that the information of what you're seeing, right, in the sky can be solidified by saying, I know that this is a spheroid, what I'm looking at? Because other than you going over there and checking to see if it is one, what if it's not what you think it is? What if it's something else? You don't know.
I mean,
that.
it could be, but the thing is, again, I have a data set and you have none. I have at least
Well,
a
that's not the
data set to
case.
work
Look,
with.
listen. When this is one thing that we say, right, in this channel, whatever can be discovered is discovered, and we don't disagree with. There shouldn't be anybody in here that disagrees with things that are true, right? Things that are true are not disagreed with. It's the fucking lore that we disagree with, the fantasy side of it all. So there's this lore attached to what you're seeing, that it's not just you're not just seeing light being emitted in a different wavelength. You're seeing a fucking planet, with a nickel iron core and fucking polar ice caps, and you add a lot of embellishment to the thing you're seeing, and you think that it's okay to think that way. You're like, well, I see something that you can't see, and it's like, no, you're not. If I was to look through whatever telescope your friend has, we'd probably see the same shit. But other than that, it's not attached to a story. What I think it is, it's not attached to a ball planet that's floating around. However, you think it is. So that's where you think that something is something that it's not. How do you know? You can't verify it. There's no science you can do with that other than making your observations. What I mean is natural science, right? So
but again, by that same notion, though, you're trying to prove that the Earth isn't a globe via your senses, your eyes.
but that's not
the
that's
Earth
not looking at the
appears
sky,
to be
though.
flat. No, I know,
That's
but
not-
it's the exact same burden of proof that's being
No, it's
levied
not.
to you
No.
that you're
It's-
levying
it's-
to
no,
me.
No, the burden of proof. Okay, so when you're looking at the sky and then when you look at the ground, two different things, right? So we have to make the distinction that
Why
we're
can't
not
I use
looking-
my observations for the ground but not the sky?
Because you're trying to make an assertion as to what you're seeing up there. Logistically, you can't get to that place. And you know that. What I'm saying is true. You can't go up there and verify the information like of whatever element that light's emitting. You can't do that. There's no way. So your
But by the
assumptions-
same, but by
your
the same
assumptions-
stroke, though, I
Yeah,
can
but
see
wait a
an
minute,
island
wait a
across
minute.
from the.
Wait a minute.
From,
Yeah, let me make the distinction here. But by saying that, right, you can't verify that. However, logistically, you can get to the Earth and go to different parts of the Earth and travel, right? Because it's somewhere in the really is level you can actually go and do. And by that, you can say, okay, I traveled to, I don't know, 1,000 miles away, and I went to this place and that place, and I was able to see stars in a different place, whatever, right? But you're able to go on the Earth into different places. The sky is off limits. You can't go to those places. You can only think about them like some other guys have told you. So throughout history, like a tradition, you've been thinking that the Earth is a globe because your father thought of it, your grandfather thought of it, your granddaddy thought of it. And so people down the line, it's been passed down, handed down to you like a tradition. It's not so much that they're lying. They just automatically believe what information was handed to them. So you're doing the same. And by that is detrimental to your thought process because you can't think of anything else but what somebody put in your head. So if I was to tell you, okay, void of somebody else telling you what's up in the sky, how can you just using that technology that your friend has only know what they know just by saying, I look at something in the sky and I see a different wavelength with this technology that he has, but I'm not going to say that it's a ball planet. You see, you can't do that because it's with your lore, it's married to the idea that you think it's a ball planet, that wavelength. It's being emitted off of a planet.
Water
and so
doesn't
you
curve,
have this
bro. It
idea,
just doesn't.
but we don't. We don't need that. We
Like,
can
do
just
you-
make
do
our
you think the ocean
observations.
is curved? Does this guy think the ocean is curved?
The sky
it conforms.
ocean? What did you say?
Liquid conforms to whatever object is currently containing it.
I didn't hear what the
so
guy
it does
said.
curve.
Dude, you gotta really
He's
speak
saying
up,
it
man. What
curves.
did you
He's
say?
saying
The
liquid
sky
curves.
ocean?
He's saying the ocean curves because he's dumb.
Well, no,
He's
I'm not
done?
saying that the ocean curves. I'm saying that liquid
it's flat.
conforms to whatever object
Bro,
contains it.
Hold on, dude. You gotta fix your mic, man. Really, or speak into it. Get a little closer to your mic.
Does he think that
Can
the
I
ocean
just
is curved?
ask?
Crypto, you're breaking up, brother. Try
Can I
again.
just
I just want to know
So-
the answer to that question.
Hold
Do you
on,
think
Star
that-
Sailor.
You say
Crypto's
that
trying to
the
get
the
in.
liquid-
ocean is curved?
Oh. Yo, am
Crypto,
I still
try
breaking
again,
up?
bro.
Am I still breaking up?
No, you're good. Try again. Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we all know that liquid conforms to the shape of a container on the bottom, but we're talking about the top. Okay, so on the
Yep.
surface of the water,
The top, yes.
it's level, right?
Technically.
Well,
I
what do
mean,
you mean
aside from
technically? It's a
obvious
yes or
caps and
no.
whatnot, right?
It's a yes or a no, bro.
What does technically mean? What do you mean?
Again,
technically?
aside from
technically gay or
caps,
something?
dips, elevational changes, etc. Of course.
But that's all.
So
No,
doesn't
you
that
haven't
make
said
it flat?
You haven't said anything, bro. So, like, yeah, we know that waves exist, but that's energy that's been input into the liquid to change the shape, right? But if there's no excess energy changing that shape, then it's level on top, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So here's the thing, right? In order to prove to you that that the Earth is in fact a container, you first have to understand the idea of gravity. But we're going to have debates along the idea of gravity. So there's no point in me continuing down what is in fact the reality that we live in, but because we're not going to agree on the core principle that gravity is what contains water to the Earth to begin with.
Gravity doesn't save you anyway.
Wait, so
Because
the
if-
ocean is curved?
Well, no, because if the Earth was flat,
It follows the contours of the Earth.
you gotta let me finish,
So it's
bro.
curved?
You gotta let me finish. Like, was I coming through? Okay.
Yeah, Star Sailor has a really bad habit of just interrupting and over talking with his low mic.
Sorry.
Nobody can
Yeah,
hear him.
cool.
Dude, Star, you really gotta just wait, dude.
So gravity
I'll
doesn't
wait out.
save you within this argument, okay? So let's even say that I accept your gravity. Well, what you've still got is you could have that on a flat surface or on a globe, and you still have level water conforming
Agreed.
to the Earth.
No,
So
I agree with you on that. But that's the point, right? Is that it conforms to create a level. It's not that it was just innately level to begin with. Gravity is what conforms it.
But that would be the same either way, so your argument doesn't mean anything.
Well, no, I mean, again, the idea here is that there are massive areas in the Earth's surface that go certainly far beyond what we've ever dug from a continental perspective. They go far beyond into the depths, and yet those, if the Earth didn't have those depressions that are as deep as they are, water would in fact not sit flat without gravity. It would quite literally not only float, let's even assume, in fact, just for sake of argument, that it wouldn't just float out into the ether. If gravity didn't pull on it in all directions equally towards the center of said Earth, then at that point you would have water depositing itself in some areas more and in some areas less because of the nature of water itself needing to go to the area of least resistance. Much like other protons, neutrons, and electrons do just in general.
You're not making an argument for the globe, though.
I mean, like, well, I'm not even a flat Earth believer, but like, the water sits flat on a table. Like, that argument doesn't actually.
Not necessarily. Water on a table, for example, given its ability to resist itself from collapsing in, it'll have curves on the outer edge of whatever surface of water you have. That doesn't happen on Earth because gravity
Assuming it's
pulls
not
it into
contained.
uniformity.
Assuming it's not contained with walls.
Even if it's contained, it still has a meniscus, and that meniscus, when appears to curve itself.
The arguments you're making, A, aren't pro-globe, and B, don't even pertain to the subject matter. I don't understand why you think any of this matters for your argument. Like, a meniscus isn't Earth curve, so it's a waste of time to talk about that. And second of all, if we have some sort of quote-unquote force that's forcing the water down, you call it gravity, that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. So I'm really not understanding why you're even making these arguments.
And you do understand that level is a straight line, right?
That doesn't even matter. They can define level curved if they want, right? I mean, level wouldn't be curved even in their definition. It would be conforming to a pre-established baseline, right? So that's what how they define level. But that still doesn't actually prove a globe. So I don't know why he's making this argument.
So if you would please re-ask the initial question, because I think I got lost in trying to not argue, quote unquote. Right?
So you've got this idea that water is level, right? We all agree, everyone here knows that water at the bottom conforms to the container. Everyone knows that. 5-year-olds know that. You don't need to. But on the top, the water is level unless there's energy input into that water. Waves, bores, whatever. Correct?
Yep.
So how does any of
displacement?
How does any of that? Well, yeah, but displacement would be due to energy, right? So how would any of that?
Just mass.
How would any of
necessarily
that?
say energy?
Stop talking over me. How would any of that prove a globe?
So first, I suppose, in order to make an actual argument, I need to understand what it is that you have a disagreement with the fact that the Earth's surfaces, in terms of water, sit flat. I'm confused as to where the actual disagreement here is. We both agree that Earth's surface water, by all accounts, is effectively flat, and that no matter really where you go, depending on obviously elevational change, but again, no matter where you go as far as seawater is concerned or ocean water is concerned, there is such a thing as an altimeter reading sea level. So I'm not sure where we actually disagree towards this end. I wouldn't personally use this argument to try and prove globe Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are all arguments against when the globers will assert that water is curving, right? Because everything that you measure would be the same on a flat Earth anyway. The only issue is, of course, is you need to prove that water is curving to conform to sphere, which is impossible to do.
Okay, so here's where I suppose a question could arise. So if the Earth is flat, is there an edge to said Earth?
But that's just a deflection from the point.
No, hold on. I'll link it back, but I do need an answer for this in order for it to actually link. I can't.
It's actually mathematically and logically impossible to say either way. That's why.
Okay, so if we go on the pretense that there is in fact no edge to the Earth and it is an infinite plane, regardless of whatever plane or whatever shape that plane takes, then water would be effectively infinitely long, and you could go forever in any direction associative to the water itself.
That's not
if in fact. There would have to be a level of infinite applied to the particular equation if there is in fact no edge.
What's that got
However,
to do with the shape of the surface?
However, if there is an edge to the Earth, then at that point the container would be that edge. Whether it rises above sea level or it's exactly at sea level, it really makes no difference. If there is an edge, but the edge is below that of the surface of the water, then water pours off until it meets that edge. It works one of those three ways, no matter what. Within that paradigm, it must work that way, given the properties of water.
All of this is completely irrelevant, though. So again, I don't know why we're making these points.
So
if you've got, say, like an infinite Earth, it doesn't mean that it's infinitely water, which was one of the incorrect assertions you made. It could be infinitely anything else. But also you have the problem of the finite versus infinite, which the globe universe has too, right? So, I mean, sure, it's a problem.
Wait, say that last bit again. I missed a portion of it because it kind of muffled just a little bit.
Okay.
Or maybe it was accent.
It's the problem of finite versus infinite that the globe Earth universe has too, which is logically and mathematically impossible to solve, right? So you might want to do a bit more reading on this because it's an issue for your paradigm as well. Regardless, we don't actually have to answer that question. All we can do is measure and observe what we actually have in our environment.
So again, in order for this to make sense, right, you have to have an answer to whether or not there's an edge to the Earth. If there's no edge, water falls off. Is that how water works or not?
I mean, again, you're just asserting things that are incorrect and then coming to incorrect conclusions based on a red herring in the first place.
Well, again, I mean, we're speaking explicitly about the principle of water in itself. So, does water flow from the place of more water to the place of less water, or not?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Water.
If it's on an edge, does it do that?
Does water flow from a place of more water to less water?
To create equilibrium, yes.
No, that is not.
Flows high to low.
So, for instance, if you were to have a cup of water, directly above that cup of water is no water. So, if that was true, the water would flow upwards because there's less water above it.
Not intrinsically, because gravity is what's keeping it from doing that, right?
But if what you just said is true, that would have to happen.
High to low.
So
high to low.
You need to word it properly.
Fair enough. It's a difficult thing to word. Let's assume it's on a flat plane. You have drops of water flowing forward. Are they not going to pool at the portion of less water? And then once it's completely, once you've stopped adding water to it, it will create an equilibrium. Is that a true statement?
I understand your problem. The problem you have is that you can't actually think about things properly. So when you make statements like, does water flow from more water to less water? You've not actually made the statement that you meant to make.
Oh, well, I'm assuming you know what I'm intending to say. Like I'm trying to speak the same language.
Stop talking over me. Stop it. Okay, so the problem you have is because you're thinking in a muddled way, you're making muddled statements that don't mean anything. Okay, and so then when you say something like that, I can only actually hear what you actually said. The room can only hear what you actually said. When you said, does water flow from more water to less water? That statement is nonsense. And I can only address the nonsense, right? The reason why people are talking in circles with you is because, to be honest, I don't think you're at the level to be having this discussion. So that's why I'm getting...
Let me rephrase it then. Let's go ahead and stop with the meta and I'll just rephrase it. If on a flat surface...
Stop it!
Well,
I didn't
we're
finish. You need to just stop, bro. This is another reason, because that was the other thing I was going to move on to. You're making all of these muddled thoughts in your brain, and then making these muddled statements. But the other problem is that you're not actually actively listening to the other person, right? And so then, of course, you're not going to be able to respond to what they said because you didn't listen. I'm done.
Okay, so let's rephrase this then, right? Does water on the surface of the Earth typically move from high to low when descending down elevation, or does it pool when put on a flat surface? Does it try to create equilibrium?
It does both of those things.
Okay, so going back to my previous assertions, if there is no edge to the Earth, then water will invariably fall down from the sides of the Earth to try and create equilibrium to wherever that down is. If it's nothing, if it falls into space, then it will cease effectively existing in our purview. There's just infinite water infinitely pouring over the edge, which is possible. That is possible.
You didn't listen to what I said before, and so now you're asking the same irrelevant red herring. Because
no, I'm rephrasing it so that it makes more sense.
To you? Last time you asked this question, what did I say to you?
Again, you tried to cancel it out, but it's because I ultimately left out details that were important.
If you were actually listening, you would remember the answer. What was the answer?
Again, you just tried to cancel them by saying that we have a problem with infinite and finite.
True. What was the actual answer?
Again, it was infinite and finite as a problem, a mathematical problem.
You're wrong again because you weren't listening. Again. That's why it's so annoying to talk to you. What I said was the assertion that it's infinite water is incorrect. It might not be water. It could be land. It could be a number of other things. That was the first thing I said. So therefore, that would already make your point irrelevant that you've now said 3 or 4 times because you weren't listening.
Okay, so then where is, in that paradigm, where is the land that is supposedly keeping the Earth and its water contained? Because that again just speaks directly to the bordered Earth that I'd already laid out as a potential solution.
I've already given you all of the options. You're asking the same.
I quite literally gave them to you. Either there's no edge, there's an edge, or it's a globe, in which case water moves every direction simultaneously.
No, we weren't talking about a globe. We were talking about the multiple flat cosmological options with regards to infinity versus finity, right? And I gave you the option.
So if in that first question, I'm asking you where is the edge, and you say it doesn't necessarily have to be infinite water, okay, so then where is the infinite land? Why can we not observe this?
Well, again, this is the problem of logic and maths with infinity in a model that your model also has, which I've already mentioned.
You don't even necessarily need to ascribe infinity to it. There's either an edge to said container holding the water at level, or there's no edge. There's really only 2 paradigms.
Bro, you're just not listening. You're not listening.
I am.
You're not.
Right. You're dancing around the question. Either there is an edge or there's no edge.
The question directly. You've asked the same question again. I've answered the same thing again, and you've not understood it again, and then asked the same question a 3rd time. It's a waste of everyone's time, bro.
I guess I'm just not satisfied with the answer I'm getting, so perhaps somebody else could answer it better? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just missing the answer in the way that it's formulated.
You're not ready for these conversations we have in here, Angel. You really aren't, man.
I'm actually curious about your answer to that, Alpha Veritas. Like you and I have had a pretty good dialogue at this point. So if water does in fact form an equilibrium in its flow, meaning it's not going to flow to or from anything any longer, being that of the oceans, and we all agree that water must have a container in order to do that, of some sort, whether it's contained by land, glass, or atmosphere in this case, gravity as well. At that point, it does have to have a container. So where is the container holding the Earth's water if it's not a globe?
Let me just ask a quick question, right? Is a globe Earth infinite or finite?
It's finite. Exceedingly finite.
Okay, let me just kick it over to Indio, because he was going to ask something.
Well, your problem is you're doing an infinite regression fallacy. That's your problem.
What's up?
You're doing an infinite regression fallacy.
I mean,
You don't-
Gio, please don't do this. He's not going to know what that is.
Would you like me to look that up, or would you like to explain it so I can understand what it is that
So
you're
if
trying
I
to?
said, okay, the edge is 1,000,000 miles that way, you'd be like, okay, so what's after that? Like, well, there's another edge that's another 1,000,000 miles. Okay, what's after that? Right. It's an infinite regression fallacy. No matter what answer you get, you can just say, well, where's the edge of that?
Well, I mean, if it's
This
land,
is a
then there's
game,
then
right?
the
So-
land itself works as the edge,
Well, yeah,
right?
it ends land and then it's freaking marshmallow cream pie or something, right? Okay, so where's the end of the marshmallow cream pie? Oh, chocolate pudding, that goes on for 1,000,000 light years. And we could just do this forever and ever and ever.
Okay, and that's
No,
fair, but that's totally fair. Like I get what you're saying, but again, what we actually observe is an equilibrium, and at that point, there's never everybody. We all agree that, I mean, at least at this point, as far as I'm aware, everybody here agrees that water at rest, without energies impacting it, will in fact be level for all intents and purposes at its surface, leastways. Right? We all agree on that.
Yeah.
So, one way or the other, there must be a container. And if that container is 1,000,000 miles away, then you, in order to even proof that, could even travel farther than what we know the continental borders are from one continent to the other in X direction. Doesn't matter where. You could fly it, you could boat it. It doesn't really matter how you get there. But if you were to go, say, 100,000 miles and there's still no edge, then that in itself proves that you could be more correct than what is currently postulated. However, because you can't do that, and you will invariably at some point meet land that doesn't happen to coincide with those borders that we're trying to draw in this model, then at that point, the Earth is more likely to be a globe than it is to be flat. Because the container
That's an
rule
idiotic
must be
claim.
met.
It's not more likely to be anything than one thing than another thing. Just saying it's more likely to be a globe. That's nonsense.
Well,
it's
so
more
for
likely to be a
example-
Mobius strip. How about that? I'll just make up a fucking random fucking geometric form. It's more likely to be a Mobius strip. I don't need any evidence. I can just claim it.
Well, if we're going to claim, so if globe earthers claim that the Earth is just shy of 25,000 miles, and you were to go 25,000 miles to try and find an edge that you're claiming exists beyond that, right? Just claiming beyond that distance,
Okay.
because 25,000 would actually meet the threshold. Then that means that on any point on the Earth, you could go beyond what the quote-unquote globe earthers argue is the circumference.
How do you know how far you traveled?
Sorry?
How are you going to know how far you traveled? How are you going to know how far you traveled that you went 25,000 miles? How are you going to figure that out?
You can track that bit with any measure. I mean, honestly, we have a variety of different metrics that you can track.
give me one. Give me some method.
You could use lasers. You could use the standard
25,000 mile laser?
No, not necessarily 25,000 mile laser. You could use reference points that can penetrate through water to try and figure out where you're at distance wise.
Yeah,
you could
give
use
me one.
RPMs on an engine.
Give me
you
one.
could use
RPMs
you
on
could
an
use
engine.
GPS. You could use GPS location. I mean, you could use a variety
GPS?
of things depending on speed and revolutions of a motor. That would be my most, or what I would argue would be the most consistent, is maintain speed and relevant RPMs. That's effectively how our gauges work currently.
Okay, so how do you know how fast you're going in water?
Because
or in air?
again, RPMs, thrust, etc. I mean, there's physics.
First, hold on. RPMs, dude, stop. Okay, I'm dealing with this one guy. RPMs are about the motor.
Yep.
Means rotations per minute.
Yep. And you can use that to determine speed, along with several other factors. Let's say hypothetically in a plane, you can use
but you also
RPM
have
as one
slippage.
portion of a calculation.
Dude, you have slippage.
Okay,
in
so
this-
you have wind speed, right? So you have your airspeed and then your ground speed, and then the water.
Yep.
That's also a fluid. So there's currents that will change your adjustment. That will change your measured speed. So,
of
once
which we have
again-
gauges that do all the time as it stands right here.
Yeah,
right now.
and they have an accuracy or error that's 15%. So
Let's
the globe,
verify
the
that.
distance is well, go look up the manufacturer. It's called a PITOT tube, PITOT. That's how they measure velocity in an airplane, and that's how they measure velocity in water. They use the same device. So
a
it
car
measures
speedometer
how-
can have an
and-
error of plus or minus
Yeah,
4%.
we don't care about the speedometer because we're not driving on water.
Right, because look at the vast distance you want to travel, Angel. So much more of the Earth is water than it is just land. So you got to think about it. You want to be your best bet is using the technology that's going to be used over water and air.
Yeah, and we're
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm aware,
He's
right,
thinking of the circumference.
planes.
But you're
Yeah,
hold on, Angel. You're thinking about the circumference, and that's why you're drawing that number from that. Because you're
Yeah.
So basically, he's saying I hear
Yeah,
what you're
I
saying.
understand where it's from but you have to have the radius before the circumference.
Yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily. So in this case, right?
Not necessarily.
If you're intending to prove that there's an edge beyond what is considered to be the circumference of the Earth, like
I don't
what
think there's
estimations
an
are forward.
Dude, like I don't.
No, I know, but again, in order for we have to revert back to
when
this,
you
right?
when you say edge, what do you just specify? Because there's a lot of people that say edge, but they what do you?
I'm not even.
About? The
Yeah,
end of
so-
reality. The fucking.
So an edge an edge is required to keep water at a sense of equal.
What, an edge like what? Like just describe it. Use
Anything.
words like this.
I don't care
This-
what
well,
mass
describe
it's
it.
made of.
No, you describe it.
I would say either a spatial or land boundary that's keeping the water at flat,
So it just has to be higher than the water.
more or less. Whatever this edge is, it has to at least contain the water.
So
a
you want to
foot
know the
above
edge of
sea
the
level.
water, not the edge of the world.
Well, I mean, no, the edge
That's
of
what
the
I was
world
talking
would be required to keep the edge of the water intact.
Oh, okay, give me the logic behind that. That there has to be an
Or
edge
there
of the
has to be
world,
some
or there
other
to be
force
an
that's
edge of
acting
water.
upon the water.
Yeah,
And this just showed
not,
the infinite regression fallacy.
Yeah.
So now it's not the edge of the water. Now it's the edge of the world, and then it'll be the edge of the universe, and then it'll be
No,
the edge of the
no.
metaverse, and then it'll be the edge of the freaking brain metaverse.
I'm not keeping the
Like the
standards of proof
multiverse.
that high. I'm not keeping the standard of proof that high. At
You
that
have no
point, what
standard.
I'm saying is, yes, I do, and I'll tell it to you implicitly.
Yeah, but
At
he just
this
pointed
point-
out the flaw, Angel. He just pointed out your flaw.
This
so
was-
even
listen,
if the
this-
water
this-
had its boundary, its edge, and then land started after that because the land was like where it was, just like it's shored up
Containing.
in any shore,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
But then you
then
got the issue with the land. Like, how far does that fucking thing go? You're gonna be
Oh
continuously
no!
like what
We
he-
can stop there as far as the entire theory of globe Earth is concerned, because
No, but what I'm-
if you
but what I'm-
traveled 25,000
No, man, that's
miles, you would actually pass the original point
No,
that
25,000
you started
miles,
at on a globe.
25,000 miles. You're using, I don't know why you picked that number, by the way, just because it's the circumference according to the globe of the equator.
No,
I mean-
I know that's exactly the point. So if you start at at New York and you fly 25,000 miles in a straight line, you will pass New York on the way
That's
back.
what- that's
You
what
will pass
think.
it. No, that's the globe Earth thought process, right? You would pass because you'd go 100. It's actually 99 miles by the actual estimation. You would go 99 miles past the origination point. So if you were to go 25,000 miles in any one direction and not pass the same point that you started, whether latitudinally or longitudinally, you would prove, in fact, that the Earth is not at least the measurement that's suggested, and the opportunity for flat Earth to be proven is that much greater.
Already proven. What are you talking about? It's already proven.
So how is that then? Because we're trying to
the
use
surface of the water
as
isn't
a measure.
curving. So the surface of the water isn't curving. So
Your
but
premise
the-
is flawed. Yeah,
like-
your premise is flawed.
if the surface of listen, dude, most of the surface of Earth is water, and if the water's not curving, then it's not a ball. It's pretty fucking simple. It's not actually.
But water
complicated.
conforms to the force that's containing it. That's the point. That's why, in
The
order to
force
prove this
of the
once and for
container.
all, that would
What's
yes,
the force of a container?
Container force.
the force, the container's force would be determined by its either rigidity or its forces on a gravimetric level. So, for example, you can have landmass that has rigidity that keeps water contained, or you can have,
Fucking
for example,
container
gravity
forces.
that keeps
What
the
the
water
fuck?
contained to the earth. You have to have a container of some
Okay,
sort.
now
of water.
what does any of that have to do with the surface of the water curving?
The water itself is going to appear to be flat no matter where you take a measurement from. It does not matter, but it will not do that infinitely. Is what I would postulate. So if you were to take that line, again, let's use a laser level.
So what you're saying now
over
is
what is
that-
effectively for your human eyes an infinite distance, eventually the water will separate from that laser as long as the laser is held in a static orientation the entire time at exactly 90 degrees.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Because this has already been done. It's
Where
already been
at?
done.
I'd love to see that evidence, actually.
Okay, I'll post it all in the chat. It's been done multiple times, not just once, multiple times in multiple locations, multiple times in the same location, multiple days, multiple different times. So I'll post in the chat, but I'm gonna just give you the quick verbal rundown.
The TLDR.
Yeah, the too long didn't read. So 5 laser tests were done in the Netherlands at Lake IJssel, which is in it used to be connected to the ocean, but the Dutch blocked it off. So it's an inland. It's connected like there's like a dike or something like that. So it's a giant. Used to be like a bay, but now it's a lake. So they took a laser there, right, and they shined it across the lake at a bunch of different distances, right? Something like 9
Oh
miles.
shit! You're retarded.
They did it. Yeah, that's a great argument. Very compelling, glow proof. Yeah, throw your body into the gears, dude.
They always do.
Throw your body into the gears, bro. Who cares? Anyway, so these
Who even
laser
was
tests-
that?
So,
Who was it?
It's someone just trying to stop any information from being disseminated. He has to throw his body into the gears to stop the machine.
Never fails.
Sacrifice yourself, bro. Anyway, so they did these tests 3 weeks apart, and
What tests?
so laser tests. So they took a
I got
laser
'em.
and they shined it various distances, right? And they did horizontal pans, right? So they set up a laser 10 feet off the water, right? Take a meteorological station, shine it across the water. They made a laser aiming device, right? They used a stepper motor because it's really hard to accurately aim a laser that's 25 miles away. So a 0.02 degree change in where the laser's pointed, at the other end of the laser moves like 2 meters. Okay, so you need a device to actually aim the laser. So this is what they did. They did 2 sets of tests spaced 3 weeks apart. The longest test is 25 miles.
Yep.
They shine the laser 25 miles, and the globe model predicts that laser should be 440 feet in the air at 25 miles away. That's the top of a 44-story building. The laser was picked up at 4 feet.
Where's that math for that assumption coming from?
Well, it's not an assumption. It's what the globe says, what the globe model says.
Sorry, I think I might
Anyway,
be breaking up. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I heard you.
You were breaking up on my end, so say that again, please.
It's not an assumption. It's what the math is. Not assuming.
So-
it's what the globe model predicts.
Where
Using
does
the
that
WGS
come from?
84 reference ellipsoid. Anyway, just let me finish, and I'll post it. Okay, so the laser was 4 feet off the ground and not 440 feet off the ground, which is 2 orders of magnitude different than what the globe predicts. Okay, so I'm going to post that in the chat. Just give me a second. Now, I have a PDF and there's a YouTube video about it. The PDF is basically a report on what they did with pictures and like the measurements and the math and all that shit.
Okay.
I'll post it all. And that's just one. That's just one example. There's plenty more. There's 21 miles across Salt Lake. There's lakes in Utah, lakes in Urania, lakes in the Sea of Galilee. Like this has been done multiple times.
Well, so if this has been proofed on the small, I'll just go ahead and concede the point that it can be proofed on sub, 100-mile distances. Can this be proofed across the oceans, for example? That would be fantastic proof. It's an extraordinarily long distance, and we do have lasers strong enough to project that.
Not really, because the air absorbs laser light. I mean,
that's just a matter of intensity, though.
No, because the absorption of light in the air is exponential. So just turning up your laser isn't gonna fucking do anything, because you're fighting an exponential function with distance. That means the power of your laser has to go up exponentially. You can't just double the strength of the laser and expect something's going to happen. The difference is going to be minuscule.
I mean, is the absorption of laser light in the air, does it follow?
Is he just breaking up for me?
No, he's breaking up for me as well.
You're like
incomprehensible.
I'll have fiber
Dude,
cable do it instead of
that was like
the
a
lasers.
freaking techno, man. That was like.
It sounds like they're slowly gasping for breath while like drowning or something.
Dude, someone need to drop a beat behind freaking Crypto's talking, man. That was awesome.
Well, I'll take
Instead of having like weak lasers, have like fiber cable optics do it then, in the place of laser.
Okay, how about radio waves?
Radio waves can be bounced, and so actually, this is the part that I'm more familiar
Well, there's
with.
frequencies that don't bounce, right?
No, not explicit. Like
No.
depending on where you're capping the min max of RF. No, all frequencies can bounce. Some can penetrate farther before they effectively get reduced
I'm
to
talking
nothing.
about like
or
microwave,
what have you,
not
but-
technically radio wave, microwave.
Microwaves are radio waves.
Yeah, they're still a radio wave. It's just
well,
a
I
different
mean,
intensity.
It's not. It's a different wavelength and a different frequency, man. What do you mean intensity? What are you talking about?
That's effectively what describes both of those things when you're referring to the EMF spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Intensity is the number of photons. It's called the flux through the surface, right? So it's how many photons pass some area.
You can use
per minute.
intensity in terms of when you're speaking on RF, right? Intensity in RF, for example, in your broadband network, is going to refer to the height of the undulations in a wave, in most cases, and then it can also be used. Yeah, it can also be used to refer to the frequency height, i.e., where in real numbers you're referring to. So it can be used to refer to both, depending on the subject of the conversation. In general, though, if you're asking for a frequency that will not bounce but only penetrate, you're talking about extremely high intensity radio waves, such as that of, for example, gamma waves. They're extraordinarily high intensity, and the way that their undulations are going to effectively stack up can penetrate damn near anything. They're extraordinarily intense beams of radiation.
I'm gonna be frank with you. You're butchering this shit, bro.
A wee bit. I'm trying not to go into too much jargon. I am trying not
you
to
don't
get
know
so
what the
jargon
fuck you're
heavy that it
talking
doesn't
about.
matter. But
Radio waves are a specific frequency. They're something like 20 megahertz to something like 108 megahertz, right? So
yeah,
it's a
100%.
Gamma waves are something like 1,000 gigahertz.
No, higher.
Okay,
significantly higher. Like
has
to
nothing to do
an
with
amplitude of like
intensity. It has to do
1,000.
with- Yes, HF equals E equals H, reduced Planck's constant times frequency. So the energy of a photon, right, equals the energy of an individual photon equals the reduced Planck's constant times the frequency. So yes, a photon of a gamma ray will have more energy than a photon of a radio
Is he
wave.
breaking up for anyone else?
A little bit.
Okay.
Okay, it must be my crappy gamma radiation fucking internet.
I didn't hear
Anyway.
you breaking up. Mate.
Yeah, okay. Funny. Anyway, I'm not gonna dwell on that. So yes, the photon has more energy, but it doesn't have the same intensity. If you look up intensity in electromagnetic spectrum, it means the amount of photons that will go through some area, right? So if I have a 1 meter area, right, like a circle or a square or whatever, and I shine or beam something through it, there'll be a number of photons that will go through that per second, right? The amount of photons that go through it is the intensity.
Well, I mean, intensity is a so
it has nothing to do
amplitude
with
and
the
intensity are
frequency.
two separate segments, right?
Yes, the amplitude.
We agree on that. I'm just trying to make sure because again we're getting jargon heavy, so I want to make sure that it's in terms of the actual topic we're on the same wavelength.
Okay, let's actually get back to the point. The point is there are frequencies, right, that are not reflective, right? There are frequencies that are more reflective than others. There are frequencies that penetrate the air better than other frequencies.
Well, actually, hold on. I have a disagreement with one of the things you said. There are frequencies that are more reflective than others. No, there are frequencies that are more susceptible to reflection depending on the surface that they touch, the object in question. There are not frequencies that are more susceptible to. Well, I'm sorry, that reflect more. It's just susceptibility.
Sounds like using words to make things
no,
more
it's
complicated.
an important distinction. Wavelengths do not reflect off of nothing.
Yeah,
Wavelengths will travel at
not
any
the point anyway.
for any distance infinitely until either they literally lose all intensity, or which I'm not aware as to that ever happening organically. So it's possible, but I'm not going to say that it's a fact.
Organic.
Or yeah, like i.e., have we ever shot or have we ever shot a particular wavelength and it's just lost all intensity in terms of capability of being detected? I'm not aware that that's something that's ever necessarily happened. I guess at lower powers it possibly could. I would assume, but I've personally never witnessed that.
It's irrelevant to his point, isn't it?
Yeah, and dude, you're totally
reflectivity is guaranteed.
Listen, you're trying to bullshit your way through this, and it ain't working. You don't know what.
I'm not at all.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm not at all. So again,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
A frequency is going. Any frequency is going to have something that it can reflect off of. There is something.
Okay, so there's
no matter
reflection,
what.
absorption, and transmission. Okay, one of those three things is going to happen. Well, it doesn't happen 100% in any one of those things. It happens depending on the wavelength, frequency, material, dielectric constant material, magnetic permeability of the material. So there's factors, variables, which determine how it's reflected, how it's transmitted, or how it's absorbed. Right?
Yes.
Any particular photon wavelength. Yes. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
You nailed it on the head there. I don't know if you were trying to keep it simple earlier, but there was in terms of the way you were communicating it, it wasn't right.
Okay, so we know that there's certain frequencies or wavelengths, if you want to use that unit, that are not reflective off of normal Earth surfaces, right? So they don't reflect off of water. They don't reflect off of trees. They're absorbed.
Did you just break out for anybody?
No, they're absorbed. They're not reflected. They're absorbed. Okay?
Yeah.
So.
Lead is one such subject. Such substance. Right?
Yeah, but lower wavelengths are absorbed by other materials. It doesn't take lead.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, for instance, 1200 megahertz microwave is absorbed by water. Right?
Yeah. It excites the molecules and they eat the energy.
It's absorbed, and like you had your freaking TV dinner today because of that 1200 megahertz microwave inside your kitchen, right? So,
and it's actually
all being said, right? So we have
2.5
technology.
gigs?
We have communication technology, right? Point to point. It's not reflected. Has to be absorbed. It's absorbed by the ambient environment that are beyond what the Earth.
Is he breaking out again? He keeps breaking out like every time he speaks for me.
No, I can hear him
You're
clearly.
just avoiding his fucking topic. So just listen.
Yeah, so
no,
they're
I
beyond,
was trying to. Fuck.
Well, they're beyond.
The last thing
Earth
I heard
curve
you say
calculator.
was relevant to the microwave. That was the last thing I heard you say.
Angel, I think it is your connection though, because I'm hearing it just fine.
Okay, it could very well be. I am on the 5G frequency. Let me swap over, perhaps.
Well, if Indio's gone for a sec, I just wanted to approach this from a slightly different angle. You accept that if you're standing outside a nightclub, that you're hearing the bass frequencies more easily than the mid frequencies and more easily than the high frequencies, right?
Yes.
So do you think that's dependent on the frequency itself or on the walls between you and the sound?
Actually, both. It's both
Exactly.
simultaneously. They're
Exactly.
in that particular case. You have really three independent variables, right? So you have the frequency at which case you're trying to detect. In which case, or I'm sorry, in this case, you're trying to hear the bass, right? But you'd
You're
like
not
to hear
trying
everything
anything.
equally.
It's not what you're trying to hear, it's what actually reaches you.
Fair enough. So you'd like to hear everything equally, but unfortunately, only the bass is really able to permeate through whatever object is containing the audio to begin with. So you've
Why
got
do
the
you add
thickness of
words
the
where they're not
object.
needed?
You've got the thickness of the object in question, because that's going to affect the frequency itself. And then you've got the amplitude of the frequencies that you're trying to detect. And then you've got the intensity of said frequencies. More intensity will equate to higher penetration, most usually. It doesn't mean that it will always penetrate, but it usually does increase penetration ability for X frequency at X object.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Higher SPL means it's more, audible even through.
A different wavelength subsequently also means the same thing. And
Yeah,
so, yeah,
But that's the point,
we're in agreement. We're in agreement.
But then it goes directly against what you said to Indio earlier, which is that the surface is 100% responsible. The frequency is also involved.
Apologies, tie it back, because we got into a long diatribe on that note. Explicitly, if you would, please.
You're talking about the reflectivity of a surface, and then he said, the frequency itself is also a factor, and you disagreed.
Yes, but it was the way that he had put it. We had ultimately agreed on. It was just a term. It was a terming issue. He had said that X frequencies are going to reflect. It's like, well, no, not all frequencies are going to reflect on everything. At a certain, and don't get me wrong, it is somewhat hypothetical because we can only observe what frequencies we can observe, such as gamma rays, right? They're, as far as I'm aware, the most powerful frequency we've detected. So at that point, they can penetrate damn near everything.
Listen, I'm not talking about abstraction. I'm talking about actual practice when people try to communicate with each other and make real-world devices and they want to talk to each other. We know from practice that certain frequencies are not reflective. We know just from doing it. They don't reflect
Again,
on
though,
our
that's
ambient
a matter of
environment.
intensity more than anything. That was the point that I was just trying to make now, is it's a matter of intensity at which case that frequency is being administered to an ambient area.
Yeah, dude, if you pump 2 trillion fucking watts into a goddamn antenna, yeah, it'll be reflective, dude. But dude, most of that energy is going to be absorbed.
I agree, but in terms of lasers, that doesn't actually hold true. At least not in the way that it does for most RF. Most.
Electromagnetic radiation is electromagnetic radiation.
I agree.
That it isn't special because it's a laser.
And light exists on that spectrum. However, when you're talking about laser light and the way that we actually purvey laser light into the ambient area, it's at such an intensity that it can effectively travel forever because of the way that we manage to actually purvey that frequency. Whatever that frequency may be, whether it's red, blue, or yellow light, it really matters not. It's the intensity of said light that can effectively make it travel forever, even in Earth's terrestrial environment. That's entirely something that we can do.
The reason we use lasers is because they're collimated. That's why we use lasers. And because they come out as a single frequency. We don't use it for any other. So if you use a regular light, right, there's diffusion and beam divergence. But if you use a laser, when it goes into lasing, I don't know if you know how lasers actually work. I'm not going to get into it. But
briefly, I know enough, I would say.
Well, typically the laser, it's single frequency. And the laser comes out collimated. That means so the beam doesn't spread out. That's why we use them. It doesn't maintain its intensity. Still follows the inverse square law.
Yep.
Can I just get into the actual? Sorry, Indio, because I feel like he's made an argument that perhaps you've just let it slide or whatever, but perhaps you've missed. His argument is essentially, if you have infinite energy, then you can have a laser go infinitely far. Which is, of course, both true and absurd practically. Right?
No, so the argument that I was actually making...
Hadn't finished. Please.
Apologies.
So, of course, you can't have a laser that has infinite energy to push through. So when we're talking about actual practical, established, let's just say, experiments for the lack of a better... term, this isn't going to be possible. And this is where it actually links to the previous conversation, which was how far can we practically shoot a laser through the air, which was where, because he was saying, oh, if you can do it over the ocean, it's fine. That's not practically possible. What is practically possible is doing 25 miles. And it has been done, obviously, as you said earlier. And that should be good enough for this argument anyway.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
How many flat spots are on a globe?
There can be infinite, effectively. It just depends on how far you're trying to measure it and what the topography of that area has been met out to meet.
So we can have infinite flat spots on a ball. That's
you can, yes.
Yeah.
It depends on if that ball is static or if it has topography. Like I said, depends on the topography.
Well, can we make this a bit
Someone
more
needs to clip this, man.
Yeah.
The dude just said we have a flat ball.
Can we have infinite 25-mile flat spots on a 3959 radius ball?
When you're talking about a distance that's 1/1000th the size of the circumference of the Earth, it's entirely feasible that could be representative of a single dot. Yes.
So
it's possible.
Well, it's not a single dot if it's 25 miles, is it?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That dot, like if you were to, for example, if you were to go up to a plain globe and put a pen mark on it, for all intents and purposes, it would appear to be flat to you. However, that may not actually be the truth. Yet that that little pinprick that you just issued to that globe, whatever the size, that could be compared. It could be analogous to that of that 25-mile flat spot, quote unquote. But we all know that the 25-mile quote unquote flat spot isn't actually flat. It has topography. Topography is what changes this.
So we're just doing scale gaslighting. That's your response.
Well, no. What I'm saying is it's possible, and entirely possible, that on one side of said lake, you could have a topographical rise above the relative water level that you're measuring over that is equivalent to the opposite original side.
Yeah, just carry on gaslighting, bro. It's fine. The problem we have, of course, is that we've actually done this. We've looked for that. Indio's already told you that it was predicted 443 feet, and we actually got 4 feet, whatever it was. Way less than you'd expect.
I would argue that the actual math associated to that 443 is incorrect, or it was improperly calculated.
Could you do that not halfway through my sentence, though? Thank you.
Fair.
So, you can have a problem with the methodology if you want. That's totally fine. And we can talk about the methodology all day long because we've done this before. But the argument itself is you already said you accepted that, right, earlier, which is why we're now talking about this. You accepted, oh yeah, I'll concede that. That's cool. Well, then the logical conclusion to that, of course, is that if you've got a 25-mile flat piece of water where that water is meant to be conforming to the globe, well, that's a real issue for you because now you have to assume that it's just flat in that one area, but then it seems to just be quote unquote flat in that one area every single time you measure it, which is really unlikely.
Okay, I apologize. I did just swap my Wi-Fi networks. If you would mind covering that one more time. I've been having some issues and it keeps cutting out, so I swapped to a lower frequency network.
Do you want to carry on, Indio? Because I'm kind of done.
All I was the argument that I was originally trying to throw out there, Bacon, is that if you were to in fact take a laser and shine it across to Europe or Africa or go on the opposite side of America or even South America, shine it to Australia, any distance longer than X that's been posited previously, that would prove to me just like that would be burden of proof enough for me to suggest, okay, maybe it's not that that the Earth is a globe. Maybe that's not the case. Because if you could shine it,
just as long as it's longer than what's been done, yeah.
Yeah, because I would argue that there may be some miscalculations associated.
It has to be 26 miles.
No, I'm saying that such a massive distance would certainly show a number greater than what's been shown previously, and remove a lot of doubt from my particular mind over this particular subject. I feel like that's not unfair, and we do have lasers powerful enough to do that.
Well, then do it. Go and do it.
Saying we have lasers.
I mean,
powerful
I
enough
certainly
to
have
do
no
that.
interest in doing so personally.
Well,
but
why? I want
if
to
the
know why you
argument
said
is
the math
being
was
made,
wrong.
then it's possible.
I want to know why you said the math was wrong. Like, what's your basis for that?
I'm not the one who ever initiated the actual mathematical formula to begin with, so I can't verify whether it's true or not. I'm actually
Then
pulling a
why-
page from your book in that particular case.
What do you mean? I never said that. What are you talking about?
No,
Throwing a page from my book?
flat earthers. So in this context, I didn't actually do the math, so I can't verify that the 443 number is actually correct.
Sure, you
Math
can.
is rife with error. People commit error all the time.
Math is rife with error.
Yes, mostly on the human side.
This is a crazy cope, dude. The math
No,
is
what I
not
mean to
wrong.
say is human error can make a mathematical equation incorrect in many ways. I'm not saying that all
Hey,
formulas are
let's
incorrect.
all do it. Let's all do it and see what we come up with.
Yes. Listen, do you know why this mathematical equation is actually not correct with reality? Because the actual radius is 0, and we use
Fucking hell, dude.
3,959 miles.
What's up? I'm sorry. Do you know why this mathematical equation is what?
Yeah. Do you know why it's wrong? Because the radius of the Earth is 0, and we use 3,959 miles for the radius. That's why it's wrong. Not because there's a mathematical error.
Well, we could actually run through the equation that was used to determine 443 feet of drop was the estimation there based on the math.
Yes, it uses WGS 84 reference ellipsoid.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to do it in
You should be
meters because
saying-
it's just more fun.
Yeah, you should be saying, what's that?
Well, I'm just going to look it up so I'm familiar with the terming and exactly where this formula originated from.
Because you said okay, like you knew what it was.
Well, I did already look this up earlier, but I'm gonna go into deeper detail at this point.
Are you like 18?
What's up?
You're a bit older than that.
What's up?
Are you like 18 or are you a bit older than that?
Am I eating?
Are you 18?
Oh, 18. I'm sorry. No, I'm 27.
Okay.
Fucking yikes, bro.
Holy shit.
What's the
speak
what's
like
the
a teenager.
I would be much more interested in looking at the
Interesting.
I would be much more interested in looking at the exact equation that's used to
hold on.
calculate drop over distance.
Yeah, I'm
if
already
anybody
getting
knows
it.
the name.
Yeah, I'm already getting it. The exact equation?
Yeah, I want to see the actual mathematical formula if possible.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Yeah, in the meantime, should we talk to
Look in the chat. Here's a screenshot, right? So the formulas are right there, right? So formula, horizon, distance, square root of height times height plus 2 times radius. And from that, you can get the drop, which is radius divided by the cosine of, is O. O is the object distance divided by the radius minus radius.
Wait, there's one inconsistency really quickly. Put the radius in kilometers rather than miles. That's an inconsistent comparison.
Oh, who gives a shit, dude? It doesn't
Well,
matter.
I mean, it's just important as far as mathematical consistency.
No, it isn't.
That you
Just
have to.
stop, dude. Now you're just embarrassing yourself.
Well, no, I'm just saying, as far as numbers, if you're using meters and kilometers, you should
Wait,
also use kilometers
so
on radius. That's not unreasonable.
So you can't do maths in miles
Stupidest
now.
fucking
Is that what you're
bitch
saying?
I've ever heard, dude. It's the stupidest fucking complaint I've ever heard in my life.
No, I'm just saying, for consistency's sake, it's such an easy change.
You have OCD.
Just use kilometers.
You have OCD.
Well, no, it's math,
Yeah.
and that could substitute itself as an error. I'm saying to remove all chance of error, use equivalent conversions rather than having to run it through a calculator. I.e., it's going to have to do a conversion ratio for miles to kilometers. That's going to bring along inconsistencies.
We'll just put in 637.
That's a bunch of horse shit. What's the error going to be? Fucking half a meter at fucking 100 miles? Dude, stop. Dude, you're just embarrassing yourself. Just stop it.
Just put in 6371.
I am.
Yeah.
It's just so stupid, dude.
Yeah, I know, man. Well, this is what I said
I'm just saying, for consistency's sake, like it's not an unfair thing to ask.
Did you hear earlier that he said that water flows from a place with more water to less water? That was a statement he made. And
Yeah,
so it's like,
I misspoke. Trying to use that against me is kind of a sad point.
Yeah, it's not. Really
I didn't go into enough.
And
enough
also, you
detail.
talked over me yet again. So
You talk a lot.
issue here, yeah, you do talk a lot without actually thinking. And I pointed this out earlier. You've got muddled thinking around these topics, and I think that's really why it's so difficult and frustrating to talk to you. Like the way you think is muddled.
It's all over the place. Hard to listen to too.
Can we talk to Delmite, because he's talking a lot of smack in the VC, and I'd like to talk to him instead.
Oh, I'm game. Dude, let me give you a link to the curve. Listen, I'll give him a link to like the curve calculator, whatever. Like he's like, I posted a PDF in the chat. So why don't you take a look at that and then figure out what your criticism is?
Right.
Yeah.
There's also a video if you don't like reading, but that's like 30 minutes long. But there's a short version if you want that. But next.
Yeah, Delmite, get involved.
I was more just talking kind of philosophically about the argumentative style you guys use and how dishonest it is.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, again, just saying that it's dishonest is a cope. But I was wondering if.
Well, I was explaining it, and you said none of it meant anything. Like I was speaking different language.
No, this statement here doesn't mean anything. So you've put here, you have to present no argument. Don't even know who that's.
I meant it more as an extension of my previous statement.
And believe that indirect evidence and measurements can't possibly be justified. I mean, what does that even mean?
What I was trying to get at is like the statements that were made earlier, like that you don't have, like measurements of anything else is irrelevant. Only what you can see and what you can measure on the surface is relevant to the discussion. I heard that stated multiple times.
That's the basis of empiricism.
Well, no, like people make inferred measurements, and you guys have stated that those are blatantly
Can't
invalid.
make an inferred measurement.
No, you
Not
can
a measurement.
calculate based off of assumptions, but inferred measurement is not a thing. Doesn't exist.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not using the exact terminology because I'm not trying to argue a specific point. Like
Why is it dishonest? I want to know why it's dishonest.
Okay,
that's what.
The dishonest part is that it's a trap. You guys expect people arguing with you to like be all knowing. They have to have knowledge of every discipline, all the numbers. Well, you have to have no knowledge. All they have. The only thing you have to do to win is just deny what they have to say. Just say no.
Oh, okay. Hold on. But that's funny. So I asked you what's dishonest, and you proceeded to read our minds and what we think and why we're doing something. Really?
Isn't it also funny,
That's your evidence of our dishonesty. Your ESP.
I'm just going off of what I've heard here so far.
Yeah,
Well,
do you know what's
no,
funny,
no,
though?
no, you're not going off by what you heard. It's what you think we're thinking.
I don't know what you're thinking because you guys never admit what you're thinking.
I need to get in at some point. Come on. So we're often tasked with knowing everything about the quote-unquote flat Earth model, right? So, if the days are happening on a flat Earth, then explain this, and if the seasons are happening on a flat Earth, explain this. And we are actually the ones who are expected to know everything, right? And you guys aren't, and yet here you are telling us that we're expecting you to know everything, when that's actually the opposite of the truth.
We expect people to know the basis and the evidence for their own claim. Is that too much to ask?
No. But I've heard multiple times, like someone will be making a general argument, and somebody will ask for like an incredibly specific number that nobody would know off the top of their head, but that really isn't important for the basis of their argument, and then claim that what they're saying is invalid because they couldn't cite it off the top of their head.
Okay, so if you have an argument that's based upon a false premise, right, then you have no argument.
Well,
So
it's not
someone
even about
asks something very specific about the premise of the argument, and they don't know what that is, then the whole thing falls apart.
But it really doesn't. If the number itself,
It really doesn't. A false premise. How do you build all argument up a false premise?
Hold on. I'm talking about if someone doesn't know the exact number for something, if it doesn't have relevance to their argument, that doesn't make it invalid.
Yeah, but that would be a logical fallacy. That would be like a red herring fallacy.
I've seen that multiple times. Like someone was talking
give me an
about
example. Yeah, give me an
earlier.
example.
Someone was trying
give
to
me an
argue
example.
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. Earlier, somebody was talking about the eclipses, and when they were trying to talk about the shadow that they claimed was put by the Earth, that someone asked them, "Well, what's the circumference of the Earth then?" And when they couldn't immediately say a number, they were muted and they moved on.
That doesn't sound.
I wasn't here. That doesn't sound. Never heard or seen anybody ever do that in fucking 5 years.
It literally happened before you guys got into this argument with that one person.
Any idea what time? Because we'll just listen
It was
to the
actually
fucking
me.
audio.
Or who?
It was actually me that posited it.
You asked for the circumference?
No,
I was
he
positing
arguing. Go ahead.
You were. Go ahead.
I was saying that the Earth's shadow as cast is reflective of that of a globe, not a disk. Because the sun's position relative to our observation does change, and also relative to the moon's position does change as the moon changes position to us. So if we're eclipsing upon that of the moon and the surface of the moon, we have a direct reference for the object that's having a shadow cast upon it on another object. We do have a direct reference of that object, and if it's equivalent, then it gives us a shape.
Okay, that's a bunch of word salad gibberish, but I'm not going to get into that. Who said, "What's the circumference of the Earth"? Who said that? Who muted you asking for the circumference? So he muted you because he asked you what the circumference of the Earth was.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ask you that before, and then you went into a diatribe about eclipses, and then when you didn't answer, he then muted you because you didn't answer his question?
Yeah.
He asked the question in the middle of his argument.
Right? So you're the only dishonest one here, Dolomite. You totally mischaracterized the events.
No,
there was an event before the eclipses that happened, and then he asked him for the circumference. He started talking about eclipses.
No.
The circumference wasn't relevant at all.
Yeah. I first brought up eclipses, and then I was requested for the circumference.
Was somebody else here? Because I don't trust these two.
Okay,
you're not being honest on. They're not being honest on why they were muted.
Okay, Roadkill, tell us.
Well, there's a shocker. Carry on.
He was asked how the shadows prove the Earth is a ball. And they said, "Oh, I don't know what else it could be. It has to be the Earth is a ball."
That happened before this.
That's an argument from incredulity.
Yeah. That's why they got muted.
So I did find something interesting.
Being dishonest about their dishonesty.
No,
yeah, amazing. And saying we're the dishonest ones. That's the amazing.
Yeah, what a fucking surprise. So can we get back on
literally exactly what I was talking about. You deny reality.
Yeah, what reality? Again, we've recorded all this. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, where's the recording? No, where the fuck's the recording?
Yeah, bro, this is just it's meaningless gaslighting, right? It's like you're posturing, I'm winning the argument, but you haven't actually even
want to win an argument. I just want a fucking honest discussion that you guys do not want to have.
No, we're perfectly happy to have it, bro. It's just that you're bringing so much dishonesty. We're having to unpick it all before we even get to the subject matter. So do you want to actually get to some subject matter?
If I may ask a quick question.
Apparently not. Okay, then we can move on.
Dude, just open the PDF, dude. It has all the fucking information in it. Just open it.
It doesn't matter what I say because all you're going to do is just deny it.
Deny what?
Again, it's just you being dishonest. Like, you haven't even brought anything up.
No, fuck off then, dude. God damn.
Yeah,
We're
what
gonna
would you
deny.
like to discuss?
Well, hold on. This is the guy that said we're going to ask him questions and we expect him to know everything, but we're also going to deny whatever he says. So let me get this right. You don't know anything, but if you do say anything, even though you don't know anything, we're going to deny it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you make a lot of fucking sense, dude. How about this? I got a better scenario. You want to talk about us because you can't talk about the shape of the earth because you don't fucking know anything.
I know that I don't know anything. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get an entire viewpoint.
So what
that
do you
they
want?
can't.
What do you want to know? Everybody here, all the flat earthers here, we know more about the globe than the globe earthers know. So, if you want to know about the globe, you want to know about flat Earth. What's your question?
I mean, the one question like about that I had earlier for Veritas, but he ended up leaving during that whole like long discussion was he had mentioned what's it called, angular resolution. I looked into it because we were talking about the height and how that affects viewing distance, and I was going to come and ask him, okay, I learned what it was, but how does this relate to your argument? Because I want to learn.
I don't know how specifically how he used it, but you know how it works. So, what is angular resolution? How does it work? Like, explain it to me.
Angular resolution is just like from the distance you're at, how much of an angle you can like differentiate between objects.
Yes, between two lights. And a good analogy is like car headlights. So if there's a car and it's way in the distance, right, and it's driving towards you, initially you see one light. But as it gets closer, eventually those lights separated, right? They end up appearing as separate headlights.
Yeah.
So now imagine that car, instead of having horizontal headlights, it has vertical headlights. So now what are you going to see?
You're going to see one like straight up light that then separates into two.
Yes, and what is it going to look like, though? The light that's on top is going to appear to rise up, right? But the light that's on the bottom, that's closer to your eye level, is going to stay in its position. And one light is going to it's going to appear like it just emerged from behind something, right? But that space between the lights, that was there the entire time. You just couldn't see it.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know if that's the reference, but he was using it in reference to. He was using it in reference to Ships Over the Horizon, which is was that in with Ships Over the Horizon? Is that what you're all talking about, or why there's a horizon, or?
We were talking about something slightly different, but I think it works the same way in terms of how it applies. So I was talking about like how it appears that you can see further the higher up you are. And I was like, we were talking about how
that's because of the angle, right? So like, I mean, like we all learn this when we're toddlers, right? When you're a toddler, you're like, you're laying on the floor playing with your toys, then you can't see a toy that you want. So you stand up, right? And when you stand up, you can see the whole room. Whereas when you're on your stomach, you can only see your part of your room locally.
Yeah.
Okay, so just going up higher changes your angle of view. And when you change your angle of view, you can see further. Because think about a table, right? If I have a giant, long table, and I'm above it, looking down 6 feet above it, I can see the whole table. But if I lower myself to the level of the table, as my line of sight becomes more parallel with the table, the less of the table I'll see. And eventually, my line of sight will be absolutely parallel right before I go underneath the table. And even though I'm parallel with the table, I won't see any of the surface because the angle will be too acute to see the surface.
Okay, that makes sense. Because it's like I'm not trying to really I didn't come here to argue with you guys. It's one of those things where of course I believe the Earth is round because that's what I've been taught before. But it's not one of those things where I have this diehard belief that I need to come in here and defend. Like I want to hear you guys out.
Well, you wanted to defend it so much that you had to call us dishonest.
Well, because honestly, I come in here and I hear what I view as kind of dishonest tactics that aren't actually leading to a productive conversation. That are just it feels like a gotcha thing. That's
from
what
our
I was
side
trying to
or
get at.
from the other side too, or what?
I mean, I see it on the other side too. I see where like I've heard people in here be like, "Hey, what about
So
this
why'd you
random
only
ass scenario?"
why'd you only call us dishonest then?
Because you guys control the channel. It's your guys' chat. I mean, if you can shut down other people having dishonest arguments, but you're not going to shut down yourself.
Well,
So do you
it's
see us
not.
shutting
It's
it?
not true, man. That is not true.
Do you not see how, like, you making all of these accusations and kind of not really discussing the subject matter, do you not see how we see that as dishonest?
I mean, I feel like it would be dishonest if I was trying to say you guys are wrong because of the tactics you're using, but I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I would like.
Comes from the distraction from the actual subject matter, right? Because we've been
It's kind of
talking
like
about
sea lioning, right?
Well, no, sea lining
for that.
Yeah, no, sea lining is when you're asking for basic information over and over again just to annoy someone, right? But or it's something like that. But no, what's going on here is it's just relentless red herrings. Like, you talking about our personalities is stopping us from having the conversation that you claim to want to have. So this is a waste of everyone's time.
I mean, I guess the point of me even starting this conversation about tactics was to try to get people to not do it, so that way we could have more
Here you are
productive
doing
conversations.
it. Here you are being the main proponent of the thing that you're pretending not to like. So just stop doing that.
Need the change you want to see, man.
I mean, okay, because, and honestly, like, the thing that happened in the past, my example, you guys are going to deny what happened. So what I will do is I will shut up about it, and if it
I
happens
posted the
again, I
link
will
to the
call it out
recording.
right then. Did you?
Yeah, it's in the chat. Post the link to the recording, man.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
regardless,
You
like,
can review it at
we
your
can-
leisure.
yeah, like, but regardless, we can just fucking move on, can't we? We can just get to the subject matter.
Yeah,
and
go
stop
ahead.
talking about the BS that you're talking about. So, what would you like to know?
Honestly, like, there's no frame of reference for me to ask that question right now. I just gotta listen to you guys.
Well, let me ask you this question. How do you know that we're being dishonest if you don't even know enough to be able to have a basic conversation about the subject matter?
Because the dishonesty comes from the form of the argument, not the facts. Like, you're not starting with incorrect premises, at least to my knowledge. It's just like it felt.
You don't have a basis of knowledge to make that statement, bro.
You don't need a basis of knowledge about the subject to talk about argumentative form.
But in order to understand, for instance, that something is actually based on a fallacy, then you would need to have a basic idea of the argument in the first place. And you're saying you don't know anything about the argument. So then how can you even come to that more complex conclusion?
I don't think he has an answer because like it doesn't make any sense even in his head.
Yeah, of course. He's just throwing out accusations and hoping they stick. That's what's so frustrating.
See, I think you accused me of interpreting what you guys are doing in bad faith, but you're interpreting what I'm doing in bad faith.
I've demonstrated it in this discussion. Because I've asked you to address the subject matter and you haven't. There we are. The silence is deafening.
So it just started with you complaining about somehow we make arguments against indirect measurements. Which is superior methodology? Indirect or direct measurements? Reborn?
Oh, sorry. Direct.
Okay. So
that wasn't even my original point. That was a thing I added on afterwards.
Well,
like literally, like it was a little message below it.
Okay, awesome. So, can an indirect measurement actually prove something?
Yes.
No, cannot. It's indirect. You're measuring something else, and you have to make the inference that you're measuring the thing that you want to measure. So, inferences can't prove anything. It's not possible.
Absolute proof is impossible at all. It can never be done.
Jesus Christ.
That's a red herring.
Good.
Delmite.
99%.
Delmite, can you directly measure speed?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so how would you describe speed?
You can estimate it very well. You can say, it's how fast something's going in relation to another thing, in this case, the ground. If you're talking like
Yeah,
a
but
car moving.
I didn't ask how well you can estimate it. I would ask you how you described it. Is it
I
a
just
direct
described
measurement?
it.
Is it an
Oh,
indirect?
categorize. Okay. It would be a direct measurement.
You think speed is a direct measurement? Really? Speed is a calculation based on two other measurements. You don't measure speed.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can call it a calculation. If you wanted to call that an indirect measurement, I suppose I would be okay with it. But it's one thing it definitely is not is a direct measurement.
I see what you're talking about. Okay.
Right. So then obviously the issue is that you then need to start making calculations, and there are certain things within the globe model that they tell you are measurements but are actually calculations. Now in the terms of speed, obviously you can actually directly measure the distance, right? But let's just say that you couldn't directly measure the distance. And now you're making a calculation based off of something that wasn't even directly measured. Now, at what point do you start to say, I don't trust this anymore?
I guess my point is you can start to say that on the first step. You can cast doubt on anything if you try hard.
Yeah, but if you continue trying to dissect it, you can find the answer.
Yeah, bro, we're not talking about denialism. I know that this is your narrative, but we're not talking about denialism. What we're talking about here is when you have a narrative that is set up on dodgy half measurements and then compounded with calculations, that is definitely not the same as a direct measurement. And you not understanding the difference is why you think we're dishonest.
Okay.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah,
So check-
bro,
so
like,
check
you just let him win a debate like that.
Well, so check this out. And,
exactly.
well,
I
well, I want to
conceded
give him a
because-
specific. I want to give you a specific, relevant example. Sydney to Santiago. I want to know how fast I went.
Damn.
The only thing I can actually measure directly is the time. That's it. So when I say, "Oh, dude, it took me, I flew at, 700 miles per hour." Flying from Sydney to Santiago. Well, how do you know that? Well, because I have the time and I have this calculated distance based upon my assumption that the Earth is a ball of 3,959 mile radius and the stars move this far in angle. Therefore, I was going this fast. All that shit's, dude, that's bullshit. Sorry, that's a load of horseshit.
Why? What?
Oh,
I mean, granted, I guess
you
you're out of line
you
with
made
talent,
one
but-
measurement.
science,
Because
like
you
you
literally made
stupid
one
fuck.
measurement. You looked at
Why
a
would you
fucking
use that?
dude. Because you made
you
one
don't have-
measurement. You looked at a clock
Wait, hold on.
and jumped to all sorts of
confused.
conclusions.
Angel,
Well,
please.
I'm
Dude,
confused
can
upon
you
the
not
premise.
hear me? Dude,
Stop.
I
Thank you.
muted him.
No, I
I
can,
muted
I
him.
can hear you.
Where
You're
is
talking
your
over the top
narrative?
of you, Indio. No, just
guys,
because you
sorry.
can't measure, you don't have a direct measurement of distance, and you don't have a direct measurement of speed.
And you
You
know
have
what?
literally one measurement. You looked at your fucking watch and was like, "Yeah, I flew at 700 miles per hour." That's fucking stupid, dude. That's dumb. Like, what don't you get about that?
No.
I can
Actually,
explain it
that
to you. Would you
makes
like me to
sense.
explain it to you?
That makes sense. Thank you.
Why does it make sense?
It does. I mean, it makes sense that hey, you only actually have one measurement, and you're using the assumption of the Earth's roundness to prove the Earth's roundness. That's
Yeah, okay. You know what? Fair enough. I thought you were saying that looking at your watch and therefore knowing.
No. I'm agreeing with what he's saying in terms of how it doesn't make sense. And I just wanted to say to whoever was saying I lost the argument. My point isn't to win. I'm genuinely trying to learn. I'm not trying to have malice. I'm not trying to push an agenda or discredit you guys. If I say something, like they say, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence.
Yeah, that's Hanlon's razor.
So time has nothing to do with speed.
That's not what anyone said. Who just said that? Time has nothing to do with speed?
I have no idea.
Was that Officer Baker again? He's the one who chiming in. I'll hold on. I'll just look at the video. Just check it out.
Yeah, again, it's like it's just a silly red herring. Just another one. But yeah, okay. No, to be fair to you, Delmite, credit to you. You did actually, you did accept earlier. But again, I'm not here to like quote unquote win arguments. I'm here to defend the way I see the world, and if the way I see the world is ultimately wrong, I'd like that to be proven logically. I don't want it to be bludgeoned into me, or I don't want to be gaslit into changing my mind. It wouldn't happen anyway, right? But I want it to be proven logically. Why is my worldview wrong? Tell me logically. And I've been here 7+ years, and it hasn't happened yet.
Wait, this chat has existed here for 7 years.
No. I'm talking about my existence in the community, like the wider.
Okay. I was about to say, what the hell?
Yeah, no. This specific chat, I think, is only about a month old, 2 months old.
When did you guys where did you guys all come from? Because I know one day this place just kind of got like colonized.
Yeah.
With like all of a sudden you guys showed up.
We've been here for a while. We just haven't been active. So Panto had a room here, a VC, and then I don't know the details, but shit happened. Then he got some activity going on. Panto is fake face. That's probably what you know him as.
Fake, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So he got the shit going on, and then the rest is history.
Makes sense.
Is that dude? What the hell are you doing here, Flat Earth dude?
I know. What am I doing here? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out, man. These globe proofs they're coming up short, man. Hurry up, guys. Get to it.
Well, yeah.
Don't hold your breath.
Damn it.
You guys seriously need to rename this channel to Glober Helpline, though.
Imagine doing a keg stand until you got a globe proof, man. You'd be dead.
Yeah.
So listen, Delmite, I'll throw in an olive branch here, right? I think possibly you've been gaslit by other globers into thinking a certain way, and possibly that's why you came in kind of hot, I would say. But the reason that we don't really have patience for a lot of people who get very wordy with their dishonesty, let's just say, is because we've heard it all before. So
one guy was actually retarded.
Sorry?
I said that one guy was actually retarded. Like the guy who was sitting here talking about the fucking wavelengths and shit.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say he's retarded, right? Maybe I said that when I was frustrated or whatever, but it's like
I would.
Well, maybe, but look, people will make these very wordy arguments, not understanding how basic the errors are, and then when you point out the errors, they'll just nut them, and then you just go, okay, cool. Well, I don't know how we move forward now because you've made a basic error in your logic when you've made your argument. You haven't accepted it, and we're just going to have to keep telling you it's wrong until you accept it. Like, there's no way past that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's, if it's on, like you said, if it's on flawed premises, you can't move forward and no one's going to concede, especially not here. So.
But why would you say, let me give you an example, right? Let's just say that I say that eclipses aren't necessarily proof of a flat earth or a globe earth, and then someone just asserts that the shadow from an eclipse must be from a ball in the sky. And I say, well, it's not necessarily the case. And then they just keep asserting it. Like, where do you go from there? Like, you can all you can do is just say, well, you're wrong, and you're now holding up the conversation, so we have to mute you. Like, what other path forward is there?
Okay, and I think, no, I'm not, I don't, get mad at me here, but I think this is what I was trying to get at with, I feel like there's this weird, and it can happen on both sides, I don't disagree with that. There's this weird unequal burden of proof, I feel like, where all you have to do is just say that it isn't, while they have to actually, prove it. Like, you don't actually have to put your belief out there, you just have to say they're wrong, and it is. Because you can say there's a possibility.
But they're the ones with the positive proof, so therefore they would have the burden, right? If I'm making any claim at all, I have the burden of proof. To say, well, I've made a claim and 7 billion people agree with me, therefore the burden's on you to disprove it, that is illogical, right? Just because a lot of people agree with you and another person disagrees with you, doesn't mean that you didn't make the claim and that you don't have the burden of proof for the claim. So we are in in a way, we are in the privileged position of looking at a claim and saying, prove it, cool, but that is how logic works.
Yeah, you got to look at it this way, mate. Like, so every day we experience it being flat and stationary. We don't see curvature or feel it moving. Now, the claim is that it's curved. We live on a ball, and it's moving around the orbiting around the sun and rotating at the same time. Now, the burden of proof is on the person that makes the claim that is extraordinary. Yeah, would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Well, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim at all, right?
Yeah.
But it's. I mean, you're adding extra fuel to our fire because it's actually going against everyone's experience. But even if that wasn't the case, they're still making a claim.
Yeah.
I think I see what you're saying here.
The claim is that it's a sphere in the vacuum.
I guess I'm just looking at it from the viewpoint that everything agrees with the globe Earth that I've seen, so therefore that you guys are actually making the claim where it's not that. No, I'm agreeing with you here. Don't get me wrong.
No, we asked. Crypto asked you this question before, and you said you don't know. What makes you agree with the globe Earth? What evidence?
I mean, I can sit here and rattle off surface level crap, but then you scratch the surface and I don't know it. Like that's
no, just interested in what convinced you though.
I mean, like I can talk about the eclipses. I can sit here and talk about like how we have the day cycle that produce rotation. But like
it doesn't though. These are all inferences again.
Like I said, it because we've already established that the inferences don't factually prove it. So all of my previous knowledge base isn't real at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, so effectively what you're saying is that you kind of believe it because you were told it. You don't really have like a detailed knowledge of the arguments. That's fair.
It's just kind of one of those things where I was approaching it from, I was told this, so therefore it's true. And you guys have the burden of proof.
Hey, I was kind of like you before when I first was approached with this subject matter, but I definitely didn't say anything about a burden of proof on somebody that was telling me about flat Earth. So I never did that. That's kind of weird. You don't do that to regular, everyday people that you have in your life. So when the subject was brought up, I was like, I just understand it the way I was taught. So I don't know what you're saying. I can't conceive of it. Fine. Later on down the road, on my own, I developed this need for finding the truth, and I found flat Earth and other things, many other things. But we'll just go ahead and say this one. So I have a standard that I judge information by. So I don't get where you're drawing some sort of conclusion because of a bunch of random folks on the internet. It's about the facts, the information.
Like, can you repeat the last couple of words of what you said?
Doesn't matter about a bunch of people and how they treat the conversation on the internet. It matters about the conversation with the information. You take the information, not the humanity of the argument.
I mean, having a base of an argument does help, because if everyone's operating on a different system, it just turns into chaos. If everyone's operating at different standards and different levels of what they consider.
Here's the problem. Flat earthers are the people addressing the claim of the globe. Nobody recorded anyways. Yeah, there are people who did contest it, but it wasn't mainstream. So we're only here continuing the contesting the proposal of the globe because there is no basis for it. It's a foundation built on sand. There is no measured curvature of the earth, and no matter which way we go with this conversation, we always got to come back to this point. That there's no measured curvature of the earth, and the earth is not a globe. There is no measurement of the curvature of the claim. It has been falsified. So therefore not a globe. Therefore not a globe cosmology with all of the globes and the infinite whatever. You know, there's none of that either. It's all gone.
I mean, I would say from a neutral perspective, both sides do have a certain burden of proof to say this is how it is. That our model is correct.
Yeah, we only came to this conclusion, flat Earth, because we have addressed the claims that have no basis in reality and no direct proof of measurement or anything.
Wouldn't that just be a false dichotomy? Like that you don't disproving the other guy doesn't prove you.
No, that means they never proved the claim to begin with, and it was just postulated, and it was bled into our education system and our whole paradigm and our way of thinking. So whatever it is, it needs to be proven at the base level, and that the Earth is this ball. If it isn't this ball, everything that's built off of that foundation is gone.
I guess like I don't disagree. Like if it's not a sphere, then yeah, it all falls apart. But what I'm saying is that both sides have the burden of proof to either say it's flat or it's a sphere. Can't say
it's not even.
Our side is
So it's
not
even worse
telling
than
you
that.
anything. We're not telling you anything. We're saying, give me the evidence of the globe. We're not telling you anything except to, present your evidence of the globe. Nobody's presented it. Since it's been asked for, it's never been presented. Throughout history, nobody has ever presented the evidence. Will you be the one? I don't know. Maybe. Probably not.
To what you were saying, yeah, you're like, even if even if the globe is a different size, everything needs to be thrown out as well. I don't think you understand that either.
I mean, obviously, yeah. If there's a difference to the constant that we've accepted, then yes, everything has to be thrown out. I understand that concept.
Because everything we see that you guys look up in the sky and say this is that far away is built on the Earth's radius. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what Flatsy just said is bang on point. Like it's got to be thrown out if we don't have that radius.
I guess what I've seen, like not because I mean I've seen these kind of arguments before here and all that. It feels like both sides all they do is say that okay, other person like globe will say flat, prove your point. Flat will say globe, prove your point, and they will strike down each other's arguments, but never actually argue their own point.
Well, here's the weird thing. The weird thing is that the Globers come in here thinking that it is a certain way in here. They get here and it's not that way, and they either spiral out of control mad that we aren't the way that they thought that we were in their minds, or they come in here and there's some characters, that's for sure. They stick around. They don't go anywhere. They stick around with us, and they're Globers still, and they just hang out with us. So it's kind of weird, not gonna lie, but we welcome anybody, especially if they're willing to have the conversation with us, honestly. So yeah, I mean, I think that it's pretty cool to have the conversation, but it needs to be represented correctly. That's why we're here. That's why we volunteer to be on the internet all the time, 24/7, to make sure that the argument on our side isn't misrepresented.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so with regards to what you said about the two sides not eyeing each other, well, the issue with the Globers is that they actually have, like we said, it goes back to them having the claim, right? They have the claim that goes against evidence, empirical evidence, let's say. Then they'll say, oh, well, why don't you accept like indirect evidence? It's like, well, okay, that goes against empiricism, but then you also need to have some sort of empirical basis for that as well. And so at that point, it's an issue, because then they're effectively saying to us, we can only make an argument for the globe if you accept the same assumptions that we've already made in order to prove the globe, right? And why would we do that? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. Just one of those things where it's like things are more complex than what we can directly see without any kind of tool or complex measurement or like either way. You can't just go off of immediate, like, okay, I see this, therefore it's just true, and anyone contesting that has this like insane burden of proof.
That isn't the argument I made. It's not the argument I made. Would you like me to say it again?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So it's not that we see flat, therefore flat. That's mischaracterizing what I said. What I've said is that we have a certain empirical experience, and that the person who is going against that, making a claim that's counter to that, has to make an argument that is better than if you assume the same things I do, then I'm correct. Right? It would be like someone, like an atheist and a Christian, and I don't want to go into the fucking religion thing. Please don't take it down the religion angle.
I won't take it there. I'll keep it as an analogy.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other people. Right? It would be like a Christian saying to an atheist, if you assume that God is true, then atheism must be false.
Ah, well, I have an objection to that.
Oh, God. Go on, Ed. Go on,
I was joking because she said don't.
Oh, fair enough. Fuck's sake. It's these British people, man. They just fuck everything up.
That's true.
Why are you going to British people fuck it up? You think it's because they have vaginas?
Yeah, brilliant. So, Delmite, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, in order to... When you've got, like, that level of burden of proof, if you then just say, make the same assumptions that I do, and then you'll agree with me, bro, that's not a good argument.
It's very interesting how you...
Oh, for God's sake, Branch, will you shut up? Delmite, go ahead.
Yeah, I got rid of him.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, I think I see what you mean here. It's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, we can observe that, like, you don't observe a curvature. And so you're saying that, you know, people who say there is, they need to prove it. And they need to do that with empirical evidence. Am I correct on that?
Sure. And then, but for them to just say, you know, you need to make the same assumptions we do. Well, why would I need to do that? Like, the only utility for making the same assumptions as you do would be to come to the same conclusion as you. And there's no reason to do that either. Right? So
I feel like there's where we reach the problem. And here's where we look back to what I was talking about originally with, like, the like having to have knowledge of everything, where a lot of these indirect measurements, if you follow them long enough, they do have empirical basis, but they cross through so much that, I mean, people dedicate their entire lives to just studying small parts of it. And so somebody arguing with you would to actually bring it back down to a basis where everyone could agree on the fundamental empirical part. It would take years of, like, talking just to get that nailed down to where nobody can actually do it. So all that needs to be done is just, well, we don't agree on these premises, and since you don't have the knowledge and never will, that's a pejorative to you, by the way, to actually drill down to the empirical part of those measurements, you can never prove it. You can never actually make your argument.
Well, what are you talking about specifically?
Like, for example, when people talk, like, earlier, we were talking about the measure, like, the different layers of the atmosphere. I'm not trying to rehash that, but, like, we were talking about black body radiation and emissions, and they were denying certain parts of that, but nobody has the knowledge to drill down to, like, the fine parts of every possible contingency. No individual has all the knowledge to do that.
I don't know how that applies to what we said before.
I'm trying here. Like, I guess just there's a large body of knowledge, I guess, in the most basic way I can say it, that makes sense to me. And I'm butchering it, I know I am, but it's like there's a huge body of knowledge that underpins each of these measurements, like each of these indirect measurements. And even if they're rooted in empiricism, you can't drill down to that in every case that you need to make the argument. because it's just such a vast body of knowledge that no individual could possibly know all of it without having to agree on it before you get to the empirical part.
Okay, so you're basically making a body of science compartmentalization argument. I get that.
Yeah.
I think it's fair enough. The issue is, of course, is that when you have, say, like let's just say interferometry as an example that I've done a bit of reading on recently. There's a lot of assumptions in there, and the people who have made those assumptions have done so because their funding depends on it, and so therefore they're going to go down a certain set of logical paths based on that, right? So, but the issue is, of course, is if the fundamental assumption of, for instance, relativity is incorrect, or even a part, and this is the problem. I'm not going to go into it because you probably won't understand a lot of the issues here, but where you've got a principle that states that whichever reference frame you're in can be considered the equivalent of any other reference frame you're in, and then you go from that basis for one conclusion, but not for another, in order to justify relativity, then the only conclusion you can come to based on that is that relativity is valid, right? But what if you didn't have that assumption to start with? Well, then you've got a whole other set of possible logical conclusions to come to. But if that's not your worldview, then why would you even consider that? Did that make any sense?
It does, and I feel like that's the big, like, these arguments are almost comparable to like religious arguments, not like the argument you're making, but like just the general, like, it feels like trying to debate religion. It's such a mess.
Yeah, but relativity is always subjectivism, not objective.
That wasn't even that wasn't even my point. Sorry, just to go back to my point, like this isn't a religion argument, though. I'm not making like a worldview argument. I'm saying that the person who's interpreting the data, their worldview informs their conclusions. That's got nothing to do with religion. Surely that's a really basic point you can understand.
I can understand, yes.
Fantastic. So then when someone says, well, I did a bunch of these laser measurements on a spinning table, and it turns out it proved relativity because I already believed in it, bro. Like, you have to look at that and go, well, actually, I don't think you've interpreted this properly. And there's solid logical reasoning to say that they haven't interpreted it properly. And then when you start to realize where the funding is coming from and you start to understand what their worldview is, then of course they're not going to interpret it in the way that is necessary to come to the correct conclusion, because there's a vested interest there.
So you're basically saying is that they're begging the question. They're just assuming the conclusion of their premise and calling it a day.
In some cases, yeah. And that's provable.
Okay. I can see what you're saying at this point in general. And I'd say it's probably safe we can move on and let someone else talk.
Sorry, Flatsy, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to go off point. Like what you were talking about, though. I kind of had my own train of thought that you were. It was like a layer thing. It was true in another area, but I thought about that area instead of what you were talking about on point.
That's fine. I just wanted to finish the conversation I was having with him, but we're done now, so please go ahead.
I mean, do you have another question?
I mean, okay, like, here's another thing that I like kind of noticed, and the only reason I'm mentioning it now is because I opened the chat to see something, and I'm like, oh, like, I feel like there's this huge emphasis on personal verification. And, like, yes, it's a good thing, but at the same time, things are more complex than any individual could ever hope to, like, go out and observe. And I don't think it's fair to, like, say something isn't valid because you can't personally go observe it. It means that you can't think about anything more complex than your individual sphere.
That's not true. And let's go ahead and don't paint such a wide brush on everybody, because a lot of us do so much research into so many particular things so that we're pretty well rounded. So it's really not the case that we're just ignorant or we just didn't happen across the information. It's more like it's not there and you guys haven't figured it out yet.
I wasn't saying you guys were ignorant at all. Like, that wasn't my point. I was trying to say that from what I'm seeing, like, not obviously it's not everybody, but I see a lot of people saying that things are somehow less that, like, that you can never trust, that because you cannot personally verify something, it should be disregarded.
Yeah, but here's the thing, you can personally verify something and you don't necessarily have to go and do the thing. You can go in and see some sort of demonstration, a very detailed detailed the scientific method. You just detail everything out, your observation and your supposition to a cause and effect relationship to whatever cause you think makes the dependent variable happen. I mean, and then it's through systematic experimentation that you verify or nullify your supposition. So we're not talking about something that's just arbitrary. It's very specific, very rigid, and you can read through something with enough data and enough demonstration that you can perceive something to be true without doing it yourself. We all know how certain things that we can't necessarily get a hold of on everyday basis, how they react to the environment or gases or things like that, because there's certain things that you can learn about and have it demonstrated to you. You can go and look for certain demonstrations or claims or otherwise you can do that kind of research. What combat this? Like who contested that? Who did that? You're not doing that. You're just like, what does the mainstream say about everything with your curated Google search?
So basically, I was
People
just
are
misunderstood.
most
Oh,
people are
sorry.
doing
Like, I thought you would finish.
No,
My
I
apologies.
have kind of gone on for too long. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, so, I was misunderstanding what you guys meant by personal verification, where, like, you're not actually expecting someone to do the literal experiment themselves, but you're expecting them to go out and read the research and look at the data and draw their own conclusion. Am I correct on that?
Exactly. There is
Okay.
plenty of information out there for you to know what science is, know the scientific method, know the natural laws, know logical fallacies. You've got plenty of tools at your disposal to disseminate or validate information given to you. If some marketing scheme is to be like, this is scientifically proven to make your skin luscious and okay, what science? I know the scientific method. What did you do to prove a cause and effect relationship that has to do with whatever my skin orientation and how it feels to touch? How does that even, you can go in and you can read the data, you can see what they did, and you can maybe test it yourself or see a demonstration of it. It's not hard. And then go and find who can test that claim. Find and see what they do, see what data they present, what demonstrations they present. This is all just a case by case situation. But when it comes to the Earth being a globe, buddy, it's a shape. There's measurements given, not measurements, but there's dimensions given. We can go test that. So when we go test it, we find that it isn't there. The whole paradigm of the globe is here. This is what is expected to happen because you live on a globe. That's not there.
Okay, because honestly, what I was interpreting it as before this was my fault, is I almost saw it as like a gotcha, like, oh, bro, you didn't build the Large Hadron Collider in your basement. I guess it's all irrelevant then. Like, that's what I was interpreting it as. It's like an unrealistic expectation just to disprove somebody easily. So
No,
I appreciate you
really
clarifying.
Yeah, it's really just one of those things. Like, we're here all the time. Many people come here. Many people say the same thing over and over and over again. And you know that they're only parroting the curated form of their worldview that they can just see on spot and argue that to people that have looked into every single thing that they're talking about and to the depths of the biggest crevice you can think of. And we're here telling you how much bullshit it is. Clearly, we didn't find what they think they know. We went and looked for it and didn't find it. So somebody has some splaining to do, or maybe you should go check it out and see if you can find it. Maybe we missed it. Maybe you should go try to find it. Not us. We're not telling you to think that we're right. Don't believe us. Go find out for yourself. Go find this information that we're asking for, because these 3 claims that we ask people for validation, like the curvature, the spin, and the gas pressure without a container, these 3 things need to be proven to work with a globe. The globe needs to be there in the first instance. That's the main one. If you can't find the measurement of the globe, I mean, what are you supposed to, where are you supposed to go from there? You just going to go ahead and assume it and think that this is all true? That's really sloppy. Just saying. And weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey. Now we've got that far. I think Angel's Playground wanted to jump back in. He thinks he found a discrepancy in the equations of drop over distance. Should we let him back in? Are you still here, Crypto? Anyway.
He's definitely.
All right, cool. We'll let him back in then. Yeah. Are you Do you wanna? Are you alright to sit back and listen?
Yes, I'm all good.
Delmite, yeah. You're over now that we don't use dishonest tactics.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate you guys going into it with me and not being hostile. Like, actually, like, having a good discussion with me. I think it all worked out. No, I'll shut up so that way I can actively.
No, you're alright, man. You can
listening to Angel's argument.
You can jump in any time you want. Yeah. Just find a good spot and then jump in. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna unmute him. Angel's Playground. Sorry, I butchered that, but.
Oh, good. You can call me Angels if you'd like, 'cause I come here quite a bit.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
So I have a question when it comes down to trying to determine drop over distance, because I'm getting some incongruency in the numbers. Could you guys post could somebody post the website that you most usually use? Endo had posted it earlier.
Instead of beating around the bush, what's the inconsistencies that you're finding?
So I'm using a relatively simple website. It's basically just eye height and target distance, and then it's calculating the horizon distance and target hidden height. So it is leaving out some of the
Is that the GitHub one?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem right to me.
Okay, so the one that we normally use is the Lulu, are you there?
Yeah, I could find it. 1 second.
Who's the refraction guy?
Andrew Thomas Young or Nick West?
Nah. Oh, you can use those ones. Mick West has got a Metabunk, is it?
Yep.
It's got that, and then there's what's the one that? There's another one. Let me have a look for you, Angels.
Thank you.
Mactoon says that 8 inches per mile squared is good. FlatEarth.ws says 8 inches per mile squared is a good estimate.
So earlier I found a forum that was talking about laser leveling, and I presume that they were referring to. Actually, hold on. Let me double check this here really quick, just to make sure that they didn't mention water.
Laser horizontally.
Yeah. So the reference point was 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet, which is equivalent to 0.125, right, over 100, which is factored in a mile of 52.8.
And that's a distance downward, vertically?
Yeah, 1/8 of an inch, so 0.125.
Not a hump then.
Which translates down to, was like 0.00000197, I think, of a mile over, like, in change. So it was 5 zeros and a 19, with reference to the amount of actual drop. So as you calculate that in, it's 52.8 times.
Can you start again and say that coherently?
Yeah. So it's 6.6 feet for every mile. Yeah, I think is what the actual calculation breaks down to. Is that concurrent with that of the Earth curve calculators that you guys use?
That's too much. 6.6 feet every mile.
Let me see. Let me make sure I got my math right here.
It's too much.
What's the translation of...
Yeah, that's the one. Walter Bislin. Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, Walter Bislin.
Okay, so 5,280 feet. If the drop... And I'm gonna speak my math verbally, so if anybody finds error in this, please stop me. Because I'm just trying to figure out why there's an inconsistency here, right? So first and foremost, we all agree that 1/8 of an inch is equivalent to 0.125, right?
What's 1/8 of an inch? Where'd you get that measurement from?
That's like I said, I found this forum that's suggesting that the Earth curves away from a horizontal line at 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet.
Okay, why don't you? So you'll have to.
In reference to like laser leveling.
Yeah. So can you convert that into how many feet in a mile? Sorry, I'm in meters.
You're fine. How many feet in a mile? 5,280.
5,280. So times it by what? Times your 100 feet by as many as you have to get that amount. It does.
Yeah, so it would be 52.8.
It doesn't work like that because it works exponentially. So.
Okay, so then how could we break this up into more accurate mean then?
You're going to end up with a slope instead of a curve.
So would a horizontal line never intersect the Earth?
No. Topography would interrupt that practice.
So, but you
perhaps
said it goes down.
Over ocean?
Hold up. You said down, though. Down is elevation.
So the laser... so the laser is going to point straight forward with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch. So if the argument that was posited in this particular question relating to construction was if the inaccuracy is only 1/16 of an inch comparative to 1/8 of an inch drop over 100 feet for the Earth's curvature, why would that inaccuracy matter? That was the actual framing of the question from the forum.
I'm asking, a drop down from horizontal is a change in elevation. You realize that?
Yes, but plenty of things rise far above that rate of change in context to...
Yeah, but you said that...
easily measurable straight lines.
Right. So so we're working with just straight lines here.
So I would argue that over a long enough distance with no topographical change, yes, you could effectively have a laser never touch the Earth based on that particular model.
No, because you're wrong. What you're doing is wrong.
Yeah, I'm not claiming any model here. I'm just talking about your claim.
You're claiming that it goes down 1/8. You're claiming that it goes down 1/8 of an inch every mile. That's a slope, not a curve.
There's
Correct?
12 inches in a foot, right? So
No, because now you're going to times it and turn it into a mile, but you're not creating. You're not using the distance exponentially because it's going to curve. So from your point, it's not going from A to B in a slope. It's going from A to B in a curve. That's why you got to square a mile. So if
Yeah, because something like a
square
slope
1
would
mile,
actually.
and then you square 2 miles, and then you square 3 miles. So that's why that 8 inches per mile squared works.
Doesn't sound like something you'd be able to actually measure because it's exponential. But, it's only a model anyway.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where in comparable terms I can try to figure out like if there's inaccuracy. It was really just I was trying to cancel out what I believe to be inaccuracies in another Earth curve calculator. So I was really confused internally as to why that was happening.
So we're going to do the so it was for the measurement of 29 miles, wasn't it, or 25 miles? Is that correct?
Say that one more time. Sorry, mine was elsewhere.
Because you guys were talking about the laser test that was done over 25 miles, weren't you, originally?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's jump on to Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. So the observer height on that.
Did you post a link for that in the side chat? Just so Walter. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Omni
Walter
calculator?
Bislin.
No.
No, the Walter Bislin one, yeah. It's called Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
Advanced.
Yeah.
I spelled his name wrong anyway, so I'm glad it
Very high tech.
This site cannot be reached. Let's try that again.
It's too advanced for your computer, man.
There we go. Okay.
So, all right. Units. I'm going to change this to. How do I fucking change it? Feet. So try that. So you've got your target distance. It was 25 miles. The height of the laser was, from memory, it was 2 meters. So what's that? Call it 7 feet.
Okay.
Should give you close to 300 and something feet. Something like that.
There's a lot of data that I have to look up in order to accurately input any of this.
What do you want? Do you want me to bring up the laser test and give you all the data from it?
I'm just trying to figure out, like, trying to input like a human eye, for example.
A human eye. Why?
Yeah, so like in the
Hello. Can I take the
I think I
table
found
for
the
a
right
moment? I'd
right
like to
one.
share my opinion on the flat Earth.
In the Walter
Sorry for the
Bisklins
text
one,
to speech. I am
it's
terrible.
asking for like the height, the zoom, diagonal FOV, pan, tilt,
No,
roll, etc.
you're making it too complicated. The laser was level, so you're talking about a laser, not eyes.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah. Let me get to the page, and I'll give you. You just got to. I think you got to go in the basic one.
I guess the
Otherwise,
only
it's
questions that I would have associated to that in terms of measurement of the lasers, are we certain that that there was no topographical change associated to that of the laser positioning? Are we certain of
It's
that?
it's over a lake. Yeah, there's a video that goes with this.
Okay.
Well, the topographical changes would be the same as a measurement up or down, wouldn't it?
I mean, it could, but in terms of like trying to catch, for example, right? If you're trying to measure across the lake, and one of the lasers is literally positioned slightly lower because of the distance, it may not be caught immediately, but it would throw inaccuracy in the measurement itself as long as the lasers were not perfectly equal in height.
You
could sync that.
There's only one laser.
And that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like
I thought
a
we were.
vertical
I thought we were referring
measurement down, a drop is an elevation change. Realize
Yes. Again, I was under a flawed premise from the outset. I was under the impression that we were capturing one laser's input against another laser's input, both, and then comparing both of them.
No, there was they were just detecting it on the other side.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So height of the laser, 2.92 meters. So let me just get this. They keep on switching between meters and. 2.92 meters is the height of the laser. 2.92.
Okay, so
So
what was the
Hold on.
measured discrepancy here? It was like 4 feet, wasn't it?
The laser left at a height of 2.92 meters and arrived on the other side of the lake at 1.5 meters.
I'm sorry, I broke up. And it arrived at
1.5 meters.
So 2.9 meters was the left, 1.5 meters was the arrived.
Yep, and the discrepancy was target hidden height. So the laser should have been up in the air at 90.81 meters.
So 2.9 and 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
.6 difference.
Power.
I'm just waiting for Angels to miss the point again.
So this is what's interesting. Remind me one more time, just so I make sure that we're looking at the same test origination. This was what the hell was it called? Sito Lake or something like that.
Yeah, it is Lake Itzel.
Okay, so that lake has an elevation of about 340 feet, And if the target distance is 25 miles away.
Yep.
Now here's what I find
Taking into account
interesting.
Difference of geode height, 562 millimeters. Already taken into account.
562 millimeters. .8 feet. So here's the interesting part. So when I plug in the actual eye height as the feet, and actually not quite, because it would have been plus 9 feet, right? 9.5 feet is equivalent to the. No, that's different. Hold on. How high up was the laser set? One more time.
This is brutal.
2.92 meters.
2.92 meters. Okay. 2.9. Okay, yeah. So it was 9.2. There we go. 9.58 feet. So when I take into consideration the basic footage of the actual lake itself, I get a target hidden height of 3.9 feet, which is actually closely concurrent to the results of the test in itself.
Sorry, where
However,
are you getting that from?
That's just the elevation of the lake in itself. However, when I convert that down
What are you talking about? Say it again.
Okay, so when I take into consideration the height of the lake in itself, which I don't know why this necessarily works out the way it does, this is why I had questions, at 340 feet above sea level, with a target distance of 25 miles, the target hidden height brings out to 3.9 feet, with a horizon distance of 22.57 miles. However, when I put that number down, we get this massive, basically to the footage, right, 9.5 feet. If I put that number down, we get 300 feet difference in terms of what the object hidden height should be. And that just doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking about? Are you saying over 25 miles there should only be a hidden height of 3 meters? You've done something wrong.
I'm just plugging the numbers in as they were for the eye height in feet and miles, right? So the footage, the comparison of meters to feet, 2.92 meters was the set height, which is equivalent to 9.58 feet, right? We settled on that. And then that puts the horizon distance for the viewer at 3.79 miles with the target hidden height at 299 feet, which that doesn't make sense.
Why?
It's just because it's not how that actually works out in practice. However, if we then
so you're saying all these Earth curve calculators are wrong?
No, I don't know why this makes more sense to me, but if we then plug in the actual foot above sea level that lake is, which is 340 feet above sea level, the number starts to make a little bit more sense in that the target hidden height at 340 feet
what are you doing? Wait,
is
what are you doing
3.9.
Wait, what are you doing with the 340 feet?
I don't know that we're necessarily calculating this right.
But what are you doing with the 340 feet?
Oh, I'm putting it under eye height because technically you're
Why are you putting
feet above sea level.
340? No, but you're oh my god, man. So
I'm trying to control.
You're adding 340 feet to the height of the laser.
That's what I thought at first, but again, the numbers seem to work out more consistently with the actual results of the laser by contrast to the original.
Stop talking, man. You're on a lake. You're on one side of the lake. It's 2.92 meters above the lake's surface. It's going to the other side of the lake, across the water, and it hits at 1.4 meters. Why are you adding 340 feet to the laser height?
Because he's coping.
Well, no. I'm trying to figure out why it is that the number, for example, at 1 foot height, or in this case, we'll say 9.5 feet of height, is so vastly out of proportion to the actual test. And when I plug in the footage above sea level, it actually seems to fall in line more so.
What do you mean vastly disproportionate to the test?
So with the 9.5 feet of eye height and the target distance of 25 miles, we get the results of 3.77 miles for the horizon distance and 300 feet of target hidden height. That doesn't make sense though, because that's not the way that the test administered. Well, I should say that's not the results the test panned out. It just doesn't make sense. There's something missing. The math isn't wrong. It's the numbers that we're putting in that don't make sense.
So you're going to add the height of sea level, the height from sea level to the lake, to the height of the laser? Does that make more sense to you?
Well, the results seem to. That's what I'm getting at. The results seem to be more in line with what would be expected from the actual number.
Stop. Think about what you're saying. The only thing that you'd have to add to that is you'd have to increase the radius of the Earth for your height 340 feet. Add 340 feet to the radius of the Earth. That would change the curvature. Only ever slightly. You can't add 340 feet to the height of the laser because you're shooting across water. You're trying to detect if the water's curved or not. So you shoot from one side of the water to the other water. You don't add
to the other edge.
Sea level.
Yeah, that's where I was so confused. Is none of this is making sense.
You're not taking a calculation from sea level for the laser height. Do you understand that?
I do, and that's why I was so confused at the outset of this, is because if the number that we're getting as far as what should be the target hidden height is so vastly disproportionate to what we actually observed, where is the difference here being made up? And again, where it seems to have been made up is for some reason increasing the actual eye height to that of sea level adjustment. It makes the results more in line. I can't explain why, but that's what it seems to be.
Can you?
The results are in line with the actual testing.
Think about what you're saying.
I know why. Like, I know what you're saying. I'm getting it. What I'm saying is, just doing that makes the results appear more in line with the actual administered test, and so that's what I'm trying to figure out why. And it's just not making sense.
What you're saying does not make sense.
Okay, so what was the test results? It was the 1.5 meter change, right?
No. Oh man. Like after those comments that you just made, I don't know whether you're worth talking to, man.
Well, again, I'm just asking questions. I'm not making any assertions.
I'm not going to waste my time doing this if you're going to add the sea level height from sea level to the lake onto the laser height. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to waste my time because any person with any sane mind would realize how stupid that is.
That's going to have a difference in effect in the air temp, humidity. It'll have some effects.
It's all
I'm trying to figure out like what.
Have you got the PDF?
Yeah, I still have it pulled up.
It's all there. You go away, you mute your mic, you go and work it out, and then come back.
That's what I've been doing. And again, the only results that I found to be concurrent with the actual results measured was that adjustment.
If you want to make an illogical statement to a result and then say, okay, therefore Earth curvature because I've added this height from sea level to the lake to the laser height. And
no. Timber, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm not going to waste my time, man, because that's dumb. Timber, it's really dumb and it's fucking really dishonest.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Timbo. I'm not affirming anything in Earth curve. I'm trying to plug the numbers in associative to the results that were administered from the test. And that's what I'm getting. That's the height required to get somewhat close to those results. That's
Good.
why
Now
I'm
makes-
confused.
Okay, now make sense of it.
What it seems to be is that the height of the measurement taken above sea level does have some bearing associative to both horizon distance and the obscured portion of the object in question, which again, neither of those two things necessarily make sense to me. I don't understand why that would be.
Well, because you're working out mathematically. If you increase the radius, then of course you're going to see further. That's really fucking obvious, dude. I'm amazed that you didn't know that instinctively.
I couldn't hear you because apparently my internet is dog shit tonight. Or maybe it's the amount of people in the room. I don't know. So, would you run that by me one more time, Bacon? Please.
Bacon.
Yeah, my name is not Bacon, but I see what you're doing. Bro, when you increase the radius, then the necessary the necessary consequence of increasing the radius is that you would have to mathematically calculate for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do I even explain this? The radius is bigger, so you see further, right?
Say that one more time. The radius is what?
If the radius is bigger, you see further, correct?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what your issue is.
Well, so again, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why is it that in this calculation, if we put the actual eye height, or in this case, the laser height at 9.5 feet, which is what the conversion roughly makes out to be, and we put the target distance at 25 miles, we get a expected target hidden height of 300 feet. Whereas by contrast, if we accommodate for the actual height over the sea level, which by the way, I didn't just make this number up. I literally was just curious. I looked up the sea level height of this particular lake, and it happens to fall in line more so with the actual observation than, and I would argue even within room for error, it's 3.9 feet over the same distance. It just happens to coincide more so with the results than that of the opposite. So I'm asking why that is. By contrast, this is supposed to be what would you call it? I mean, a perfect equation. Like the math going in can only be wrong, not the math coming out.
Yeah, you've increased the radius, therefore you can see further. It's really simple.
Yeah, but what he's doing, Crypto, is he's adding the height that the lake is above sea level through the height of the laser.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's
dumb.
Wild, man.
Well, because from what I understand of the calculation itself, D0 is as the crow flies, right? So that would be the flattest possible tangent that you could draw to touch the circle. However, that doesn't necessarily accommodate for topography that may be coming into play here. And so if you're 340 feet above what the static line or the static circumference of the Earth would be, then and that static circumference would effectively equate to sea level in terms of footage, then again the numbers seem to make more sense when they're distributed that way. That would be I think the justification. I actually hadn't even thought about that until just now, but that seems to be the justification.
If you're going to do that, all you got to do is take the 3959, add 340 feet, and then you'll get a different drop over distance. That's all you'll do. But you can't add
3959.
You can't add 340 feet to the laser height because you're shooting across water. The laser height is the laser height across the water.
Yeah, I see where but again, then what's the explanation for the incorrect target hidden height?
No, what do you mean the incorrect target height? You're saying it's
the one that's vastly out of proportion with the real test results.
No,
Well, you're
What's the
just saying it's
explanation for that?
vastly. You're just saying it's vastly out of proportion because you think the Earth is a ball.
No. I'm saying, assuming that it's not, and that there was only 1.5 meters of change, what's the reason for the target hidden height in the Earth curve calculator being so vastly out of sync with the proportion, or I'm sorry,
Because it's
the
flat.
measurement that we measured?
Because it's flat.
Yeah, it's not a ball.
So if it's flat, then we would expect to see no change, though, right?
Well, you've got atmospheric conditions across the lake. You've also got laser spread too. It's collimated, but it's not pinpoint laser. It's collimated. You're going to have a little bit of spread.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have a lake if one side was higher than the other. You know how water flows, right?
Well,
Come on now.
Well, no, I mean, one side can still be higher than the other. It just means that that other side that's lower than the other higher side needs to be higher than the water level.
Don't be
Yes,
silly.
it can.
Hold on, Angel. Is it vastly higher?
Do you know what would happen?
The water would flow out.
Oh,
if the land level was below the water level, then yes, it would flow out to the point that the water level met the land level. But that's not to say that you can't have one side of the lake higher than the other side of the lake. That's entirely feasible.
If there was a drop from horizontal, right? If there was a drop from horizontal, the water would flow out, wouldn't it?
No, not innately.
Really?
What's the other portion to that? Because if there's a drop over distance, but gravity's pulling towards a central
before
point.
we do this, before we do this, sorry. One side of the lake, the water level is exactly the same height at the other side of the lake.
Yeah.
Yep.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, what's the problem?
Is it identical in terms of the elevation of the landmass being measured? Is the landmass being measured exactly the same on all sides?
You're measuring from the edge of the water to the edge of the water.
Straight line.
It doesn't matter about the land around it. It's already contained.
No slope, no drop, no hump. Straight line.
Great point, Jerry.
Thanks, Branch.
Branch is the world's #1 flat earther.
I mean, like, I woke up today, yeah, and I swear to God, the Earth looked flatter than it did yesterday.
Did it breathe in?
And then you had a drink, right?
No, I mean, like, every day this shit looks flatter and flatter.
Fuck off, man. You're annoying.
Oh, man.
I support your decision to mute him, to be fair.
I don't know how he unmuted. So, what are we not understanding here now?
I'm not understanding how y'all are so stupid.
So, what's your IQ? What's your IQ?
-3.
Brilliant. So I suppose you would know about being thick as fuck.
Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm a globe head.
Cool. Well, don't project it on us then.
Yeah, it doesn't make you stupid to think that you're on a ball. I mean, you think you're on a ball. That's okay.
He left.
Oh.
What,
Who left? Oh, okay. That person.
No. He's Angel's plate. Angel, you still there, mate?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to make the numbers that they put in here make sense. And again, they're not copacetic with the results.
It's because you don't understand what the actual.
Are you going to be able to sleep tonight, dude?
Oh, I'm fine with that. This is a mathematical
Is there anyone
equation
else
that
who
I'm
wants to
trying to
talk?
make kosher, and it's not making sense because the idea, for example, that the lake is innately curved is also incorrect. Obviously, right? Because there's going to be a depression in the so put simply, the bottom of the lake is going to be further down than 345 feet, which is representative of Sea of Folks sea level rise. But the bottom of the lake may be 70 feet difference.
Are you saying there's going to be? Are you saying there's
If I
a
may
valley
finish
in the
really
middle?
quickly, please.
Are you saying there's a valley in the middle of the lake of water?
Yes, that the water is filling up, obviously, right?
What?
But the lake itself isn't curved. The lake
What?
itself will only fill up to its flat meniscus. It's surface tension. So realistically, it should act as a flat surface to take a measurement on. But the problem that I'm having here is that it's not creating a result in the measurement calculator copacetic with the results of the test itself. The test itself also didn't administer results consistent with flat Earth.
So it's not creating what you want it to do.
No, refraction in itself doesn't accommodate for the, or really any level of instrumentational error doesn't actually account for the drop over distance that was also detected. So there's a lot of questions here that aren't being answered.
There wasn't any detected. It was lower.
Yes, there was drop.
No, there was a drop in the laser, not in the Earth.
No,
Drop down.
Yes. The laser's detected height is different than what it should have been.
By like a foot.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, no, it's such a small amount, bro. Like, it's like you're missing the wood for the trees. There was a predicted height difference on a globe of 400 feet, and it was nowhere near that. So therefore, it's not a globe. Really that simple.
You could say that, but then why was any drop detected at all?
There wasn't.
It was opposite.
It was higher? The laser was detected at a higher elevation than lower elevation?
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. The laser started at 2.9 meters, ended up at 1.4.
That's a drop.
It's a drop in laser, not a drop over distance of the water. It's a drop in the laser.
Okay, so how did that happen
if
then?
the light was so if the land was dropping away, right? Let's just say that the laser started at 1.4 meters and the land was dropping away. You understand that relative to the land, the laser would have to be higher. Yes, you understand this? Because the land is dropping away and the laser isn't dropping away. So you understand that the laser would have to be higher relative to the land, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
when
I'm
he
following.
tells you that it's actually lower, then that's not Earth curve, is it?
So with respect to the laser hitting at 1.5 meters compared to 2.9 meters, what caused the difference in detection then? If it should have been at 2.9 meters over 25 miles, because realistically, for light speed, which is what a laser's traveling at, 25 miles is nothing. It should not only appear almost instantaneously on the other side, but also its detection should be effectively flat. I would agree with that.
Really invoking speed of light, like, bro, it's about the.
Well, no, I'm just determining. So for example, I'm arguing that as far as the laser's actual height, it's going to travel so fast, and obviously it can be detected on the other side, that it really shouldn't have any natural drop aside from perhaps diffraction from atmospheric effects. But again, that's not going to make up a 4-foot drop.
Well, I mean, why don't you think about, the guy who was operating the laser was wearing an orange top. We'll have to factor that in. And
no, you're dancing around the actual question I'm providing.
He drove
if there's a 4-foot detection drop, what's the reason for the detection drop?
Did you factor in the Ferrari, and did you factor in that they were speaking English in Bulgaria? That needs to be factored in, and speed of light. Let's factor that in. And Timbo, have you got any other irrelevant bullshits that we can factor in?
How many birds were flying over the area at the time?
Right.
Yeah, because they would have created some gravity.
Do you not understand that what you're saying is completely fucking irrelevant to what we're talking about? We're talking about a the shape of a laser, which should be flat. We're trying to measure that the ground is falling away, and you're talking about the speed of light.
Yes, because that does have some relevancy in detection, but it's static. Speed of light remains the same. It's a constant.
It's frustratingly stupid for two reasons. First of all, that you continue to talk over me halfway through my points. That will never not be annoying. The second reason is that the speed of that light is completely irrelevant. It's the shape of the laser that we care about. The fact that that laser is supposedly flat and that the ground is supposedly curving away, we would have to detect a deviation between those two at 25 miles, and we don't. That is so simple. I'm amazed that you've missed it so many times.
Well, again, then what's the what is the reason that there is a difference between the origination point of the laser and the reading point of the laser? I'm not sure. I'm not hearing any explanation.
Because it's impossible to perfectly level a laser over that distance, but you can get.
Okay, so what's the error? What's the room for error associated to it?
Definitely not 90 meters.
But it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't argue it is either. What's the room for error that caused this? Because if the room for error in the laser isn't equating to about 4 feet, then your answer is bunk.
No, it's an irrelevant question because
It's
there's only
not
three
Earth
possible. Yeah, there's only three possible things that could be happening, right? Let's say that the laser was pointed down too far. Well, then it would just shoot into the ground, and you wouldn't actually receive it on the other end. If it was pointed up too far, it would miss the target. And if it was pointed in any kind of other way where it actually hits the target, then maybe it's not perfectly level, but it's pretty damn close. But the issue is that if it was, say, flat and level and the ground was curving away, you would still miss the target because guess what? There's meant to be 440 feet in that distance. So all of the things that you're asking about are irrelevant. As relevant as the guy wearing an orange top driving in on a Ferrari.
Bacon, you're missing one very important thing.
What's that?
Vastly.
What is that? Bad sleep? What did he say?
No, he kept on saying vastly over and over again before. So.
Oh, vastly. All right, fine.
So, Angels, the point is that the laser shot across the lake. If, like Crypto was saying, if it was too low, it would have hit the water and not reached the target. It reached the target at around about where it left, but there should have been 90 meters. The laser should have been 90 meters in the air because the Earth should be dropping off. Now you're starting to worry about 4 feet. All right. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. Just like you trying to add on 340 feet from the distance of sea level to the top of the lake and add it on to the top of the laser. None of what you're saying actually makes sense.
Well,
it's very simple.
Adding it to the height of the laser is just changing the reference point from sea level to the actual height of the measurement itself. It's if anything, yes, because if the if the actual relative measurement for Earth curve would be at the static equilibrium of water on the Earth.
Okay, sorry, man. I've had enough.
Listen.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It does feel like deliberately obtuse now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Somebody's roboting.
Yeah, it's for silly.
Damn it.
It sounded like you were falling too, like it was getting, but intermittently you're like
Hold on. Wait, let's get back on topic.
It's funny.
What was the question?
Oh, what we
You
were
didn't really
talking
have
about?
one.
Wait, what?
he was he was questioning why the laser was 4 feet down instead of 90 meters up in the air.
Oh yeah. So when a light source that is, it's like a culminated light source. After a while, the way that those the concentrated light works, it blaze ever so slightly with distance. So yeah, you're gonna get a beam divergence at a certain distance, but you know this beam divergence, and you can detect what you should be able to do with line of sight because it's dang good. It's a dang good thing to use. So kudos to those people that did that.
I agree. Yeah, Kiwi Buzz, he won't get it, mate. You're flogging a dead horse there, mate.
I just wish people like Angels were here when people say, yeah, but in the Netflix documentary, he had to lift up the laser to go over the hump.
He
So
wasn't.
that Angel could tell him, no, it's supposed to drop. Crazy.
He wasn't even using laser. He was using wasn't it like a?
It was a torch in the end, I think.
Oh my gosh!
That was the actual definition of buck broken. Like you couldn't go beyond that.
Does anybody even know the inverse square? Also with a barrier and another when you have a hole in a wall, when there's a light source on one side of one wall and it shines through a hole
Camera
in one.
obscura.
Yeah, there's an optical thing going on. So I would at least not jump to conclusion. I don't even know why he did that for some. That's stupid. What he did was so stupid. It proved nothing, literally, except for how light, can travel through certain barriers and how they react to other barrier. I don't know. You can see how the light will go through one hole and another hole, whatever. That's pretty cool. But it has nothing to do with the Earth.
I think he was actually saying that because it had any kind of it had any drop, that means he was right, even when it was way below what it would have predicted.
Think about how stupid that is.
It dropped 4 feet, therefore you're wrong. No.
We have to measure so far away from us to make sure that that there is no curvature drop in the distance. And then you're going to be okay with the light shining through a hole to another hole into what? Cardboard? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think that
you
you're going to
haven't
rely?
considered one thing.
Here.
Refraction.
Let a flat earther prove the globe Earth, because nobody's ever proved the globe ever before. Let a flat earther do it. So the only thing you can rely on is a flat earther to prove your globe. That's pretty ironic and funny.
Guys, why doesn't the number work?
Yeah. All right, let's see who we got in here. Cringe Normie NPC. Are you there?
That is a fucking amazing name, to be fair. Pardon my French. Yeah, Delmite, are you starting to understand why we get frustrated with Globers yet?
Yeah, definitely. This is I'm actually losing brain cells listening to this shit. In the past, I've overdosed on fucking smug YouTuber reactions to Flat Earth content. but it's like nobody can actually argue these points with any kind of coherence.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're actually like, because I'm not saying you should be flat Earth straight away or anything. It's just at least understand that we're just trying to have the discussion, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. For the record, I'm not. I'm just kind of like, I'm listening. It's like nobody can actually make like a coherent argument against, like, for the globe model.
Right.
It's late as hell. Everyone, this place is like dead.
Like, did you understand? So, did you understand what we're talking about with this laser test?
I think like the gist that I got from it was that like the 4-foot drop that was observed, like if you calculate out the curvature, it was due to like the laser refracting to it be a little bit while
refracting,
it's in transit.
or when lasers, they have a spread. Yeah, so this laser was run through a collimator, which brings the laser spread back to like a point again. But then as it does that, it's still going to spread at the other end. So, it could be due to that, but there's supposed to be, if you have drop over distance of what the claimed curvature of the Earth is, then that laser that they detect should have been 90 meters in the air because of the drop over distance, and it wasn't.
They only saw 4 feet.
Yeah, well, it was 4 feet down, so it was the wrong way anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So the laser was actually lower than when it left. So,
Yeah, just think about it, right? If you've got a line that's going straight and a line that's curving away from that straight line, would the deviation between the straight line and the curved line increase or decrease with distance?
Like, can you repeat what you just said?
I actually have a Canva image that explains this perfectly. Let me go grab it.
All right.
Talk amongst yourselves while I try and find it.
And there isn't really much of a art.
How about that crypto guy? What a loser, am I right, guys?
Yeah, he's such a dickhead. I hate that smug accent he's got.
I think we should just ban everyone from the UK out of this chat.
It's actually a good idea.
That sounds like friendly fire, though.
Should ban all Americans as well.
Nah, you can't do that.
Who brings the best proof, though? Is it the British people or the Americans when it comes to flat Earth?
Oh, Brits for sure.
I see.
I mean, like, Brits can't even draw borders, so how could they draw a coherent worldview?
Australians. I say
Australians are trolls. Everyone knows Australians are all internet trolls. There's no exception.
The Black Swan.
Australians are just British people who are left out in the sun too long. You know that.
Well, what did you guys say the other day? Drunk British people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, go ahead.
The Black Swan is from Santa Barbara, United States. Sorry.
Do you know what the Bedford level is and where it came from? UK. There you go. Victory is ours.
Okay, I actually do have a question for you guys.
Oh dear, here we go.
It's not like I've heard mentions of like gas pressure in it, like without a container. What are you guys talking about?
Please let's not go there.
All right.
I got a little bit of spare time, so.
I mean, is it just the
Yeah.
idea that like there's not a physical structure around the Earth, and so how do we have one atmosphere pressure where the like as we consider it, where the rest where space has no pressure? Is that the idea?
Yes. However, please look in the chat because I finally found this image.
If you think about it, America has NASA, and NASA is one of the best reasons why we know they're lying. So we win. It's a done deal. United States win.
That's a good point.
Victorious, bro. Easily, we could slam NASA all day, point out all
Yeah.
the lies.
But Britain invented flat Earth, so
Wait, what? No one
we
invented flat
Bedford
Earth.
level, seeing too far over a canal, right? We invented it. Modern
I mean,
flat
it's just
Earth comes from Britain.
that's just because you guys are like been around forever.
Well, hold on. No, wait. Actually, they were drawing flat Earth a long time ago before Britain was even a
Yeah, but modern
colony,
flat
bro.
Earth comes from.
Oh, okay, modern. Okay. You want to
Do you
bring
just
it to
draw
the...
that distinction randomly so that we can claim Britain made it?
Well, yeah,
There's nothing
modern.
modern. It's the same theory.
No, because the the Black Swan is derivative of a much older 19th century test done by a guy in Cambridge in England. In the 19th century, he observed.
All I'm hearing is cope in a thick British accent.
Black Swan's Carl Palmer.
The Black Swan, just to let you know, the Black Swan actually prefers to be referred to as the African American swan.
Sorry, my mistake. I forgot it's Black History Month.
Yes.
I like that
The
we
Black
went from,
Swan is offended.
we went from black to African American, and then they started just saying black again, but capitalizing it for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we looking at in the chat?
Okay, I'm seeing this, but what are you? Okay, it's the demonstration of how if the curve is falling away.
Well,
Right.
think about.
So look at
Okay,
the deviation.
I have a really dumb question for you. All right, you're probably gonna call me an actual retard. Okay.
Let him explain it first, and then you can ask your question.
Okay.
Imagine if the deviation bit was like an actual stick like coming out of the ground, right?
Okay.
The further along that curve, the higher the laser would appear to be on that stick, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all we're saying is like at 25 miles, the laser, if it was straight and the Earth, if it was curving, there would have to be a point on that stick where the laser hit, right? And that point at 25 miles is 443 feet. It wasn't there. It was much lower. The problem being, if it's 4 feet, then that implies that the laser is shooting literally through the curved Earth, right?
Okay, so are you done with your explanation?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so what happens if you're on the other side of the curve? Does it do the opposite?
What happens if you're on the other side of this imaginary thing? Does this still happen?
No, like because like I'm talking like okay, if you have like let's just assume a half circle. We're talking about the top of the sphere. If you look at the other half and you do the same test, wouldn't the laser be showing above? Like it would go up instead of down because you're coming up the path up.
But the origin of the laser is the apex
level.
So you're talking about the deviation away from the laser would need to be congruent to the.
I'm gonna open up MS Paint real quick and see if what I'm saying even makes sense. Hold on. Okay.
You guys have fun. I've got to go to bed. Night.
Alright, see you, mate.
Yeah.
Kind of sad now.
Okay. Either way, this laser was shot over a very great distance. The only thing that was detected in where the laser was shot from and where it hit was the beam divergence.
All right, Bino's back. Brit Nat's in the house. Eggshells wandered back in. Scott Mackey. Talon's here too. The other Taylor is here as well.
Are you ready, guys? Jedi's not here. Alpha's not here. And Heretic's not here. That means you're all mine. That means my glow proof is imminent.
Let's do it.
Fuck
Get
off.
it out there and do it.
Oh, and the silence speaks for itself.
Yeah, cricket's chirping.
All right, present yourself.
I'm on a new project. I'm kind of I'm moving away from container topics because I feel like I've done container now. I need to move on to the next part.
What's your next project?
The next project is
the curvature.
Never got anywhere.
Proof.
You never got anywhere with the container argument, though.
Oh.
What's your next fallacy that you're gonna bring about?
Hey, hold on.
I don't commit fallacies. I've never committed a fallacy in my life. Not once.
I mean falsehood. Sorry.
That's more correct.
Literally heard you justify committing a logical fallacy, Britnat.
Wait, which one?
Patsy, look at the image I sent and tell me how retarded it is on a scale of like 1 to 10.
What?
Yeah, because it's looking down.
Oh, I'd say a 10.
Like, I'm trying to think if that's like the why this. I know it probably doesn't make sense, but I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't make sense.
It's got to be level from the point. So they always say you're on top of the ball, yeah? So if you're shooting level, you got to be level from that point.
That's not a good depiction anyways. If
It's
you're
not supposed to be. It's just it illustrate what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, you're shooting the laser downwards toward the ground, not horizontal. Problem.
Yeah.
that's silly.
Not crazy.
Oh wait, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying now.
Delmite, are all perpendiculars to a plane parallel?
No, of course not.
They're not. Really?
Really?
So you live on a ball.
Really, it's so weird how people cope with the 3 points that we bring up. They would rather
I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just trying to
Not
see
you.
why this doesn't work.
not you. I didn't
Okay.
mean you specific. No. Okay. So the fact that people are even trying to attack just something in whatever we're asking for evidence for. They're attacking the thing that would follow logically from our standpoint and attacking the last point instead of the first one. Like, can't you just go and prove the globe? If it's a thing, you should be able to prove it.
They sent some pictures back from space.
That's a cool story, bro. But those pictures back from space show that water curves And as we can tell, water rests, flat on its surface, or seeks rest on, flat on its surface.
Yeah, but there's like pictures.
Yeah, we get past all of the really intricate things and
Oh,
go
that's
to
on the
the
right video.
broader spectrum when it comes to this point.
Created a meme for that. Where is it at?
Don't worry, guys. I know it seems genuine, but this is actually an elaborate hoax.
Who mentioned photos?
Well, that's all right. Well, let's because you say that they have pictures from space. Let's talk about this gas pressure then.
Let's talk about gas pressure because I'm genuinely curious about what this is about.
Well, if you could go ahead and refresh yourself on all of the gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics before you even come into the conversation, that would be nice.
I'm not looking to debate it. I'm looking to see what the idea is because I've heard the phrase said, but I don't understand the underlying what you're talking about.
Just on the topic of photographs, Dalmute, just look at the side chat. I made you a nice little explanation.
Is there claim to be a real photograph from space of the Earth as a whole?
I think there is. I mean, I'm pretty sure there has been claimed.
You want to look into that? Sorry, I went really Aussie there for a second. Do you want to look into that?
What do you mean actual image?
A one photograph of the whole Earth.
Oh, I know what you mean. So you're saying there's only been partial photographs of certain angles.
Yeah, they just add bits together and turn it into a sphere. That's what they do. They tell us they do that. I think there's only one claimed one from maybe 1969, I think it was. Apollo 13.
Okay, so
or was it later than that?
On the matter thing, I see it in the chat now. Sorry I understand the picture thing. I thought you were saying there's never been a picture taken of Earth from space, claimed, but I think I see you're talking about the whole Earth. The whole kind of shape. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So on this states on the vacuum thing. So this is a genuine question. Do you guys not believe in gravity?
What's gravity?
The force that mass exerts because of relativity.
Please
Force?
wait.
What'd you say?
So relativity is so bending and warping of space time.
Yes.
Hold on.
You go, Flatsy. You go ahead.
You're gonna tell me that gravity is this is the cause of why things go down, but in the globe paradigm, which there needs to be an established globe, by the way, for this, is that everything goes in towards the center.
Okay,
so down is relative towards the center, right? So what are we talking about here? Are we talking about things go down? Or sometimes they don't go down, but when they do, they have some sort of average rate of fall. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can all see that. But you're telling me that the cause of that is the bending and warping of space-time? And you're going to actually want me to take you seriously? Please.
All I'm doing is parroting what the definition is because I wanted to hear your take on it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we all witnessed up and
you
down.
You don't need to get the M4 and absolutely obliterate the messenger.
So we all witness an up and down. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you're going to call gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So your version of gravity is everything goes to the center of mass. Or was it the bending or warping of space-time? Which one was it?
The reason it goes towards mass is because of the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay, so
it's not like
in
there's some
order-
like magical force that like just things decide to move towards mass.
What's space time?
Sounds pretty magical to me.
What is space time? And please do not speak out of two sides of your mouth. Tell me what the
I am speaking out of two sides of my mouth because I'm trying to figure out how we like.
How is that not the magical force that you need? That's ridiculous.
Alright. So we all, we witness the effects of what you call gravity, up and down. Yeah, we drop things, they go down. The only difference is our down is just down. It's the same direction every time. Yours is in. So I'm dropping something, and it's actually going towards your feet from where I am.
So okay, on the back,
I cannot believe that you even said, "Oh, it's not space time. It's got to be something magical." I'm like, dude, what are you even saying? Are you listening to yourself say these things? Like,
I think I said the opposite of that, but all right, yeah.
But okay, look. Space time is going to be your final answer.
Flatsy Cloud.
New guy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What's the shortest distance between 2 points?
There isn't one.
Really? Okay. So that's not a straight line?
Oh, okay. Oh my god, that was fucking retarded. Never mind. For whatever reason, in my mind, I was like, okay, like, how close can things get to each other? Like, I thought it was some weird. Yeah, no, listen, man, it's fucking 2 a.m, all right?
No, it's okay. So it's a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Always. Right?
Yes.
Right. So what the fuck is curved space? Right? If the shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line, then how can space curve?
Yeah, how
It's
can plumb
retarded.
lines? How can plumb lines curve?
Because of gravity, because of dense objects in space. And we
There
can
we go.
witness this bending because of things called gravity lensing.
Oh,
Awesome.
brother.
Really?
Yes.
You got any evidence for that, mate?
Yeah, so we can watch stars in the sky and we can predict their movements, right, based on the current
It's
movements.
not prediction, that's a post-diction.
No,
That's
wait.
a post-diction because they've happened before.
That's
So when you witness something happening before you, and it comes around every year in cycles or every 18 years in cycles, then you can post-dict them, and you say this has happened before, so this will happen again.
No, that's
It's called
not
a
what I'm
post-diction,
saying.
not a prediction.
No, I'm not talking about a prediction. I'm just saying
Okay.
when
You did use the word prediction though, so
right, yeah, because it's relative to what I'm trying to say.
Relative to
right?
what?
So let's say you're in let's think of just a vast, like the universe, a massive space
Oh,
where
here we
things
go.
can
Let's
exist.
use our imaginations again.
Yes, because here on Earth we are the observers, and far away we can view things that are really far away
Awesome.
and really
So where do
bright.
So where do we witness gravitational lensing?
So I can't remember whether it was another galaxy that was closer to us, which was in the way of one moving behind it, but we would predict the position of these galaxies behind the galaxy that's in front, that's causing this lensing effect, and it bends the light, right?
Right, but does that bend actual space?
Well, that's the theory, that because the light bends, because we know light travels in a straight line, it has
Well,
to be
when
in
you measure the
space.
distances,
Wait,
when you measure
he
the
said something. Said
Okay.
light travels in straight lines.
Oh, yeah. See, so
I agree with that.
yeah. So when you measure the distance to these stars, it's all straight lines, right? All
I
of
know
them.
I'm not really like explaining it very well. So of course I don't
No.
expect.
Start again if you want, man. I'll
No,
change my attitude towards you.
yeah, I appreciate it. It's just how like we was talking about space. It's like I watch a lot of like astronomy paper videos, like publishings of newest astronomy discoveries. So I just thought I'd want to chime in, like the reason why we think space time is a three-dimensional map with an added dimension of time in one thing.
Have you ever wondered why the moon and the sun make analemmas, but they make them? The sun makes the analemma throughout the year, and the moon makes them like monthly.
A what?
They
Sorry,
make
a moon or sun? What? Sorry.
they make the same analemma, but one makes them at a certain rate, and the other makes it at another rate. Have you
I don't know
ever?
what.
I'll get it.
I don't know. What,
I'll
I've
get an
not
image. I'll
come
get an
across the
image
term.
for you.
And
Analemma.
Yeah, you should be looking at how you can see the set motion of the sun throughout the year. It's very easily recorded. You're not having to guess because it happens every time. The moon does the same thing, but it does it in its own pattern and time.
Yeah.
Oh, Kiwi Buzz beat me to it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's a nice photo. So what's
So
your point?
same time every day. This is where the sun. Is that the sun, Kiwi Buzz, or the moon? That's the sun one. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a caption that says sun.
Mm. Oh yeah, sorry.
The Tudelima.
So yeah, I understand the concept that you're showing me, but what's your point?
Yeah, okay, so this shows how your celestial sphere is only celestial, not terrestrial. Because in this you can see where the equator would be, and this is how you're deriving this kind of backwards engineering is how you can, but it's with Polaris, by the way, is how you have your latitude and your longitude lines. They're all celestial. And this shows you how throughout those lines that you derive from Polaris, this is the path throughout the year that the sun takes. Every year, this is what it does.
So
And
just
also the
sorry.
moon does it in its own period of time.
So are you trying to say that Polaris follows this same sort of pattern the sun and moon does?
No.
No.
What is it you're trying to say? Sorry.
I was just tying it to the celestial sphere of where the equator and the tropics are.
Yeah, it's an amazing.
Oh, so the lower down the sun in the image.
Your sun is in either whatever you wanted to, without any assumptions of what the Earth is.
Yeah.
This is the motion the sun takes from the
From our point of view.
Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, and it shows its path throughout the year doing that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's definitely interesting, but I don't see what that proves.
The moon
improves that. You know, that's the way that
Someone beat me to it.
the moon does also. It just does it like in a faster rate because the moon dictates the months. The sun is more like seasonal and daytime thing.
Yeah. But how does this go against the globe Earth argument?
I'm not saying it does.
Oh,
This is
okay.
just observe.
Oh, so Ed, space time.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that a claim?
Well, we can just... I don't know, it's like you said, how can space-time bend?
Yeah.
And I was just saying that through
I
ultra-dense objects in the universe, so like...
No. I cannot take you seriously. Give me the scientific evidence for space-time bending, please. Starting with the observation, the hypothesis, so you can identify the dependent variable and the independent variable. Go.
As I've heard so many users here say before, the silence is deafening.
Yeah, what are you observing, Ed?
Yeah, I don't have to
So,
accept the claim. It
it's
doesn't
like...
matter how long it takes for anybody to address the positive claim. This is a positive claim. If you're going to just go around and just say it, I hope that you've verified it for yourself if you're just going to go around saying it.
Well, this sort of like physics, theoretical physics, is... It's far more complicated than I could ever do on my own, and the foundations that this sort of science
Theoretical. What?
I'm not finished.
What?
I'm not finished.
Give me a hypothesis from this. If you're even going to bring it up and you want to make it something substantial, if it's going to parade itself around as physics, then give me something that's observable.
We should observe a difference in position of the light that we perceive when light is passing through a region, an extremely gravitationally dense area within the universe.
How do you know it's gravitationally dense?
So, galaxies, for example, like the Andromeda Galaxy, not the Andromeda Galaxy in particular, but other galaxies we know. So galaxies are regions in space that contain billions of star systems within them. And
how do you know that?
Through observation.
Observation of what?
Observation of lights that are very distant. So when we...
How do you know how far away these things are?
I know there's a way using the light that you can use the light that we view.
No.
Or not
But
necessarily
wait, couldn't that light be refracted? But couldn't it be gravitationally lensed? Therefore, we can't actually observe the true distance.
No.
That is true. It can be gravitationally lensed.
You're talking
However,
about red shift, blue shift, aren't you?
Oh, the Doppler shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about, Ed?
no, I'm not talking about the universe expansion.
No,
okay.
here's your problem. This
Okay.
entire cosmology that you are thinking about in your mind when you look up at the night sky, this is all based off of the Earth being a globe. So if you can, go dig into some sort of resources here or there, find out where they ever verified that was the thing.
I understand your claim. It's hard to do that when, for me, it's like...
Oh, listen, but do you hear
Sorry,
that
let him.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. Just let him get it out, and then you can answer what he's saying. And
I feel like...
I won't butt in. You can
No worries, I
talk to him,
appreciate
but
it.
just let him. Yeah.
I feel like the metrics that we use in science today have validated themselves through repeat measuring, testing, and observation. There are obviously some fringe parts of science, newest parts of science, theoretical science, that is easily claimable to not be replicatable. And therefore, if it's not repeatable, it's like people don't say it's real. And the foundation of physics is based upon the committed belief now that the Earth is a globe because of that. So it's like to do an argument, right, that doesn't use the science that I believe in, because it's like, let's say it's like a sports
It's not
game.
really science.
Let's say it's a sports game, right? And I need to put my best players on the pitch. My best players are going to be the science that, or the theory that I've learnt my entire life.
I don't want
And,
to hear.
and
But
because it
really-
makes
Shouldn't it be easy to substantiate that?
Well, can I just finish? I'll wrap it up quickly.
Yeah, let him.
Because
No, you're
of the
right,
science that I've learned has been proved and demonstrated to me that it's true and real. Obviously, I understand the concept that there are theories that can't be proven really, but they're so specific. It's nothing like that. Anything we use into day-to-day life. Now, I've said this before in this Discord that we can't ever possibly know, in my opinion at least, 100% truth because of many things, such as the limitations of our own bodies and the fact that our perception of reality may not even be reality.
Wait, I got to stop you there. Can we, instead of going there, can we talk about, because you made a claim about the bending and warping of space-time, and what we should see these lights doing are in a different position than what they should be. And we can talk about life not being reality later, but it's a one point. Otherwise, it'll get off track.
So there's objects in the universe that we can observe, such as black holes.
The problem is you haven't observed the black hole.
Well, we've taken an image of a black hole. I know it's not crystal clear. No, I haven't. No, but I understand your point. Like, because I haven't, it's not real.
No. I'm not saying that. I don't think there's any images of a black hole.
There is no. You have to base this off. This whole cosmology is based off of the Earth being a globe first, foremost. That's
with a radius.
I don't care about all of the other things. And you went off on this waxing philosophical on all of us to not answer why there's no measurement of curvature of the Earth. Come on now.
Well, you didn't ask me that question, but
Yes, I did.
you didn't ask me about the curve.
They did.
The globe.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear the specific radius and that whatever.
That's the topic of the 20. It may say flat Earth, but it means where's the globe?
I think the problem when we start going into these things like cosmology and things like that is that you did say yourself that we can't actually confirm anything that they're saying. Now, we don't actually know anything about anything if you think about it in the universe. Yeah,
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah. So when they start making assumptions, like the first assumption, as Fladsy was saying, was the radius of the Earth. Now, with the radius of the Earth, that's how they get these distances to things and sizes of things. It's all based on the radius of the Earth. Now, the problem we have is that no one's ever measured that. Now, they have made calculations and things like that, but you can't confirm these things because no one's ever measured these things. Now, that's your first rung, like Flatsy said. So if you're basing your first rung off that radius of the Earth, you're coming up with equations that are based off something that hasn't been proven. Now, if you start with an assumption, you're not going to end up with a conclusive result in the end.
Yeah.
Now, we can go into spectroscopy, stellar spectroscopy and things like that, and they say we know what these things are made of because of light making these colors in spectroscopy. But, it's got to go through, we don't know the medium, we don't know where the light's coming from, things like that, because spectroscopy was always done in a controlled environment. Yeah,
But
through a prism.
To go in.
I know.
Because
I
here's
think I
the
would
problem.
like to. Go on.
No, I'm sorry. I
was
just like to always get back to the root of the whole thing. You know, you don't have any curvature measured anywhere. And we're going out and we're debunking this curvature everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't have an argument for the curvature. That's not my speciality. So it's like I'd just be lying about anything. My interests are, space, and I'm studying a science degree. So it's like all the sort of stuff I know is only from interest in and education, and I don't know. I'm just a fucking student, bro. So
Hey, Fred,
it kind of confounds
fine.
with my base
Really,
beliefs.
really quick. There's a big debate happening about flat Earth in the Israel-Palestine chat from the people that have been removed from this room and cannot come back here. So if anyone's really serious about it and willing to go to a place where you don't have the upper hand, Israel-Palestine room is talking about flat Earth currently. There's a lot of opposition.
Okay, well, we're
what
kind of
side of the
having a
argument? I don't get what you
conversation.
mean.
I might jump in there later, but we're kind of having a conversation.
Cool. I just came to let y'all know. I'm gonna go back in there.
Cool, man. That's all right. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Feels like bait.
Well, it's always asking us to come to a place where we won't be able to talk.
Yeah, just stay near then. You don't have to do anything. It's alright.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was just gonna say about spectroscopy. It's like I know we can't be certain that the median of space is what we think it is. Like I get that. It's just that space is so big that not only is it so big, we've also sent probes into space
You're also looking through the Earth's atmosphere too. Like you're having to account for what you're looking through when you use spectroscopy to determine the hues of these the spectral light that they have. When you compare that to something that you can't go and observe with another sense, like you're thinking about using just your optics to determine what that is due to something that you use on Earth controlled through and you're looking through our atmosphere and whatever vacuum your whole paradigm is just in shambles at this point. And
why would it be in shambles?
Well,
what
I
are you
think
even,
that
like how
I
can
think the
you
problem is that, and that's why they
not
come up with all these stars seem to be made of helium and nitrogen. Yeah.
Well, they're the most basic elements in the periodic table.
What's the most common gas in the Earth's atmosphere?
Nitrogen,
Yeah. What's the next one?
oxygen.
Okay, what about the upper atmosphere? There's a big layer of helium, yeah?
There might be. I mean, helium's so light, which would allow it to require less energy. It would require less energy to go against.
Yeah. So don't you find it funny that when they look through stellar spectroscopy, that they come up with the elements that are most common in our atmosphere?
Hydrogen isn't the most common element in our atmosphere, and stars aren't
Nitrogen is.
Yeah, nitrogen is. I know stars. It's up to oxygen, and then it goes to iron. I think stars burn in their core.
Well, what about the sun? It's helium, yeah?
I think so. I think it's
Helium and
majoritively helium, hydrogen. It's very interesting. I mean, even if you guys don't,
it is interesting. I enjoy that stuff as well.
Like,
but
I just think
there comes to a problem where you cannot empirically test it. So
no, you can't. No.
You got and then you got to assume what you got to assume what space is as well. So they say it's a vacuum. So all of this light can travel through that vacuum unhindered. Now, what if it's not that? Because there's no evidence. No one can show me that there's zero pressure up there.
Well, I mean, if light was hindered up in space, the only real thing that we would be able to sort of answer that question is if we can't see it. Because if we can't
if you couldn't see it, then you don't know what's there.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So it's like we can sort of get a gist of what is there based off the light that we do see.
We don't know what's not there, so those objects could just be close enough for us to see them, even with pressure.
Sorry.
Yeah, because of the radius of the Earth, they worked out that because they assumed the radius of the Earth, they worked out, okay, well, this thing is this far away, so it must be this big. Yeah, so it's all based on that radius of the Earth. So, what if there was no radius of the Earth?
Well, I
Then
mean,
you can't.
Mathematics would have a massive, and physics would have a massive dilemma, wouldn't they?
Big problem. Yeah.
Yeah, massively.
Really big problem. That's the
I
problem.
think this is why.
That's why it always goes back to what Flatsy was saying about, there's no measured curvature, so therefore we don't have a radius. That's the problem.
Yeah, and they already have a problem anyways.
Who?
Well,
I mean, I don't
there's lots
particularly
of
have a problem
problems.
with any of your guys' thoughts, really.
Yeah, you seem like a pretty cool guy, man. I'm enjoying the conversation. So,
because what I like about science is a debate. Like, it's not necessarily who's right in the specific moment. Look, you can just look at the history of medicine, for example, and how many surgeons prided themselves with the amount of surgeries they had, and not about the sort of care that they provided to the people. Nowadays,
until they worked out washing their hands could save patients.
Exactly. It's like this is the thing with knowledge and the controversies that arise with it. It's not. I don't know. It's not the truth that we always think it is.
Yeah, but do you think that when you guys look out into space, do you think you're ever going to work out what's up there?
Maybe. I mean, the sort of science we'd have to do is beyond
Not science.
at least 2 different
It's not
planets.
science. Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
It's not science. You're just observing. You're not even using.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. We can make observations based.
Limited source of 1 sense. A very limited source of 1 sense that you have with these things in the sky. So you just can interpret it any way that you want. You can go up in elevation and think that you're seeing a globe when in fact you're not, or whatever, vice versa. The truth stands though. So when is the Earth ever been measured to be a globe?
Fuck knows. I honestly don't know
It's a good question.
whether
And
it
it's
has or whether it hasn't. I don't know.
nobody can ever answer it.
Pardon?
I said that's a good question, and it's kind of weird that nobody can ever answer it.
Well, would it be weird if no one could answer whether God was real or not?
I'm not interested in that. I'm
No, but
interested in
it's a
something that
limitation.
I can go and find out right now.
I don't think that's possible.
That is possible, yes.
But you'd be assuming like an answer based on the limited amount of observations you could make.
It doesn't matter however much you want to put your focus on it. I
Yeah.
guarantee you, if you look at all, you're gonna find some discrepancies at all. Like, I don't care if it's just one observation you make.
Yeah.
Maybe you make several. Maybe you make 2. Who cares? Do something, and then go and scrutinize these claims as much as you scrutinize us.
Are you paraphrasing for everyone who's against your opinion? Because
Yeah,
I think she's speaking generally. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, I mean, yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this is why I have no contentions with what you believe, because, well, at the end of the day, a belief is formed on your own personal judgment, and who am I to change that based on what you've experienced and say what you've experienced is wrong?
Yeah, but we all experience it. We all experience the same thing. Yeah.
In what sort of like sense?
In the sense that we don't experience curvature and we don't experience motion. We don't experience rotation.
We don't experience motion relative to us and the Earth.
We
Like we
also
can't feel the
experience
Earth spinning beneath us.
we
don't experience curvature either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we all experience day-to-day life. We all experience the same thing. We're just not making a claim about what it is. We're making an observation that that is what it is. And then they come up with a story that, that no, you have to get rid of your senses, and the Earth looks like it's flat, but it's actually curving. But we can't measure it.
Yeah.
And it's rotating, but we can't measure that. And we're orbiting the sun, but we can't measure that either.
If only we
So
had
it comes
some hints.
comes down to philosophy,
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that this whole thing is based off of what it is and the implications of what's going on now and what we're saying.
Yeah. If there was some sort of proof fitting my rhetoric, I think I would change my mind. It's like, for me, I can't argue with, well, me personally, like with my knowledge, with my current attained knowledge, I can't argue against any sort of scientifically made arguments. All I can do is go off observation, which is exactly what you guys are doing.
Well, what's a scientifically made observation?
I think you just gotta, they make all sort of, they note down all the things that could
have faith.
Yeah, have faith. They could jot down all the things that could, all the parameters that could, misrepresent the information, all the things that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? The scientific method of eliminating all things as much as humanly possibly possible that could interfere with the results for a more truer answer.
Which is almost impossible.
Yeah.
Okay.
In that sense, yeah. In the sense of cosmology and things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what lacks with that is just human scale.
It depends on how you scale it. And then
because that's an inference. That's yeah. Human scale's an inference. It's like, because you're still imagining that all that up there is a vast universe, and
yeah, because now astronomical unit is from the Earth to the sun.
To the sun. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you see how they simplify it down so it's easier to just do the math?
Well, I think that's because it's ambiguous. It's like when you first create
so
a
that
length.
It can scale up. This is giving them the opportunity to scale up, so you can see it on a scale that you can't even perceive the scale that they're giving you.
I know. There's loads of things that I can't perceive.
And here's the funny thing is when they show you these exoplanets and these other things out there, what they're receiving are less than 6 pixels. They're little, like, square pixels of
Yeah, they're
light.
tiny.
Yeah, and then they translate them to this intricate ball planet somewhere out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the image, like most images of distant objects, especially non-light emitting ones, are going to be, assisted in making them look nicer.
Real. This is an interpretation.
Most or all.
Well, I haven't sifted through enough.
It's all.
Yeah, it's all. So, do you know much about, do you know how they work out exoplanets and stuff like that?
work out exoplanets, like what their distance,
Yeah,
composition.
yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, like how they actually perceive that there's an exoplanet rotating a star.
I'm pretty sure
how
they base it
do that.
on star brightness.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. Obviously, that's nothing conclusive. That's just like if you saw a moth. Let's say you have a flashlight and a moth is really close to the ball. It's just
be
you look at the
careful.
shadow. It's just blurry. It's just something fluttering around. You don't know whether it's a butterfly or a moth. So it's not conclusive.
Yeah, but it's not quite that. It's so they measure the brightness of a star, and then if it dims by, it could dim by 0.002%.
Yeah.
And then they go, okay, well, it dims by that amount every 365 days. So therefore, this star must have a planet rotating around it. And because it's got that same orbit, it must be the same distance as Earth. Therefore, this exoplanet must be Earth-like planet.
They
There's a
don't.
lot of
Earth-like.
there's a lot of fucking around, isn't there?
I feel like Earth-like isn't anything like similar. It doesn't mean like the Earth. It's very similar to the Earth, that its atmosphere is the same or anything like that. I don't think there's.
Yeah, because they pinpointed into like a Goldilocks zone as well.
Yeah, the term is quite loose.
But they
like
don't
you could
even
have.
see.
Sorry.
They don't see. Listen, they don't even see what they interpret to you. They give you an interpretation of what they don't even see.
And then they give you a cartoon.
Interpret from those pixels that they see this beautiful like rendition of this planet somewhere. They give you an interpretation.
Yeah,
of
with
pixels.
water and
They
everything
don't
on it.
even see what they as it's an interpretation. It's guys, please just think about what I'm trying to say to you.
No, I understand what you're saying. Because it's someone's interpretation, how can you base that on
It's not
truth?
even reality. It's an interpretation of pixels.
But I think if you were to speak to a genuine person who
They would
studies
tell me
like
the same
planets and
thing.
stuff, I think they
already done, man.
I've already done that, and he said the same thing. I have roasted this guy. He live on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. His name was Itier.
Altier.
Itaer. Itier.
I call him Exoplanet Man, but he gave us a lot of information
It's a
on
nice name.
a lot of information on how they actually determine these things, and I found it very interesting. He was upfront and honest about it too. Like this is what we do, and this is what we assume.
Yeah.
The whole debate is very interesting. I will agree. And I think anyone
Yeah, it's
who
very
slanders
addictive.
anyone, like, shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
It is just drink your copium, no matter what you believe in.
Yeah, there's room for a conversation, and you
globe
can,
earth
you can
or
have
not.
it. Yeah, I can. I get pretty heated sometimes, and I can do it as
You're
well.
human,
but it's
mate.
because, yeah, well, I've been doing it for so long, and then you get these people that come in and they don't listen to anything, and they overtalk and things like that, and you just get, that they're not actually listening to anything you're saying, and you give them the benefit of the doubt, and you try and listen to what they're saying as well, and and they just it's
Yeah, they
almost
just die
not
on the
worth
hill.
having the
They die on that
conversation.
hill, don't they?
Yeah.
I just think
It's like the refraction thing, like it's because we see this, the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. So because we see this distance, then light must be doing this because Earth is a ball. It's like circular reasoning.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And then you try and explain it to them about what they're doing, and they just go, no, it has to be doing that because Earth is a ball.
I think that a lot of people don't understand that when they realize that their belief is founded upon not something that isn't 100% knowledge. People don't like admitting that because it's they have the chance of being wrong.
Well, it's also an ego thing too. So, it's harder to realise that you've been lied to than actually admit that you've been lied to. Because then people feel stupid as well. They go, "How could I have been lied to about that?"
This
I
is
must
why
be stupid.
I think it's annoying when people blindly believe "quote unquote" science. When you get all those fake things that claim it's proven by science, but it's just a scam. Like even the
Yeah, they
most
just use that
easiest
word,
things,
don't they?
so many
They
people
use the
fall
word
for it because it
science.
says "all science." It's like shut the
Yeah.
fuck up, man.
All science says this, and then you find out a couple of scientists got together and they just had a
Colluded.
conversation, and they
Yeah.
and they go, I can agree with that a little bit.
It's actually astonishing how many people from like Harvard, really reputable universities in science, they manipulate their data. People think it doesn't happen, but it most definitely does, because
Oh,
the
gotta
only
keep the
way
funding up,
science is
don't
going to
they?
progress is through honesty. You just have to be honest. You can't
Yeah.
forge data.
The problem is they've turned it into a business. So
Well, I think
they've got a
partly America's fault.
professor. Yeah, yeah. Or
Everything's
they
money in America. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, they come up with a a professor wants to do a study. Yeah, so he comes up with this thing, but all his information pre-study comes from a different department. So he just takes that thing on face value that they've done the investigations into it to know that the data that he's going to start using is fact and not just something that they've just kind of theorized.
Yeah.
So he takes data from different departments, puts them all together, not knowing, maybe the benefit of the doubt, not knowing that all this stuff has not been proven in the first place. Then he starts running off with his data, starts doing all these studies based on pre-assumptions, and comes up with a conclusion that suits what they're looking for, then can increase his funding to do more studies. Now, it's not that far-fetched, yeah?
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick?
Of course you can.
Go for it, man.
Like even a lot of fields right now, you see like these replication crises where like you'll have 70% of papers that they try to replicate. You just can't.
I mean, that can be, due to the sort of shit wording of the method. It could be many things, as well as the claims that the people are making just aren't true.
Yeah, Einstein got away with the special and general theory of relativity without any hypothesis at all. No hypotheses. Nothing.
Well, I mean,
Zilch.
you could infer a hypothesis from the equation that he's famous for, that energies correlate to mass.
Like interpret? So you're gonna like you would go and interpret something that he didn't say?
I'm saying I can't really think of a way to say it. It's just
That's what you
an
just
equation he's made, right? He's stating through the equation that energy can correlate to mass equals mc
So
squared.
where did he what exactly does his equation prove in reality? What hypothesis did he give you for his what was there an experiment? You know that experiment is the arbiter of science, right? So we need to be able to verify something that is proposed as a scientific theory. This
Sorry,
needs to
Flatzy.
be falsifiable. Falsifiable, thank you. It needs to
Thank
be
you.
that.
Thank you, Flatzy. But guys, before him said, I'd like them thick.
I don't know what I don't know.
You want just clearing what you mean? I don't. The guy who just spoke.
I don't know.
They read nude.
I don't know either.
Those guys, you mean, that put out some sentences and these sentences become religion, like we have to assume, like millions years ago, nothing exploded into everything. Those guys.
Oh, okay. I mean, you could say the same for a lot of things, and if you were to question those things, like if your belief was, if you're agnostic because some people wrote down the word of God, is that just as valid as the billions
Much
of
more
years
valid,
ago?
much more valid those religious books than
Yeah.
any of these nonsense, my friend.
Yeah,
No, that's fine.
the only question is, do you have any kind of proof of supernatural?
Oh, that's so interesting. I
You know,
like.
it's interesting is that information is supernatural because you can't give me any kind of measurement or anything like that of information.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we can't even comprehend. It's like the energy of someone's consciousness. What happens to that? What happens to people who genuinely believe in spirits or ghosts, right? They've
I
seen
don't
or
want to get off
observed.
this. I don't really want to. I don't know.
No, that's okay. We can talk about something else. What would you like to talk about?
The topic of the server. That'd be great. Yeah.
It's a big topic.
You got any measurement of curvature?
Come on now, you've asked me that one before.
I know. Yeah, you could at least maybe give us something with some globe proof.
Oh, fuck knows. What about? I'll be happy to discuss anti-globe proof.
Well,
very good spin there. I like that.
Well, I just don't have any globe proof on me right now.
The best. It's a good tactic to talk about why the Earth hasn't been falsified. That's a good avenue.
I think going on both sides of the coin of the question is important to get closer to some sort of truth. Do you not agree?
No, I like it. I think it's. I prefer it.
I'm not intentionally avoiding it because I think I'm wrong.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's a good tactic. I'm not being sarcastic.
Okay.
I don't know, Britnett. He picks and chooses who he likes. That's for sure.
Yes,
Doesn't everyone?
I love Ed, Eggshells. I love Timbo. I love Jerry.
I know who you like, Britnett.
If Jerry was talking, I'd take Jerry's side right now.
You can't trust them British folk, all right?
Yeah, we might come and steal your tea.
I like to have the conversations with folks, but it's really getting tough for me to even open my mic these days. So I may be chat skanking sometimes now.
Chat
And why is
skanking.
that?
What's that colloquial term mean?
Why, Flatsy? Why?
Because I can't deal with it. These people are very cringe sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. They will just call us blunt out stupid. Oh, it's flat. You're stupid. You must be stupid.
No.
It was
Well,
on
those
TV
people.
screen last night. You didn't see TV?
Ignorant.
You didn't see TV last night? Oh, we noticed you don't watch TV.
Yeah, I wouldn't. The way that I see it, when I go out into the actual world, I see how clueless everybody is. People talk about things that don't even make sense.
Yeah, you're right about
Like when you're given options, don't pick one of them.
What options?
If you're given options, don't pick the options given. There's always other options. Always.
So, Mrs. Flatsy, how did the Earth get falsified? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not see the Black Swan?
You think the Black Swan falsified the globe Earth?
Oh, it absolutely false. I mean, I've got others, but that one definitely suffices. Definitely.
Can you explain how it falsifies the globe Earth?
Because you shouldn't be able to see over a physical curve.
Says who?
Physics.
Do physicists say that? Can you tell me one physicist who's ever said that?
I cannot, no.
Oh, this doesn't sound like it's a good falsification, then, does it?
Can I just
I
ask
guess-
as well, would the falsification have to be consistent all the time? Like, no matter when you measured this falsification, would it always have to be the answer that you think is correct, or can it be wrong and still be the answer you think?
Well, we're going to go ahead and talk about the physics of water. The water lays flat on its surface. We're talking about how can you have a globe with set dimensions given and be able to see that far?
How far?
Over
There is picture in the main chat.
Okay.
Oh, it's over 10 orders of magnitude. And I'll post it.
What does this image show?
The horizon.
The
When you're
horizon.
building the house. Oh, which image?
Go ahead,
The one posted by eNoob.
That
Sorry,
image?
Ebo the noob. Sorry.
Okay, sir,
No.
let me explain.
Yeah, go on.
This image showing you, like, you know, when people building the houses and they use these plumb bobs.
Yeah.
And then imagine that you attach the bucket of water at bottom of this plumb bob.
Yep.
And then you will have 90 degrees between these lines. Do you agree?
Yeah. So
and then listen, and then move another plumb bob like mile away, 2 miles away, millions miles away, and measure, is there any curvature? All of these verticals are what? Parallel. All over the place, man.
Always parallel.
Always.
it's interesting because I think to go against your argument, it's like to measure something that we could see, let's say it's within the range of us seeing whilst we stood on the ground.
Based on the dimension of supposed ball, man. You can easily get this calculation. They have these websites where you calculate the curvature and stuff. What Flatsy said, physics, my friend. That's it. I'm out.
Well, if you're using like land measurements, wouldn't that be susceptible to the topography of the land as well?
Nope.
No.
No. It always goes straight. Water always goes straight down. When there's no contact, it falls.
I thought he was talking about like a concept that involved like actual land. That confused me for a second.
No, because plumb bobs always are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Yeah,
I see.
So the only thing is you have plumb bobs. They're always pointing directly down. Now, in order to have a curved surface, you'd have to prove that plumb bobs aren't parallel. Because
Okay, I see what's going on here.
They'd converge into the center of the Earth. But we don't observe this. So cities are built. Look at massive, huge cities. They're all built on these level surfaces. Well, not level surfaces, but yeah, pretty much level. They all use the same level. You got to look at the sewerage systems that run through cities. They're all built with grade towards a certain point. And this can only happen on a flat surface. You can't work it out on a curved surface. All plumb lines are parallel, unless proven otherwise.
Okay, I see what's going on here.
Yeah, because it's only a theory, yeah? The theory is that plumb bobs converge into the center of the Earth. Now, no one's ever shown this. So we say, okay, well, up is up and down is down. So plumb bobs go down because we're on a level surface. So realistically, we build this way. Practically, we build this way. So therefore, the Earth is the surface of the Earth is flat.
Can I just clarify by plumb bob because I'm not I'm not really.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a weight. It's like a weight at the end of a string. Now, when the string hangs down, it comes to like an equilibrium when it stays still. So the plumb bob will directly point down, 90 degrees from level.
Oh, I see. It's like it looks like a fucking butt plug. Yeah.
You don't look at it. I had to look it up too because I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about.
Oh, okay, so it's like
I'm a builder and I'm doing my plumbing license at the moment as well. And
I mean, wouldn't
I've been building since I was 18 years old and always use plumb and level to build, no matter what, you know.
Wouldn't it be so crazy if the plumb bob didn't actually go straight? Like you had it against your water level and it was crooked. It was like 2 degrees.
There's a funny story about that too. They dug these massive holes. I can't remember where it was, but they put a plumb bob down these vertical shafts.
Yeah.
And they discovered that plumb bobs they were bending. not due to curvature or not due to gravity.
You did no.
But that was it below the Earth's surface.
Yeah. God, there's so much.
There's a lot of
so
anomalies.
much shit that we don't know, isn't there?
Uh-huh.
Things that we might think affect the plumb bob and its position may not even be having any effect on its position.
Just I don't know if you know much about like construction, but like they lay these. Think of like a big sewage system for a city. Like they lay these things on grade less than 1%, less than 1% grade. Now they have to make sure that all these sewage systems have enough fall to get to this one treatment plant or many treatment plants, but you know they fall on grade. Now they can go for miles and miles and miles and miles on less than 1% grade. Now, how do you do that on a curved surface?
Yeah, I feel like for it to, you say less than 1%, but what's the error margin? Would it not always just
There's
be
no
zero?
error margin because water has to flow downhill. Now these sewage systems have to be self-cleaning as well. So if you do it less than what the recommended thing is, you get dried up poo and stuff, toilet paper and stuff like that stuck in the pipes. It creates blockages. So they have to be at a grade where it's self-cleaning.
So it has to have a slight inclination.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, from a datum point. Now, the datum points are from sea level. So you have a datum point from sea level, then they go to another datum point. All these datum points, and then you go off another datum point that's closer to the place where you're laying the drains. So these are all off sea level. So they have a reading of the height above sea level. So that you have to end up at this point at a certain height above sea level to get to the treatment plants and stuff like that, because they're not run on. Some of them are run on pumps, but most of them are not, because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, pumps.
So,
those sort of pumps, they're fucking huge.
Yeah, and they got to have big kind of fans and stuff like that, like to put, because it's pretty much ends up being sludge, not water. So you got to
A little
pump
bit of
shit
sludge.
and toilet paper and stuff like that. You know, it's all downhill, man. How do you have downhill on a curve?
So, did you say you can't have downhill on a curve?
The curve would be downhill.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
I didn't mean it like that.
If
I meant an elevation change.
Oh, okay. I think it's like if the gravity was
It
the
would
same
be
all
curving.
over Earth, it's like you wouldn't experience a hill.
Okay, so think about this. You have a datum point, and then you have a laser level, and your closest datum point is, let's call it 1 kilometer away from there. So you got to take a datum point from 1 kilometer away from your furthest point. Yeah. So all of your pipes are going to be laid from this datum point, with a theodolite taking the height of the top of the pipe. Now,
Datum point being the lowest point is.
No, datum point's just a point that you can get above sea level, above mean sea level. So it tells you your elevation.
Oh, okay. So we measured in feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do it in feet. We do it in meters. But
Oh, yeah, Australia. Yeah. I'm pretty sure England does it in meters as well.
yeah, you guys do it in meters. The only thing you do in miles now is your speed in the cars, I think, and your distance. Yeah. But these, so over, say a kilometer away, the Earth's supposed to be curving about, I think it's about might be about 50 millimeters. Now, if you're out by 50 millimeters over that distance, you're gonna have block ups, because you're taking it from
if you're above the 50 mil limit.
Yeah, but let's say 50, but you're only taking it from one datum point. So if your theodolite's at that datum point and you're decreasing in elevation from that datum point over that 1 kilometer, then you're only doing a decrease in elevation. You're not accounting for the curvature of the Earth. And then you've got to move it to the next datum point, which correlates with the other datum point. There's no account for curvature of the Earth. It's just a height in elevation.
Do you use different datum points because the further you get from the datum point, the less accurate your readings would be?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Construction tells us the Earth is flat.
You got to ask yourself, how do you measure Earth curve, like this special mythical Earth curve? If every elevation drop results in water flow, how do you measure this other kind of Earth curve? What is that?
I think the contentions people may have would be that everything else on this planet, such as a negative trend in like downward curve, doesn't have its own center of gravity. The only center of gravity we have to play with is Earth's.
Well, gravity is the vertical.
The vertical.
Vertical. It's perpendicular to horizontal. That's the plumb line.
I don't. What do you mean the behavior of verticality? I don't.
Well, yeah, gravity establishes the vertical, the straight line, up and down, perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So it's because we only have one way of measuring vertical. Doesn't that mean it's not very accurate in telling us what we might think is the truth? It's not very good. It's like,
well, we should start with what we know, not what could we know.
What are you talking about? We don't know.
Yeah.
Using vertical is how they have built these skyscrapers, these huge cities, these big buildings, these intricate. This is what they use.
yeah, no, I understand. Like, and
You know, flat
I'm
Earth
not doubting that it doesn't work.
horizontally. A flat Earth is also flat vertically.
I mean, the size of the biggest building or the base of the biggest building, or even city sewage systems, is nothing compared to the size of the Earth.
Why are you bringing in the size of the Earth?
Because the size of the Earth compared to the
We
size
don't know
of
what that is, though.
Yeah, exactly. This is what you're okay. So you're going to go back to the
No.
Earth. We love that. Let's
Yep.
do that.
So
Where's that
you said I
curvature?
can't measure, the size of the
Drop
Earth,
over
but
distance.
we can use the Earth as an inference.
Earth is measured, dude. Like, do you know how?
Please don't wax philosophical again.
I'm not wax philosophicaling. I'm just saying, like, the size of objects compared to the land we stand on is minuscule.
Okay, so you measure the land, right? Do you know how that's done?
No, I don't.
Horizontally. Front, back, left, right. And then they make scale maps. And then that scale applies to the entire area of that map. So we set a datum point, like Timbo was saying. And from that datum point, they measure the elevations up and down. So there's your 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
So if there's any curvature, it'll be represented as contour lines on the map.
See, I don't think they would be.
No, they are. You could look them up right now.
What am I looking up?
Look up topographical scale map of any country or continent you want.
Oh, just a topographical map of any country.
Yeah, make sure there's a scale on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I really like looking at American topography maps because I think they're really cool.
Yeah, they use triangulation to measure, long distances.
So we're measuring long distances. We've got that down, and we can also get any readings anywhere we like.
What do you mean readings?
So, like, we can go to any place on the Earth and get a reading of. So we can put our datum point down anywhere.
Well, a datum point is just a point.
Yeah, no, it's any point anywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm saying the scope or our ability to measure sea level from any point on a country is possible, but the curvature of the Earth, I don't think would be, because
Well,
like a mountain on a country isn't proof of curvature, or
No,
a dip.
sure it is, right? So that is Earth curving down and up. That is Earth curvature. That's why I asked earlier, how would one measure this other mythical curvature if we already have the 3? What is it? 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah.
How do you measure this other magic curvature?
Well, I mean,
what is that?
this is what I said. This is why I said I don't know, because I genuinely don't. But just to go off.
Nobody does.
it's like I would disagree to say that a mountain is curvature of the Earth.
Well, it is elevation change, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. But
Yeah.
it's like the size of the mountain or the trend of the of the steepness of the mountain doesn't prove what shape the Earth. It doesn't prove the Earth is round.
Absolutely not. No, it doesn't prove it either way. But
Yeah, but you
it's
have people out here that are using certain instruments that are not meant for these things, that want to measure the elevation of a like the mountain elevation in their instrument.
Hmm.
And
So
yeah, they interpret what they're seeing through the lens of their instrument as Earth curvature. It's so funny.
yeah. You
All
should
of the
ask.
things we go into are so funny, but the one thing is that he's not measuring curvature of the Earth. He's looking at a mountain in the distance with an instrument that shouldn't look at that distance, anyways. But regardless, and then saying that the reason why the mountain appears to go down, like the elevation of the mountain goes down in his vision, is due to Earth curvature and nothing else.
Yeah, and what's funny about that is when you look up how a mountain is actually measured, it's measured from a straight baseline.
Yep.
would that not just be sea level?
That's right. Yeah, no one looks at a theodolite one way at a mountain and says that a mountain is X height.
He's just looking at a mountain. And then he's saying that the reason why it's going down in the optics is because of Earth curvature and nothing else.
Would it not be based off of a like so we know the
perspective
height,
as well.
the height
Well,
of the
do we
summit.
know? Well, we don't really know the height of the summit. How they do it is that's transverse surveying. I think that's what it's called. So they take a point from sea level and then they go, okay, well, this is the elevation to the next point, and then the elevation to the next point, and then the elevation to the next point.
Yeah.
And then they get all these points, and then they get up to a point, and then they
It's
say,
called differential leveling.
Yeah.
There you go, differential leveling. Thanks, mate.
It's like stair steps.
Yeah, I can picture what you guys are trying to say.
It's also like so he's looking through this theodolite over 105 miles. Yeah, not made for that. That's not what they do. That's beyond the limitations of a theodolite. And what he's doing is, even though it's got a telescope in it, it still has perspective. So he's looking at this, saying that perspective is a drop in elevation, a drop in Earth curve. So he's not taking into account that telescopes still have limitations.
Yeah.
So he's saying, but this is below where it should be. Therefore, Earth curve.
I think I wouldn't refute. I would refute that if he's using a thelodolite, something that's used for precision
construction
measurement. It's nothing. It's never been intended to be used over 100 miles. What was it? 100 miles or kilometers? 62 miles.
Yeah, it was 105 miles or something like that.
That's fucking huge, man.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah.
Such a big distance.
I just want to say that's the magic trick. There is when they say where it should be. Like what is this should be? What do you?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah.
What's going on in the chat? I feel like there's an argument going on.
See, like, why don't you measure what it is instead of what it should be? Like,
well, I feel like this is where we have the problem.
But I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about these people who say, where it should be. Just measure what it is.
Mm.
Who are these people?
Right. And that's
But people
another
don't.
trick there is like how it is measured. It's only these weirdos on the internet who have pictures and say, "Oh, look at this angle." So all this stuff's been measured. All these elevations and distances, it's been measured for hundreds, thousands of years, over and over again. Should be.
And
What are you talking about?
the clear implications of what we're saying is how weird it is that people have this vacuum of space religion. It's weird.
I mean, it's different. It's definitely different. I think saying weird insinuates it's bad. Just from my understanding of how people use the word weird. Like, you may not think it's wrong. Well, you might think it's
You know
wrong.
why it's weird? You know why it's weird? It's
Go on.
presented to you. It's presented to you as a fact without any evidence. That's what's weird. Because you were taught this. You weren't just somebody that just, I'm going to go research what the earth is. No, you were taught it for whatever weird reason when you were very young, for whatever weird reason. I don't think that that's something that you should be teaching little kids at all. You should be teaching kids pattern recognition and math because they can, and languages. They can soak that shit up at such a young age. It's ridiculous. They're not, yes, they're not, they're not these the kids that need to learn these stupid things that they learn when they're that young. Sorry. They're capable of a lot more. So,
No, you don't have
and
to apologize.
sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just etiquette on here on the internet because super weird out here. People act like they would never act in real life.
Well,
I
that's
try
true.
to bring it back to reality. Like, hey, we're just all regular folks. I'm researching the shit out of everything that we're talking about. So, you come in here, you advocate for the globe, you want to say these things, you can't even give me a measurement of curvature of the globe. What am I supposed
The
to think?
royal you.
Yeah,
Not
the
you
royal
personally.
you. This is the royal you, sorry. What am I supposed to think? That there's some sort of person out there that has this magical knowledge after all this time? Like, how long do I have to wait for somebody to come in here and tell me they've measured the curvature of the earth? Like, when's that going to happen? It hasn't happened yet. And all of you people want that, want to believe that you live on a globe. That's fine. Go ahead. Believe it. But if you want me to believe it, you better come with the sauce.
That's very valid.
Like, give me something.
They have to leave when they say it. They're not allowed to stick around. They say it, and then that's their shadow cast. Everybody else then just has to repeat it.
What are you talking about? I don't
Well,
have the
people that
to...
say that they've done these fantastic things, they're not around anymore for you to say it to you, but they have said it. Jesse Kozlowski drove over a bridge and measured the radius of the Earth. They've done it. They've said it, at least. They just can't explain it. There's no
Just give
rhetoric,
me
there's no words.
Give me one more spreadsheet, please.
It's not a spreadsheet. He actually says it, vocalizes it. He confirms it, soundly says. It's all been done, it's been said. But they have to leave.
can keep developing on what you're saying. Like I'm listening. I'm just intrigued to know, like, if you could just be less ambiguous.
What do you mean?
Dev, I've heard your voice before. Where are you from?
Everywhere. Are
you
I'm from the
from
place
Nathan,
where horizontal is.
Are you from Nathan Oakley's?
I've been to Nathan Oakley's, yeah.
Are you a regular on there?
They do tend to talk about me quite a lot, yeah. But yeah, I'm not favoured over there. He calls me names, slanders me, tells people to unsupport.
Yeah, I recognise your voice.
I believe it's the first time I've spoken to you. I've been in flat Earth politics for a couple of weeks
I
now.
recognise that voice.
Yeah, I'm preparing for a debate.
Oh, nice.
With?
Well, I think I want to do a false dichotomy debate, but think in the meantime, Blue Marble Science, the YouTube character, wants a 1v1 with me.
Oh.
Again?
Yeah, I think it was after last night.
What does he want to talk about this time?
Sloping horizontals.
Nice.
Imagine a time where people have a debate about slopes and horizontals.
No, not slopes and horizontals. Sloping horizontals.
Oh, brother. Imagine that happening.
It's already happened a few times.
That's something. That's something right there that goes to show you how, man, the
Yeah, as long
society.
as you get it sorted in your own mind, then I mean, there's not really much need for you to worry about other people saying things, because
That's
people
true.
do say some weird shit.
That's true. Yeah, I'll just mute up.
What you worried about?
Got anyone new in here? Let's have a look down the list.
We've got people chatting in the chat area, but
Yeah, a guy. I don't know if he's in here. So.
oh, is he not?
A guy?
No, he's not even in the chat. He's not in the VC anyway. He's just in the
Yeah,
chat.
that's Funk.
Where?
Remember him, Bev?
Funk? Is he?
Yeah, that's him.
All right, Funk. Long time now. I think I've got a few videos. That was early days. That.
Tell him to jump in the VC.
Let me check what the video was called.
They might be scared.
Amish isn't in here either. Those two are going
You guys
back
are
and
quite
forward, and they're both
intimidating
not
to
in
me.
it. Here's one. Who's this? Ibothen Ob. Welcome to the server.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
I'm
it's
just listening.
Eb the noob. Okay, sorry, mate. I spoke to you before.
Maybe.
No, just about 20 minutes ago, I think it was. Manufactotem's got his name back. The other Taylor, you got anything to say about the curvature of the Earth? Enlighten us.
Yeah, Bev, Manufactotem actually has a proof with Eratosthenes. It's kind of a new twist.
Oh,
it's
Bring it
fascinating.
on.
A proof on a
Yeah.
fallacy. That'd be fucking great. I like them. They're the best sort of stuff. We
Yeah,
try and
fun.
do a study on proofs. And I think what you'd be best doing now, right, because trying to get people to describe curvature, so that's a little bit difficult. I just go for the slope of the horizontal. The change in elevation. Because, I mean, people do measure that in reality, right? Those of us that have been lucky enough to study surveying would know that a change in elevation was measured on the vertical datum. As the mean sea level is. Just a point on a vertical datum. Got proof of change in elevation. Measured as well. Look at that. 3 years ago.
Sorry, I'm
Called
AFK.
video is called Funk Up the Straight Line. Imagine that. Is that you, Funk? It's only got 78 views on it. Over 3 years ago. Still talking about funking up straight lines, are you?
So, Bev, what exactly is the contention with you and Nathan Oakley?
Well, Nathan Oakley got upset because I said this thing to Ruhif like ages ago. Because, like, we discovered geometric reasoning, right? That there's this special angle that allows people to do magic tricks. And a lot of people have fallen for this magic trick about this angle. We call it the equipotential angle of adjustment. And you'll see a lot of people pointing it out. It's people's ignorance of geometry, really, that leads them into it. But this one angle...
Can you explain that a little bit more?
What, the angle? I will, right? You know, when somebody...
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to interrupt. Finish with Flatsy and then you can go on to it. Sorry, mate.
Well, no, I mean, that's what it's about. It's about this angle. The magic trick is about an angle. It's dead simple. But people can represent it in different ways. What Ruhif did, he taught Ranty how to put a ruler on a picture, right? So then you can imagine that the angle is at your eye, like at the camera, and the ruler becomes the opposite side to the angle, right? It's not necessarily making a triangle. It's just representing the angle.
Is it moving
as a ruler?
Is it moving the apex of the curve in front of you?
No, it's nothing to do with an apex or a curve. It's just literally, it's just an angle. And you get the opposite side to it. So you represent that angle as a distance, a ruler, like Or you can imagine the height of a mountain. Right, Ruhif did it about the world record thing.
He imagined the height of a mountain.
He puts that ruler on the picture over there in the distance, and he gets you to imagine, right, that there's some sort of maths that allows you to represent that distance over there as related to the angle. And we said to him, he said, like, you can do fuck all with an angle. You've got nothing. You can't backtrack these things from pictures that you see somewhere and backtrack it to some sort of mathematical geometric thing. And then when Nathan Oakley heard that we'd said that to Ruhif, he went mental. He said it undermined his argument.
Oh, because of the angles from a flat plane? Is that why?
Well, yeah, because when 10th Man brought the sextant thing, the sextant's the angle, and the triangle gets finished off, right? It's sort of like Nathan Oakley and 10th Man had built some sort of a proof upon Ruhif's opposite side angle, I call it, because it's the opposite side to the angle. No triangles.
Talk about other people a lot.
Well, this is how the shadow giants work, isn't it? I mean, you can talk about Newton, talk about Einstein, but within this particular thing, you're talking about the guys, the shadow giants. Same thing.
He was asked a question, though.
Yeah, I still don't get it. Like, I don't understand what is actually in contention.
Yeah, put it in the thingy chat. Funk up the straight line. Funk constructs a straight line on a horizontal plane. Straight.
Yeah, that's a guy, Timbo. That Funk is his old name.
So is this an argument that Plum is not establishing a horizontal?
Plum doesn't establish a horizontal. Plum establishes a vertical.
Yeah, it also just so happens to establish a horizontal.
The level establishes the horizontal. They're two independent tools. They work independently. Plumbob is establishing a vertical.
Yeah, and it's also a very useful tool for perspective too. So off in the distance, you can see maybe a plumb line, so you see the how perspective will be incorporated into your structure.
You talking about stadiometric range finding?
So you have an established horizontal, and your plumb lines will give you your vertical in the distance and give you perspective, also giving you vertical.
Yeah, the plumb lines just give you vertical.
Yeah, and it's not just that. Because when you're building, it's nice to know the perspective angle of everything.
The perspective angle?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's talking about extending the horizontal and then the plumb lines being perpendicular to it, like accounting for perspective somehow, right?
You don't even have to account for it, but you see it when you're building these things all the time. If you've got a plumb line hanging,
yeah,
you see the distance, you see the perspective, and whether or not you take it in, I mean, you still have the established horizontal and the vertical.
You do need both for stadiometric range finding, but you're talking about an isosceles triangle to form the angle, not a right angle triangle. But I think this is where most people go. Yeah. Are you imagining a right angle triangle within this?
Yeah, okay.
Because
Yeah,
perspective works within an isosceles.
Yeah, so yeah, the angle of your perspective is narrowing. That's why you see things. I just drew the other day my husband's toolbox from the perspective for my son because I was teaching him perspective. And I was on the couch and I was on his little whiteboard and I was showing him how I was using the angles that were off in the distance to draw it from my perspective. And he may not have seen it from his own perspective, but he came over there and he was paying attention to what I was doing. So yeah, there's a really good way to utilize that kind of being able to understand that perspective angle when you're building something.
We call that perspective and projective geometry.
Yeah, because you have to put it out there in 3D in real life. You have to use it in real life. So a plumb line hanging is very useful for not only establishing a vertical, which it does. It's not curving, but it also gives you that perspective if you have more than one off in the distance in the same elevation area. They're hanging from the same elevation. You see it off in the distance.
I see what you're saying, like the street lights thing. How they
Yeah.
seem right.
But
Yeah.
also it's the other way around too. But yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, same concept. But
I always
yeah.
consider it a little bit tricky to think of, right? Because you're thinking of your eye, the way you're looking at it. So the angle from your eye would increase as it goes out. But what you have to imagine is it going to a point in the distance. So you're sort of imagining another point over there that's doing the same sort of thing that your eye's doing, casting an angle that goes to a point.
It just matters if I travel in that direction where it's changing, if I can go verify that it's either consistent or not. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, the point that you've got over there in the distance that you're imagining, well, the angle cast from your eye increases as it goes out.
What?
The angle doesn't ever become enclosed. It's just an angle at your eye. It's two lines, and two straight lines cannot enclose a space. So that angle stays the same as it goes out, but those lines, you're imagining, everybody does this, right? You're imagining it going to a point whenever you're thinking about perspective.
Yeah. Think
So
of your
you're
eye as
sort
the
of
point
imagining
from-
over
yeah.
there the angle at that point, because those lines through perspective come from that point to you, as though the angle is formed over there in the distance at that point. But you're actually seeing it from the point of your eye. You're sort of forced to put your mind in a very strange place whenever you deal with perspective.
Well, you see it that way. And if you do a bit of drawing, art, painting, something like that, and you want to use that that realistic. You want to get that realistic view of something. You got to know that that kind of perspective and angular resolution to be able to display a scenery, especially like of something that you want to make look realistic. You're going to have to utilize that information of how we see things in the distance due to perspective. I did this in art class when I was in middle school.
Yeah,
We
the
talked about
projective plane.
perspective.
Your drawing, your art, is on the projective plane.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying we even learned about perspective in art.
I think you guys are. I think you guys are talking past each other. I think he's also making a point that because perspective also comes from where your eyes are the point and spreads out that way, and then you're seeing it go in when it goes out. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what he's saying. I get it. That's what you're talking about, isn't it, Bev?
Yeah, it's the drawing is on the projective plane. If you look at projective and perspective geometry, you'll see it is very arty. It's your vision
spreads. Your vision spreads out from your eyes, and then your mind's tricking you because what you're seeing goes in instead of spreading out. Pretty weird.
If you look up the Stadia hairs and how that works, and I'll get a picture. I'll get the picture, the one that I gave to Ruhif.
Hey, Big Root, what's going on?
Has he not been in around here?
He's there. He's in here now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Next
Summoned
to
him. Here we go. See that in there. That's how stadiometric range finding works, and you can see that the angle is it's an isosceles triangle, as perspective does, but perspective works in the opposite way to the point.
Mm-hmm.
But the measurements occur with that angle there. That was the whole point of me saying, you can do fuck all with an angle, because that line there, the opposite side, doesn't equal the angle, because, if it did, it could be anything. It could be literally any line would fit within there. And that's what Nathan Oakley got upset about, us saying that to Ruhif. Not right, Ruhif.
I think he get upset about that because of the moon distance and using parallax to figure out.
Who? Nathan?
No, it was about elevation angles, yeah.
Yeah, like 10th Man uses a right angle triangle, right? But we said it to Ruhif about this particular method of actual surveying. People do this, and this is an actual thing people do in reality. Stadiometric range finding. You see it in all sighted optics. Not in cameras, right? Cameras don't have them, but scopes for rifles, theodolites, auto levels. total stations. They all have this sort of thing. So it's so you can estimate a range, a distance you are away, but you still need a few more things other than the angle.
Then you need two angles, two perspectives that intersect each other.
No, you just need an accurate thing to put in the distance. Like you have the measuring rod, and because you know the size of the measuring rod, you can tell by the relationship of how much you can see between these stadia hairs as to how far away the object is. You use it when you're sighting with guns because you sort of know how big the moose is, and then you can fit it within the stadia hairs, so you can estimate how far away that moose is.
But doesn't this method become obsolete when we don't have a reference point?
Yeah, hence you can do fuck all with the angle, because the angle alone, you've got nothing. Well, you do just have an angle, but I mean, you can measure an angle anywhere. To imagine that, that will tell you something. Ruhif invented it. He'd be able to speak about it.
Well, Ruhif's mate's in here anyway. Eggshells.
Oh. He doesn't know anything about it. He just wants to try and get you to change your mind. So he'd be trying to get you to change your mind that you can do something with an angle. A bit like Nathan Oakley.
All right, we've got a couple of new people in here. Who's Omega? Are you there, Omega?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Mic check. We hear you loud and clear. What's your position on the shape, or if not shape?
Oh, a position on the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know. What was really interesting to me was this recent thing where they talk about the moon being like a reflector of some kind, that there's some sort of plasma layer that reflects light, and that there's a map that can be seen and the reflection on the surface of the moon. That the moon's features as we see them may actually just be a reflection of a larger Earth, which may exist.
I don't know about that, man.
Superimpose a map on top of the features of the moon.
Yeah, it's a bit outlandish.
That the suggests that the map of what we know is the Earth is just one small part of the Earth. They go, 100 steps ahead and draw this giant map, I guess, based on the surface of the moon, all the different worlds that they say.
And then they related
are
it
beneath a common dome.
Yeah, and then they related it to the Prague clock. Did you see that?
They related it to the what?
I'll post a picture in. I think it was the Prague clock.
Well, I just
give me a
think that
sec.
moon reflective thing was the most interesting thing I'd seen in years.
So have a look at this thing, right? Just give me a sec. I don't believe any of this stuff, by the way, but it's a funny topic when it came up. I'm going to put this picture in here for a sec. So see that circle?
Yeah.
So that goes around a bigger circle. And then that inner circle is where we live at the moment. That's what they were saying, yeah? Yeah, but yeah, you can't. There's
This
no way that
this clock with the zodiac signs on it there.
Yeah,
It's so strange.
yeah. They come up with it. It's a pretty outlandish theory. So they're saying that this circle slowly moves around the outside of that clock. Yeah, and they were saying that maybe this is what that the Earth is, and that's why things were frozen and then unfrozen, and then it's a massive theory on based on assumptions and based on things that no one has any clue about. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah,
But in both cases, it's the amount of work that went into this outlandish theory that is
oh, the
what's so
imagination's
impressive about it.
fantastic.
It
Yeah,
gives you pause to actually want to look at it and see.
yeah, yeah, it does. Yeah, what we tend to talk about in here is actually the surface of the Earth. So, is there any measured curvature?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because
normally
what do you think?
conspiracy chat.
Do you think you'd live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I think for me, like when I look at these government records and everything, that's when things get interesting. Hear about the concept that there could be a 1950s era breakaway civilization. That when the nuclear program was happening, that there was a, a parallel program to get humanity to a different star system using nuclear weapons, using nuclear
you'd,
pellets
you'd,
to
you'd need
propel a
stars
giant
for
disc
that.
of. They were going to use a giant disc of concrete and shoot with a special injector these little bomblets that would then explode on the other side of this washer shape of concrete that would then propel this giant, massive concrete craft to the next star system. I guess Proxima Centauri was where they were headed. But that's
Yeah,
the sort of thing that I'm interested in.
yeah. We don't tend to go into things like that on this channel. We because a lot of that's speculation. Yeah, so we tend to try and concentrate on things that we can empirically test and take measurements of, and like on an is real kind of level. Yeah, without.
Right.
Yeah, we do have a thing on Sunday. We call it Speculation Sunday, where we go into all those other things.
Also do
Um,
free energy stuff.
yeah, a lot of guys are interested in that. But I'd suggest you look into what they tell you about living on a ball, man.
Baller.
Yeah, see where it all comes from. Ask yourself, have they ever measured the curvature that we're supposed to be on a ball? Look into it. See who came up with the idea. See who came up with the idea of the Big Bang, which would be the Catholic Church. Creation of another religion.
There's one interesting theory of gravity that things being different shapes than what we believe normal conventionally that they are. And as far as conspiracies are concerned, uh, you know, whichever government figures out the actual theory of everything isn't going to share it automatically with the rest of the world militaries. You know, they're just not going to share that automatically. So you can assume that at least one or more of those governments has theory of everything, and just go from there.
What if they all work together?
So this one theory, this one PhD student said that to me made a whole lot of sense was that there was a Planck length radiation coming from all directions. That this Planck length radiation is of such a small size that it's actually capable of exerting kinetic energy upon impact, and so you're being basically hit in all directions by a sort of a kinetic energy bearing radiation at all times, and so gravity can be approximated by this, and so basically the idea was that this is Planck wavelength electromagnetic radiation as a substitute for gravity, and it comes from, in I believe their view, an infinite universe that has energy coming from all directions. This wavelength of energy, and so if it's not symmetrical, then there's going to be a force in one direction. It's going to move, and so this accounts for gravity, and so basically there was this theory that basically accounts for gravity, but it's not well entertained. And what it means, the implication of it, is that the shape of the sun would be a hollow sun. So you would have, of course, the pressure of this radiation would push this mass together, but at some point, all of that radiation would be absorbed. There would be no more inward force exerted, and so you would sort of have a blob of the inside of the sun would not be under pressure, but would be sort of a blob, essentially.
Well, you got
And
to
it
ask
could be
yourself,
hollow.
what have they done to, solidify their claims?
Right. Well, the guy, he put it in his PhD thesis, and he went on to work at the Max Planck Institute. So
Yeah, they like hiring those people. So, what do you think, mate? What do you think about the universe?
Oh, me?
You think these other things that they call planets are things that you can land on or go to?
I certainly think that there's gravity tech that's suppressed. Absolutely.
You do? Sorry, I missed that.
100%.
Yeah?
Anti-gravity technology, definitely.
What's gravity, though?
You definitely
To have
want to suppress
anti-gravity,
that.
you'd have to have... To have anti-gravity, you'd have to have gravity.
Okay, well, in the theory that I was mentioning before, okay, anti-gravity would simply be something that would interfere with, catch, and absorb that Planck length electromagnetic radiation. Okay, because most matter is going to go straight through, and it's only going to have a very minuscule effect. But if there's something you could do with superconductors, cryogenic temperatures, certain, spinning very high velocities, maybe, that's the Ningali's AC gravity effect. Supposedly they were able to have gravity shielded some percentage. That would be something.
I'll ask you the
Planck
question
radiation.
again. What's gravity?
Well, I think it just said that previously. The Planck length electromagnetic radiation pressure.
So you're saying
Asymmetries involved in that.
gravity is electromagnetics?
Yeah. Planck length frequency.
So
Planck.
do we live on a ball or?
Oh, I'm bald away.
Okay. So do we have any curvature measurements?
Oh, absolutely not. I haven't gone that far. But I can tell you a lot of these cameras is deceiving because they use fisheye cameras, then it just screws everything up. Can't measure anything.
Yeah, Because it shows a curve where there's not a curve.
Yeah, all these high altitude jumps and everything where there's
Yeah, fisheye. So in order for you to have your gravity,
right.
your gravity is down, yeah?
The gravity is all coming from all directions. The Planck-Planck electromagnetic radiation comes from all directions. That's the
On a ball.
presupposition. Anywhere in space in this region of the galaxy, Planck-Planck radiation should approximately be. There may be flows and currents to it. I don't know, but it should be relatively equal on all sides, so you're not being pushed one direction or another. But if you are, you should push along with everything else, so you can't even tell.
Am I upside down to you right now?
Oh, you're in Australia?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Can you prove that I'm upside down to you?
You could probably do some sort of, pointing at stars, determine, the night
Looking at the
sky.
heavens.
Yeah.
That doesn't prove anything, though. It's just an inference.
The stars are always above you, right?
Thanks, man.
They're
I've got
not-
to make dinner.
Okay. Yeah, they're not down, are they?
Well, they are down. You just can't see them because the Earth's in the way.
Yeah. What's
Oh.
wrong with having stars beneath your feet?
We did prove something apparently.
So this thing with the gravity and the Planck-Planck electromagnetic radiation, I'm normally a conspiracy guy, but one of the big conspiracies, the Philadelphia experiment. So the story of the Philadelphia experiment is that a ship went from one harbor on one side of the country down to another inordinately fast amount of time, and the ship was mechanically not capable of going. And how did it go that fast? And there were witnesses that said that the ship was at one harbor, and then there were witnesses at the other that said that it had arrived. And so there was some evidence in the Philadelphia experiment that something with those ships was going on, and they claimed that they were on this ship, the DE-173, that there was gravity experiment going on. Anyway, the long and short of it was I got the lunar calendar and tried to figure out where in the night sky the moon was on the day that the ship appeared in the other harbor, and it matched. It was very close to the horizon at the exact time that this ship left, and so it actually matches up with this theory of Planck electromagnetic radiation, because what you would use had say of very high power capacitors, experiments, high power capacitors for shielding gravity. Put them in a straight line in a row, shield gravity to some degree. Put a whole bunch of disk capacitors in a straight line. Along that straight line, like a rifle, gravity will be reduced in that particular orientation along where those capacitors are. And so basically, you would have this ship with a really big diesel generator on it. You'd be running this thing in the middle of the ocean. So what you would do is you would use the moon as a sort of a grappling hook, a gravitational grappling hook. And the gravitational force on one side of the Earth would be less than the gravitational side on the other side of that rifle, that cannon, basically. So they would basically retrofit it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
I put a picture in the chat That's Max Planck. That's what he said. A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Call that education, right? They're just educated. That's Max Planck. He said that. They named the shortest distance after him, didn't they?
Yeah.
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Yep.
Only afterwards, right?
Well, after his death.
Yeah.
I actually don't know about the history.
Yeah, it's like he's doing exactly what he did, right? And doesn't triumph. You just educate people as they grow
They
up.
always do that. After someone dies, they bring out all their theoretical work as facts.
That's new science. Or call it
'cause
blue
they
marble
can't
science.
Yeah. Well, they can't argue with it and say, "No, that's not what I meant."
Yeah.
Not that.
Yeah. I didn't say that. Well, you sort of implied it. That's what I heard. Happens a lot.
All right, Big Mike, low ac. You got a Trump picture. Welcome to the server. Hope you're better than the last guy. You there, mate? Big Mike. No, doesn't want to talk. Everyone else are look like flat earthers, or they've got their mic shut. Eggshells, are you just hanging out here, or are you going to jump in?
Don't invite him in.
Alright. Looks like we're open to a topic.
Has anyone ever heard of a manual indexing level?
No.
Oof. Well, you know, we were talking earlier about shadow giants, and you're after people that have done things, seemingly impossible things. Well, the manual indexing level is going to be a big one. You can go up mountains and look at things that are higher than you by looking down with a manual indexing level. And it proves, apparently, dogmatic globe.
How do you look down at something that's above you?
With a manual indexing level, I think. That's what Larry Scott was saying.
I've got to look this up.
Did you find anything?
No.
Anything at all? That's weird.
I
Nothing.
know. Yeah.
Talking about all I got was index level combat.
I know. It's
project report sections. No, nothing. Multi-level column index, but it seems to just be about computers. Training manuals. About indexing.
So you might not have heard of it, right? But just wait long enough and you'll die and somebody else will be brought up knowing what it is, right? These new methods. It didn't take long. That's why we call in people like Ruhif and these guys shadow giants, because they're just casting shadows at the minute and they may sound ridiculous, but eventually you'll die and other people will get accustomed to hearing nonsense. Like you might already be prone to hearing that nonsense. You may have took some of that nonsense in yourself.
With Ruhif? Yeah, I've had many conversations with him.
Oh, not just Ruhif's nonsense, right? There's lots of...
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them.
Lots of shadow giants out there. I mean, even QE,
a lot trying to
might be. All of the words that anyone says, right? If they say paralogism, i.e. something that they've taken on as a truth that they may not know as being a truth, right? You just say it, then other people can hear your confidence in you saying this thing and take it on as though it's an actual proof. Yeah, and just repeat it themselves. It only takes one generation, because then you'll grow up and then maybe you turn into a teacher. You carry on saying these paralogisms to the kids at school. Because there are teachers, I mean, I'm talking to a few of them within this.
Well, they've already done it in one generation, haven't they? You know, like men can have babies and stuff like that, you know.
Well, teachers, I mean, Professor Dave, Professor Phil Bell, you've got Conspiracy Cats, he was a teacher, F.E. Math, he's a teacher as well. Like, there's this scholar source that we've been talking to, claimed professor, right? There's loads of them. So if they're going around saying triangles have more than 180 degrees, like if you don't know any better, seems a bit complicated. You don't really understand it. You just
if they don't understand that triangles can't have more than 180 degrees unless you place those 3 points of line of sight onto a sphere that you've already presupposed, then it
can't see though, can you? Like there's a proof within Euclid. It's 316, book 3, proposition 16. You can't have another straight line.
Well, you can't.
So you wouldn't be able to see it. So you can't have a line of sight to something that you can't see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if you have a line of sight, then that's got to be a straight line.
Straight line. And if you've got 3 straight lines, and it's 180 degrees.
Yeah, a triangle with 180 degrees, provable within mathematics.
You can't have it any other way.
Yeah.
If you can see all those points, And that's what you have to do in surveying. You've got to see all 3 points. So the only way that they change it is they put it onto I think it's called the Clark spheroid, yeah?
Yeah, but they even do dead reckoning that way. They're able to utilize your line of sight.
When you say they do it,
like navigators on the ocean, sorry.
well, they use the straight lines, right?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
charts. Yeah.
Well, also, even if they're using dead reckoning with perception, their perspective and the way that they're seeing things off in the distance, they're still using that and utilizing that information that they take into their eyes.
He likes hummus. I'm making some hummus.
My mate Tim.
I love hummus. Oh, it's so good with a good pretzel. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the girls are out. I'm making dinner for them when they get home. I'm a good dad.
My husband made hummus one time, and it
Put
was
too
so
much
good.
tahini in. Oh, yeah.
No, he did so good. It was so good. I use that tahini with my salsa all the time, so never goes to waste.
Only on a flat Earth.
Sorry.
Be quiet tonight. There's plenty of people in the chat, but
Yeah, Manufactotum normally isn't this shy. Come on, man. You got that proof.
I haven't heard him mic up for ages.
I love proofs.
Yo.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
Got one.
Yeah, there's a new guy here, Bev Try Thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't know about your Eratosthenes proof.
Ah, sure. Yeah, I guess I could run down it. Is he
Go
is he
for
here?
it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening eagerly.
Okay. So, I mean, we all know like the original Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, the illogical, fallacious.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So, to be fair, Eratosthenes made some assumptions. He assumed the sun was very far, very large, that light comes in parallel, and that we lived on a ball, essentially. So, taking only his methodology, and not his assumptions, we can make two assumptions, right? That mathematics, well, trigonometry specifically, gives results that comport to the real world to some reliable degree, and that shadows are created from a single light source.
Are you sure you've not got a self-refuting claim in there?
How's that?
Well, the geometry that you're talking about, the ball, that's Euclidean.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so the Euclidean geometric laws would apply to that ball as though it is a Euclidean ball. Right, and no doubt that that's exactly how you're thinking about it. But you see...
Not sure I follow.
Yeah, okay, right. This is quite hard to explain. The fact that you're using a Euclidean ball to come to your reasoning means that the conclusion is that you can't use Euclidean geometry, right? You end up attempting to falsify, at least you might do it in your mind, falsifying the very geometry that you use.
Well, I haven't assumed the ball yet. I mean, I haven't assumed the ball at all.
Okay.
Just trigonometry or geometry.
Yeah, the Euclidean. Where triangles have 180 degrees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Carry on then. Sorry.
Okay. So trigonometry gives real-world results, and shadows are created from a single light source. So his methodology basically is such that the ratio of shadows across distances will be longer and longer to some specific measure. So the way I liken this is you can do this in like a room on a table. You take different shapes, right? You shine a light on them, and you do little Eratosthenes on it, right? Like little sticks, little shadows. And you can give that data to someone in a separate room, didn't see what you're doing, and they can tell you the shape of that object, right? So Eratosthenes did this with 2 data points, right? And again, you can derive a flat Earth with a low sun or a curved Earth with a far sun. But when we start adding more data points, that resolves into a curve. So basically, if I have a light on a table, right, I have several objects lined up, those shadows will diverge in a very specific ratio, right? And that tells me the shape of that tabletop. If we do this across multiple data points, you can still get a close sun, which is to say the difference in those angles we can resolve to a close light source, but we won't get flat regardless. So if we merge those sources to one spot and we pull that closer to the surface, if I did my calculations right, what we would get is actually a parabolic curve. And the closer it is to the surface, the sharper the parabolic curve. If we put that at optical infinity, then we do get like a sphere, right? We get, well, a hemisphere, the way we're doing this now. But if you wait 6 hours and go 90 degrees west, did I do that right? Yeah. You go 90 degrees west and you do that again, that resolves itself into a sphere. And if you keep doing that and you plot all of this stuff, you say you put all this data in Python or something and you animate it and you include those 6 hours and 90 degrees, what you get is a sphere with a light source and they orbit each other. And basically it comes right out of the data. You don't assume it at the beginning, it just comes out of the data as you measure.
So you said curve, but like the line between the points of your data collection, that would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
No. So what we're doing is we're taking the angle of incident of that light. So you don't need a baseline. I mean, you can do it however you want. Like you can use shadows, you can use sextants, however you want to get that angle of incident is up to you. But we can get that angle of incident, and we don't need a baseline for it. As we talk about those distances,
You need straight lines for your angles, though, don't you? You keep talking
the
about
angles.
angles. Yeah, the angles require straight lines.
Yes, for the angle.
Okay, but not the between the points.
No, that's what we're actually trying to calculate. That's what we're resolving from the data.
Well, I've done a bit of surveying,
Mm-hmm.
and we do. Have you heard of rise over run?
Yeah.
Well, the rise is vertical, and the run, the measured distance between the points, would be a straight line. The run. It's horizontal, but
Well, that'll be over a horizontal, right?
yeah. Well, that's how we measure distance, isn't it? Straight line.
Well, say you're on a mountaintop, that straight line doesn't comport to anything, right? It's just floating out in space.
Straight line.
Yeah. But that straight
Floating.
line, yeah, that straight line doesn't necessarily comport to the surface of Earth, right?
Well, all of the horizontals would be parallel, right? That's how we measure the elevation changes, the difference between those parallel horizontals. Straight lines, right? The plane contains all of the straight lines, whether, you know,
Right. So
just
let's say you're,
geometrically.
yeah. So let's say you're on a mountaintop and you get the elevation to, I don't know, will be taller than a mountaintop. You get the elevation of something in front of you that's eye level or higher, right?
Higher, yeah. A higher elevation. So it's already been measured
Yeah,
to
higher.
have an elevation larger than the elevation that you're at, right? So you've
you're
measured
measuring
them
it now.
both independently, and you know that both of those elevations, and you know what they are.
No, you're measuring it now. Like you see something in front of you and you can see that it's at eye level.
You can't just go up a mountain and measure its elevation. You can't do that unless you might be able to if you've got a manual indexing level.
Well, we're not measuring the elevation of the mountain. We just know that
No.
this other object is at equal elevation. Doesn't matter.
So they
how
must.
high.
You must have known then. They must already have been pre-measured for you to
No.
know that they are of an equal elevation.
No. You're on the mountaintop and you can see this thing, and your measuring device, whatever it is pointed straight, and you can see that that thing and the thing you're standing on are equal. You're looking horizontally out, and you can see it at eye level.
So this is an assumption within your new Eratosthenes.
No. Just a
Didn't you say
wholly
you
separate
didn't
thing.
make any assumptions?
No. There's a wholly separate example.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm
Can
just
we
trying to
stick
ask you
to your
about
argument then, because that'll confuse people, right? Why go into a different example?
Well,
in
your
order to
criticism
explain?
your criticism of straight lines, I think, needs investigation. And I think it's a good example what you're talking about with, elevation and horizontal.
Yeah, it's just the shortest distance between 2 points would be a straight line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. But what I'm saying, when you say that all horizontals are parallel, I think that makes assumptions. So
Really? It's based
yeah.
upon an argument called I call it the argument.
Sure.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. Now, that comes from a proposition within Euclid, a geometric proposition, that you can prove that two straight lines that are parallel to another straight line will be parallel to each other. So that's a proposition within this foundations of mathematics. And it may not mean much, but I mean, it's old mathematics, right? But it is the foundations of all mathematics.
Mhm. So, okay, so getting back to this, the mountain, and let's say it's like an electrical tower or something. So from the mountaintop, we look straight out and we can see this electrical tower.
Mm-hmm.
That line is horizontal.
Are you using a manual indexing level? Or
I'll be honest, I don't know what that is.
neither do I. But that's what Larry used. Have you heard of Larry?
I am Larry?
You are.
No. There's a guy called I am Larry.
No. This is Larry Scott, the last
different
great
person,
globe
yeah.
surveyor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Oh, right. Well, you seem to be talking exactly about what he was talking about. Maybe even dogma. It's like it's scripted.
Have you done this in real life, or this is theoretical?
Me or him?
You.
No, theoretical.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
well, Larry said he did it, right?
Mhm.
So you're doing it theoretically, yet you don't know who Larry is, and Larry's the one that seems to be supporting your theoretical claim, right? Imagine that.
Well, I haven't made a claim yet. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
but
analyze.
You've
what
just
you
theorized
criticized.
something that actually is claimed to have been done by Larry.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I haven't said anything yet. I'm still trying to set up the example.
Okay.
Right. So we look out at this tower and we see that it's at eye level, right? We can assume that that's horizontal. So let's
An
say that
assumption.
So let's say that we go to that tower and we look further in the same direction, right? Now the mountain is behind us and we're looking straight out. How
Sort
do
of like
we?
under the horizon, Joe.
Well, we're wherever at that tower that we saw was eye level, right? We took a mental note of like the rung on that tower. We go to that rung, we set up our instrument again, and we're looking out in the same direction that we traveled. So the mountain's behind us, and we're looking further in the same direction. Right? Still with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this has also been done, right? Except the guys that did this did it from the beach and walked to the horizon in the
Sure.
distance.
Right. Okay, sounds similar. So how do we ascertain that that we are looking out parallel to the horizontal that we just measured?
Well, we know that all horizontals are parallel because along the way from one place to the other, right, all of the horizontals would have been parallel to the plane of the horizon from point A to point B, and at no point in between would they have not have been parallel to the plane of the horizon. So therefore, we can tell that they must be parallel to each other.
I'm trying to show that this is an assumption, right? Because we need to ascertain that. We can't just assume it. We would need to make sure that we're still parallel to the horizontal we just took, and then look out and see something else at eye level to know that that is at the same horizontal. That's parallel to the horizontal we just took.
Could you not just use deduction?
No.
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 Wow. Is that not part of the new science?
Well, because deductively, you would have to assume either that you are on a flat Earth for all those parallels to be, or all of those
The horizontals
to
are
be
parallel. You could say that, right, with confidence.
Well,
That
no.
the horizontals are parallel.
Because big if, capital I, capital F, if we did live on a sphere, those local horizontals would not be parallel one to the other, right? So we can't just assume that if that's what we're testing.
But I don't think we're testing it. We're just stating that. You're saying that doesn't work on your globe. I mean, everybody knows 'tis globe, right? And anything in reality must comport with the globe, surely.
Right. And on a
Right, okay.
globe, horizontals that are not at the same location would not be parallel.
Poof. Well, I'd say you might have a little bit of a problem. In the real globe, right? They are parallel, right? Provably.
They are parallel at the same location. So if I just rise in elevation, those horizontals will be parallel. If I move from point A to point B across the globe, then they would not be parallel.
Along the horizontal.
Exactly.
Like if you move along the horizontal that
Yes.
you've just established to be parallel,
Right.
you're saying what?
That the globe
I mean,
model,
horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
yes.
Okay. So if you move along the horizontal, then as you're traveling along the horizontal, then all of the verticals are perpendicular. And once again, using deductive logic, it's in a book called The Elements, right? We can know for a fact that all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? We can know that
All
geometrically.
perpendiculars to that plane at which we're traveling. But
Yeah.
if we're traveling over a sphere, as we move
Horizontal
along,
plane? No, we're talking
as
about the horizontal plane.
yeah. If we take a horizontal plane that's tangential to the sphere, we travel only along that. We're going to get further and
And
further.
it's not
from the sphere.
horizontal.
Yeah, you
It
might
is
be.
horizontal. No. It is horizontal, but it's not comporting with the surface of the sphere. The
Okay,
horizontal
well,
is
again, you've got another problem, haven't you? Like, how are you going to resolve that?
well. I don't know. What do you mean resolve that?
You've got a problem, right? Because you're saying that which we know to be true in reality doesn't work on your concept of a model.
No, I think what we know to be true is in mathematics.
Okay, that's what we've just talked about, geometry.
Yes.
That's the foundations of mathematics, like we said earlier.
Yes, but if you take a horizontal plane tangential to a sphere, that horizontal is conceptual, right?
Okay, go on, follow it. Keep going. Your deductive logic seems to be working as it should. Follow that on to a natural progression, please.
Right. Well,
See whether you can.
Yeah, what we're talking about is whether that horizontal plane comports with the surface of the Earth.
Well, we measure the elevation changes with a tool called a level, and that level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and we measure a vertical change of the elevation of the land.
Right, but all these measurements are local, right? So locally, the normal is going to be pointing down.
Yep.
Down on a flat Earth and down on
Perpendicular.
a sphere will mean different things.
Normal means perpendicular for anybody not au fait with the mathematical lingo of changing words, but normal just means perpendicular, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So horizontal is a straight line, and vertical is also a straight line. The relationship between horizontal and vertical is that they are perpendicular. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, you wouldn't want to say that that's not the case, would you? Because, I mean,
No.
that would sound...
No.
Have you ever heard of the
We agree,
equipotential
so.
angle of adjustment?
Sorry, say that again?
Have you ever heard of the equipotential angle of adjustment?
I don't believe so.
No, that's the technical term, mathematics, right? But to make it simple, have you ever heard of a tilting vertical?
A tilting vertical? No.
What about a sloping horizontal?
A sloping horizontal? No.
No, you've never heard of either of them. Well, that's where the equipotential angle of adjustment is. It's like over there in the distance where you're not, there is a change of orientation imagined.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so the angle of difference between where you're at and somewhere over there in the distance. Call it a monad if you want, right? Over the monadic place.
Right.
You can imagine there's an angle measured.
Yes.
Right? And that allows you to imagine your dogmatic
two
model has
horizontals.
some sort of credence.
Well,
Are you talking about an angle between the two intersecting horizontals?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, an angle between two horizontals, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Surely you know about that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're talking about. So that would be. So in the real world, if the Earth were a sphere, how would you go about measuring that?
Hey, nice reversal. Lovely, in fact. Yeah, what about you? How would you imagine it? I reckon manual indexing level would be your first step.
Okay. What is that?
It's that thing that you go up the mountain with that you were explaining it a little bit earlier. I was telling you about Larry. You were theorizing something. So
Right.
I would imagine that the best way to allow people to paralogize something would be to make up some sort of scenario that you might have heard somebody talk about going up a mountain and doing something with a. Well, you can't say auto level because, like, that's one of those things. You going up a mountain with an auto level, ridiculous.
Don't know what that is either.
So, yeah. Call it a manual indexing level and be done with it.
Okay. So I would say that to do that, you would have to not just look in the same direction, but continually reference the measurements you've taken before, right? So if you look straight out, you need to know that you're looking parallel to the horizontal you just took.
Yeah, because the horizontals would be parallel with the plane of the horizon. So you could be assured that if you used a horizontal, they would all be parallel to each other.
Well, no, you would have to, you wouldn't just assume they were parallel. You would have to.
No, you make a logical argument, right? Stating all horizontals are parallel. And then offer people up, right? Did you hear of a black swan? Right?
Yes.
It's the outlier, the one that doesn't fit. And
Absolutely.
like, because you make an all statement with a modus ponens, right? You're making a positive claim that all horizontals are parallel.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, use the Karl Popper black swan method to just show us the one that isn't. Like, all you have to do is show a horizontal that either isn't parallel with the plane of the horizon or it isn't parallel with another horizontal. Like, it's dead simple. Black swan it. That's the beauty of logic. I think
But
it was missed a bit ago when.
Sorry, you said you've done surveying before.
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable saying, like, in what context?
In what context? It was through my training. I've just got a really basic land surveying certificate. Like the most basic, but yeah.
So if you took...
you might have seen it.
So here's an example I've seen talked about in this room. So typically we take triangles.
Oh yeah, sorry,
right?
Jerry said dark shark. You definitely dark shark it.
I'm not familiar with that term either.
Manual indexing level, dark shark.
Yeah.
I forgot about
That's
that.
all right.
Sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sad to hear about the inventor. Joint production. One of those people that are never coming back. Sadly missed.
God rest his soul.
Right. So typically in surveying, we take triangles, right?
You say we?
Triangulation.
Have you done surveying?
I have not.
Oh. It's just the way you said we, like as though you were part of a group of surveyors.
No.
No, you don't want to be misleading people that might think that.
I don't think anybody thought that's what I meant.
You'd be surprised.
Well, they shouldn't make those assumptions.
They assume that Jesse Gordon's a surveyor now.
Right. So it is done through triangles, right?
What's done through triangles?
Land surveying.
Land surveying that I did, we would elevation changes, and that's just measuring rods, not not really a triangle.
Okay.
You use a horizontal plane and you make sure that your measuring rod is vertical. You just measure the change of all of those datum points. And then when you compile it together, it's called data.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there is a way to use triangles to get map data, right? Like you take a
plotting the
baseline.
points. Yeah. They use triangulation. Yes.
Yeah. So 2 points, you take a baseline, and from those 2 points, you measure a third point in the distance.
Yes.
Right. So we can take the angle of that distance, the angle at that distant point, rather. And from there, we can take another measurement, and from one of those 2 previous baselines, we get another triangle, right? From the new distance.
Yeah, from measuring lots of triangles and plotting them on a map or a piece of paper or something like that, you can gradually narrow down the points of these triangles to position them more correctly.
Exactly.
On the map.
Yeah. So if we continue to do that,
they've already done it. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So each triangle has 180 degrees, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you've seen maps, right? All of the maps that you've seen.
I've seen
Well,
maps.
that's how they did it. That's how they plotted the points.
Correct. So if we have a situation where we put these triangles together around a single point, what should be the sum of those angles?
Like on a map. Like we've just explained how they did it.
Yeah. So if around a single point, that is the point of the center of different triangles, what should be the sum of those angles?
Sorry. The point that you're at. Are you talking like XYZ? You're at the 0, 0, 0 point of an XYZ Cartesian coordinate system. Is that the point that you're talking about?
Not quite yet. So let's say we haven't plotted these yet. We're just taking angle measurements.
Yeah, we took a load of triangle measurements to pinpoint our positions more accurately on the map.
And there's one
and then
point,
you said something.
Yeah, there's one point at which a lot of these triangles meet, right?
Yeah, just a random point in the XYZ coordinate system, Cartesian coordinate system. Yeah.
A point where we have made all of our triangles meet together, right? What should be the angle, the sum of those angles?
Well, it would be like 360 degrees in any direction, all around you. You're a point.
Exactly.
Has to equal 360.
Yeah.
That's why triangles have 180, because that's a semicircle.
Right.
Semicircle has 180 degrees, just like a triangle. And if you were to add more angles into the triangle, then you'd have to add more angles into the semicircle, which would make a circle have more than 180 degrees, which is impossible.
Mm-hmm. So if we take the measurement of all of those angles that meet at that single point, and we find that they are more or less than 360, what would that imply about the measurements we just took?
That would imply that you didn't have line of sight.
It would imply that you messed up massively. You'd be getting sacked.
If you look in the surveying handbook, it says when you're using triangulation, all angles must equal 360 degrees, or you need to start again.
Okay. Let's say, here's a good example. So we.
Are you reading it from a book there or something? Have you got a list of things?
No, I'm trying to think of examples because I'm not seeming to get through to you guys.
Which website are you looking at?
I have my notes, and I have
You've got
my
notes?
desktop folder, and I have Discord up.
All right.
I've just closed my desktop folder because it was pointless.
Are you going to go to geometry, or are you going to go to your surveying?
We've never
Some
left
sort
geometry.
of semantic argument.
No, we've never left geometry. We're still talking about always only been talking about geometry.
Well, we know that we live in Euclidean space, so that's
Yes.
triangles and squares and stuff with 360 degrees.
Sure. So
Seems like you were trying to imply that there might be either more or less,
right,
which is obviously got to prove that you're right. You've made a mistake within your calculations, right?
So let's say we go to the pyramids, right, at Giza.
Wow.
Right. So
Trip around the world.
yes, lovely place. So from the base of that pyramid, right, we go from one edge of that pyramid to the other edge of the pyramid, right, left to right, and we measure to the top of that, and we get a triangle. Yes.
A Euclidean triangle with straight lines.
Yes, 180 degrees. Right? We
Yeah.
turn the corner and we do it again and again and again. And we get all four of those triangles, right?
Mm-hmm.
All
And a
four of those
square base.
triangles. Yeah, all four of those triangles equal 180 degrees. We go to the top, the point of that pyramid where all of those angles meet, and is that more or less than 360 degrees?
Do you mean a point? You don't measure angles at a point. An angle requires two straight lines.
We've taken these triangles, right, that are the edges of the pyramid, the faces of the pyramid. Now, at the
You're going to
top
have a
of that
problem
pyramid,
there too, because the pyramids are an 8-sided pyramid, so you might have a problem there.
they're four-sided.
They're 8-sided.
What does that mean?
They're actually 8-sided, yeah.
The pyramid would have 5, though, right? Because he's imagining a square plane at the bottom.
No, but
Aren't
the
you?
pyramids in Egypt have 8 sides.
Like under the ground?
No.
Four
Have a look.
faces are slightly.
They go into the center.
Yeah, they slope in the middle.
Does this change anything that we're talking about right now?
Yeah, because it's not got a square. You're imagining a square on the floor, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. They're saying that's not a square.
What is it?
Don't know. Confusing.
An
Right?
eight-
It doesn't help you
eight-sided
in your
pyramid.
geometry thing.
Yeah. You got a
Okay.
bad example.
But I mean, like your point at the top is still a point at the top, right? I think we can all
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. Okay, so let's
That's
say it's
irrelevant
four-sided
to what.
pyramid, whatever. Yeah, I don't know what that change is. So we're at the top, and the sum of those angles is at more or less than 360 degrees.
You don't sum angles at a point. You need straight lines.
You can sum angles at a point.
Oh. Is that new maths?
No,
Imagine maths?
no. It's regular math.
Imaginometry.
No, just regular geometry.
Well, regular geometry states that a point is that of which has no parts.
Yeah.
So,
but we're
where's the
measuring the
angle?
angle. The
It's a
angle is
nothing, literally, nothing.
no, I'm asking the sum of the angles that meet at that point.
At nothing.
The
At
point.
nothing, nowhere. The point that has no parts.
Sure.
There, how many angles?
What is the sum of the angles that meet at that
Angle
point?
at each top of the face. On each face at the top there's an angle, right?
That's right.
You're asking, what do those angles? What do they add up to? All 4 angles. What do they add up to?
Yes.
The angles at the top. Is it 90? Be 90. Sorry. So what will be 60? Is it 60 degrees?
Wow.
But
I know
So you're
it's
going to get you
less
to go
than
along with
60.
it.
But wait a minute, you're using triangles on the surface of the Earth in surveying and then turning it into a 3D surface with a pyramid?
He's trying
What
to
I'm
ask
saying
you
is, what I'm
to
saying,
add the sum of the angles at a point. Well,
which
that
we've done
point is in
previously.
Euclidean Cartesian coordinate system, the 0, 0, 0 point. So,
Right. Well, it
what
sounds like we were
angles are you
perfectly.
adding?
Sounds like we were perfectly comfortable a moment ago saying that those angles sum to 360 degrees. Now we refuse to even add them. We could do it a moment ago, right? I'm just saying we can do it in this example and we get more, or excuse me, less than 360 degrees.
Okay, so you tell us what they equal then. Go for it.
I don't know those exact numbers. What I'm saying is if
Whoa,
again,
it's
big if,
theoretical maths.
oh my God, it's not
Wow.
theoretical maths. The maths
You don't
is the
even know.
same.
Give us the calculations that you're working through. What are
Okay,
the individual
pi-
angles of the triangle and
pi
where
to
they meet? What do you imagine is the sum of them?
less than 360 degrees.
Okay.
I would have to know how tall the pyramids are, what that baseline is. I don't have that information off the top of my head.
So, okay.
But what
So
I'm
you
saying
say
is,
circle doesn't
what I'm saying, all I'm
have
saying,
360.
all I'm saying is, if we get less than 360 degrees, we can
So if
deduce
we're
from
looking
that.
down at it, right, that's
Hold
what
on.
you're doing. You stood right over the top of the point of this pyramid and you're saying, what is the sum of all of these angles, of these sides? And you're saying, it's not 360, right?
I'm saying if it is less than 360, we can deduce that those angles are bulging.
No, we can
That
deduce
they're
that
not
your
lying
mind's
flat.
broken.
No, if you're looking down, you're not getting the same measurements. If you're looking down, that's a projection.
No, well, yeah, if you're looking down, you've got a square, yeah?
Exactly.
So it's 360 degrees.
That's right. But that's not the measurements we took.
So what's your maths equation? What are you going to give us?
The sum of those angles. We
What are
take
they?
those angles. I
Yeah,
don't
go
know
on,
off
give
the
us
top
the
of my head.
individual angles and let's add them up.
What I'm
Let's see whether
saying,
we do get under 360.
exactly,
What
yes,
are
that's what I'm saying.
they?
That would be the
Or that in
no, no.
plan view at 360 degrees around a point.
I'm
Work this
certain
out.
they
I mean,
have done this. Yes.
yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's why people bring up surveying examples when they talk about the curve of the earth. Because when you put all of those triangles together and you get sums that are more than what you would expect on a flat plane, that
Less than 2
shows
pi?
bulge. It shows that
Wait a
they're
minute.
bulging and it shows curve.
Less
Where
than
do you
2
get
pi.
where do you get triangles with more than 180 degrees?
In the example of the pyramid, no, it's the triangles are all 180 degrees, right? If they're line of sight, they're 180
Yeah,
degrees.
no, I'm talking about now get off the
No, no, let
pyramid
him go.
because we're
Let him
talking.
go.
Yeah, I know, but it's
He's on
silly
it.
because
He's, yeah, let
so
him go. Let him freestyle this. These are the good bits.
I would like to ask a question real quick. Did I just hear that measuring angles on a pyramid is an experiment?
Yes.
Yes, you
No, I
did.
He
didn't say
wants to
that.
make sure that 360, like he thinks that you can measure less than 360 around
Yeah,
a
let's not
point.
misrepresent what I said. I didn't say measuring angles
No,
on a
sorry,
pyramid
add
is
up
an
the
experiment.
angles to make less than 360 is what you said.
Yeah, that wasn't the experiment.
No,
Okay.
obviously not, because it's
Just so we're
ridiculous, isn't
clear.
it? That's
Yeah.
definitely not an experiment. It's
'Cause I
something
know
you can
how
do in your
we're
mind.
Doctor likes to twist things around,
So
and
we're in
yeah, I said
we're
that.
in surveying. You're saying you're going to equate this to getting triangles on a survey and then adding them up to more than 180 to more than 360 degrees. Is that
No
what you're saying?
less.
Well, it
He's
would
got a backwards situation. He imagines
Less,
triangles
so
with
it's
more,
concave now.
and now he's lost a bit
no,
when he adds them
triangles have
up.
180. Try to keep up.
Concave Earth.
Less than 2 pi he's got.
No.
Go on.
Take
Angles,
it back
triangles
to
have 180 degrees, right?
Yeah.
take it back to
Triangles have
surveying.
pi.
Have pi, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a much better way to think of it, right? Because you think of
No.
a
I
circle
think it's better to think
as
of it
having
in,
2 pi
right. I think it's better to think of it
angles.
in degrees.
Okay, let's do degrees then. 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
We'll call that 2, right? So we'll call pi 180 degrees, and we'll say that a circle has 2 pi 360. mathematically. We'll keep it for those who are mathematically minded.
So all I'm talking about is the methodology, right? This would be the methodology to employ to see if those triangles, as you put them all together, would result in a bulge.
Bulge where?
That's how you would do that.
Where would the bulge occur?
As you put these triangles together, if the sums of those angles around several different points across distances are less than you would expect them to be on a flat plane.
Less than what? Less than what?
You would have to do this across many triangles. It wouldn't just
Yeah, but
be
less than
360
what?
degrees. Less than what you would expect on a linear plane.
How are you getting these
Shorter
points?
than
Are
a
they
straight line.
Are they
Nothing
line of
shorter
sight?
than a straight
Are you-
line.
Are you
you
The
said
individual
less.
triangles would be line of sight,
Are
yes.
you taking these angles from line of sight? Are you taking these points of your triangles when you're doing surveying with line of sight?
The individual triangles will be taken line of sight.
It's theoretical.
So how are you getting more than 180 degrees for each triangle?
You're not.
Yeah, it is.
So what are you
Saying
talking
the
about?
distances
Putting the
are
triangles
shorter
together,
than the straight line.
similar to, excuse me, putting the triangles together, similar to how we did with a pyramid, and getting differences in those sums than we would expect if that pyramid were laid out flat.
Show it.
I haven't done surveying. I'm saying this
Oh
is
my
how you would do
God.
it. This is the methodology.
He's imagining it, right? This is true imaginometry, right? This guy's freestyling it as
I
we
feel like I
listening to
just
him.
wasted 45 minutes.
What, watching a
Fucking
guy
Indian
freestyling
once again, you know?
imaginometry?
Yeah, this
So
was
it's how you have
entertaining.
to do it. It's great.
Yeah, I don't think this was a waste of time. This is entertaining as hell. Good.
It got me to sit down and pay attention. That's for sure. 'Cause
I don't think
when I-
anyone was actually paying attention.
When I heard that measuring the angles on a pyramid is an experiment,
Exactly.
that really
So
got
you,
me.
you clearly
Yeah.
were not paying
Right.
attention.
So we call that blue marble science.
You know, we call that hearing what you want to hear.
No, I think we definitely heard it. I think it's probably recorded. Was this going out live?
Argument, right?
Roll back
Yeah,
the tape. Roll
YouTube's
back
in
the
here.
tape
There you go.
and show me where I said measuring the pyramid is an experiment.
The YouTube account's in here.
It's a theoretical bit of blue marble science. Because I think this is where blue marble science really comes into effect, right? Because there's obvious reality and there's Euclidean geometry that supports those angles adding up to 360, because that's a circle and all the way around. It's just how we explain the full circle, the unit. But you've decided you're going to get less, which I can't even imagine why you'd imagine less than 360.
On the example of the pyramid, I thought that was very clear.
Yeah, well, give us some numbers and then we can all, like, review it. Like, just have a look.
Okay. All right. Let's do some numbers. Let's say each of those faces is an equilateral triangle, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's 60, 60, 60. Yes?
Yeah.
So now we have 4 angles at the top at 60 degrees.
240.
240. That's less than 360, right?
Yeah.
There's your numbers.
Well,
That
do you think
shows
that's
that
a
those-
problem? It shows what?
It shows that those are not taken across a flat plane, but they bulge in 3-dimensional space. It shows that they meet at a point above the surface that you could plot those baselines on.
You're fucking high, dude.
Great. Yes, well, obviously we can understand that because the
Great.
missing angles are the ones that you're imagining at a point.
The missing angles. Say that again?
Yeah. If you were to draw a circle
Mm-hmm.
on the top of that thing at a point, that circle would have 360 degrees, wouldn't it?
If I were to draw a circle sort of like around the top of the point, like a halo kind of?
Yeah, like sort of balancing on the tippy top.
Sure.
Where the point of the circle was the center point.
Yes, it would. Would any of those points on the circle be on the faces of those triangles?
No, because they go down to the ground, don't they? You've just made an elevation. But you could measure from that plane down to one of the corners.
Uh-huh.
Right, and it would be equal, wouldn't it?
If you drew it flat, sure, yeah.
If you drew it flat.
If it wasn't tilted, I mean. But yes, I get your point.
Okay, no slope. So that would make it horizontal, right? At that point.
It would be horizontal
the entire
to the
plane.
point of that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you'd be measuring it at the extremities of the plane down to the base.
Uh-huh. And?
Well, that would make sure that you understood what equal was and how Euclidean geometry works, because the base of the pyramid, if all of those measurements were equal, the base would be parallel to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be measured at a distance.
Mm-hmm. And
Which
how would you
makes
measure
them
how would you
parallel.
measure how would you measure the distance to that imaginary circle we just drew?
The distance to it,
Mm-hmm.
you would go vertical from each of the corners, wouldn't you?
Well,
Upwards.
let's say we drew the circle smaller than the base of the pyramid, and we had to pick
No,
some
let's say
arbitrary
we did it the same base of the pyramid, because then everybody can understand what a circle is and a square, because you'd have a circle encompassing a square at the base, wouldn't you? So it sort of be like circling the square of the base.
Sure.
Okay, imagining that it is a square geometrically. The guys say it's got an 8-sided thing, but I mean...
Yeah. So from a bird's eye view, would this circle be encompassing the corners or touching the edges?
Let's have it around the outside. Let's have
Encompassing
it...
the corners.
Yeah.
Okay. So from the middle of that baseline...
Inscribed. The square is inscribed within the circle.
Okay. So from the middle of one of those faces of the pyramid, how would we find the distance to that circle?
Vertical height, wouldn't it? It'd be the vertical distance change between the two planes.
Okay.
Imagined.
So just straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because
And
geometrically we would know that all perpendiculars to the plane would be parallel, right? So a measurement anywhere.
and how would we know where to
Equal.
stop?
How would you know where to stop? Well, because
Mhm.
you've got the plane. You're just measuring a vertical distance between the two.
Well, we've imagined the plane, right? This is a circle that we've imagined sitting on the
Horizontal
tip of
plane.
this pyramid. So we would need to know the elevation of that point, right?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't really be measuring anything. We would just be
I don't know. You wouldn't be, because you're just theoretically doing it anyway. You've never actually done any of this stuff. And you
Right.
wouldn't have a clue about what we're doing. We're just theoreticizing some imaginometry that you're doing, right?
So this is how examples are done. I don't know if it's the first you've ever heard, but yeah, we're
But
imagining.
you said you imagined less than 360. I think that was what got people like, what?
No, this is just simple geometry.
Yeah, we know.
Right. It's a geometric
Well,
shape. We're very familiar with it, right? Pyramids.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not making this up, right?
People imagined that you had some sort of a thing about an experiment, or like where are you going with this? People know what a pyramid is. We know about the angles, we know about the planes, we know about the equal elevations of all of this sort of stuff, because we're talking about it.
Yeah.
But
So
what
one
was
of the
your
claims-
idea?
One of the claims made was that if you, through these land surveying techniques, right, you add up all of these triangles, you're not going to get any curve. And what I'm showing is that it is possible to deduce a curve by adding the triangles if the sum of many of these triangles put together sums less than what you would expect if they were all laid flat.
like an origami, we call them developable surfaces, right? If you can express these surfaces on a plane without any distortion, that's what we call within mathematics a developable surface.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And that's Euclidean triangles and squares.
Right. Yeah. We don't need to leave
They're classed
Euclidean
as
for this.
developable surfaces, right?
Right.
So what you're saying is that if you were to lay this thing out flat, then it would be on a plane because all of the triangles have 180 degrees.
I'm saying you could lay it out flat. Yes.
Yes.
Each triangle would have 180 degrees. It would have that regardless. But if you tried to stitch all of these together, right? Like, again, I haven't done this, but this is the claim that I've heard in this room many times. And I've seen a couple of things on this, but again, it's not really my wheelhouse. But I'm saying that this is what they're claiming, is that when you stitch all of these together, you do get a curve.
Yeah, I knew you'd do it.
Rather.
You know what we call that?
Mm-hmm.
Dornagon.
What? Sorry?
A Dornagon.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's a shape that you've placed together by connecting straight lines.
Okay.
Some sort of a polygon.
Yeah.
Curve then.
Well, you would resolve a curve from that.
You would resolve a curve.
It will be polygonal, but you're taking measurements that are geometric.
Not curve then.
Yes, curve.
Imagine straight lines.
This depends on your resolution.
Polygonal with curves.
No. Polygonal would be the measurements. Those measurements are taken at points.
Oh, they're measurements. So
Yes.
not curve then.
The curve comes out of those measurements.
Curve comes out of the straight lines.
That's right.
Do you have to say any special words or anything?
No.
You do a spell?
Yeah. Crystal balls involved or anything like that?
No
No?
crystal balls, no.
Wait,
Just
you must have to wear a
ball.
fancy hat. I bet you've got a fancy
Any
hat for
hat?
that, haven't you?
I'm not sure what the protocol is on uniforms for geodesy.
Effect totem does sound like a bit of a spell. I can imagine you holding a wand.
When you say curve out of a straight line, do you mean like a radius and then you make a circle from the radius?
No, not the radius. The radius would, you could deduce a radius from the curve, I suppose, but that wouldn't be part of your initial measurements.
There you go. Put it in the text chat for you, the Dornagon. First and only conceptualization of a shape within imaginometry is the Dornagon, a two-dimensional, radiusless sphere thought that will become the envisioning frameworks to build many a fabrication upon. That's where we're at.
Okay, this does sound like a magic spell to me.
It's simply a mind shape made up of two or more straight lines sharing common segments, like the triangulation.
I had some Wiccan friends kind of spoke like this.
You can imagine, you can do this dead easy, right? The horizon is horizontal, but add them all together, what have you got? Horizontal, add a horizontal, add a horizontal. You can do it. Everybody does it. Surely. That's a horizontal Dornagon. At least the way the mind works.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Or you could do like a water level, couldn't you? Like within the vertical plane elevation. That sort of will help you envisage the what the Dornagon does.
Or like a spirit level?
Yeah, put them all together, right? Shared straight line segments between them. One spirit level, half it with the next spirit level, and put another spirit level, and just keep doing that.
Well, that's
It's the,
interesting. I could do that. I have a question for you.
the shape you come up with in your mind when you
Well,
do
maybe
that.
maybe you could answer me this, right? If it were to take a compass and drop it on a piece of paper, right, and draw a circle, it would rotate around the center and make a perfect circle, provided the compass doesn't move in or out, right?
Yeah, same radius.
Right.
Within the same
So,
distance between those 2 points. Straight line.
So, the question I have for you is, if you were to take off in an airplane and fly due east of the true north, and all you did was fly due east of the true north and keep an absolute 90-degree heading, you would wind up exactly back where you started, no matter what, right?
Would you?
Well, they say they've done it.
A
What do you mean by
90-degree
that?
heading. What's a 90-degree
Yeah, what's
heading?
a 90-degree heading? Yeah, what's that?
That's great, that, isn't it?
Well, if you take magnetic north,
Magnetic
and you fly,
north. Is
But
that
before
you
you
saying
said
true
true
north
north.
before? Yeah.
magnetic north.
Oh, right. So that's
The
not
thing,
even an
the thing,
equivocation of the two. It's just a blatant swapping of what you were talking about, right?
well,
So
no,
do you
no.
imagine they're the same thing?
I think that the magnetic pole is an anchor for a magnet, similarly as the point of a compass would be for a pencil.
Oh, so you're just flying east following a compass, right?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, that's not 90 degrees then.
How is that not? How is it not?
So if you go take a globe and put your compass at the North Pole and draw a circle around it about on your desk, make it about a 4-inch diameter circle, and fly around that and tell me you're going 90 degrees.
No, we're maintaining a perpendicular angle to magnetic north. That's what I'm saying.
So you fly in a circle, big deal. If you drew your circle 50 miles away from the North Pole, with the North Pole being the center, 50-mile radius, you'd be flying in a circle.
Yeah, same on a globe. Same on flat, same on a globe. Exactly the same.
Nothing changes. It's all the same.
Would
No,
the
all you've
pitch
got to
of
do
the
is imagine a
airplane
centre.
would the pitch of the airplane be the
That's
same,
easy.
closer to the center of the circle than it would be further away from the center?
Just depends where you put your monad, doesn't it?
My what?
The monad, the point.
The all.
You imagined you dropped a compass and, well, the point landed right at the monad. Isn't that amazing? So you just drew a circle. Depends where you put the monad. It's only in your mind, isn't it? Because it's not where you're at. Somewhere else.
Timbo, you there? All right, I guess not. Bev, are you there? Is anyone there?
I'm here.
We're all here.
Yeah, I'm just making a brew.
Right, Bev. May I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm finishing brews off. So you ask your question, I can hear you.
Okay, in what way was? I'm going to phrase this in a way that makes sense. What falsifications do you have for the globe? I don't want you to go into it. I just want you to list them off. Like, there's a black swan, right? Then what else is there?
You won't get Bev on board with the Black Swan.
Okay, does anyone...
Well, I mean,
know,
what do you mean, the Black Swan, right? The Black Swan is just an outlier. You need to have a statement in order to say, this is the Black Swan for that statement. You can't just say Black Swan as if that's some sort of a
Well, I was talking
thing.
about, I said the Black Swan, right?
I think
So
he
you
was
know what
looking
I'm
for
referring to.
statements in general,
Yeah, but
though, right?
you do realise that is a fallacious modus tollens that QE decided to call
Oh yeah,
Black
I
Swan.
agree. Oh my god!
Oh,
this is a rare occasion where I automatically agree with the flat earther. That's amazing. What a day! What a day!
I'm not a flat earther. I'm
How
not a
dare
flat
you
earther.
agree
Oh,
with
you're not?
Fire?
Okay, never mind.
No.
Timbo, can you give
So
me?
I bet you agree with a lot of people then all the time, don't you?
Well, yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of people. I'm very agreeable. Anyway,
Timbo can
Timbo,
agree
can
a
you
lot.
give me some?
Why do you agree though?
Agree with what? The modus
he
tollens
dub,
falls
not
apart.
Timbo. Yeah, fallacious.
It's not fallacious.
It's not fallacious.
What fallacy do you think is there?
Do you know it? I thought
know
you
what the
said that you
modus-
agreed with us.
I know the modus tollens falls apart, but I don't think it's a fallacious argument. Unless you can tell me what fallacy it commits.
Well, he didn't mind his P's and Q's because he comes up with the conclusion that the Earth's not a sphere.
Oh yes, okay, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't follow in
So
that sense.
So
Yeah.
that's a fallacy, right? It's a fallacious
Well,
argument.
it doesn't follow. Yeah, that's certainly true. It's an invalid argument. Yeah. Because obviously it could just be a bigger ball. But I think for the sake of argument, we know what he's trying to say, right? Like we know that he's basically saying the ball has been falsified, not a ball, right?
All right, so you're willing to forgive the fallacy and continue with the argument, right? Even though you know it's a fallacious argument, but you think it's got merits for your benefit somehow.
Well, I mean, the argument, like I said, it tries to falsify the ball, right? Let's just imagine that the exact measurements is exactly what I'm trying to defend, right? And I don't need to do it any further, right? Just imagine that's what I'm going to pretend like is what he's trying to
his
say.
if at the beginning was a radius distance.
Yeah.
The name of the fallacy would be affirming the consequent, I think, right?
No.
Oh, never mind.
No, that's a modus pollens.
Modus ponens. But the reason why I'm going to let it slide is just that I think that he is talking
Very
about a
generous
specific
of you.
claim, right? And I'm gonna pretend like that's what he actually meant. And what I think that my responsibility is, if I'm trying to defend those particular measurements for whatever reason that I might, right, is to say that that his argument falls apart mainly because of the unsound assumption that's baked into the first premise, which is just that there can't be anything confounding the pure geometric premise that's been put forward, which I do think is possible, and I'm pretty sure he'd have to accept that, right? And
It's
this is
easy to falsify, right? Because like you do have different radius measurements, don't you?
Yeah, but like just assuming
there's different radius measurements. That's like
remember
easy.
what he's doing is he's trying to falsify the globe with that black swan. But if I just suggest there could be a confounding variable, and I could even elucidate on it, right? Then the first premise in that Tollens doesn't exactly do the trick. It's not exactly a persuasive Tollens, right?
Yeah, the radius had been measured at all.
It's hard to measure a radius without a third dimension.
No, all perpendiculars are parallel to a plane.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But I think QE is a bit of a whack job. You know, I don't think. I hope you all don't listen to him.
There you go. I've put it in the thing. That's it. That's QE's fallacious modus tollens, even typed out by him with the big bold capitals.
So, if I may, the question that I've had a couple of times is, if we had a boat and did the thing with a laser to measure curvature, if it exists, people often tell me it can't be done. And I don't know why we can't just go out there with a laser on the Earth, with a boat, with a receiver, and measure this.
You don't do lasers over water.
Why not?
Because you just don't. Talk to any surveyors.
Why would you not? I don't know. I'm not a surveyor. Why would you not use a laser over water?
It's not accurate.
I think
Why is it not accurate? It's collimated light.
The same refraction that like is proposed to like be responsible for some of these effects would affect the laser too.
Like over the Earth, the air exists. So like, why would water affect collimated light? It's a laser.
It does. It affects the lasers. They don't use lasers. And in fact, if you want to go out there and have a chat with a few people, see if any of them have actually been made to. Maybe some contractors might have been forced to do this. And they might tell you stories about them having awful problems.
Well, no, I did actually offer to spend $3,000 to $5,000 to lease a boat from Michigan and measure a laser from Chicago from
On a
a pier
boat?
where I could pay someone to do it.
What are you going to measure the laser? What does that mean? Measure a laser?
Yeah. Where's
Right, so if the laser-
Where's the laser?
If the laser,
Yeah, but where is the laser? Is it on the boat?
if I may
Or is it on the
finish,
pier?
if the laser is sitting on the ground in Chicago and the boat is on
pier?
the water, no, on the ground, on Earth.
Right, and so
Is
not
someone
on the
snoring
pier.
on the mic?
So the laser is on the ground in Chicago, on Earth, and points out and is spirit level flat out. I should be able to take a boat with a high enough power laser and measure it all the way across Lake Michigan. All the way to the
You could
Michigan
measure
coast.
it on a boat.
So if you're at the
Of course.
ground level at the beach and you put the laser at water level, is that what you're saying?
Oh no. Water level,
on a
no. We put
tripod.
it a couple of feet up just so we can make sure we can
on
see
a
it.
tripod. You didn't say on a tripod. You said on the ground.
The
Well,
laser apparatus is mounted to the ground on the Earth.
Well,
it is
everything
above
is
the
mounted.
level of the water.
Everything gets mounted
Okay,
to
that's
the
getting a
earth
bit difficult, isn't it?
eventually. So, and
And then as we push the boat further out, that laser should not move until we hit the coast of Michigan.
I like the laser waving idea. You'd just be
Well, it's
seeing
col-
whether you
it's
could see
collimated
the
light.
laser, would you? Or would you be? What would you be measuring?
The distance the laser would move up, down,
The
left, or right.
distance. What,
do you think
from
that's
the laser?
You think that's straight line for 50 miles? That laser wouldn't widen out.
With the proper optics, it would not.
Oh, okay. Well, set it up. Let me see you.
Well,
set up
I'll give you
everything,
this
put all your
much.
pa-
There was a
What?
recent test that we did.
Who's we?
With many, we as a society, many
Oh,
tests
no.
of lasers.
Is this
Hold
length of
on.
laser?
Can I
distance?
finish? Do you mind?
Like
Well,
a tape
post your
measure?
stuff. Post your
Well,
stuff in
keep
chat
asking
so I can
questions. Can
read
I finish
about.
one?
Post your stuff in the chat that you guys did, you and the other people, and I want to read it.
Well, I would
wanna-
love to
I
post
want to
it.
buy
but
that
when I
laser.
offered,
I want to buy
when
that
I op-
laser.
Yeah, I
Well,
want to know if he's talking about distance laser measurements. Is
I
that
can't
curvature
even
switch on
finish
or off?
talking, man. You
Yeah,
guys
guys,
keep talking
can
over
we-
me.
Can we just let him finish and then we can rebut it after? Please.
Finish.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So what I posited earlier this year was I would spend $2,000 to $5,000 to purchase.
No, sorry. I stopped them because you said
You were going to talk about something that you guys had done.
Oh, something that has been done. Yeah, so the something that's been
Yeah.
done, which is very interesting. So, like NASA, which you may or may not like, recently was able to achieve a laser link from a satellite in infrared far away
Oh
from
my
Earth.
god.
Well,
Fucking hell.
far away.
Sorry, guys. That was my fault.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count,
That's why
right?
he wouldn't put the source in. I wanted to read the source. Now it's an
All
imaginary
right, fine. I'll put
satellite
the source
shooting an
in. You know,
imaginary
you want the
laser
source? I'll
beam.
give you the source. That's fine.
What's
You
the
want the
claim?
source? You'll have
Like,
the
what,
source.
do you have a claim or an argument, like something?
Well, I made the claim several times, but you guys don't want to let me finish or like try and do the work to prove it. So I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, talk about the laser. That was good.
Well, why could we not do a laser over the lake and prove that the Earth is flat?
We've done them.
Because you got moisture coming up off the water, interfering with it.
Collimated light doesn't get the same sort of interference that
You're
normal
not going to
photons
be able
do.
to shoot it that far across the lake without
Yeah.
it being all distorted.
Yeah, and we've done them too. So.
Oh, so it can't be measured.
Do it across frozen water
Yeah, measures flat.
on a
So
on
I
a
have to
32
go. I
degree
have to
day.
go
Do it
to
on-
frozen water. So I have to go all the way up to the Arctic and measure it.
What, the lakes don't freeze? I live on Lake Erie. What are you talking about?
They don't freeze over completely.
Then go to a part that's frozen over.
All right. If you
I
can
mean, why do you
find
think
me a
people
level
go
of
out in the
lake that's
middle of
frozen over,
people
I'll pay
drive
the
their
money and
cars?
test it.
People drive their cars on Lake Erie and go ice fishing.
I'm from
What do
Buffalo,
you suppose
so
would
fair
happen?
enough.
What do you suppose would happen if you shot this laser and you didn't see it on the other side? What would your explanation be?
With collimated light, my explanation would be that if I did not see it on the receiving end and I went high up enough, I would see it again.
Okay. So what does that mean?
Well, if I have to go higher up to see it, what do you think it means?
So you're a hump guy then?
I don't do a lot of humping these days. I'm tired. I'm asking questions. I'm looking for answers.
Okay. Well, yeah, fine.
I'm looking
I
for
mean,
ways to figure things out.
well, there was a guy earlier who said that it drops. So I don't know.
I'm
Hit the
looking
gym,
for a
man.
way to prove
Get
it
your
because if we
testosterone
could,
back. You won't be as
prove
tired.
it would be
Well, I mean,
fantastic.
if you can't define what you're talking about, I mean, is it what would it curve upwards or downwards? What do you?
Well, if it curved upwards, that would be really weird, right?
Well, that's what you said it would be, right?
No.
Yeah, you said that you'd have to go higher to see it.
No, I would have to go higher to see the laser from further away.
Right. So there would be a hump in the middle.
I don't know.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. You don't really have a claim.
If there's something in the way, I would have to go higher. If there was nothing in the way, it wouldn't matter, right?
Right. Yeah, that's weird.
Is it?
Yeah, because if the laser was horizontal, then that you like a horizontal
You
line
call it a
wouldn't.
hump. I'm sorry. You call it a hump.
Yeah, because a horizontal line wouldn't intersect the water. It would be like tangent to it, right? Like that's what I heard. So
If the
there
water
should be
were
a drop.
horizontal, yeah.
No, the
I
laser.
do a lot of drywall. I could shine a
No,
flashlight down it.
the laser.
I could shine a laser down the drywall, and if the guys don't lay it flat, I see the hump. That's why we're ripping a bunch of drywall out of a job we just did.
Yeah, so if the laser was horizontal, you're saying that the water would hump up in front of it. That's weird
That
because
is a
a lot of people say
supposition.
that there's a.
I'm trying to measure it. I want to
I don't
know.
know. I don't know.
Yeah, isn't he trying to measure the RPU as he's going away on the boat?
What is an RPU?
The rumpus pole, the unit of measurement.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, like when that's what we were trying to get at before. When you say the distance, right? Are you talking about your measurement on the boat? Are you talking about the measurement of the length of the beam? Or are you talking about the distance? The vertical distance, like the beam is higher.
Or
Like which-
lower? Or direct on? It should
Yeah,
be
so are you-
direct on.
You're talking about the rumpus pole, the unit, that distance.
Whatever you call it, sure. I'm talking about the vertical deflection of the laser over space.
That makes it better. So he is imagining the drop, right? Not the hump.
Oh no.
Why is the drop and the hump different for you?
Oof.
Well, yeah, that's fine. No.
The hump
Go ahead.
goes up, right? And the drop goes down, right? That's the difference between the drop and the hump.
How are they different, though? Like,
Well, one
would
of
you
them
not-
goes
would you
down
not say-
away, and the other one goes up.
I'll tell you how they're different. One would be shooting a laser into a hump. That means your laser's pointing down. Or it's going
No, it's
straight,
pointing
and
straight
the Earth
out.
is dropping down away from the laser as it goes farther out.
Well, no matter what, the laser is pointing straight out. There is no adjustment of the laser. It points straight out.
Could you not say that about
either
the
there is
water,
a
though?
hump that comes up, or there is a drop that goes down, but at the end of the day, they are the same functionally. If the laser is blocked, and there is a hump, or there is a drop, the end result is the same.
Or you're not level.
Yeah, wouldn't you already say that the water is level?
Yeah, wouldn't
talked
water
about
be
that
the
before
reference,
here.
right? Not the laser.
The laser would be level. We have a spirit level to measure that.
But the water level, would that not be level?
You
I
actually
don't
need
know.
to do like 3 points in the distance to make sure that laser is level. If you're going
Hey,
to do it,
you know what? I'll put up 3 transits and I'll pay for it. That's totally fine. I'll put up 3 transits pointing at the same place.
If you're paying
Totally
for all
fine.
this shit, you may as well just send me the money now, and I'll just start buying everything for you.
You know, I happen to work at a place where the equipment is available, so.
Oh, so you're not buying
people have asked
anything.
questions. It wouldn't be hard to do.
So you're not buying anything?
I'm trying to find a good way to do it.
Well, take your equipment from work and go and do it.
No, I don't do a
You
lot
don't
of
have to
shit in
ask
the winter.
us- you don't have to
but
ask
I'm
us
asking the
permission.
questions. You guys are
But you
the
don't have to-
experts. I'm asking.
You don't have to ask us permission.
And one
But you
sec,
know
so
what you're talking
One
about.
sec, mate. So you said you lay drywall. What are you going to use? A laser
I
level?
don't lay
a
drywall.
laser- Well, what were you talking about then?
You just said you
I
did
was talking about
drywall.
the idea that we say a flashlight versus a laser. You can't use
Are
that.
you-
Well, I can use a flashlight to see if drywall is plumb and flush.
Are
I
you
can
drunk?
use a laser for the same thing.
He's a theoretical surveyor.
He sounds-
Dogmatic globe theoretical surveyor.
No, I have people for that. I don't do that myself.
Ooh.
I'm just telling you, I don't do that. I hire people that can get good legal paperwork done for surveying. I would not do that myself. That's not what I do.
And was it them that told you about the drop away of level from horizontal, the separation?
Not one of them.
No, I
Man,
wouldn't
they
imagine.
do transits. The other guys do drywall. They're not even related. Like I never talked to them about this. Not once.
Yeah, completely theoretical, right? Off the top of your head with no experience or conversing with anybody about it before today.
Not before today. I know a little bit about it.
What time is it where you're at?
It's probably 2 or 3, I think. They
You've
worked
been
all
up.
night.
Yeah, you have been. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you realize that the distance has already been measured. So why would you hire surveyors to do it again? I mean, I'm sure the state of Michigan or Illinois has already measured that distance.
Maybe,
Right.
but where's the data? Can you show me the flat Earth data?
Probably
you
any
point me
scale
to it?
map. Probably
Must
any
have a
scale map.
must have an
Yeah.
elevation profile.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. An
Topographical
elevation
map.
profile of a
Interesting.
horizontal.
Elevation profiles are tough for me.
Bet they are. Have you ever seen an elevation profile of a horizontal line or plane?
Let's say I've seen a few.
Have you ever seen a plan?
A what?
Contour. Yeah, a plan contour thing of a
A
horizontal
contour
plane.
map?
Yeah,
Many.
of a horizontal plane.
I don't know what I was hiking off could have been from a horizontal plane or a global plane. I'm not really sure. I was very young back then.
Global
Yeah,
plane.
I think you're imagining like just a contour change of the elevations. No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about. Have you ever seen a elevation
Listen.
profile of
Yeah.
a horizontal?
Listen. He's talking about global planes, so he might be done for the day.
I don't really know. You say a contour plane, they're all the same. There's a contour, there's an elevation profile. It goes up, it goes down.
Yeah, have you ever seen one of them for a horizontal?
Off the side of a mountain?
Any horizontal, really?
I've hiked off of them many, many times back in New Mexico when I was a kid. Yeah.
It's going to be the hot topic. I'm seeing whether I can have a go with on debatism with the
Well,
top
when
guy.
they get closer together, it gets steeper, right?
Horizontal planes, yeah. Well, I personally don't think that they change in elevation, but some dogmatic models require horizontals to have an elevation change, which will
I'm
require
so
an
sorry.
elevation
I made a
profile of a
huge
horizontal
mistake.
line.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm talking about topographic maps when I was a kid.
Mhm.
My mistake. I apologize.
Yeah, somebody
Hey
reminded you.
Bev, you're gonna like this. Topographic maps can't depict spherical excess.
Yeah, I know we did that earlier. Triangles only have 180 degrees.
Interesting.
Yeah, plus
Didn't
that
know
covers
that.
all three dimensions, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got all of the angles covered within it, within the X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinate system.
Well, I'll give you this much. When I was a kid and I had to get out of a bad place, I used a topographical map to determine the worst possible way to get down a mountain, and that was the best way we could get down it in a rainstorm. So, yeah, topo maps, live by them.
Yeah, it shows you how you get around mountains, not curves.
Yeah, we're talking about an elevation profile of the horizontal plane. The horizontal.
Like I can actually make a dirt mountain as high as I want and measure off of it, but just because I measure off of it doesn't mean there's a curve. You kind of need water that conforms to said ball to measure off of. That's what you use to prove if there's a curve.
No, I couldn't speak to that.
I know you couldn't.
Sure you could.
No, I
You've
don't
seen
know.
what
If to
happens
speak
to
to it.
water. I mean,
It's a
you know
very
why the
interesting.
water sits in that lake, don't you?
Yeah, no, I know, but like that's a very base
Yeah.
level. Like, okay, I'm looking for more scientific number wise. Like, I can see it. Sure, that's great, but I want more numbers.
Why do you need numbers specifically? Is measuring the curvature not enough evidence for you? Or measuring the absence of said curvature not enough evidence for you?
When you say measuring the curvature of the absence, tell me where you bring that from, and I'll go look at it and I'll try and understand it. but
You're talking about the RPU numbers.
RPU. I have no idea what that means. You've said that twice or three
The
times.
separation of level and horizontal, right? Over distance. At some point, you imagine there's a separation between those two. I know that because I say level is horizontal and a lot of people disagree, right? So you have a separation. Now, the unit value, the number, as you say, would be a unit of measurement, right? Is that the number that you require? You need more of those numbers.
To answer that plainly, I think the answer is no, I don't need more of those numbers. I just need to see that when I go out there and test it myself, it is not what anyone else says. It just is. And I can say, yes, I've gone out there, I've tested it, and this is what it is. It's flat. Or it's not. I use the trust but verify system.
What would you be testing? But that you could measure that?
Or that
The
I can't
RPU?
measure it, and that gives
You
me
can't
more
measure it.
information.
Okay. Well, you know its level is horizontal, right? A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So do you imagine that tool could measure how different horizontal is from level?
I mean, there is a tool called a
How different
spherometer.
level is from horizontal? Yeah, they can be totally different.
But a level is a tool for establishing the horizontal. So that would be the tool that you use to establish the horizontal. So where would level be measured? Because if you put a measuring rod in that thing, what you're measuring is an elevation change. That's what the tool's designed to do. That's how we measure elevation changes.
There is a small tool called a spherometer which measures curvature, but I think it's only designed for like lenses and small things. Don't think that actually measures Earth curvature. Not sure what equipment does measure Earth curvature.
Don't know what Earth curvature is. Seems like he thinks that you can measure the RPU by the same methods as you measure elevation change. You might be getting elevation confused with curvature. I've heard a lot of people used to say that a bit ago to people. You're not confusing elevation with curvature, are you? Is that what you're doing? It's like, is that how you imagine that you would measure? Like you would measure a horizontal over in the distance and then some sort of vertical change from that.
It's going to need horizontal sea level for them elevation profiles anyway, isn't it?
Just need, well, I'd say horizontal is the baseline for those. You just measure elevation from that. But there's other people who say that horizontals change in elevation due to the imagined RPU in the distance over there.
Let me ask you this then. Earth being flat as it is, and we only deal with like, it's not flat.
No.
Well, what is it then?
What? We're talking about horizontal and level and the difference between the two of them. We're not talking about Earth, are we?
We live on a bumpy plane then.
What? We measure elevation changes with a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, right? We know, because we can prove that horizontals are parallel, that the difference between those horizontal parallels is how we measure elevation changes, right? By those elevation changes, we know it's not flat.
And we're not using sea level for that, though, as well.
So if we skip all of
Just
that,
use a datum point.
if we just skip all of that and we take off on a plane and fly to the right,
Always
and
getting
we
into a
fly
plane.
off. I'm asking.
Well,
We
you
just
see,
take
I'm
off.
imagining us like on the ground with a tool called a level.
You're gonna fly in a circle.
Trying to
Why you
imagine
gonna
this, and
fly?
you're jumping off in a plane.
We was
No,
measuring.
Like, do you mind if I do?
Yeah, you're gonna fly in a circle, and I told you before.
It's difficult
No,
to measure.
this is different. This is different.
It's just showing you what his mind's doing, right? Just flying away.
Do you mind?
It's
If I just
difficult
hop,
to measure the ground while you're in a plane.
that's fine. Well, it's not. We can use radar altimeters and lasers, whatever. Like measuring the ground is easy.
It's much easier to do it from the ground, though, right? Measuring elevation changes is definitely
Just
easier.
measuring directly to the ground. It's easy to like see how high up you are. It's a very planes land themselves these days. It's not hard to measure.
It does sound like you're getting high, mate.
So if we were to take off and just fly that way and not measure to the north, and we just flew to the right, say we flew off 90 degrees
Just
from
to the
magnetic
right?
north. Yeah, 90 degrees from north, right? And just flew off that way. And never measured the compass and just kept on flying.
Oh, you mean
Where do
flying
you
a
think-
straight line?
He'd get lost.
So you're not flying east anymore then. Yeah, you're all fucked up if you do that.
Well, where do you wind up?
Just keep flying. Fly away from the Earth curvature that we haven't
See what
got.
happens if you don't follow a compass. Go take a plane.
I'm just saying,
Listen,
like, we
you
don't
have
have a
enough money
compass.
You
Gotta
already
go and
told
fly.
everybody
Where
in
do we
here.
wind up?
You already told everybody in here you have enough money to do whatever you want. So you need to go rent a plane don't even get a pilot, just get a pilot lesson. Get enough. Go for a month so you can just go to the airport, get in a plane, fly it, don't use a
already do that,
compass,
but
and
that's
tell
not
me
what
where
I'm
you
asking.
end up.
What I'm saying is, what happens if we get in the plane and take off and just keep on flying with
get
no
lost.
magnetic compass?
Do you mean like flying straight up in the air, or like
We'll
like
eventually
with
gravity
run out of
keeps you
fuel.
down. Gravity
We'll
keeps
run
you
out of
down.
fuel, and then we'll crash.
Yeah, you're gonna die or something. Or you're gonna kill
Imagine
somebody
you have
else.
infinite fuel.
Oh god.
Right?
Okay, and you have infinite fuel storage, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
where do
sure.
you wind up?
Much to drink.
How much food have
Yeah,
we got on
this
board?
guy is pretty drunk.
Doesn't matter. I'm asking questions like, where do you wind up?
I think you need to sober
listen,
up
you
before
know-
you have
you know
a
you follow-
regular discussion with us.
I
When
would
you
ask
follow
the
a
same
line of
question.
latitude, you're always turning either left or right. Did you know that?
We're not doing that.
Right. So if you're gonna just fuck off, then you're just gonna keep going somewhere and you'll get lost. Big deal.
So in the Earth that we have, that
In
we've
it.
established, that is not a sphere and not a globe, when you turn up and you fly off and you keep on going, is there something else out there to land in? Is there some
Never
other
done
land? Is there more?
We don't know. I've
Who
never
knows?
done.
That's a weird way to
Keltainer.
ask.
Do you
That's
guys
a weird
think there
way to
is
ask
more?
What happens when you go to the edge?
Keltainer, just answer this. Have you ever experienced a curve of any sort? Do you see it?
Yeah,
Do you
I have.
Okay, where, when, and where have you seen this?
You won't like my answer. That's okay.
I'll entertain it if you say it to me. I'll challenge it too. But I just want to know, you personally, where have you seen this curvature?
Out of an airplane window?
I've been in
In
an
an
airplane
international
twice,
flight,
actually
yeah.
4 times. I've never seen the curve.
I don't know. I've probably been in 50 or 6, maybe 70 flights, and I don't even look out the window anymore. It's boring.
Yeah, as Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that stuff's flat. So,
I'm happy to be
Keltainer,
wrong.
where did you find this? Like, where did you see this curve? Were you in an airplane? Were you at a shore somewhere? Were you on a mountain?
Was on an airplane flying between
up a tree?
Chicago to Tripoli.
And you actually saw a physical curve in that plane?
What it looked like.
It might have seen
Okay.
Earth curve on the moon, maybe.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. What side of the plane were you sitting on?
Left side.
Now, if you went to the right side and looked out the window, you'd expect to see the same curve, right?
I'd expect to see more.
More?
Why more? It
Well,
curves
yeah.
the same
So
in every
the left
direction.
side of the plane is going to be smaller because you're closer to the top of the quote-unquote globe, and on the right side of the plane, you'd be further away
What?
as it
Any
bangs.
point
Yeah.
on a ball is equal distance. What are you talking about?
I'm happy to be wrong.
Dude, you are listen, you stopped thinking a while ago. You might want to consider going to bed now.
Sure.
Night night. Sleep tight.
I'll be all right.
Okay, so we see curve out the left window and we see curve out the right window. Now we're going to go into the pilot, sit down there, and we're going to see curve ahead. Now let's connect all those curves up. We got curve going down out the left window, curve going down out the right window, curve going down out the front window. So now we made an M in the sky, the shape of an M, 3 humps. That's brilliant.
No, we made cylinder.
Did we see this curve on the horizon when we're on ground level at the beach? I can't remember seeing that at all. From left to right. How many humps is on the curve?
Depends on how
That's
many
easy.
directions you
Infinite.
look in. You guys got to keep looking. Every time you turn, you can count one.
Does it drop more to the left or more to the right when you look at the
Imagine
horizon?
it either humping or dropping anywhere.
Well, it depends on how close you are to the North Pole.
Don't forget you'll weigh more at the North Pole as well. So that doesn't help.
Well, that's why Eskimos are shorter. They get pulled to the ground.
Mm. Guy gone to bed now, yeah?
Just
They
listening.
they don't bother talking if you're repeating their paralogisms for them.
You think they start to realise
Fine.
what they sound like when you repeat what they're
No,
saying?
just go right ahead, please.
Sorry, mate.
No, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, they'd rather you lot talk about it for them. You don't have to say it themselves, though.
I'd rather learn. I'm asking questions.
Water's flat and level, and we're not moving, so it's stationary too. And that's in flight dynamics on how to build an airplane. You have to start with Earth is flat, level, and stationary. Now start building an airplane. That's how it works. In engineering,
Yeah, I don't think so.
You have to start when you build an airplane. You first start with Earth is flat and level and stationary. Let's get that out of the way. Now build an airplane.
Is that an axiom that you start off with?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't go along with that.
But you think that it doesn't say that in the books?
Depends which books. Who's wrote them? Is there some text?
So do you think that in airplane building books, when you teach people to build a plane to fly straight and level, that they tell you to
Build
count
it to fly it.
What?
Are we talking about building it?
Well, you don't build it. You don't
or
build a
flying
fucking
it.
ball on the ground and roll it around and
All
call
right.
it an airplane.
Some YouTubers wrote that books.
Yeah, it's just shadow giants.
I've often wondered if the Earth was a spinning globe, what would a machine that flew through the air to get to destinations look like? How would it be designed? I wonder.
I often wonder why the question gets asked in the first place, because it sounds like
It would be
nonsense.
designed to land on a moving ball. That's how it would be designed to land, not on a flat stationary plane.
So when you were talking about flying east or west, and you don't go east or west, where do you end up going?
It depends from which flight you take. If you're going Amsterdam to London, you will come to London. If you take Amsterdam, Paris, you will go to Paris.
I know, you fly in planes to get to places. That's the whole idea of it. I was talking about the concept of
That's how
flying
it's working.
east.
That is how it's working. Nobody's flying from London to Paris first to go to Moscow, you know. Only if they have that flight. But if they don't have that flight, nobody from pilots goes to Moscow and then to Paris. They go directly to Paris.
Yeah, that's places. I was talking about east. Somebody said earlier that if you were to fly east, you wouldn't go east.
We call that the flights, you know, and then you have companies and then you order the flight and then you take a flight.
Just asking where you would go.
And in this moment, how many airplanes are in air?
Don't know. I was talking about if you fly east,
I'm
right,
asking
in a
you,
straight
I'm
line.
asking you because of east.
Somebody said that you don't go east.
In this moment, how many airplanes is in the air?
Just asking where it would be if it's not east.
Let's say this is 1,000 aeroplanes in this moment.
Sounds like a bit of a non sequitur, you counting aeroplanes.
Yeah. In which direction are going that 1,000 aeroplanes in this moment?
I haven't got a clue.
They are going to east or they are going in every direction?
I haven't got a clue. You've made them up.
I don't know. Imagine the world and all airplanes in this moment, and imagine if they are going in one direction or if they are going in. Yeah, imagine only.
Okay. Or we're using an airplane as a geometric tool.
Yeah, you can imagine in this moment every airplane in this world from every airport, and you can imagine in which direction they are going.
Yeah.
And in which direction they are going?
I'm imagining it. You told me to.
In every direction.
I don't know. No, I couldn't say that for sure.
Really? I can say for sure.
Okay.
Only if you have information that all airports are made in the world that they are going in one direction.
Is there any directions like on the compass that change? Like, do you imagine you could go north to end up going south?
I don't know. I never tried.
Can you not just imagine it?
I can imagine, but do you know what will happen above me? Whatever I do.
Can you imagine going south so you could end up going north?
I can imagine, but do you know what will happen with the surface all that time and I'm imagining going to south?
Could you imagine you go east to end up
I
going
can
west?
imagine to go
End
to
up
east.
west.
Do you know what will happen? Do you know what will happen
Or
with the
does it? Is
surface?
it like
Do you know?
exclusive to north and
Do you know?
south?
Do you know what will happen with the surface if I go to the
The
east?
ability to imagine
Do
it.
you know
I
what will happen with
I
the
flew
surface
east
if I go to
to
the east?
Singapore, but I had to fly west to fly home.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I go to the east, what will
Can't
happen
even
with the
imagine
surface?
it with east west, can you?
Yeah.
The brain just shuts down. That's like nonsense, isn't it?
Absolute nonsense. Sorry, Ali. Same with me going to Australia. I could fly kind of east to get to Australia, but I have to fly west to get home.
Yeah, it's imagining, like, can you imagine that you fly east and then end up going south, right? East turns into south. There's north. Well, I suppose you could say north could turn into south. But, I mean, north can't really turn into east. But south or east could turn into south somehow. There's certain possibilities that are available and some that you can't even imagine. Some that you can
Yeah.
imagine.
Now imagine what will happen with the surface with all these travels.
What? Imagine the surface being affected by aeroplanes.
Yeah, what will happen? The surface will change, or surface will all the time will be the same.
Well, I'd hope that, like, even in the imaginings, you can't imagine the surface changing.
Okay, that means the surface is always the same, whatever flight you take.
Yeah, I would imagine, like, London stays where London is.
Yeah.
And if you're going from, like, London to Paris, I would imagine that Paris doesn't move either.
Yeah.
So locations probably don't move around.
And surface doesn't
Some
change.
people could imagine that they do. Allowing for the people that do imagine that things move around. Have you ever heard of a land tide?
That's why we are not imagining. We take the flight, we go, we land from with airplane, then we go to the beach, and then we make observation without airplane.
Wow, go back to the beach again. That was like just a little excursion on a plane for.
You know why?
imaginings.
Because water is behaving strange in nature.
Oh well, you could have started with that. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah. Some people saying that water it's curving, but water doesn't care what people say.
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water, not land.
Could imagine it however you want, right? It's just strange.
Got another snorer in chat. Why the fuck can't these people leave a fucking Discord call?
I think that was your aeroplane thing. It just does that to certain people, doesn't it? It's like hypnotic. Take them off on an aeroplane ride in the mind.
When every fact is showing that it's a globe.
Tis globe. Everybody knows tis globe. Has to be. And like this guy said, what has to be, and water does establish a horizontal plane, and, it has to be a globe. So you just put the two together. I mean, what's wrong with that? Just live in reality.
Yeah. If somebody show you black, you say that it's white. And why? It's always white. You only need to use to. Like, if something is cold, that doesn't mean that it's not hot.
Accept the contradictions. I'm gonna have to go, guys. It's been fun. I like the geometry guy with the pyramid. That was a classic. You should clip that. It's amazing. See you later. Been fun.
Anyone else here?
Just you.
Just me.
Batman.
I'm making a funny little video for the flat earthers.
You know, I'm starting to think that the real flat earthers are the ones who say that Earth doesn't curve up or down. And it seems to be the people who aren't the flat earthers.
Did you say
It's
who's not
wild.
the real flat earther?
No. The people who aren't flat earthers also say Earth doesn't curve up or down, or they can't commit to a drop or a hump. No up or down. It's wild. I mean, I say Earth curves up and down. You know, because you could measure it. But these people who think the ground is a ball, they're always forgetting about the third dimension. What do you think about that, Nat?
That's very interesting insight.
Yeah, like the guy earlier.
So real flat earthers believe in curve.
No, I'm not speaking for flat earthers. I'm just speaking for me. Yeah, like I can prove Earth curves up and down, but every time I mention that to someone who thinks the ground is a ball, they say, no, that's not the Earth curvature I'm talking about. Well, what Earth curvature are you talking about? And how do you measure it? And you can never get an answer. It's just wild.
I'm really enjoying when I ask people are all perpendiculars parallel to a plane, and they say something like no, or they give some answer, and I just go, really? It's so good.
That's all you got to say is really. Like that guy earlier, he wanted to take a laser and shoot it across a lake and see what would happen, but he wouldn't make a claim, right? Like we asked him what he.
I do have a question
Yeah, go ahead.
that you might be able to give some measured insight into. Who has the burden of proof between a flat earther and a globe earther?
Anyone who makes a claim has the burden of proof. So all claims are positive claims.
So true. Why don't you ever correct anyone on that? Why don't you just tell them, no, it's not the case that saying the Earth is flat is not a positive claim, or saying that the Earth isn't a ball can't be reformulated into a positive claim? It's just I get sick and tired of hearing this all the time. It's so I don't know. I don't know what goes through people's minds when what they think a positive claim is, or burden of proof, or a negative claim. Because negative claims can be proven too.
It's wild.
You should start correcting.
It's why so many people are afraid of making claims, like having a syllogism or a demonstrable proof of something, linking a syllogism to reality, or they're just scared of making a claim.
And I think that's a negative. I think it's a noble thing to be wrong and try, and make an argument, than it is to just say, "Well, we don't make claims." Right? That seems to me like a cop out. I don't know.
Well, I definitely make claims. So you could always fall back on that. Like, well, at least I could prove this. And you're not stuck in this netherworld of, well, maybe, I don't know. I could be a brain in a jar. No.
Very true. I think that might be a flaw of my sort of reasoning, which is that I think I take things to be true. I take that I have knowledge, but I know that in an epistemic sense, I'm playing with the word knowledge there, because I think that everything is probability based, which obviously people don't like, right? But I don't deploy that in an argument. I'll just say I know something, or something is true. I could deduce this, right?
Yeah, well, like the thing with me is, like, if I'm having a conversation with someone who thinks that they could be a brain in a jar, like, I'm just waiting for them to say something like, "Oh, I have to go," right? Because, like, do you really have to go? Like, why not just stay there? Like, at some point, this is all just a conversation, like just mental masturbation, saying, I can't be sure of anything. Like, there are things in life you have to do. Like, you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to have water. Like, you have to do those things. Sometimes you have to go do something. Like, nobody sits around just meditating on what could be. It's bullshit. Like, you got to get up and go to work. You got to pay your bills. It's like, I don't know. People are weird, man.
Yeah. I mean, I know globe earthers have bad arguments. Like, I'm not going to say that globe earthers have good arguments all the time, right? But I am very irritated when I hear people talk about who has the burden of proof, and who like, if they do make a claim or don't make a claim, right? Flat and stationary is a claim. Flat and stationary is a claim. Saying the Earth isn't a globe is a claim. Like, it's just some weird rhetorical thing that people just. But like, I mean, the amount of people who just like go, yeah, you know what? I've got the burden. I don't know. And not only that, right? But the only positive thing about having the affirmative is that you can define your terms. but no one even lets them do that, right? Like if you're a glober and you're in the positive claim, and you're not even in a position where you're allowed to define mass or whatever you want to do, right? Then you've taken all the power away from them as an interlocutor. You're defining their terms. You're defining what level is, right? You're saying that you're in the position where you can just be skeptical of someone else's argument. It's so asymmetric, right? As a rhetorical style.
Yeah.
I have a question to that end with regards to something came up some time ago when someone presented the photos from space, and that was itself recast as a claim instead of as evidence toward the claim. Like, where does the burden lie there?
Wait, can you say that again?
So someone presented a photo from space of the Earth and said,
Okay.
here's evidence for the Earth being a globe. And they said, well, no, that's now a claim. How do you demonstrate, how do you prove that that photo is real? Like, that
Yeah.
seems like a shift of burden of proof there.
Well, the point of the burden of proof is it's not like this sort of law of logic or anything. It's just literally really an etiquette thing, right? So if you provide a photograph and say, this is my evidence, then the burden shifts because you've satisfied that burden. So then it's on the person who's saying the photo is fake, right, to then demonstrate why we either should dismiss it, it's not sufficient. And they can do that pretty easily. You could just say, like, there are photographs in the world that are fake. I can't verify this photo is real. I wasn't there when it was taken. And that should satisfy their burden then, right? I think it does satisfy the burden anyway. I think most people would say it doesn't, but I think in a strictly logical sense, you have satisfied that burden.
Well, that could be done with any bit of evidence, right? Like, you could just say, oh, well, this is fake.
Yeah, that's the issue with skeptics, right? That they always, in a weird sort of way, the people who are like 99%ers are very similar to the people who will deny photographs, right? Because they're just taking this like sort of strange skepticism, which we can do all day, right? But if your nan shows you a photograph of you as a kid, you're not going to be like, well, I wasn't there when you took that photograph, at least consciously. Prove to me this photo wasn't forged. I mean, it could be forged. It's possible. Bigfoot pictures are forged, but
Mhm. I don't know. It just seems kind of unsatisfying.
It depends on how anal you want to be about photographs, though, because you could say, well, you have to like, because there are ways with photographs that I'm not really familiar with, but like a photographer might be able to go into it more to show you like how you could see if a photograph was forged.
Right. So that would be much more satisfying, right? If you just say, well, photographs can be forged, I mean, great, who cares? I feel like it has to be evaluated as an individual piece of evidence and say why this specific photograph we can doubt. Why should this have been forged?
Yes, but you in a way you can, but all they need to do is cast doubt on this, right? And once they've done that, the burden will shift again, right, to the person who presented the evidence to say like why. Once they've given you reason to think, okay, this photo isn't something we can verify, right? Because fake photos exist. The person who claims that this photo is their evidence may have to then pick up the burden. I don't know exactly when, because it's kind of subjective. So, like, you could say either the burden will shift into the person who presented the photo to say, well, prove that it wasn't forged, that it was completely legit, or the burden might stick on the person who's saying the photo was forged. But I think it's harder for the person who's suggesting it was forged to actually. I mean, how do you argue that a Bigfoot photo was forged? No,
There's
not
ways.
forged.
I think
It's
there's ways with some of those space photos as well. Like there's there are those that you could point to and say, look, these clouds repeat. Say, the 2.0, for example. Like that's pretty easy to sort of make a case for it's not being, quote, authentic. Obviously, the issue there is that they don't claim it's authentic, but I don't know if just casting doubt is sufficient.
Is definitely sufficient to dismiss it.
I feel like there is a tipping point there, but I don't know if that's it. Like,
It depends on how persuasive that person wants to be. I mean, is the person presenting the evidence trying to persuade that person, or are they trying to persuade an audience?
well, I
You
think
know,
persuasive would be more than just I don't believe this, right? Like there would have to be some kind of reason not to believe it. I mean, I guess a start would be like, the source for this photo is untrustworthy, but even that just kind of goes back to a genetic fallacy, doesn't it? Like even a broken clock is right twice a day. That's not enough to wholesale dismiss it.
yeah, but they're not trying to say that this photo's definitely. I mean, you don't have to say that the photo's definitely fake. You could just say that, look, you can make photos of anything, and so I have no reason to trust this particular photograph.
Well, I think you would have to say it's definitely fake.
It can be evidence, but not proof, I think, at best. It can support an idea. Look, photographs support ideas. There's no doubt about it, right?
Sure, but if the photo's
they're
real,
not sufficient in and of themselves, right?
I suppose. Yes, no, yeah, that's true. But if that particular photo is real, then there would have to be some either trick of the light or some sort of other kind of thing that would result in us seeing what we're seeing, right? So that then the conversation would kind of go down a different direction. But to say that that didn't capture what would be seen from that point is just a dismissal of what that photo represents. That's a horrible way to say what I was trying to say. Does that make any sense at all?
No,
Yeah, I get it.
I don't.
Yeah, It feels like the dismissal is from a point of this can't have been taken because that's not what it would look like.
No, that's not it. Thank you for misrepresenting and miscategorizing all of the arguments thus far. It does
Well-
fuck all for the information. All right, so if you're
What
going
I
to
said was
present
it seems like
if you're
that
going to
to me.
present information, whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is. The photo could be authentic. No one's arguing that point. Because you take it to somebody who's a photographer, an expert photographer, they're going to look at it, examine it. They're going to say, well, this photo is authentic. That's not what's in question. Where the location where it's taken from is. Got
Okay.
it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, that's basically what I was.
If you threw up a photograph of, let's say, Hawaii, and the image of Hawaii in the backdrop was so realistic that the person used the backdrop and everything, or CGI, it doesn't matter what it was. The photo itself is authentic. There's no question in that photo is being authentic. But the location where it is allegedly supposed to be taken at might not be.
Mhm. Yeah.
You get it?
Yeah. No,
So
that's not different from what I was saying.
what's in question right now is not the photo's authenticity. It's the location where it's being taken at.
Right.
And so there's no way for you or anybody else to verify that the photo that you're taking is being taken from a place that it's said to be. And there's no way for you to verify a cosmic vacuum because you logistically you can't get there. And I know there's a lot of people that say I can go to a I can get in a rocket. No, you cannot. If that was possible, then a lot more people would have a lot of evidence behind them to say that they can do what the guys who go to those places. Only a select few can.
Right.
But I
But
mean,
it does kind of
yeah?
sound like it ultimately boils down to that's
What?
not what the Earth would look from there. That's not how it would look from there.
No, that's not it either. It boils down to can you get there
Yeah,
where they
I
say they are?
understand that. Yeah.
That's what it boils down to. It doesn't boil down to what it looks like because there's many interpretations of different cameras, of different lenses, and the light was different, and we used different cameras back then. We have different cameras now, and so on and so forth, yada, 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 on and on to infinity. So you're never going to get where the same image is being taken of at the same location with the same type of camera. It's going to be different every time. So you don't have the same 1972 authentic image of the Earth versus, what's his face? The guy that said that the Blue Marble 2.0 was, he had to Photoshop it. There's never going to be a representation of the Earth that you're going to be like, that's authentic. Doesn't matter. Even if it is authentic, it's not saying that the location is being taken of where they say they are. You can't verify it. So then it becomes something that how are you going to verify a location you can't get to? Well, you just have to take it on faith, on credit, that they are not liars. But then there's no way for you to do that because you can't be a part of that agency at the top levels. So it's almost like you just have to believe. That's the argument. You can't. I mean, at what point are you going to say, well, yeah, this information that they're presenting can be verified? The information. I can go to the location. I can see for myself. I can use the specific camera they're using. I can whatever. Because if that's possible, then you have yourself some evidence. If it's not, then you don't. It's just another part of the story that it's just, these are embellishments that create a story's, makes it more grand for whatever it is. Doesn't matter.
But does that have to be possible in principle, or do you necessarily have to actually go and do it?
Yeah, you have to be able to verify the information.
Right.
So if you can't logistically get to a location where they're presenting for you, then how can you know its authenticity of the location, not of the verify of the photo? Like I said before,
I get that.
The photo itself, the lighting, the image, whatever they're taking a picture of, it could look so real, but you wouldn't know that until you actually went there, and you could see the perspective from the height that they were at.
Sure, but there's things in my life that I have to make the same concessions about, right? Like I can't afford to take a trip all over the world and make sure that every piece of land that I've heard about is actually there, right? Like I take some of these things on the words of those who have been there, and to some degree it's going to just be useless to question it any further, right?
No, it's not. So if somebody took a photo of a flower from Japan, you could actually travel to Japan or have some people live stream, and they tell you, look, this is the location, this is where it's at. If you want to come here, it's you can travel there. There's travel people that can get to these places have been done by a lot more people. The verification method for something can be done over and over again for things logistically on Earth. Something that's too far away from you to get to, it becomes almost out of reach. Like, let's say, from the aspect of going to outside of the realm of the Earth into, let's say, space, or the moon, how many people that you can think of went and done that?
But doesn't that just get back to
It's
consensus?
about 8 people. What's that?
Doesn't that just get back to consensus? Like this many people have actually said they've been there?
That's fine. Like anybody can say that. But if somebody had a question about a flower in Japan and they said you can't verify the flower in Japan, and you're like, well, let's go and visit Japan. Let's go see if this flower exists and build our case. Once you go there and you could bring back evidence of said flower or whatever, you brought back some information that this thing exists, it corroborates with the image and everything just lines up. Then what you've done is you verified the actual information, and then you've proven that the information of this flower exists because you now have a flower that's, you know what I mean? You've actually done more than provide evidence. You've been there.
But it sounds like then you do have to personally do this, because logistically I can't just go to Japan. Like I can't afford to.
Well, think about it. Think about this, right? At some point, what gives you the right to say that you can trust somebody on some information like that versus something that's just totally made up? I could make up a fairy tale, like a land of myth that you can go and visit. And I can put all the embellishments to that and say, you can travel here. but you need to take the magic carpet ride in order to get there. How can you verify something that's not even possible in the realm of reality? I've put it so far out of reach of your possible actually going to verify it that I'm saying, well, why don't you take what I'm saying for truth then? I talked about Narnia. You can travel through a closet and go visit a talking lion. It's possible. It's totally possible.
So
You just don't have the right closet. That's why you can't visit it.
So in that case, would it be if I met like several more people that all
Yeah.
agreed that this place
Listen.
existed?
Yeah. Listen. That's the other point. If I had people that would also corroborate what I'm saying, if they were like, dude, you can go visit this place, and Narnia does exist. What difference is it going to make for you if you can't go and verify it yourself? So you just become a believer. That's all you've become. And that's fine, right? You would say that that's okay. You can just be a believer of the information because I have some people that side with me. Even if I had, friends of mine that we're playing a joke on you, but yet we wanted to keep the joke going. I said, don't break character, guys. Just make them believe that you can actually travel here. And you, which of course you can't because it's not possible. It's a fairy tale. So if you think that you can, it's only in your head that you can probably travel there or you go there. So it doesn't become something that's real. It's just something you believe because I have people that have brought you into the belief of it. Now what?
I mean,
and we got images, we got videos, we got everything you want because we can create all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
now you
how do
can't
we-
verify it, so it's so far out of your reach. Now that's the problem. If you think that's okay, then you made it easier for people to fib to you.
Okay, so can we know something that we can't verify?
It just depends what it is.
Well, no, because everything you just said about this mythical place, I could say about Japan.
I would say
friend, in
it
fact-
just depends what it is, because if it's something like a knowledge base that you don't have because you don't have experience, let's say if your doctors have certain experience with working with the body, right? And so they can go inside and do some surgery or whatever, and they can do things that you probably have never done, right? So if they tell you some information about the body and you're like, nah, I don't believe that the kidneys are there or whatever, I don't believe you. You know what I mean? But yet if you took the course or whatever, that it's possible you can learn that information. But like on the fact that they're going to remove something, or you need to get operated on, or whatever the case, then in that instance, yeah, you could fucking you learn that information, but at the same time, you could just trust that there's people that have done the work behind it. But at the same time, it doesn't apply to all scenarios. So when something's called into question, right? When you want to know something, you can. That's the difference. When you want to know something, you can. If you're just always just going to be like, well, yeah, I know that there people can work on the body and do information that,
So, So I had a friend. It was my roommate in college, actually. And to this day, I don't know if he was pulling my leg, but he said that Wyoming didn't exist. And when I said that's stupid, he said, well, have you ever met anyone from Wyoming? And at that time, I actually hadn't. Not that I know of anyone. People don't really talk about this stuff. But at some point thereafter, I met someone from Wyoming. And I called my friend up and I said, I've actually met someone from Wyoming. And that got the whole thing started again. And he told me that Wyoming is some sort of military thing where, like, if you try to get there, the signs all point you to a different location. There's some little hamlet where you think you're in Wyoming, but Wyoming is just like dead land that they use for military stuff, right? So until I physically, no, even if I physically go there, I might see the sign, welcome to Wyoming, but I'm not actually there, right? He's constructed basically almost an unfalsifiable narrative about the non-existence of Wyoming. So how?
Wyoming is a state. So in order for something to be a state, it has to be established. Things that are established, terms that we all agree upon, they're established in a specific way. So if we say that a state, the thing that constitutes what a state is, if the place that you go meets that, then you visited Wyoming, because it's the same information that what constitutes a state being what it is, and you go to that location and you're in that location where you are in Wyoming because it's the same state that you were like in a different state, and what it constitutes that state of the piece of land that you're on as Wyoming, it would still be that you're in Wyoming. Whether or not he's telling you something true information or not, then you've already validated the thing that you were that was in question at Wyoming's existence. So you've been there. But whatever made it be what it is, because we all agree upon it, that's fine. Then whatever he's saying that Wyoming is, it still can't. Let's say that he's trying to make a case for Wyoming not existing because it's not Wyoming or whatever the case. You've already solidified your point because it's an agreed upon understanding that this location is the thing that we call Wyoming. Because as far as what we say constitutes what a state is, then that's it.
Well, I think this location is a big part of that definition. Like, we presume that a state is where it's sort of described on a map, and we presume that it has a certain population. I think there's things that sort of come along with that definition that were clearly not in his description of it.
I don't know what you just said there, but yeah, if you go look at what a state is and you go visit Wyoming, then you're in good hands. Because the people that have already understood this many years of living in a state called Wyoming, then yeah, you're in that place.
Well,
whatever
no,
somebody says,
people don't live there.
you got to say, like, whatever somebody says contrary to that information, now they are going to have to provide the evidence of what they're saying is true. Because it doesn't matter. Like, your friend could be shining you on about some kind of military information, but yet he might be incorrect. He doesn't know all the facts, so he could be the one wrong. But what we understand as far as what a state is would be the thing that we say is Wyoming, right? You're in the state of Wyoming.
Yeah,
So
but the state of Wyoming has a shape, it has a population, it has a
not
location.
it has boundaries. It doesn't have a shape.
Right, and if all of those
boundaries.
things are wrong, I can say that that's not actually Wyoming as we understand it, right?
Wyoming is just a location where it's said to be the when you cross certain boundaries, you're in a specific county, you're in a specific state, and all of these are governed by the place where you're at. So when you go into that location, you are now in a different state. So you've crossed a boundary from one state to another, and you could say the land where you're standing on is considered Wyoming because of the specific rules and laws and things that state abides by, the county land and whatever. So when you enter into that county, you can be assured that you're in a different place because different laws are applicable to that state.
So I guess it'd be more accurate to say that Wyoming isn't what we think it is. But the greater point was
it is what we think it is, because we're all in agreement. This isn't a case of, well, somebody's fibbing about it. How do I know? This is like what has been already agreed upon between people that understand crossing a boundary, what that means. When you cross a boundary in whatever state, whatever country, you enter into that location's laws and rules and regulations. So when you go there, it doesn't matter if you believe that you're in, the UK or not. They have their laws and rules and regulations you have to abide by, and it's not respective of how you feel. I don't feel like I'm in the UK. I think like I'm still in Africa. Well, that's not Africa. That's the UK. So you've entered into a place that you think that you're just going to name it whatever arbitrarily, but the people have already agreed. Many other people, there's history. So you can't just write it off and say, I just say this is Wyoming. No, it's not.
Yeah, no, I agree
you
with
don't
that.
have that authority, and this agreed upon information has already stood the test of time. Now, if you want to know more about it, you find out okay, so what made this Wyoming, or what made this the UK, or what, and then you start to dig into the laws of the land.
Yeah, I agree that we can't just arbitrarily say, okay, this is Wyoming now. But that's what my friend That's exactly what he said has been
Well, then
done.
who's incorrect? You or your friend? Your friend.
Well, that's my point. Is how do we know?
Well, that's how we know. Your friend's incorrect because if he's dubbing it something else and he's saying, "Just trust me, bro," and you're like, well, "Okay," then that's your problem. You're the one that bought into it. But if you said no, we all agreed, and so we came up with this information. So what establishes this place, what we're standing on, what it is the laws of the land that differentiates like the location where we're at from where I was to where I am now.
Yeah, but you
So
don't
he
know where
can't.
you're standing. Is his
Yeah, but he
point.
doesn't have the authority to say what it is, does he?
No, what he's saying is that no
Does he
one.
have the authority to say? I want you to tell me if he has the authority to tell you what Wyoming is.
No, nobody said he
Okay,
did.
then you understand something very simple right now is
Yeah,
that
nobody
people
disagreed with that.
collectively can come up with what the state is. So you
Exactly.
don't have an art right now. You're trying to It's a weasel tactic. You guys come in here in the morning and you always use your weasel tactics to kind of make an argument sound like it's plausible. We can still have the argument. No, you cannot. Because every which way you go, you're trying to justify the fact that people are showing you information that you can't verify. So you're trying to make a case for it by doing all this rigmarole that you do. You guys, right? Every one of you guys who are a glober always do. You think that there's going to be people are going to be like, oh man, you guys have some very good information you're talking about. No, you don't. You really don't. You
I'm
can't
just trying to
verify
get
that
to.
information. It's just not possible. So
Yeah,
this
but
is
that
the
was
thing that you do to kind of make it sound like you have a case. You don't.
no, that was
You just don't.
exactly his case. That was his case that you
Yeah, but
can't verify.
I already told you he's not right. How is he right? How is that guy
What are we
right?
talking
How
about?
did he
How
make a
do
case,
we?
manufacturer? How did he make a case that he solidified to you that he knows the fact that that's not Wyoming? What did he tell you? That he's just so strong of evidence. What do you do?
Well,
Hmm?
the first one, like I said, was like, have you ever seen someone from Wyoming? Which, that's not really going to give
People
you
don't
much
wear
pause.
Wyoming on their forehead, dude. Like
Yeah, I
a
understand
person.
that.
Listen, they could
It
show
wasn't
you a
very
fucking
compelling,
driver's
is what I
license
was
or a
saying.
birth certificate. They could show you a birth certificate. Look, I was born in the state of Wyoming. It says right here. And
Right.
they could
And
show
my
you
friend
that
would tell you,
information. But
yeah,
that
my friend
doesn't
would tell you that
mean
was
that
fake.
they're wearing like fucking Wyoming on their tattoos on their skin. Like that's dude, you're this is crazy. You're going to levels like you don't have to go to, all for the sake of your globe. This is what you're doing, right?
No, I'm just trying to come
Yeah.
to an understanding of
No,
what
don't
can and
say
can't be
no. It's yeah.
verified.
It's yeah.
It's
This is the
not. I
thing that you
disagree with
guys,
you.
yeah, it's your cope. This is your cope manufactorum. You and everybody else that say things in the morning time for me, late might be late for
Afternoon
you.
for me.
Yeah, this is true. You guys try to cope in this VC in this call, and hopefully somebody out there is like, oh yeah, dude, that's interesting.
I mean,
I don't know why these flat earthers are not listening to you.
we never really got to the globe. I was just trying to establish what it means to know something versus verify.
Yeah. So when people have already came into an agreement about a certain location that you can live on, the land that you live on, and they're like, "Hey, you live in Wyoming." Well, fuck, my friend told me we don't live there, so my friend said so, and he made a really good strong case saying that we don't live in Wyoming because there's military that said that we don't or whatever. There's signs that point to that this isn't Wyoming. It doesn't
Right.
matter because when the law comes around and says, "Hey, you can't build your house there. This is Wyoming. You're not in your state." You'll be like, "No, my friend said that it's okay. It's all to deal with the military. Go talk to my friend." You go like, "I don't give a shit what your friend says. Your friend's not here. You're building on this land. What the fuck's
Right.
wrong with you?" And
So
you're gonna be like, this wishy-washy fucking case of yours is gonna go by the wayside when you get taken in handcuffs, and you're gonna be like, "No, wait a minute, I'm not in Wyoming. I'm not in Wyoming." Nobody
Yeah.
gives a fuck about your spinning your wheels and saying that this is a Wyoming. You
Yeah.
are in a fucking state that you are, and it's not. You don't have a
To be
choice,
clear,
bro.
yeah, to be clear, I never said I believed my friend, obviously. What I'm asking is when does it become reasonable to doubt something that we have all agreed on?
When you verify the information, and I've been saying this, manufactorum, you just keep saying, nah, that can't be the case. No, it's
No, I
we
didn't say
have
that
to
can't
be
be
the
the
ones.
case.
Yeah,
You've never
because when
said
I
that.
said you could verify you're in Wyoming, you could go to the fucking county assessor and get drops. And where are we at? Oh, you're right here. And this is the state, and it's not a shape. States
Right.
aren't shapes. It's boundaries. So when you
Sure.
go to that location and you start to figure out, oh, I'm in Wyoming. There's fucking signs that tell you when you're crossing boundaries. Obviously,
But when
now,
I
if all
asked,
of that is just fluff and it's just bullshit, and then try it out. Do something that, well, I'm not in the state of Wyoming because I say so. My friend said so. Whoever. No, it doesn't matter if you or your friend decide whether or not Wyoming's real. Wyoming's it's a state, and it's gonna be a state no matter what. If you disagree, fuck this. This isn't Wyoming. No,
right? But
you don't decide that, man. It's already been decided.
I agree with
what
you.
states are.
When I asked you if you have to personally verify something to know it, you said no.
Not always, I said. I didn't say no. Don't put fucking words in my mouth,
We
which
don't
you like to do. You're not going to build
have
your case
to.
off of me. I'm
Have
just telling
to.
you that right
Yes.
now.
Sure.
I used the example of a doctor. That's what I was using for
Yes.
you.
Have
Yes.
to, as in it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah. But the issue is, once again, going back to the point, can you verify the information? I don't know why I do this, but it's fucking. Can you? If a doctor says, yeah, we got to take whatever out of you or something's wrong, or can you verify that information to be true?
Logistically or in principle?
My God. If somebody said you had a fucking kidney or kidneys, and then you're just like, no, I don't fucking believe that. That's bullshit. Can you verify people have kidneys?
I can verify that for people, but that wouldn't necessarily tell me that I have them, right? I might have
Yeah,
some
you
birth
do.
defect.
So, yes, you do. There's everything that can, like biological, like, listen, I think what you're doing here is it's the lowest form, dude. It's lowbrow content. Like if this is what you're reduced to, then I feel sorry for you, manufacturer, because
I believe that we
this
can. I believe
this
we
is
can
bad,
know
dude.
things that we haven't personally verified.
No. You want to make your globe earth belief real, so you have to make it sound like there's things in reality that cannot be attained as far as knowledge goes. So it's your cope. You're in here coping, dude. You're not gonna win this. There's no way. Either you can verify that the cosmic vacuum is real or not. That's what's gonna happen in this particular conversation. Can you go to the cosmic vacuum and verify what they're telling you is actually there or not?
Logistically, no. In principle,
Okay.
I believe so.
Well, in principle, no. In your imagination, sir. It's in your imagination, not in principle. There's no fucking space vacuum that exists. It does not exist. There's locations in the upper parts of our sky that can be traveled to. Whoopity doo. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the location where they say the vacuum of space is, beyond the Kármán line. You cannot travel there and go verify that information. You're not going to. There's no way.
I think we'll just have to agree to disagree there.
No, it's not an agree to disagree. It's you bring the evidence that or not. If there's no evidence to substantiate the case, you're just wrong. Now you bring the evidence forward, and then you'd be able to substantiate it. You don't have evidence, then you don't have a case. No, it's not an agree to disagree, sir. You're just wrong. And you don't like to be wrong. You want to have at least a
I'm
foot
fine with
in the
being wrong.
door. No, you're not. This has never been agree to disagree, ever. If you have evidence, present it. You don't have evidence, it's a belief, it's imagination. That's all you got. And so somebody made you believe something, and you're a bit butthurt that you're still now it's a sunk cost fallacy for you. You gotta go double down, you gotta triple down. And every single day you're in here coping because you can't realize the fact that you don't have any evidence. It's just the way things go, man. Maybe that's something you got to talk to your psychiatrist about, I think.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
May I
this was
challenge
fun.
you on something, Alpha?
Go ahead.
You said there is no vacuum in space.
Cosmic vacuum, like they tell you.
Could you prove that?
Yeah. How can they provide evidence of something existing where you can't actually get to?
But that wouldn't be proof against a vacuum.
Yeah, it is.
How
Provide
is
evidence that it actually exists. Because here's the thing. If I told you I had a Lamborghini in my garage, right? Everything that I say about it doesn't matter if I go down to the detail. I might know about cars, but it doesn't make the existence of the Lamborghini in my garage real. What would make that real?
Well, I agree with you that it doesn't make it real, but it doesn't mean that it's not real.
Okay, so then I could have a Lamborghini in my garage right now, for all you know, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Right. So then we're at a stalemate at this point.
So
because in your
you'd agree that
worldview,
you can't say that there is no vacuum. It's just that you.
no, I agree that until evidence is provided, it just isn't real. So people can say whatever they like. It doesn't matter to me when they come in here and say the Earth is a globe. Okay. The Earth is concave. Yeah, I know. The Earth is hollow. That's fine. Where's your evidence for all the things that you're saying? I don't give a shit what you say. It doesn't matter. You could say things that sound fantastic. Good for you. Now provide the evidence that it exists. Huh? Where's that? It doesn't matter what people say, Britt and Manufactorum. When people tell you something, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you have an opinion and an imagination. But now let's put that into the really is level, okay? Because in this realm, we have to at least give some evidence to what we're saying is true. Now, if you don't have any, I can hand wave dismiss it and say, well, that's a nice story. Nice story you got there. And
but saying that you'd have to be agnostic on such a vacuum, right? At best, you can't say it's not there, right?
I can say that nothing exists until we can be able to solidify and bring evidence forward that it does. Why am I going to accept whatever somebody says? I don't have to. If you accept it, that's on you. You believe it because, well, that's just, them saying it is evidence. No, it's not. No, it's not. But for you, it sounds like it is. Have your fun. Believe it all you want.
If it's the case that we only observe air thinning out, and we don't have any physical mechanism to suggest it reverses or it stops or maintains some sort of constant at a certain level, would that not be evidence enough to suggest that it eventually thins out into a vacuum?
A gradient is not the high vast pressure differential that they say exists. It's too far of a vacuum for it to be what they're claiming, because they are saying that the pressure differential, it exists in a realm where we have high pressure here on Earth, and that if it doesn't have any containment, it doesn't matter about the gradient. It only matters about that if there isn't anything to prevent those differentials from meeting it. So if you had, let's say, a vacuum anywhere on Earth and you created a high vast pressure differential and there's nothing to bar that pressure differential in between, then there's no way to get the pressure in the first place. That anyway. So if you would say we can have pressure without a container, then that would say that's false. There's no evidence of that anywhere. You'd have to provide evidence of that existing in nature if you say that it does. And good luck to you to provide that, because there's no way. It's like I said, well, we're inside of a giant, I don't know, fucking think about whatever, like a fucking pink elephant or whatever the fuck. We're inside of it, and you're like, well, how the fuck are we going to verify that we're inside of a pink elephant if we can never go outside and go verify it? And we're like, well, tough luck to you, man, because what I said is at least credence that it is. So we can agree to disagree at best. And there's no way you can do that, because how are you going to go outside and then say, okay, I'm now outside of the pink elephant. I can see it from a distance. Now let me go back inside and let you know that I was outside. Now I'm coming back inside. You can't get outside of the system. So that's how the information's laid to you, that outside of this system, there's a vacuum.
Could you give a syllogism for there being for the necessity of the container?
The necessity, it's a conditional statement. We've been over this. So gas pressure itself requires a container. It would be conditional for the container to exist, because it's defined by the force per unit area exerted on the walls of its container. So if there's pressure exerted on the walls of the container, right, for gas pressure to exist, then without a container, there is no surface for the gas molecules to collide with. Therefore, no pressure.
Let's slow down a little bit, because I need to follow this really closely. But
sure.
if P, then make your if hypothesis. If there's a gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
Then what? So
if there's gas pressure, what? Well, I don't know. Are you going somewhere with it? Like, if there's gas pressure, what?
If there's, so your hypothetical is if there's gas pressure,
It's
Well,
not a
no,
hypothetical.
well, I mean, it's an if then
It's a
statement.
conditional statement. It would be condition. The pre-existing condition that the gas pressure exists would be because there is a container. So if the container is not present, then the gas pressure is not defined. You can't say the gas pressure that you're talking about cannot exist. It doesn't exist without the conditional statement that the container is present. So it needs to be that the container is present. So once it's present, then you have the gas pressure being defined. So when you say gas pressure, in your head, you have to already imagine that there is a containment of the gas pressure. If there's no containment, there is no gas pressure. It's like they're married. The container and the gas pressure are married. And if you say they're not married, that they're very much divorced because there's no such thing as gas pressure and a container at the same instance, then you're going to have to provide evidence how we can have gas pressure without a container.
No,
the
no, Rab,
opposite is true.
don't you unmute your mic, young man. Keep your mic muted for a second. I want to work on this because when you say it's you're effectively saying it's a necessary antecedent. But I think that the way you framed it is coming very close to affirming the consequent, right? And I'm just trying to work out how exactly you're formulating this. So gas pressure being defined as anything, I mean, it doesn't matter because air pressure is defined by gravity, but that doesn't make gravity exist, right? So
well, we'll get to that, but
so gas pressure requires a container, right?
Well, you said air pressure.
So gas pressure. Gas pressure requires.
Are you saying gas pressure?
Well, we could say gas pressure for the sake of simple, because we're not really talking about air pressure. We're talking about gas pressure right now, right?
Okay.
So
well, it's the same thing because they're both gas. So
when I say a hypothetical and a conclusion, those are the conditionals, right? So if there's gas pressure, then there'll be a container. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So how would you demonstrate that there's a container?
Dude, what the fuck are you? Not you. What the fuck are you on about, Rap Scuttle? Why do you got to keep questioning my faith?
Ignore me. Just go ahead. I was talking to someone in chat.
No, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
going to ignore you, dude. Like, I'm going to talk to Britnat. It doesn't matter about.
Well, this is
about
running
that.
away from
I can
Britnat's
put a
question.
pin on what we're saying, but you don't have to be in here questioning anybody's faith background.
Oh, so you believe in things you can't see? That's all that is, right? That's fine.
No, I'll talk to you.
Do you
about,
do you believe in
let
God?
me get
Do
back
you believe in God and Jesus, or do you see Him?
Yeah, we don't have to. You don't have to dive into
It's
that
just
with
the
me.
word of other people. Well, then why did you bring it up?
I'm going to properly give you what's for after I talk to Britnat. But yeah, just all of that it's ridiculous. It really is bringing that into this intellectual conversation. Anyways, back to you, Britt.
So it depends on which way you're going to formulate it, right? So if it's, I mean, I want it to be very straightforward, very analytic, right? So is it if gas pressure then container, or is it if container then gas pressure?
No, if gas pressure then container. Here, let me just. I actually formulated it and I saved it, so I'll put it in the text chat for you. Goodness. All right. Give me a second here, will you?
Well, it saves me from writing it down, I guess.
Yeah, here. I actually formalized it, and it's in the chat.
Good lord, did you do this?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to give me a second to read. You can speak
This
to
has been. This has been. I put this together. It's been quite some time.
Gas pressure requires a container in a condition. Do you want me to read it out, or do you want to speak to
You can. You can read it out. I mean, that's why it's there for. Yeah.
Gas pressure requires a container in a conditional statement. This is because gas pressure is defined as the force per unit area exerted by gas on the walls of its container. Without a container, there is no surface for the gas molecules to collide with, and therefore no pressure. For example, if you have a sample of gas in a balloon, the gas molecules will collide with the sides of the balloon, exerting a force on the balloon. This force is what causes the balloon to expand. If you release the air from the balloon, the gas molecules will continue to move around, but they will not be able to exert a force on anything because there is no container. As a result, there will be no gas pressure. Therefore, in a conditional statement, if the container is not present, then the gas pressure cannot be defined. Here is an example of Containment that requires a container for gas pressure. If container is present, gas pressure equals force over area, else gas pressure equals undefined. When you say undefined, what do you mean?
So when we say gas pressure, we can't say gas pressure unless we have the necessary requirements of a containment. So if I'm saying gas pressure, then what I'm essentially saying is that I'm defining it by saying the conditional statement that the container exists. So somewhere I'm going to talk about a containment in what I'm saying. So if I'm not defining what I'm saying. So there is no definition for gas pressure if not by containment. So I have to at some point tell you about it. Like it must be in the part of like where I'm saying, okay, so the volume that this pressure is in is like, a room or bottle or whatever it is. So I have to tell you about at some point if we're going to discuss gas pressure. So in our conversation, there's always going to be that attached to it. It's married. They're married. So gas pressure and container are both one of the important same conversation. So we have to. Yeah.
If I said to you, for instance, that you could have the effect of gas pressure and surfaces, so something to collide with, but some sort of physical mechanism to change the vector of gas, would that not be a possible antecedent for gas pressure?
Changing the vector of gas? How are you doing it?
Well, we don't have to get into the weeds of the details. Just the force has that property where it can change the vector of gas.
Well, I mean, are you applying more gas or what are you doing here? Like, what is it
Well, gas is produced anyway here on Earth, so we know that we're getting new gas all the time, right? But it's just changing the vector, right? That's all it's doing is making it. Let's say there is no container lid, but it just fires it back into the surface of the Earth. So
you're saying changing the vector, but what I mean is like, are you talking about a heavier gas than the lighter gas, and causing displacement? Like because you got like bromine or you got some heavier gases, like the man-made gas sulfur hexafluoride. You got like dry ice when you see it, like it's flowing down. It's got like it's heavier than the actual gas that it's. So you'd have different heavier gases that would displace the lighter gases. Is that what you mean by changing the vector? I'm not sure. What do you mean changing the vector?
Density and volume are important, but not quite what I'm getting at. I'm just talking about some sort of force that will have the property where it will move. It will try to push things to the ground, right?
Oh, container forces.
And then the pressure will push things.
Is that what
away,
you're saying? Like
right?
the container has a force? Like I don't know.
Well,
I'm just guessing at what you're saying, man.
Let's say that you have the surface of the container. It's a flat surface, whatever. And you have gases that you're producing on this through this flat surface. But then you have some sort of force, mystical force. I don't really care about what kind of properties it has besides this. But all it does is change the vector of gas. So it could be electrostatics, whatever you want to think about. The G word, it doesn't really matter. But it's just changing the vector. So that the gases will be able to collide with a surface, i.e. other gas molecules, and the surface of the container. But it doesn't have to hit any walls or ceiling, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of don't. I'm getting lost here with like maybe if you could just like restate what you're saying. It sounds. I don't know. Maybe if you've worked it out in your head, but it doesn't sound right how I'm hearing it. So are you saying that the something outside of a container is causing the gas to change vectors, like without a container?
Yeah. So for instance,
like wind, like you have.
It could be anything. Yeah. Whatever it may be, right?
Yeah. There's gas floating around, and then you just blow air into it, and then it just changes the vector.
Yeah, it changes the vector, right? And then, because the gas has a surface to hit, like let's say the surface of the Earth or other gas molecules, you can create gas pressure.
I guess I get what you're saying there, but yeah.
And so then it would follow to say that at least as far as like a container lid is concerned, like around the Earth or across the Earth, it's not a necessary antecedent. Not necessary in the sense that it's the only logical antecedent.
No. But here's what we're talking about. We're talking about the difference in pressure, not pressure itself. So it's like it's derivative. What we're talking, the discussion that you have is derivative to the fact that X is actually present. Delta X is what you're talking about, which is fine. I mean, you can have different variants in pressures, different variants in how gas behaves within the dynamic system, dynamic fluid. So you can say that statement and it would still be true, but you're still talking about gas pressure force exerted upon it in this dynamic system, which is still
could
fine
you explain
because
why it's derivative?
you haven't established gas pressure in the first instance. The pressure that exists needs to be talked about. Like, how did that get there? Because we still haven't touched on that. We're only talking about what happens within the dynamic system. So you can have other things affecting the gases in this, displacement of gases and so forth. That's still fine. But you have pressure in the first instance. So gas pressure has already been established.
Okay,
because
so
you have pressure on
I
Earth.
think you might be misunderstanding what I'm talking about then, because if
we're in the system and I can see what you're saying. Like if I have a heavy gas, or I can see gases like with smog or whatever, and you blow wind on it, you're exerting some force on those gases, and it's going to change what the direction of gases, what they're going to do, because you blew wind onto the
well, not
to where those other
necessarily
gases
wind.
are.
It doesn't have to be like it could be like an invisible force.
Well, that's
like
a great way to say
electrostatics,
that
right?
you could change vector of gas because you're exerting wind force. You can
Yeah. Well, I mean it more in like the physicsy sense. So like electrostatics have a force, right, that could be applied to an object. For instance,
Well, what's wrong with wind? I don't understand. Like, it's still
wind kind of
still-
implies that there's already gas pressure there, right? So
we're okay. So everything you're attempting to do is within the system. So, like, let's work out some kind of mechanism, right, to figure this out. Well, you can figure whatever you want in the system that already has the pressure present, that has to be there in the first place because of the contained system that you're in. So, if there was no containment, there is no gas pressure defined. The definition comes straight from there having to be containment. So it's married. Like I said before, if there's an instance where you can say that we can have the gas pressure in the system that we have right now without having the container anyway, like anywhere, then like let's say you wanted to have gas pressure in a certain area. I don't know, you define an area, like you could say where I'm standing right here. Now I want to have like give a volume, like like a cup of gas pressure. I want to exert as much pressure as we can in this area, about a cup's worth, right? You define a volume. I don't know, liter, whatever. So let's have that much volume, but enough gas pressure in that volume. Let's contain that area. I want that area to have this much pressure. You couldn't do that anywhere. You could move the molecules around. You could cause there to be forces that exert on the displacement on that area, but you couldn't achieve the pressure in that area to gain. There couldn't be more pressure. There could only be like the amount that's there. You can move it around, like you could mess with it, but you can never get more of it because the molecules are not bouncing off of the walls anymore because they're going everywhere. So you can't contain the pressure. There would only be the amount of pressure that already exists within the system. So the amount of pressure that exists in the system is what you're dealing with right now. Until you contain that pressure in a certain volume, then you can say, let's put more pressure in here, in this volume. I want to add more because now we have a bottle. So this bottle that we have we're going to put more pressure in it, and you can get more pressure now because you have a system where it's contained, and now you can exert more force on the walls with the pressure, gas pressure, and therefore, thus, you have more and more gas pressure. So it could be defined because now you have a container. But outside of that, you could displace the gases by blowing wind on them, or doing different things where you don't need a container because the container is there so that you can exert more gas pressure in that area. That's going to cause more volume, in that area. That volume that you have, you're going to put more pressure into it. But if you don't have the container, there's no way you can do that. It's not possible until you said, yeah, you can do it with electrostatics. I don't know what. Electrostatics. We have enough electrostatic in this one particular area, right? 1 liter of area volume we're just gonna keep exerting more gas pressure in there, and then the electrostatic's gonna hold it. It's not gonna hold it, and that's the thing. You're gonna have to define what makes that area able to be put enough gas pressure to increase gas pressure without losing it.
So this is why I'm saying that this definition, would be defined as creating this sort of atmospheric sort of pressure, would be not necessarily related to what we might define as gas pressure on Earth.
It will be because it's still within the dynamic system of the contained Earth. So the Earth is a closed system by even some standards.
If we're disagreeing on the container, let's say we have a disagreement to do with
on the physicality of it, we're disagreeing on that. But the idea that the system of the Earth is contained is not disagreeable by many. So that would be so. But the instance of how it's contained, of course.
So like when people say, for instance, gravity is a container, right? Do you think they're following in that same sort of logic, or do you think they're deviating from it?
They're deviating because now they're showing that something which is an abstract, it's not. How can I put it?
Don't get hung up on the word gravity though, because like what we
have to though, because what we're speaking of is very specific things, right? So if we're saying that there's a downward vector that's applied in the medium of air, right? This medium, this gas pressure that we have, if there's a specific vector that's applied from heavier things, even heavier gases, right, are displaying some sort of like displacement right through the medium, then how is that displacement happening? By what means, right? Like what's causing that? And what do you think information they're going to supply when they're saying,
but let's say they established a cause, right?
They have, but it's pseudo. But yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's say like that was all logical, like internally, mathematically, right? Because mathematics can do one thing at least, and it can tell you if something is illogical, right? So let's say they establish it as a logical premise, right? That this could be the case. It's logical, works out on paper. Now, it's true, you could say, that it's not reflecting at least the reality so far understood, but you would have to accept that the container is no longer a necessary antecedent because there are other logical antecedents, right?
Saying something doesn't make something true. You have to put it in principle and go ahead and make it work. So if I draw some schematics that work out mathematically, but I can't show you the actual strength of the material that I'm using by saying that the conditions where I'm making this building are going to vary from what type of material I use. So if I'm not putting what I'm saying into practice, you'll never know what I put in my mathematical equations. So I can only show you from what I can gather, but the variables of like me doing the thing, like using the elements and materials that I'm using to construct a building, right? I'm only using this so I can put it to your mind, like what I'm saying. So I can use math to be to describe certain things, and it's very useful. I mean, it is like you're gonna describe how long something is and the strength of something, and then what you're doing is you're gonna put it in practice. Now you're gonna actually, get the material itself, the physical material. You're gonna interact with it in the really is level. So now your variables or your estimations could be off by a huge factor. And so therefore you have to redo the math. So you think that you got it right, but until you actually put it to the test, you're never going to know.
I agree. I think the only thing you can establish with mathematics so far, right, would be not whether or not it's true in reality, but that it's logical. It works internally.
But see, that's right? Britt. What we're saying though is the fundamental issue throughout history. This is the reason why people think that a cosmic vacuum exists. Because before there was any idea that people can actually go into a vehicle to go travel somewhere, like a rocket or whatever, there was the idea that math was giving this information. What this argument that you have is an ancient one. This is the reason why people believe in the idea of the Earth being in a cosmic vacuum.
But then it does. There is a second part to that though, which is that because mathematics can establish what is logical. I mean, mathematics has a purpose, right? And if it has any purpose, it's that, right? To say that this is possible. Not to say it's
the
true.
idea is something that people can postulate. It's not
It's something that's
yeah.
possible, but not necessarily true, right? So,
Right.
as far as you could tell, right, up until the point that we've demonstrated whether or not a container exists, both antecedents are on the table still, right?
No.
Of course they are, because they're both
No.
logical.
No, because like I already told you, once you can actually get to the point where